Transcending to become the sixth prince of the Golden Crow, I am about to be shot down by the great archer Yi, facing imminent demise. At this critical juncture, the stellar evolution system activates. The fall of the Golden Crow? Does that not equate to the fall of the sun? Collapse. Collapse. Wildly collapsing. White dwarf. Neutron star. Black hole. A frenzied evolution. The Golden Crow's fall? I am now the great void of the black hole. Nuwa, the sage. He actually traversed the river of time. Could this not be the embodiment of eternal greatness? The three pure ones. Something is amiss. How has he attained sanctity without the Primordial Purple Qi? The 12 Ancestral Witches. We have all become saints. How is it that we still fall short of him? Hongjun, the Dao Ancestor. The sixth Golden Crow has actually achieved eternal greatness? Lu Jun, in the world of the primordial, where could my power possibly be contained? Come, let's all together expand the primordial. Chapter 1. The Fall of the Golden Crow? No, it is the evolution of the stars. ZZZZ warning. Abnormal temperature drop detected in the stars. Core activity weakened, entering final cooling phase. Preparing to evolve into other stellar configurations. A string of exceedingly scientific synthesized sounds echoed in Lu Jun's ears. The tone resembled that of the AI explaining the cosmic explosion in a science museum. Is the museum system malfunctioning? Has the broadcasting room crossed over to the sci-fi channel? He instinctively turned to locate the source of the sound, only to freeze abruptly. Something is amiss. Why can I not stand up? Looking down, what a sight. 2. 3 robust legs, covered in resplendent golden feathers. Bird legs? In alarm, he raised his arm, only to behold a pair of colossal wings engulfed in roaring flames. The temperature of the flames was extraordinarily high. His body remained unharmed, yet it sent chills through him. What the hell? How have I transformed into a bird? And a self-igniting roast chicken at that. Lu Jun's mind buzzed. His CPU was overheating. Instinctively, he attempted to flap, but a searing pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he saw a colossal arrow, radiating a bone-chilling cold, impaled through his torso. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Golden blood flowed like burning liquid flames down the shaft of the arrow. Upon striking the ground, it erupted into devastating golden sparks, igniting everything around, even the rocks melting into magma amidst their anguished cries. Amidst the agonizing pain of near death and the chaos of, who am I? Where am I? I am about to be roasted alive. A torrent of memories as vast as the sea of stars surged violently into his consciousness. Pangu opened the heavens. Hongjun expounded the Tao. Nuwa created humanity. 10 suns hung in the sky. The great archer shot down the suns. I have transcended, and I have become the sixth prince of the Golden Crow. That unfortunate soul, also named Lu Jun. Lu Jun was dumbfounded, forgetting even the searing pain in his chest. Just a moment ago, he was enlightening children at the Science Museum that the sun is a star. The next moment, he himself became that star, the sun of his own realm? Or rather, the exploded version shot by an arrow. Is it merely due to sharing a name? Is this transmigration mechanism a matter of luck? This is far too haphazard. This original body, too, bore the brunt to save the future Luya Daoist, Old 10, directly intercepting the lethal arrow shot by the Yi. Old 10 has survived and become the wandering Luya in the investiture of the gods. Yet what of me? I have simply vanished. Indeed, one cannot provoke the child of destiny. Wang Meng could not contend with the child of the realm. Lucio and I, Old 6, cannot surpass the fated Old 10. Luya, had I arrived merely 5 minutes earlier, I would have undoubtedly fled without hesitation. Let whoever wishes to serve as a shield do so. Lu Jun was engulfed in grief and indignation. As Old 6, how could his actions be so uncharacteristic? He felt the bone-chilling cold of the Xianming ice arrow swiftly extinguishing the true fire of the sun that enveloped him. This was a clash between the path of ice and the path of the sun. It was evident that the power of the ancestral shaman, Xianming, directly suppressed his mere Tai golden immortal self. Resplendent golden feathers began to manifest ominous black spots, akin to the deadly sunspots spreading across the surface of a star. The frigid grasp of death rapidly devoured his last remnants of heat. Subsequently, his consciousness converged within his mind. There, words began to dance before him, preparing to evolve into another celestial body. In an instant, Lu Jun seized upon a lifeline. The golden crow is regarded as the sun. Thus, I am bound to this stellar evolution system. But the golden crow is a divine bird. How can it possibly compare to a genuine celestial body? What does it matter? Can a matter of a golden finger be explained scientifically? Existence is reason enough. Evolve. Hurry and evolve for me. The evolution process has been initiated. Please refrain from urging. This unit is currently executing. Warning. Severe alert. Abnormalities detected in the current world rules. High-activity life, soul, signals exist within the target star. Non-standard celestial body model. The system's alarm grew sharply piercing, infused with a sense of panic akin to encountering a ghost. Lu Jun exclaimed, "Good heavens! This system is unaware of my very existence as the host's soul? Could it be a second-hand defective product? Emergency protocol activated. Emergency protocol activated. Commencing scan of local cosmic underlying rules, remodeling and deducing adaptation plans. Deduction complete. Initiating dual-phase evolution protocol. Phase 1. Collapse of the star's essence. Phase 2. Restructuring of the innate divine form. Phase 1. Evolution. Forcibly executed. As the system's voice faded, Lu Jun felt as though his cooling and shutting down golden crow body was being crammed into a cosmic singularity. Boom! A terrifying gravitational field, too powerful to resist and capable of distorting space and time, generated at his collapsing core. His colossal form, akin to a blazing sun, instantaneously began to implode, violently shedding immense amounts of energy. The lethal Xianming arrow lodged in his chest was violently flung away like a mere toothpick before this frenzied force originating from the deepest layers of matter. The source of the deadly cold power of the path of ice was severed. The once radiant sun that illuminated the primordial chaos collapsed a millionfold in an instant. Within a billionth of a second, it was compressed into a horrifyingly dense, rapidly spinning, pure white egg-shaped celestial body surrounded by visible gravitational waves. A neutron star egg, the ultimate form of matter collapse, the immortal embryonic form under the rules of primordial chaos. Elder brother, look, how has sixth brother turned into an egg again? A voice filled with shock and weakness echoed from nearby. What kind of divine power is this? Nirvana? Ancestral return? Another voice, similarly weak yet unable to conceal its astonishment, spoke up. Elder brother? Second brother? Are you still alive? Lu Jun's consciousness waves transmitted out, brimming with disbelief. In his memories, the one speaking was indeed the Golden Crow's eldest prince, Bo Xiang, and the second prince, Zhonglang. I am alive, for I possess a system. But how are you still alive? Could it be that you're also time travelers? He strained to look around, finding 8 similarly colossal figures, their flames considerably dimmed, their life force flickering like a candle in the wind, scattered upon the scorched earth. It is us. Sixth brother. Bo Xiang's voice carried deep exhaustion. Myself and second brother are at the great Luo golden immortal stage, still managing to withstand a trace of the ancestral shaman's icy path's erosion. But we cannot hold out much longer. His voice weakened further, as if it were about to extinguish at any moment. So it turns out the foundation of a great Luo golden immortal is somewhat sturdier. Lu Jun realized, relieved it was not a group of time travelers. Sixth brother, do not concern yourself with why we are still alive. Quickly tell us, how did you accomplish this? You were struck by the ancestral shaman's lethal arrow. How could you revert to your origins and reshape into an egg form? The second prince, Zhonglang's voice suddenly elevated, brimming with excitement and joy akin to a drowning person grasping for a piece of driftwood. Indeed, sixth brother, the dying will of the eldest prince, Bo Xiang, seemed ignited by this glimmer of hope. The residual flames upon his body flared brightly for an instant, forcefully repelling a portion of the icy path. Could it be that my golden crow lineage possesses a similar supreme divine ability to the phoenix's rebirth through nirvana? As long as I transform into an egg, there exists a chance for rebirth. Quickly tell us the method. Lu Jun thought to himself. He felt his eggshell tingling. How was he to articulate this? To say that your dear sixth brother has already perished and now resides within is a soul from Earth, accompanied by a somewhat dim-witted yet exceptionally powerful system? This had nothing to do with the Phoenix's nirvana at all. Just as he felt utterly exasperated, not knowing how to explain, the system's cold yet somewhat finally resolved prompt echoed once more. Ding! Phase 1 evolution preliminarily completed. The star's essence has successfully evolved into Neutron's star state. 8 dying stars detected within the gravitational field of this star. Host must immediately select a processing plan. Option 1, accretion. Activate the host's core gravitational field. Forcefully absorb the dissipating energy and residual matter essence from the 8 dying stars to strengthen oneself. There is a high probability of prompting the star's essence to continue collapsing from neutron star state, evolving into the ultimate celestial body, black hole state. Reward. If black hole state initiates Phase 2 innate divine form evolution, it will directly trigger the Great Luo Golden Immortal Tribulation. Should the tribulation be successfully traversed, the starting point for the innate divine form will be the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Option 2, empowerment. By utilizing the unique protocol of this system, a portion of the host's energy will be consumed to stabilize the 8 dying stars. This will facilitate the synchronous initiation of stellar evolution. Such an operation will aid the host in deeply comprehending the operational principles of this system and their own state. Reward. When the host maintains the current neutron star egg status and commences Phase 2 of evolution, their innate divine form will possess a physical strength comparable to that of an ancestral deity. Option 3, indifference. By disregarding the 8 dying stars in the vicinity, allowing them to completely collapse and fall, the host will immediately initiate their own Phase 2 evolution. Reward, none. Lu Jun. Wow, this system is truly formidable. Chapter 2. The 9 Golden Crows Evolve in Unison. This system, this golden finger, is utterly unreasonable. It is extraordinarily hardcore. It is immensely enticing. From a roasted bird that was shot to pieces, it has directly evolved into a neutron star egg. Now, one can even choose to become a black hole or a savior. It is even possible to ascend to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal in one fell swoop. A tremendous shock swept through his very soul like a cosmic storm. Just a moment ago, he was engulfed in the depths of despair, and in the next, he held the key to rewriting his fate, even the key to ascension. This stark contrast, from the abyss to the heavens, sent tremors throughout his entire consciousness. He began to ponder what to choose. Choice 1 offers an immediate ascent, the possession of a black hole physique, and even the prowess of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, this choice is a complete pitfall. Absorbing other golden crows? Evolving into a black hole. It sounds like the ultimate romance of stellar evolution. But for Lu Jun, who has just arrived and is still getting accustomed to being a mere Tai Golden Immortal, this is no different from jumping straight into the abyss. What nonsense. I haven't even left the novice village, and you want me to take on the Great Luo Golden Immortal-S tribulation? My 3rd and 4th brothers have been stuck at the pinnacle of Tai for endless ages and don't dare to touch that. Am I supposed to just serve myself up as a meal? Moreover, energy? Is that massive sun in the sky just for show? Wouldn't it be more gratifying to return home and absorb the sun instead of leeching off a few dying brothers? Abundant energy and safety. This first choice is nothing short of a poisoned apple, tempting at first glance, but one bite, and it's game over. Lu Jun couldn't help but mentally ridicule it. Choice 2, on the other hand, is far more reliable. Comparable to the physical form of a primordial ancestor, it is akin to starting with luxurious beginner gear. It also allows him to rescue those 8 unfortunate brothers. This is not Lu Jun's compassion acting up, but rather a matter of necessity. Just imagine, if the 9 golden crows returned with only him alive, how would Di Jun react? My son, how did you survive? Let me see. Tai would say him. This physical state is rather intriguing. Kunpeng would cackle. Prince, I am quite interested in your path of nirvana. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Lu Jun's spine. But if all 8 brothers were to return alive, the situation would change dramatically. It would shift from Lu Jun having a fortunate encounter to a grand awakening of the hidden talents of the Golden Crow clan. If the phoenix can undergo nirvana, why can't the golden crows be reborn from their eggs? How reasonable. How formidable. It would also make certain treacherous individuals, like Kunpeng who ultimately betrayed Di Jun, consider the consequences of provoking the golden crows. Furthermore, if his brothers survived, would Di Jun still launch a full-scale assault in a fit of rage? Would he still pursue the slaughtering sword that had offended the human race to death? Without the blood debt of the slaughtering sword, would Nuwa's attitude towards the demon clan soften? Perhaps he could even secure a relationship with one of the most powerful figures in the primordial world. It is imperative to play it safe. Lu Jun resolutely decided. Choice 2. Brothers, grant me your nirvana. Choice 2 has been confirmed. Executing empowerment protocol. Activating high-dimensional interference field to stabilize the dying star and guide the simultaneous collapse procedure. Target, Golden Crow Great Prince, Bo Xian. Energy infusion, rule coverage, forced collapse initiated. As the system's prompt faded, a beam of light, visible only to Lu Jun and seemingly composed of countless mysterious geometric runes, struck the Great Prince Bo Xian, who was not far away and on the brink of death, with flames nearly frozen into shards. Boom! Without warning, the vast remaining body of the Great Prince exploded externally and collapsed internally in a cataclysmic event. A torrent of violent energy instantly tore through the frozen void, and the blinding white light was so intense that it was blinding. Once the flames dissipated, what remained was a diminutive egg, shrunk a millionfold, spinning rapidly, emanating an astonishing gravitational pull. Holy moly! Did he really turn into an egg? The second prince, Zhonglang, who witnessed the whole event, was utterly flabbergasted. Just moments ago, he had merely speculated about the nirvana of the Golden Crow in a fit of excitement, and now his younger brother was shouting about brothers. And they had truly transformed the elder brother into an egg? This divine talent, awakening as it did, is it truly so? It even included a live demonstration. A one-click enlightenment. Second brother, don't panic. It's your turn now. Hold on. This is our Golden Crow clan's hidden life-saving technique. Understand the second developmental stage? Hold it together. Do not resist. Lu Jun hurriedly reassured him in the most convincing tone, fearing that a sudden reaction from the second brother might disrupt the system's guidance. Target, Golden Crow Second Prince Zhonglang. Empowerment initiated. Force collapse in progress. Wait. I'm not sure yet. Boom. The second Prince Zhonglang's last words had not yet been completed when the terrifying gravitational force from the depths of the stars erupted within him. He felt as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing him, compressing both soul and body, over and over again. The sensation was 1,000 times more excruciating than being struck by the Xianming arrow. As consciousness plunged into darkness, Zhonglang's mind was left with but a single thought. This divine talent as activation method is far too hardcore. Then, like the explosion of the universe, boom, boom, boom. Under Lu Jun's guidance, the third prince, the fourth prince, one after another, without any power to resist, were transformed into reborn as Golden Crow eggs. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Perhaps due to the varying power levels among the 9 Golden Crows, the 9 eggs present were of different sizes. They radiated gravitational waves, their surfaces exuding terrifying heat, lined up neatly upon the charred earth. Empowerment protocol completed. 8 dying stars have been successfully transformed into other celestial bodies. Choice 2 Reward Settlement. The host's second stage evolution, the innate sacred form, will acquire a primordial ancestor level physique. Environmental warning. High-energy hostile life forms detected rapidly approaching. Emergency activation of the host's second stage evolution, innate sacred form. Evolution accelerating. Before Lu Jun could revel in his triumph, the system's urgent alarm suddenly blared. Simultaneously, dust billowed at the end of the earth, ominous energy soaring into the sky. Hurry, just ahead. The bodies of the Golden Crow chicks must still be warm. Of course. Thunderous voice roared. Ha, warm. I think they've long since frozen into ice blocks. Indeed, the cold road of the primordial ancestor Xianming can extinguish even the true fire of the sun. The leader of Da Yi is formidable. 1 arrow, 1 Golden Crow prince. It was a truly satisfying shot. Exactly. For the sake of avenging the Quafu leader, the demon clan dares to harm our great shaman. Then we will annihilate 10 of their princes. Leader, how should we deal with those Golden Crow corpses? Chapter 3. The stunned Da Yi. Where have the Golden Crows gone? A warrior from the Witch clan licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with greed and desire. Golden Crows. A great supplement. At the forefront of the group stood a man as robust as a mountain, carrying an ancient giant bow on his back. It was none other than the great shaman Da Yi, who had just achieved an unparalleled feat. Behind him, there remained 1 arrow crafted by the primordial ancestor, Xianming himself. With a sinister grin, he proclaimed, ha, how to deal with them. Naturally, we will skin them and strip their tendons. Let my brothers taste what the meat of the Golden Crow, raised on the sun, truly tastes like. As Da Yi's grand proclamation echoed, the Witch clan warriors behind him all eagerly swallowed their saliva. the flesh of the son of the demon emperor. The temptation is simply overwhelming. In the eyes of the lower-tier warriors of the witch clan, a powerful beast like the offspring of the demon emperor is not seen as prey, but as a harbinger of doom. Only the ancestor witches and the great witches are afforded the luxury of contemplation. For lesser witches, merely gnawing on the leg bone of a modest xianxian beast is a cause for secret delight, while feasting upon a golden immortal is tantamount to a festive occasion. Even a formidable figure like Kwa Fu, a great Luo golden immortal, met his demise while pursuing the golden crow, proving that their fate is far bleaker. This time, however, it was solely due to the ancestor witches' bestowed arrow, a divine shot from the illustrious Dai, that they stumbled upon such a monumental opportunity. Their leader is undoubtedly wise. Drag the golden crow offspring back and ignite the flames. Let us brew a rich broth for 3 days and nights, extracting every last morsel of flavor from its bones. As the witch clan members regained their senses, they became fervently excited, their mouths watering in anticipation. They howled and rushed toward the scorched earth center, seemingly oblivious to the means required to properly roast a golden crow. What kind of broth could be extracted from the searing body of a golden crow? They paid no heed, lost in their raucous cries. Second phase, evolution complete. Innate sacred form activated. The moment the system's notification resonated, a terrifying force surged into Lu Jun's newly transformed body. He gazed down at this innate sacred form, born from the collapse of a neutron star. No longer was he the colossal golden crow, radiant as the sun. Instead, he now possessed a perfectly proportioned, highly refined humanoid form. His muscular lines flowed seamlessly, harboring a terrifying brute strength capable of shattering stars. Merely clenching his fist produced a crackling sound, warping the space around his knuckles. With every movement, the space emitted a groan, as if it could be torn apart by this pure essence of material power at any moment. What astonished him further was the dreadful heat emanating from within. No longer was it the golden crow's outward radiance, incinerating all in its path. Instead, it was an energy of destruction, contained yet boundlessly violent. It felt as though the chaotic core of a star had been compressed and forcefully crammed into this humanoid shell. Hiss, what an overwhelming sensation, truly worthy of the ancestor witch's flesh. His gaze fell upon the approaching witch clan. Let these witches welcome my rebirth. The witch clan stormed into the charred center of the molten earth with fierce determination. Dai's triumphant grin suddenly froze. Where was the massive corpse of the golden crow, exuding the scent of char? Or at the very least, the giant ice sculpture of the golden crow frozen into a solid mass? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Only a few similarly sized, dark metallic glossed giant eggs stood ominously in the lava pool. Each egg exhibited an eerie inward curvature, distorting the surrounding space. The light was forcibly bent. Aside from these eggs, a figure emanating a terrifying heat loomed nearby. Ah, are you a brother from the Zhurong tribe? A small witch. Upon witnessing Lu Jun's physique and temperature, instinctively mistook him for a member of the Zhurong tribe. Lu Jun. He glanced at himself, then assessed the other. A powerful physique and mastery over high temperatures indeed resembled that of the Zhurong tribe. After all, aside from the witch clan, no one else could possess a body like his. This group of witches had made a grave error. Could such foolishness truly dominate the wilderness? Lu Jun felt a wave of exasperation. What on earth was this? A witch warrior wielding a massive axe gazed at the 8 golden crow eggs. Where were the golden crows? What happened to the 9 immense golden crows? Their corpses? Yes, where were the golden crows? Why were they absent? Above the heads of the witches, it seemed as though question marks floated about. The golden crow's true form is colossal, its wings capable of covering the sky, descending like a falling star. While these eggs were not insignificant, they paled in comparison to the actual golden crow, being less than 1/millionth of the golden crow prince. Brother from the Zhurong tribe, have you seen the fallen golden crow? They inquired while searching for answers from Lu Jun, overwhelmed, thought. Is it truly such fools that defeat the demon clan? When he remained silent, they paid him no mind. Leader, there is nothing here, only these peculiar eggs. The aura of the golden crow seemed to emanate from these eggs, weak, but present. At that moment, a seemingly astute witch warrior suddenly slapped his thigh, eyes gleaming with greed. I understand. Leader, what have you comprehended? Dai turned sharply. The witch warrior excitedly pointed at the starry eggs. Demon cores. These are the golden crow's demon cores. Demon cores? Dai pondered. Precisely, demon cores. The golden crow's corpse must have been utterly obliterated by the power of the Xianming ancestor witch. But the demon cores are the essence of their life force. Much like the inner Dan of those great demons, only larger and more resilient. Upon hearing this, the other witches experienced an epiphany. Yes, it must be so. This is the golden crow's demon core. A demon core of the golden crow prince. This is far more nourishing than mere flesh. The power contained within is unimaginable. Let us take it back to the tribe, offering it to the Ancestral Witches. Or perhaps refining it ourselves. Ha! What a monumental opportunity. Brothers, let us carry these golden crow demon cores back. The clever witch warrior, ecstatic, could no longer contain himself and dashed toward the nearest star egg. With brute force, he attempted to lift it. Seeking death. Chapter 4, Dai. Your shot hurts me so much. Seeking death. Lu Jun could no longer endure this foolishness. Golden crow demon cores? Only you witches could conceive such a notion. All of you can perish. The witch warrior attempting to lift the egg felt a blur before his eyes as Lu Jun's hand descended. With an unfathomable force of pure terror, it smashed down upon the warrior's chest. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, unleashing an energy akin to a cosmic detonation. Bang! The deep thud echoed in the silence, reminiscent of two divine metals clashing, yet laden with an excruciating slowness. Time seemed to freeze. The Ancestor Witch's divine arrow, capable of shooting down the sun, freezing stars, and penetrating the essence of great Luo golden immortals, struck with pinpoint accuracy against the suddenly appearing figure's chest. Yet, it merely lodged there. The arrowhead merely pierced the opponent's skin, leaving behind a barely perceptible indentation, devoid of even a single drop of blood. Hiss! The sound of gasps echoed, akin to serpents slithering across the battlefield. How could this be? Blocked? The divine arrow of the ancestral shaman was thwarted? That was the might of the Xianming ancestral shaman. The power of the Hunyuan golden immortal. In their hearts, it symbolized invincibility. Who is he? Who is this creature? Where did such a monstrosity come from? To withstand the sun-extinguishing arrow with mere flesh. How terrifying. This body, this intensity of heat, is even more dreadful than that of a great shaman. If the sun-extinguishing arrow cannot penetrate, could it truly be the body of an ancestral shaman? Du grasped the sun-extinguishing bow, his fingers trembling slightly from exertion. Impossible. When the Xianming ancestral shaman entrusted him with the sun-extinguishing arrow, he explicitly stated that nothing lesser than the Tao of the great Luo could survive its path. This existence before him, although lacking the strength of the great Luo, nonetheless withstood this lethal arrow with his flesh. Lu Jun raised his hand, casually grasping the arrow shaft and withdrawing it from his chest. His expression remained calm, yet his mind was in turmoil. The system is formidable. The body of an ancestral shaman is truly fearsome. Choosing the second option has more than sufficed for my self-preservation in this primordial world. The only issue was that during the collapse, the outer energy was violently expelled, resulting in a significant loss of energy and Tao rules. This caused my realm to plummet to the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal. However, these are trifling matters. Concentration is the essence. This is what it means to exchange realm for defense, an absolute bargain. Moreover, a drop in realm may afford an opportunity to elevate it further, enhancing strength in the process. It also allows me to familiarize myself with everything pertaining to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. A twofold benefit. As for you, your sun-extinguishing arrow might have troubled me in the past. Now, it barely tickles. Sizzle. A thick plume of white vapor instantly surged forth. The ancestral shaman's ice-cold Tao power contained within the arrow rapidly dimming and melting under the heat of his palm. He lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of the fearful and bewildered shaman warriors, finally fixing his eyes on Du. Du, you truly hurt me with your shot. Chapter 5. The End of the Shaman Clan. Du trembled violently. That exclamation of pain not only revealed no weakness, but rather seemed an unrelenting mockery of the sun-extinguishing arrow's might. Who are you? A hint of hoarseness tinged Du's voice. How can this be? Lu Jun replied calmly. What do you think? Du. This individual. Not only does he possess a monstrous physique, but even his speech is somewhat peculiar. Make me guess. Du surveyed the 8 eggs surrounding him and the figure before him. A flash of inspiration struck. You can't possibly be the Prince of the Golden Crow, can you? Lu Jun raised an eyebrow. They are foolish, but you are not entirely devoid of sense. What? Impossible. You are talking nonsense. How could you be the Prince of the Golden Crow? The Golden Crow clan. Their size rivals the stars, soaring through the 9 heavens, their wings casting shadows across the day. Your physique is even less than a mountain. How could you possibly be a Golden Crow? Absurd. Utterly absurd. The Golden Crow clan relies on the supreme Tao of the sun, the divine fire of the sun that incinerates all. Though their bodies are formidable, they are merely vessels for the power of the Tao. How could it be? How could it possibly be like you, like this? Their subsequent words caught in their throats, unable to be expressed. This is not the power manifestation of the Golden Crow. This is clearly the formidable might of an ancestral shaman. Impossible? That is merely your lack of experience. Lu Jun's voice carried a tone of pity, as if he possessed something they did not. We lack experience? You. Wait. Could it be that you have imitated the phoenix's rebirth, completing the Golden Crow's resurrection? Before the shaman clan could further debate, one warrior suddenly shrieked, disbelief saturating his voice. The Golden Crow's resurrection? Like a phoenix? No. That is absolutely impossible. Never heard of it. The resurrection is the innate divine ability of the phoenix. How could the Golden Crow clan possess it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Doubts erupted, and the faces of every shaman warrior were etched with disbelief. How could the Golden Crow be reborn in such a revolutionary form, and wield such terrifying power? Diyu, who had remained silent, felt his heart plummet. It is true. The Golden Crow's resurrection. The Golden Crow clan can indeed be reborn like the phoenix? Does this mean the Golden Crow clan, like the Phoenix clan, is immortal and indestructible? How can we fight this? The Phoenix clan's past battles against the Dragon and Qianxiaaudiobooks clans relied on their indomitable nature, fierce and unyielding. What is even more terrifying? After resurrection, the Golden Crow not only retains the sun's divine fire, potent enough to incinerate the heavens and compel even ancestral shamans to tread carefully, but also possesses an unfathomable physique capable of withstanding the ancestral shaman's divine weapon. How can we combat this? The former Golden Crow was powerful due to its vast magical prowess and mastery over the sun's Tao. While its physique was strong, it ultimately remained a subsidiary of its magic. In the face of the top shaman's battles and the brilliance of ancestral shaman weapons, it was still at risk of falling. Diyu's sun-extinguishing arrow was precisely aimed at its soul and the core of its Tao. But now, they can not only die and resurrect, but they also possess a body whose strength rivals that of an ancestral shaman. The pure and ultimate heat of the sun's divine fire and its destructive power perfectly merge with horrifying physical strength, forming a more direct, more brutal, and more indestructible force. The pinnacle of both Tao and physique. And this is merely a Tai golden immortal. If Dijuan and Tai were to die and resurrect, wouldn't their bodies rival that of a saint? How can the impending battle between the shamans and the demons proceed? The shaman clan's pride in close-quarter combat and the advantage of the ancestral shaman's physique would be utterly obliterated. With the Golden Crow's sun Tao might combined with this invincible body post-resurrection, they would be unstoppable. The Golden Crow clan would truly stand invulnerable, perhaps even surpassing the shaman clan. He envisioned the impending doom of the shaman clan, a horde of Golden Crows, possessing the physique of ancestral shamans while wielding the power to incinerate the world. The shaman clan would retreat, blood flowing like rivers. Hurry, retreat. Chapter 6. The Terrifying Physique. Diyu turned with the swiftness of lightning, leaving no room for hesitation. Retreat. What disgrace of death and battle. What failure of mission. Before this earth-shattering terror, capable of determining the fate of the entire shaman clan, all seemed trivial. He must return. He must convey this news back to the Panga Hall immediately. The Golden Crow can resurrect, and the form post-resurrection embodies both the supreme sun Tao and the terrifying might of a formidable physique. This surpasses his understanding of resurrection. It is a cruel jest played by the heavenly Tao upon the shaman clan. He must survive and convey this information vital to the shaman clan's existence. Any hesitation would be a betrayal of the Pangu bloodline. Now you wish to leave? It's too late. Lu Jun's voice echoed once more. He moved, like stars plummeting from the sky, like the sun eclipsing the heavens, like the very fabric of the universe unraveling. It is as if ferocious beasts from primordial times have emerged. The entire void is twisted and torn by searing heat and gravitational forces, shattering like fragile glass. A violent gravitational pull manifests instantaneously, ensnaring all the Wu clan warriors, including Dei, who seek to flee. We cannot move. The space, it is tearing us apart. The Wu warriors emit anguished cries of terror. The physical strength they once took pride in pales in comparison to the terrifying might of this spatial force. Their bodies are drawn uncontrollably towards the vortex of collapse, exuding an aura of destruction. Dei is at the forefront. Each step he takes feels as heavy as a mountain. The pull from the vortex's center threatens to shatter his very being, along with his soul, devouring him whole. He desperately channels his Wu power, muscles bulging and veins protruding, striving to break free from these invisible shackles, yet his speed is reduced to a mere fraction. Leave it, Dei. Lu Jun's voice remains calm, tinged with an indifference that commands life and death. The debt between us has yet to be settled. His hand seems to transcend the boundaries of time and space, magnifying in Dei's eyes in an instant. No. Dei's eyes widen in fury, issuing a roar of defiance. He frantically unleashes the great Luo Wu power within him, attempting to escape the terrifying gravitational force of the collapsing space. The sun-shooting bow in his hand erupts with a piercing azure glow, ready to draw back once more. Even without the sun-shooting arrows, he still possesses the bow, However, in the face of such overwhelming might, all resistance appears futile and absurd. Thud. Lu Jun, like a merciless predator catching a moth drawn to flame, grips Dai's neck with precision and coldness. A terrifying force emanates from that hand, instantly suppressing all his struggles, all his Wu power, all his fury. The strength he once held dear now seems insignificant, akin to mere dust before an opponent with a body that rivals the ancestral deities. Humiliation, despair, helplessness. Dai's eyes brim with bloodshot rage, embodying his ultimate fury and unwillingness. Yet deeper still lies the helplessness of being unable to shake off his opponent. He feels like a prey nailed to a chopping block, forced to watch himself fall under the other's control. Lu Jun senses the struggling power within his grasp, a force that ranks among the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, capable of shaking mountains. Yet before his current physical form, it is as feeble as an ant attempting to shake a tree. A profound sense of dominion, originating from the depths of his bloodline, rises within him, almost intoxicating in its embrace. However, beneath the flames of excitement, a chill of anxiety snakes its way in. The Tai golden immortal is, after all, merely Tai. A rational voice reminds him. His ability to crush Dai relies on this terrifying body, reborn to rival the ancestral deities through sheer power alone. But what of the ancestral deities? Those who have existed for countless epochs, wielding the fundamental laws of heaven and earth? Zhu Rong, Gongong, Emperor Jiang, Xianming. They not only possess ancestral forms that may rival or even surpass his current body. More terrifying is their ultimate mastery over the laws of fire, water, space, and ice. That is a supreme power capable of reshaping the heavens and earth, redefining the very elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. It is not something that his current brute strength, with comprehension of the Tao still at the Tai level, can contend with. If an ancestral deity were to appear now. This thought douses his boiling blood with a sudden chill. It is time to leave. He casts his gaze over the ordinary Wu warriors still struggling and wailing in the vortex of collapsing space, like lambs awaiting slaughter. He glances at the 8-star eggs in the nest, exuding faint traces of life. He cannot take them all at once, especially the elder brother and second brother. Each transformed into a star egg by the great Luo golden immortal, each terrifyingly powerful. Never mind, he must depart swiftly. Just then, a furious roar erupts. Damn Wu clan. Dare to kill my nephew. Chapter 7. The Phoenix can be reborn. So can I, the Golden Crow. A voice explodes in Lu Jun's ear. Almost immediately, a figure descends before him. An overwhelming aura sweeps across everything. The newcomer is none other than Tai. At this moment, he is filled with rage. They were in a meeting at the demon court when they suddenly sensed the fall of the Golden Crow. Upon perceiving this drastic change, Tai immediately rushed out using the chaos spell. What grand schemes, what consequences. Only the blood of the Wu clan can quench the wrath burning in his heart. His elder brother, Emperor Jun, is rushing from behind. Damn Wu clan, seeking death. I must first protect my nephew's corpse. The Wu clan must not lay their hands on it. Nephews, you have died valiantly, Tai's voice is suddenly choked in his throat. Where are my nephews? What are the 9 nephews? To his shock, the anticipated shattered feathers and charred remains, the solidified golden demon blood, none of it appears. There are only 8 eggs, seemingly insignificant in comparison to the Golden Crow's body. They radiate astonishing power and faint vitality. Beside the giant egg stands a tall figure, quietly upright. He is unmistakably holding Dai, the formidable Wu, whose head hangs limply, unaware of his fate. Tai, who are you? Uncle, it is I, Lu Jun. Lu Jun's lips curl into a slight smile. He had intended to leave. But unexpectedly, Tai arrived first. Lu Jun. Tai's pupils constrict violently, his gaze firmly fixed on Lu Jun. How have you transformed into this form? And these eggs? What are they? Lu Jun casually stows away the sun-shooting bow and arrows. Uncle Tai, it is a long story. But please quickly take my brothers back to the Sun Star for recuperation. Brothers? Tai snaps back to reality, pointing at the 8 giant eggs. Are they the offspring of Bohong? Lu Jun shrugs. Indeed, they have been reborn. Reborn? Our Golden Crow can also be reborn. Tai's body, engulfed in solar flames, falters momentarily due to the intensity of his emotions. The flames flicker erratically, mirroring the tumultuous emotions within him. This phenomenon is not the unique life-saving divine ability of the Phoenix clan. Lu Jun smacks his lips. The facts are laid bare before you. If I do not call it rebirth, should I tell you I possess a system? The reality stands before them, whether you believe it or not. It is rebirth. As Tai gazes at the undeniable truth, thunder rumbles in his mind. The Phoenix rises from the ashes. By what right? By their innate affinity with the Tao of fire, mastering the southern brightly fire, incinerating their old form to forge a new life. And what of my Golden Crow clan? born from the core of the sun star, nurtured by the true fire of the sun. This flame, the most potent and radiant in all realms, is the source of our life and strength. When it comes to the mastery and affinity with the essence of fire, how could the golden crow ever be inferior to the phoenix? The phoenix is the ancestor of all birds, favored by heaven and earth, endowed with immeasurable merits to protect itself, allowing it to find a sliver of life amidst annihilation. I, of the golden crow lineage, stand here as my elder brother, Dijun, has been bestowed with the heavenly mandate to establish the celestial court of the demon clan, governing the celestial bodies of the universe, serving as the sovereign of all beings. As the monarch of the demon clan, I bear the immense responsibility of upholding the primordial order and harmonizing the forces of yin and yang within the vast realm of demons. Such monumental merit, how could it possibly pale in comparison to the virtue of the phoenix? The essence of fire flows in parallel, the great path converges, and our statuses are akin, safeguarded by our accomplishments. If the phoenix can undergo a rebirth through fire and virtue, why can't I, the golden crow? Boom. This thought plunged into my heart like a boulder into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up a tempestuous wave, dispelling the initial absurdity. What replaced it was a profound exhilaration akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. Ah, so it is, our golden crow lineage can indeed attain rebirth. Tai Yi's face radiated with immense excitement. The divine fire of the sun enveloping him seemed to brighten by a third, as if the breakthrough from his newfound understanding had invigorated him. Lu Jun, you understand? What do you comprehend? I was merely speaking. Chapter 8, Tai Yi goes mad. Seeking death. Lu Jun was completely oblivious to what Tai Yi had grasped. However, since he could comprehend it, it spared me the need to fabricate an explanation. Uncle Tai Yi, do not revel too long. Hasten to bring your brothers back to the solar star. They are in dire need of energy for their rebirth. Lu Jun urged Tai Yi once more. If we delay, what if the Wu clan arrives? Yes, indeed. Let us depart swiftly. Tai Yi, with the chaotic energy swirling above his head, was about to rend the void. Boom. At that very moment, a crisp sound reverberated through the void. It resembled the shattering of crystal, as the space was violently torn open, revealing several enormous rifts. Towering figures, exuding an oppressive force that seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart, stepped forth with unparalleled ferocity. Lu Jun, see? I told you the Wu clan would come. Ha! Tai Yi, how does it feel? The agony of losing a nephew. Does it pierce your heart? Dijong's laughter thundered like a tempest, brimming with unrestrained malice. He crossed his arms, the spatial energy around him twisting ominously, as if ready to crush the very fabric of this realm. Chang Liang grinned wickedly, his fanged smile glinting with a chilling light. How does it taste, Eastern Emperor? The wails of a fallen dog are music to my ears. Gong gong. Surrounded by roiling mists, transformed into a roaring wave, Tai Yi, here, today, shall be the grave of your golden crow lineage. His voice abruptly ceased. The maniacal laughter and viciousness on the faces of the ancestral witches froze in an instant. Their gazes were fixated on Tai Yi, who stood beside a mysterious youth, effortlessly grasping the seemingly defeated great archer, Dui. Dui, how could he be captured? Who is this that dares to seize him? Release Dui. Chang Liang bellowed in fury, his body crackling with violent lightning, muscles rippling. Regardless of who this person was, to dare seize Dui was an affront to their clan. Damn it. Humph. You think you can simply demand his release? Tai Yi's icy voice, imbued with the tremendous confidence and fury born from his newfound understanding of rebirth, resonated with force. He stepped forward, resolutely standing at the eye of the tempestuous storm of terror. The solar true fire, which had been momentarily stunned by shock, now surged with boundless vitality and wrath. It erupted. Golden flames surged skyward, painting half the heavens in a searing gold. The oppressive force of the ancestral witches was forcibly repelled by this blazing royal flame, instantly shielding Lu Jun and the 8 eggs behind him. Tai Yi, you seek death. Chang Liang's roar echoed like 1,000 thunders. His form remained unchanged as he pressed forward. Boom. His body swelled dramatically, muscles coiling with violent purple lightning. Each bolt contained the terrifying power to rend the void and annihilate all. He unleashed a punch, pure physical prowess intertwined with the laws of thunder, smashing forth. Where his fist passed, the space shattered inch by inch, leaving behind a dark vacuum trail. The ferocious lightning coalesced into a roaring ancient thunder beast, charging at Tai Yi. Excellent. Old scoundrel Chang Liang. Today I shall test the true essence of my golden crow rebirth. Tai Yi let out a long howl. Facing this blow capable of shattering stars, he neither flinched nor dodged. He even intentionally cast the Eastern Emperor bell, letting it hover above Lu Jun and the 8 massive golden crow eggs, guarding them. The solar true fire enveloping him compressed, and solidified instantly, transforming into a dazzling white flame armor that encased his entire form, his hands thrusting forward with great force. Boom! The pure golden crow divine fire clashed violently with the annihilating thunder. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a blinding light and the terrifying force of annihilation, silently contending and tearing apart. The space, like a fragile glass mirror, twisted and shattered madly around the two, only to be filled instantaneously by the chaotic energy flow, and shattered once more. Chang Liang's pupils constricted. He sensed Tai Yi's solar true fire, unprecedentedly refined and tyrannical. The will contained within radiated a frenzied joy. Tai Yi, what madness has possessed you? Di Jiang, at the side, clearly felt that Tai Yi's state was amiss. He was too frenzied. It was as if he sought death. Could it be that the deaths of his 9 nephews had driven Tai Yi to this? If that were the case, Di Jiang's eyes sparkled with a fierce light. Perhaps today was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Tai Yi. Mad. Ha ha ha. I am not mad. I am grateful to you all. Tai Yi laughed wildly at the center of the raging energy storm, his golden flames dancing in the wind, his eyes blazing with combat fervor. Di Jiang. Grateful to us? What on earth is happening? What are you even saying? Di Jiang was filled with questions. If you seek death, then seek it. But why express gratitude to us? Have you lost your mind? Tai Yi, in the midst of fervently channeling the solar divine power and drawing upon the great path of the sun, clashed head-on against Chang Liang's thunderous blows and the power of the thunder path, his voice piercing through the energy storm, filled with immense delight and mockery. What am I saying? I express my gratitude for your barbaric schemes. Had it not been for your meticulous plotting, setting this malicious trap to draw my nephews into calamity, forcing them to perish under your arrows, I would have remained oblivious that my golden crow lineage could, like the phoenix, undergo fiery rebirth, dying only to be born anew. Ha ha ha. This tremendous opportunity was graciously bestowed upon me by your Wu clan, a gift to the golden crow lineage. Thank you, Di Jiang. Chang Liang. Zhurong. Gong Gong. Chapter 9. Today, either you will die by my hand, or I shall perish by yours. Like the phoenix reborn, the golden crows bathed in fire, the ancestral witches stood momentarily dumbfounded. Even Chang Liang, caught off guard, was struck by a beam of Tai Yi's solar divine fire. Damn it, do not disturb my path. Chang Liang promptly reacted, dodging while bellowing in anger. They simply could not believe it. This was utter nonsense. At that moment, the Yi, who had been grasped by Lu Jun and was faintly gasping for air, suddenly opened his eyes wide, stimulated by the violent energy fluctuations and Tai Yi's declaration. The eyes brimmed with terror as he exerted all his strength to shriek. The ancestral shaman leader. It is true. Moreover, that lad, upon his resurrection, possesses a physical form akin to that of an ancestral shaman. You must exercise utmost caution against Tai Yi and the Emperor. The furious roar of Da Yi abruptly ceased. Lu Jun exerted force once more, rendering Da Yi unconscious. The physique of the witch clan is indeed formidable. He awakened so swiftly. What? Xiangliang, Emperor Jiang, Gong, Zhurong, alongside Tai Yi, who is currently engaged in battle. All the top-tier powers who heard this revelation were shaken to their cores. Impossible. Gong was the first to bellow in outrage. Our ancestral shaman's body, inheriting the divine blood of Pangu, is unparalleled and supreme in the primordial world. The golden crow is but a mere creature birthed from the sun. How could it possibly possess a physique comparable to that of an ancestral shaman? Absurd. Emperor Zhang's gaze was as sharp as a blade, the power of space around him fluctuating violently. The essence of Pangu's divine blood is not something the mundane can comprehend. There exists an insurmountable chasm between us. They were utterly unable to believe, nor could they accept, this revelation that shattered their understanding. Tai Yi, too, turned abruptly to Lu Jun, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented brilliance. Nephew, is Da Yi's claim true? Does your physique truly rival that of an ancestral shaman? Lu Jun smirked, helplessly nodded, and then quickly shook his head to clarify. Uncle Tai Yi, my situation is unique. I awakened the power of nirvana on my own. My physique indeed underwent this extraordinary transformation. However, my brothers, with my external assistance, were reborn through nirvana, and their physiques likely do not reach my level. I see. Tai Yi's face flickered with a hint of regret, soon engulfed by boundless joy and battle fervor. Haha, no matter. No matter. The ability to be reborn through nirvana is a tremendous fortune. Your achievement is an unprecedented blessing for our Golden Crow clan. He repeated his approval thrice, then turned abruptly, his gaze blazing like a burning sun, locking onto Xiangliang, Gong, Zhurong, and even Emperor Jiang in the rear, displaying a near-manic, provocative grin. Come. Today, I simply wish to either defeat you or be defeated by you. Xiangliang. Old scoundrel, are you not renowned for your prowess? Gong, Zhurong, are you not merciless in your water and fire? Come at me together. Before his words faded, Tai actively withdrew part of his protective divine fire. He relinquished some of his defenses, transforming more of his solar divine power entirely into the most ferocious of attacks. Today, it is either their defeat or his demise. He charged forth like a sun burning at its zenith, ready to explode, recklessly lunging at the three ancestral shamans. Tai, have you lost your mind? Zhurong roared, as her colossal fiery hand descended. Seeking death, Gong shot forth an ice spear of immense length forged from true water. Xiangliang summoned a tempest of lightning, his fists akin to world-ending hammers, crashing down fiercely. The three ancestral shamans, fueled by rage, unleashed a joint attack of cataclysmic might. Yet, Tai was even more ferocious. He was drenched in blood, his body riddled with wounds. The divine feathers of the golden crow shattered and scattered. His flaming armor crumbled inch by inch, revealing beneath it bones shimmering with golden light, yet fracturing under the tremendous force of the ancestral shamans. He spewed forth golden blood ablaze with flames. Yet his eyes sparkled with an alarming brightness, his smile growing increasingly frenzied. Well struck. Come again. Harder. Kill me. Let me experience nirvana once more. He endured blows potent enough to fell a quasi-saint, igniting his essence, retaliating with reckless abandon. Every punch and kick was imbued with a resolve for mutual destruction. My elder brother, Emperor Jun, is about to lead the demon army to arrive. If you fail to kill me today, once my army arrives, I shall ensure your ancestral land is trampled. If you do manage to kill me, I shall be reborn through nirvana. Elder brother Emperor Jun will surely express his gratitude to you. He was entirely wagering his life for a chance at rebirth. This reckless, even suicidal approach sent shivers down the spines of Xiangliang, Gong, and Zhurong, especially upon hearing the word nirvana and recalling Lu Jun's physique, which rivaled that of an ancestral shaman. A strange fear began to rise within them. Could it be that they truly had to kill Tai and bestow upon him such a boon? Emperor Zhang's countenance darkened like stormy waters, his gaze shifting unpredictably. Just then, his colossal form trembled slightly, as if sensing something. He abruptly raised his head to gaze toward the distant horizon, where an overwhelming tide of powerful demonic energy surged forth like a tsunami. The ethereal shadows of the stars began to flicker. Withdraw. Immediately retreat. Emperor Jiang decisively commanded. Brother. Xiangliang protested in fury. Witnessing Tai, bloodied and battered, was the perfect opportunity to strike. Brother, how can we retreat thus? Zhurong echoed angrily. The demon army is approaching. This cannot continue. Flee. Emperor Zhang's tone brooked no dissent. The power of space instantaneously unfurled, enveloping the three ancestral shamans and Da Yi in a vast net, their forms rapidly fading amidst the spatial ripples. Despite their deep reluctance, Xiangliang, Gong, and Zhurong could only cast one last furious glare at Tai, who was drenched in blood yet laughing maniacally. You think you can escape? Dream on. Dongwang Tai swiftly summoned the Dongwang bell, intending to block Emperor Zhang's path. Emperor Zhang's gaze flashed with brilliance, the power of space swiftly enveloping Da Yi in Lu Jun's grasp. With the Chaos Bell, he could not rescue Da Yi. Now that the Chaos Bell was departing, he saw his opportunity. Boom. Crack. The Dongwang bell collided violently with Emperor Zhang's spatial power. The fabric of space shattered, and the figures of Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral shamans vanished without a trace. Tai gasped for breath, watching the retreating form of Emperor Jiang, his gaze flickering. Golden blood continued to pour from his ruptured wounds, dripping onto the scorched earth with a sizzling sound, igniting small flames. Yet his smile radiated with unparalleled brilliance, his eyes alight with an unprecedented excitement. Ha ha. His unrestrained laughter echoed across the endless land. Joy, relief, and unbridled exuberance. Just then, the heavens were rent asunder. The demon emperor, Emperor Jun, leading an overwhelming force of elite demons, rode upon billowing clouds of demonic energy, surging forth like a golden torrent. Emperor Jun immediately spotted his bloodied, weary yet incessantly laughing brother Tai below. You wretched ancestral shaman, how dare you injure him so grievously? He roared, his aura soaring to the heavens. The Hichu and Luoshu surged skyward, and from behind him, countless demonic troops bore the banners of the stars, rustling in the wind. An infinite power of the stars cascaded down, swiftly transforming into a grand formation that enveloped the entire battlefield. Ha! Brother, do not worry, I am fine, Tai replied. Having recovered considerably, his breath steady. Then, as if recalling something, he added, Brother, Berzing and Zhonglong, they are also unscathed. Upon hearing this, Shiha, who had remained silent yet filled with concern behind Emperor Jun, instantly appeared before Tai. My son is unharmed. Before Tai could respond, another voice slowly resonated. Mother. Chapter 10. The Astonishment of Emperor Jun, Shiha, and the Demonic Clan. Mother. Those mere 2 words caused Shiha, whose heart felt like ashes, to freeze abruptly. She whirled around, her gaze locking onto the youth beside Tai. It was he. He had just moments ago been holding Dai. It was he, standing beside the 8 colossal eggs radiating with the true fire of the sun. Shia's heart nearly ceased to beat at that moment. Before her arrival, she had already prepared for the worst. The news of the demise of her 9 sons struck her like the bitter chill of a frozen abyss, paralyzing her very soul. She dared not contemplate the horrific scene. Her sole desire was to recover their remains and return them to the Sunstar for a proper burial. Upon reaching the battlefield, her consciousness frantically swept across the area, yet no remnants were to be found as she had anticipated. Instead, she beheld 8 colossal eggs, each emanating a rich essence of solar origin, alongside a peculiar youth enveloped in this aura. An absurd yet deeply unsettling thought flickered through the depths of her despair. Could that be her child? Yet, this notion felt too ethereal, too extravagant to entertain. She could not afford to dwell on it, let alone hope for it. Fearing that greater hope would lead to deeper despair, she forced her gaze away, concentrating instead on the gravely injured Tai and the imminent battle. However, at that moment, a voice from her mother pierced through the fog of disbelief and fear that clouded her heart. You. Shiha's figure swayed and suddenly materialized before Lu Jun, moving so swiftly that even Dijun could scarcely comprehend it. She extended her hand, her fingertips trembling with a cautious reverence, yearning to caress Lu Jun's face, but halting midway, terrified that what lay before her was merely an illusion. Mother, it is I. Lu Jun. Lu Jun spoke with a smile. The brilliance in Shiha's eyes surged forth, transforming her prior silence into exuberant joy. You are my Junu? Tears streamed uncontrollably from her exquisite eyes. It is I, Mother. Lu Jun approached Shiha. Good, good. What a fine child. Shiha could no longer restrain herself and enveloped Lu Jun tightly in her embrace. She felt the palpable essence and warmth of her son, and her nearly shattered heart was finally filled with immense joy. She lifted her gaze, scanning the 8 colossal eggs with unparalleled excitement and hope. Then they, Bo's son. Zhonglang, they. Do not fret, my sister-in-law. Tai's voice resonated at just the right moment, imbued with comforting mirth, yet laced with gravity. He directed his gaze towards Dijun and the myriad elite of the demon race behind him, declaring, all of this is thanks to the 6th prince, Lu Jun. Were it not for his valiant efforts, Bo Sun and the others would likely have faced utter annihilation. The 6th prince? Dijun astutely noted the shift in Tai's address. No longer was he merely nephew Lu Jun, but now 6th prince Lu Jun. This was a strategic move to solidify his esteemed position within the demon race. In an instant, Dijun grasped Tai's profound intent. Tai, you arrived ahead of me to inform me of what transpired here? What has happened to Bo Sun and the others? And what of your injuries? Taking a deep breath, Tai began to recount the events in detail, the great shooting at the sun, Lu Jun's inexplicable emergence saving the day, the 8 princes undergoing their rebirth, and his own fierce battle with the Ancestral Witch. As Tai narrated, astonishment deepened within Dijun's starry eyes. Rebirth. The Jinwu clan can indeed undergo a phoenix-like revival. Lu Jun's self-rebirth possesses potential rivaling that of the Ancestral Witch. Although the other 8 sons, aided by Lu Jun, have been reborn with slightly less potential, they have ultimately survived. Each revelation struck Dijun's consciousness like a chaotic divine thunder, reverberating through his mind. Shiha was equally entranced, her grip on Lu Jun tightening with each detail. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. My sons are alive. They have been reborn. Her gaze towards the 8 eggs brimmed with boundless love and hope. As long as they live, that is enough. Rebirth, splendid, splendid. The heavens do not forsake my sons. Her voice trembled with emotion, yet resonated with strength as she repeated her exclamations. Dijun's astonishment was layered with profound contemplation. Rebirth. What does this signify? It means the Jinwu clan possesses a second life, a chance to continue their lineage amidst tribulations, even growing stronger. If Lu Jun can undergo rebirth, what if I, Dijun, were to do so? Or if Tai were to be reborn? They were already at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Should they gain strength through rebirth? Dijun's gaze unconsciously shifted to the chaos bell hovering above Lu Jun and the 8 eggs. He then observed Tai, bloodied yet invigorated, his spirit alive with an unusual fervor. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. No wonder Tai had shielded the chaos bell while sustaining such grievous wounds. Even exuding a frenzied desire for battle, he was seeking death to seize the opportunity for rebirth. He aimed to use the Ancestral Witch's hand to test this path of rebirth, striving for a mightier future. This resolve and audacity filled Dijun with an indescribable fervor and anticipation. At that moment, the long-restrained army of millions of demons erupted into thunderous cheers and congratulations. Congratulations, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Congratulations, East Emperor. Congratulations, Queen Xia. The Jinwu clan has grasped the supreme divine ability of rebirth, their bloodline elevated, destined for greatness. Rebirth amidst flames, emerging ever stronger. The demon race shall thrive eternally. The sixth prince's valiant efforts have saved us, a true blessing for our clan. The prince's rebirth heralds the everlasting glory of the Jinwu. The demon race shall flourish. The cacophony of jubilant voices converged into a tidal wave, resonating through the skies and shaking the primordial earth. The previous oppression from the ancestral witch dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented exhilaration and boundless aspirations for the future. Dijun gazed at Xia, who was weeping for joy as she embraced Lu Jun, at the 8 eggs embodying hope and the future, and at Tai, though bloodied, radiating spirit and determination. Listening to the jubilant cheers of millions of demons, a surge of pride welled within him. With a sweeping gesture, he proclaimed in a commanding voice that silenced all commotion, "May the heavens bless the Jinwu. May the heavens bless the demon race. All soldiers, heed my command. Depart at once and return to the Sun Star. Welcome the prince's triumphant return from rebirth." Chapter 11. The astonished Lu Jun. Is it possible to do this? In the depths of the Sun Star, within the Sun God Palace, 9 colossal nests stood like burning stars at the center of a grand hall. These nests were intricately woven from the gnarled branches of the primordial spiritual root, the Fusang divine tree. Each branch bore natural engravings of profound solar divine patterns, culminating in a vast and exquisite array for gathering spiritual energy. At this moment, the array operated at full capacity. The core of the Sun Star, a nearly boundless surge of ferocious solar divine fire, was being frantically extracted, gathered, and refined. It transformed into 9 streams of golden torrents so intensely radiant that they distorted space, continuously flowing into the core of the nests. Among them, 8 nests housed a colossal egg, each pulsating with solar true fire and adorned with enigmatic golden patterns. They resembled bottomless abysses, greedily consuming the inflow of solar essence. With each infusion of energy, the golden patterns on the surface of the eggs grew brighter, deeper, emitting an increasingly potent and refined aura. Meanwhile, within the 9th nest, seated in a meditative posture, was none other than Lu Jun. Beside him stood 4 figures: Dijun, Tai, Xia, and the future Lu Ye, now the young and vibrant Lao Shi. Lu Jun's expression was extremely grave, tinged with a subtle hint of anxiety. "Father, uncle, mother, the power of nirvana is no trifling matter. The difficulty of awakening surpasses imagination. It cannot be attained without facing death's brink, possessing immense willpower, or encountering extraordinary fortune. Brother Bo Xian and the others are the most direct proof of this. Had I not fortuitously awakened a step ahead and devoted everything to protect us, the 10 of us brothers would have long since turned to ashes, our souls utterly extinguished, leaving not even a trace of true spirit behind." His gaze burned intensely as he looked at Dijun and Tai, his tone laced with a strong sense of warning. "Especially you, father and uncle. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, transcending the heavens and the earth. Reaching such a realm, how easy is it to truly fall into the brink of death? The number of threats that could endanger your existence is exceedingly rare. Even if you deliberately orchestrate circumstances to invoke the opportunity for nirvana, the chances of success are likely 1 in 10,000. No, perhaps even a minuscule 1 in a billion. Should nirvana fail, it results in the complete annihilation of the Tao and the self, body and soul obliterated. There would be no chance of reincarnation or rebirth. This path is far too perilous. I implore you, father and uncle, do not endanger yourselves." Lu Jun felt a sense of helplessness within. The notion of self-realization was merely an excuse. His success relied entirely on that mysterious system. The core of his message was unmistakable. Do not seek death actively. I cannot control this at all. It wholly depends on an external aid. However, Dijun and Tai Yi's reactions once again surpassed Lu Jun's expectations. Dijun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as profound as the starry skies, showing not a hint of fear, but rather an overwhelming ambition that looked down upon the primordial chaos. "Juner, you speak of danger and low success rates. Yet, can they be any lower than the odds of attaining sainthood? Your father and uncle dare to pursue even the ethereal and elusive path of the saints, to challenge the heavenly way and contend with the earthly path. How could we fear the mere peril of nirvana? If we do not dare to shoulder this modest risk, how can we aspire to ascend the pinnacle of the Tao?" Lu Jun opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Becoming a saint? That was nearly a dead end. Yet Jun's words left him no room for rebuttal. Nirvana, no matter how daunting, seemed indeed a shade more attainable than the path to sainthood. Although he was acutely aware that this impression of ease was entirely a delusion fostered by the system, Tai burst into hearty laughter. His mirth infused with absolute confidence and unmatched brilliance. Ha! Nephew Jun, we understand your concerns. But do not underestimate your uncle and your father. No matter how arduous nirvana may be, could it truly daunt us? You and brother Bo Xian managed to succeed even in dire circumstances. We, with our greater strength, firmer resolve, and deeper understanding of the Tao, would surely not fail. This path of nirvana is indeed the celestial avenue through which my Jinwu clan can break through the shackles of our bloodline and strive for a greater realm. Juner, since you have succeeded, there is no need for you to worry. Simply share with us the key to nirvana. She watched, observing her son's worry and her husband's brother's grandeur. Although she harbored her own concerns, she felt a greater trust in Jun and Tai. Jun couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing that further persuasion would be futile. He steadied his mind and began to elucidate the principles he had observed through the system's operations, combined with the theories of stellar evolution from his past life. Very well. According to my understanding, the key to Jinwu's nirvana lies in 3 points. 3 points? Tai listened intently. Jun continued, indeed, 3 points. First, the core. It must be an extremely stable core with terrifying centripetal collapse power, condensed within the body beforehand. This core must withstand the full force of impact during the brink of death and serve as the ultimate gravitational focal point. Second, soul condensation. At the moment of true death, when the true spirit is on the verge of disintegration, all remnants of the soul and true spirit marks must be forcibly gathered and anchored to this core. Not a single fragment can escape. Third, collapse. The core must activate at the moment of death, generating an irresistible inward collapse force, forcibly condensing all remaining energy, essence, and even fragments of the Tao around the core with trillions of times the compressive force. Ultimately, a nirvana egg is to be formed, with the core as its foundation, energy as its shell, and soul as its guide. Having finished, Jun's gaze swept over Jun and Tai. This was a summary based on the process he observed during the system's evolution. These 3 requirements were exceedingly stringent, particularly the strength of the core and the terrifying power of collapse, nearly beyond human capability. Surely, you must recognize the futility of this endeavor. However, he clearly underestimated the innate sanctity and the profound mysteries of the accompanying spiritual treasures. Upon hearing this, Tai's face showed no sign of difficulty. Instead, it lit up with a sudden understanding, even radiating a hint of ecstatic joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped his right hand. A resonant chime, as if echoing from the dawn of chaos, reverberated throughout the divine hall. An ancient, dark yellow bell, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, surrounded by the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, materialized out of thin air. It floated above Tai's palm, emanating a terrifying aura that suppressed the heavens and stabilized the 4 elements. Ha! I see now. I understand. Tai's face displayed the clarity of enlightenment. I wondered why the chaotic bell was my accompanying treasure. It turns out that its true significance lies here. Jun, taken aback by this sudden turn of events and the overwhelming pressure of the chaotic bell, instinctively asked, Uncle, what do you mean? Tai caressed the chaotic bell, his tone imbued with unwavering certainty and excitement. Look, Juner, you mentioned the need for a core capable of bearing everything, possessing unmatched inward collapse power. What could be more suitable as a core than this innate treasure? The chaotic bell? Its mysteries are boundless, its transformative powers infinite. It can suppress the primordial chaos, confine time and space, and invert the yin and yang. The might of containment and suppression it harbors is itself the strongest inward collapse and condensation force. If I use it as the basis and integrate it with my being, it will serve as the core for nirvana. At the brink of death, it will not only withstand the collapse force of my quasi-saint pinnacle, but will also spontaneously suppress my disintegrating true spirit, forcibly gathering it within the bell. Simultaneously, its ability to invert time and space and refine yin and yang will generate an unimaginably terrifying collapse force, forcibly condensing my essence around the bell, forming the nirvana egg. This is a match made in heaven. Jun. What the hell? It can be used this way? Chapter 12. Resuming cultivation. Trillions of times compression. Jun, after hearing Tai's explanation of using the chaotic bell as the core for nirvana, was utterly stupefied. He widened his eyes, gazing at the chaotic bell that radiated an aura of profound mysteries, his mind racing to simulate the implications. Remarkably, what Tai proposed was entirely feasible. Furthermore, The likelihood of success was significantly higher than the previously imagined 1 in 10,000. This accompanying spiritual treasure could be utilized in such a manner? He felt his understanding of the top-tier powers of the primordial chaos and the limitations of the system being thoroughly reshaped. Beside them, Dijun, upon witnessing Tai Yi unveil the secrets of the chaotic bell, also had his eyes alight with divine radiance. With a thought, 2 treasures emanating innate spiritual light, depicting endless cosmic patterns and the intricate lines of the Luo Shu, materialized around him. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Dijun clapped his hands in delight, his voice resonating throughout the divine hall. What Tai Yi says is indeed true. The ultimate essence of accompanying spiritual treasures is to accompany my rebirth through nirvana and to reach new heights. With the He Tu and Luo Shu in my possession, these 2 treasures encapsulate the celestial movements of the Zhou Tian stars and the dynamics of creation and annihilation, their power to deduce unparalleled in the primordial chaos. Based on these, I shall extrapolate my own path to rebirth, suppressing the true spirit and guiding the collapse of energy. Though not as direct as the chaotic bell's tyrannical might, it is indeed more exquisite and reliable. The path to rebirth shall be mine to tread. Observing the self-assured smile of Emperor Jun Tai, as if he had already secured his rebirth, I glanced at the chaotic bell and the He Tu and Luo Shu, suspended and radiating immense power. Lu Jun found himself utterly speechless, overwhelmed with astonishment and a sense of absurdity, as if they were the true prodigies. His earlier concerns paled in comparison to the absolute prowess of the 2 demon emperors and the divine treasures they wielded. It turned out that the top-tier figures in the primordial world resolved their issues with such simplicity and disregard for reason. All they lacked was a mere reminder. Lu Jun opened his mouth, finally managing to stammer. Father, uncle, what great talents you possess. This method may truly be feasible. What more could he say? When the system's prodigies encountered true prodigies, acknowledgement was all that remained. Truly deserving of their status as innate sanctified beings, their cultivation talents were unparalleled throughout history. What he could only achieve with the system, they accomplished with but a spark of inspiration. Lu Jun's heart surged with exhilaration. She, witnessing her husband and brother finding a path of hope, felt her worries dissipate, replaced by a smile of contentment. Young Wen gazed at her father and uncle with admiration, then gratefully turned to Lu Jun. 6th brother, it's thanks to your insight that we have arrived at this path. Very well, Juner. You need not worry about us any longer. Emperor Jun, with a blend of authority and affection, put away the He Tu and Luo Shu. Your immediate priority is to stabilize yourself, swiftly restore your cultivation, and explore the new path that awaits you post-rebirth. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. Young one, let us depart, so as not to disturb your 6th brother's training. Tai Yi nodded, retracting the chaotic bell. Indeed, nephew, while your physical form is formidable, your realm remains that of the early Tai Yi Golden Immortal. The urgent matter is to elevate your Taoist cultivation. Once you reach the pinnacle of Tai Yi Golden Immortal, your uncle shall personally safeguard you through that great Luo Golden Immortal tribulation. I too shall delve into the mysteries of maintaining the chaotic bell as the core of my cultivation. He gently ruffled Lu Jun's hair. Focus on your training. Your mother is just outside. The 4 turned to leave. As they departed, the grand solar divine palace was left with only 8 colossal eggs voraciously devouring the sun divine fire, alongside Lu Jun, who sat cross-legged. Those neutron star-like eggs emanated a terrifying absorbing power, ravenously siphoning the solar essence gathered from the Fusang divine tree. The divine patterns on the tree's branches were pushed to their limits, emitting a strained hum. A vast quantity of sun divine fire was consumed, compressed, and transformed, with an efficiency and speed surpassing any normal cultivation of the Golden Crow Princes. Lu Jun understood that as long as the energy supply persisted, these 8 brothers would surely emerge reborn in an even more powerful form. While my brothers recover, I cannot lag behind. Lu Jun steadied his mind and began to operate the cultivation techniques of the Golden Crow clan. The vast and magnificent sun divine fire surged into his body in an instant. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated once more. Command confirmed. Detecting supermassive stellar-level energy source, Sun Star. Energy level. Exceeds stellar limits. Not compliant with stellar principles. Energy attribute. Extreme Yang Sun Divine Fire Essence. Target. Host. Host material state. Neutron Star Golden Crow Body. Energy compatibility. Perfect match. Commencing execution of Ultimate Absorption Protocol. Buzz. An indescribable, terrifying suction force erupted from Lu Jun's body. This force did not act upon the external space, but directly locked onto the boundless, boiling sun divine fire of the Sun Star. Swift. 1,000,000 times faster than any of Lu Jun's previous cultivation sessions. If the colossal eggs formed by his brothers were 8 enormous energy whirlpools, then at this moment, Lu Jun was a super black hole, suddenly opened to the abyss of the universe. The dense, almost liquefied sun divine fire within the temple, akin to encountering a cosmic-level tempest, no longer flowed into his body but was forcibly driven into every cell by an irresistible great power. Absorption efficiency, beyond limits. Energy conversion rate, 100. Commencing ultimate compression program. This was where Lu Jun truly experienced the system's extraordinary prowess. His neutron star golden crow body, akin to the peak of the Ancestral Witch, formed a natural compression field of terrifying gravity and density. The sun divine fire essence flowing into him, potent enough to instantly vaporize an ordinary great Luo golden immortal, was captured, bound, and compressed in an instant by the terrifying gravitational field that could distort the laws of time and space. Compression of billions of times. This was not a deliberate act of the technique, but a passive manifestation of his body's essence. Every strand of the raging sun divine fire, upon entering his densely packed body, was immediately collapsed, crushed, and restructured by the all-encompassing, oppressive gravitational field. It was as if a violent star was forcibly crammed into a space the size of a bullet. Lu Jun's body was that bullet. The sun divine fire surging into him, no matter how massive or furious, was compressed into a state of matter so unimaginably dense that it could hardly be comprehended at the microscopic particle level upon touching the core of his being. Energy compression level, neutron degenerate state. Compression ratio, constantly billions of times. Warning, host's Dantian capacity, due to compression effects, has an actual effective storage space billions of times that of a conventional Tai golden immortal. Lu Jun turned his gaze inward, his spirit shaking with astonishment. He clearly saw that the sun divine fire, capable of incinerating star rivers, had been compressed into a nearly tangible, dark, golden-hued liquid metallic energy stream in every corner of his body. This was no longer mere flame but an energy slurry, compressed to its utmost, imbued with destructive power. Each droplet of this slurry contained an energy terrifying enough to rival the totality of a small star's explosion. Hiss, is this the essence of the neutron star golden crow? Compression by billions of times. Chapter 13. The world is shocked. The witch clan is finished. Lu Jun gasped in awe, followed by an uncontrollable surge of elation. So powerful. Incredibly powerful. System, you are undoubtedly the greatest boon since the dawn of creation. He attempted to move his thoughts, stirring a thread of this billion-fold compressed sun fire slurry. Just this tiny portion, the destructive energy it contained caused the void around his fingertips to twist, collapse, and emit a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. He even felt that if he released this energy in the form of true fire, each strike would surpass the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal. Lu Jun's heart raced wildly, blood boiling. If I were to unleash my full power, detonating the billion-fold compressed true fire stored within me all at once, he could hardly fathom the scene that would unfold. I fear that it may truly unfold as depicted in the sci-fi narratives of yore, igniting a terrifying gamma ray burst capable of illuminating the starry skies. Its power would undoubtedly pose a threat to even those newly ascended to the Great Luo. What an astonishingly transcendent combat prowess this is. At the early stage of the Tai golden immortal, one could unleash energy bursts that rival the damage inflicted by a Great Luo golden immortal. Such a notion is simply unfathomable. Although he has already demonstrated the ability to capture even Great Luo golden immortals with his physical form. This is attributable to his body being comparable to that of the Ancestral Witches. He had initially believed that his physicality would be his absolute forte, while his energy manipulation would be a weakness. Yet, to his astonishment, even in the realm of energy, he has emerged as a formidable force. Perhaps the only aspect in which he falls short of the Great Luo golden immortal is his comprehension of the Tao. Without the harmonious integration of the Tao, even if he could temporarily injure a Great Luo through sheer energy, he would be unable to harm the very essence of the Great Luo. The understanding of the Tao remains the genuine shortcoming of Lu Jun at this juncture. The system is extraordinary. There is no one else who can rival its prowess. This singular thought resounded fervently within Lu Jun's mind. His father, the Emperor Jun, and his uncle Tai achieved enlightenment through the accompanying spiritual treasures, showcasing the wisdom and depth of the foremost powers of the primordial world. In contrast, Lu Jun, endowed with the neutron star golden crow body granted by the system, has reached an inconceivable level in both the quality and quantity of energy. This is a pure, irrational external assistance that shatters all laws with brute force. However, such extreme might inevitably comes with an equally extreme cost. Energy fill progress, 0.0000001, 0.0000002. Warning. Due to the core energy C's actual capacity being billions of times greater than the norm, the energy required for a full fill is incalculable. Estimated fill time, approximately 300 years. Gazing at the painfully slow progress bar, the ecstasy on Lu Jun's face instantly froze, and his lips twitched slightly. 300 years, merely to fill my current dantian? He felt the insatiable hunger within his body, akin to a bottomless abyss, and looked at the 8 colossal eggs within the temple, still ravenously consuming energy, yet with an efficiency that pales in comparison to his own. This appetite is utterly outrageous. Lu Jun felt as if he could cry, but had no tears. The billion-fold compression has brought forth a billion-fold potency, alongside an equally staggering demand for energy. He is now akin to a walking black hole of energy, and an insatiably voracious one at that. Compared to his peers, even those renowned for their profound magical power in the primordial realm appear utterly insignificant before him. It seems that a swift elevation in realm is unattainable in the near term. The solar star is already the largest energy source in the primordial world, requiring 300 years for cultivation here. Venturing to other locales would likely extend that by billions of times, suppressing a twinge of helplessness within. Lu Jun's gaze regained its steadfast fervor. However, in the primordial world, a single retreat can even be recorded as a momentous occasion. My 300 years indeed seems a bit excessive. Yet what can be done? After all, I have only lived for 2 or 3 decades since my transcendence. 300 years would already make me a celestial being in my original world. Retreat. Retreat. This is the perfect opportunity to spend these 300 years in gradual cultivation while also evading the impending crisis about to erupt in the primordial world. The calamity of the witch and the demon is set to enter a phase of rapid escalation following the great sun shooting. It is best that I refrain from participation. Preserving my life is of utmost importance. With that thought, Lu Jun quietly closed his eyes, embarking on a 300-year retreat. In the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the primordial heavenly sovereign's jade talisman paused imperceptibly in his grasp, a flicker of solemnity passing through his cold eyes. His sacred consciousness swept across the 9 heavens, unable to ignore the violently chaotic yet newly ordered fluctuations emanating from the solar star. Has the Golden Crow clan truly discovered this path? Suddenly, memories of Emperor Jun and Tai surged forth in his mind. If even their progeny can attain rebirth, then this path is virtually insurmountable for them. According to reports from the Witch clan, one can achieve rebirth into the Ancestral Witch's body at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. If Emperor Jun and Tai were to undergo rebirth, with a deep breath, the primordial heavenly sovereign contemplated the gravity of the situation. The Witch clan is doomed. In the 8 scenic palaces of Shiyang Mountain, the countenance of the Grand Supreme Elder also bore a trace of astonishment. The alchemical fire within the furnace appeared to flicker in response to his emotional turmoil. Rebirth is indeed an act of defiance against the heavens. How could the luck of the demon clan exhibit such a variable? With Nuwa already attaining sainthood, and now with signs of resurgence from Emperor Jun and Tai, could it be that the Witch clan is truly facing annihilation? In the Bo Palace, the master of Tongtian erupted into hearty laughter, his sword aura soaring to the skies. Ha! What a splendid Golden Crow prince. He has managed to carve a new path amidst adversity. Rebirth, to battle once more against the heavens. Yet suddenly, he froze in place. The Golden Crow's rebirth? The Golden Crow is capable of rebirth as well. Does this not provide the Golden Crow clan with a glimmer of hope? The teachings of the Jie sect perfectly align with the Golden Crow clan's destiny. Should I consider recruiting a Golden Crow into my sect? Tongtian fell into contemplation. If the Golden Crow prince were to join his sect, an infinite web of causality would unfold between the Jie sect and the demon court. At the very least, even amidst the conflict between the witch and demon clans, there would be no witch daring to lay a hand on the Golden Crow of the Jie sect. This, in a way, would ensure the preservation of the Golden Crow bloodline. Such causality is monumental. Even Tongtian found himself unable to make a decisive choice at that moment. In the Western Paradise, a pall of despair hung heavy. The radiance of the 7 treasure Miao tree dimmed perceptibly. The countenance of the Taoist of guidance, gaunt and haggard, was suffused with sorrow, as if it could weep. He murmured to himself, his voice laced with incredulity and dryness. Impossible, this cannot be. The Golden Crow clan, born of fire and ferocity. How could they comprehend the profound essence of rebirth? This is the quintessence of our Western teachings of extinction. How could it be grasped by a fledgling Golden Crow? The complexion of the Taoist of purity darkened, stripped of his usual benevolent smile. The beads in his hand nearly shattered under his grip, his knuckles turning white. It has failed. Completely failed. His voice suppressed the fury and resentment within. Not only did he fail to eradicate the Golden Crow through the hands of the Witch Clan or inflict severe damage upon Emperor Jun and Tai, but instead, he has inadvertently compelled them to comprehend this profound method of defying fate. Who is this Lu Jun? What is his origin? He has thwarted my grand design. It is no wonder that the Taoists of guidance and purity are furious. The celestial sun and the great East sun shooting were all orchestrated by their own hands. Ever since they vowed to attain sainthood, a shackle has firmly bound them. To reshape the West, to revitalize the West. This shall become their singular goal in the future. Yet, how arduous it is to rejuvenate the West. The demon ancestor detonated Mount Xiumi before his demise, leaving the entire Western continent in ruins. Presently, there exists not a soul left alive on the Western continent, with the land shattered. Even the two saints of the West can only rely on themselves to realign the elemental forces and restore the continent. Yet, mere land is insufficient. Countless sentient beings are needed, accompanied by boundless merit and fortune. However, the East flourishes, while the towering Mount Buzhou stands in between, with the Witch Clan obstructing any passage. Sentient beings would never venture to this barren land of the West. The only solution conceived by the Taoists of guidance and purity is to leverage the current calamity of the witch and demon clans, inciting an even fiercer conflict. Once the battle ignites, with the suffering of countless beings, the desperate masses will be forced to flee in all directions. Although the West may be barren, it is ultimately graced by the presence of the two saints, offering a significant chance of survival for those who venture here. Consequently, a multitude of beings flock in, and the flow of fortune circulates, making the grand revival of the West a plausible success. However, due to Nuwa achieving sainthood, the Witch Clan has significantly reduced its hunting of the Demon Clan compared to previous times. It could even be said that we are experiencing a rare period of peace between the Witch and Demon clans. Peace. How can this be allowed to persist? Thus, Jane and Zhuanti conspired in secret, leveraging the power of the saints to influence the 10 Golden Crows. They compelled them to soar in the sky for 10 days, leading to widespread devastation among the living. They then influenced Quafu, inciting him to pursue the Golden Crows relentlessly. Ultimately, this culminated in the Great E shooting down the suns. This marked the rare death of a prominent witch since the War of Witches and Demons, and the Demon Clan suffered grievously, losing 9 out of 10 of their princes. According to their calculations, once the prince of the Golden Crow clan perished, the peace between the demons and the witches would inevitably shatter. At that juncture, they would secretly draw Nuwa away, and a full-scale war between the two clans would undoubtedly erupt. Yet now, all plans have evaporated into mere illusions. Jane sighed deeply, the mirage of the suffering sea swirling behind him. Junior brother, the failure of this scheme lies squarely with this child. Had he not grasped the method of nirvana, under Hou Yi's divine arrow, the demise of the 10 Golden Crows would have been a foregone conclusion. Jun, in his madness over the loss of his progeny, will surely seek vengeance against the Witch Clan. Presently, with the Golden Crows still alive, Jun has also found a path to transcendence through nirvana. All our subsequent maneuvers to incite the war between the witches and demons have dissipated into nothingness. A cold glint flickered in Zhuanti's eyes as he abruptly lifted his gaze towards Jing. No, we have not yet failed. Chapter 14, The Demon Clan. 3 saints from one family. Not failed. What do you mean? Jane gazed at the suddenly transformed Zhuanti, confusion etched upon his gaunt face. A sharp glint flashed in Zhuanti's eyes, his previous dismay replaced by a keen insight into the celestial mechanics at play. Brother, do you believe Jun and Tai can truly succeed? Jane pondered for a moment before bitterly asserting, they are bound to succeed. If even Jun's offspring can achieve nirvana, there is no reason for these two to fail. His words were tinged with a sense of powerlessness regarding the extraordinary talents of the Demon Clan's 2 princes. Had they not originated from the West, and had the Dao Ancestor not harbored a desire to rejuvenate that region, they would hardly consider themselves on par with Tai and Jun. Those two are inherently extraordinary individuals. Moreover, were it not for Jun's compassion for the world and his reluctance to witness the suffering of the populace, descending from the heavens to establish the concept of the Demon Clan, he and Tai could have easily looked down upon the world from above, indifferent to its struggles. Even the saints dare not criticize them. Should Jun truly sense a crisis, he could simply retreat within the Sun Star. Who would dare confront him there? Even the likes of the River of Souls, born from a sea of blood, are not easily extinguished by the saints due to their association with the most sinister and tainted fates, let alone the Sun Star. If the Sun Star were to explode, the entire primordial world would face annihilation. No one would dare shoulder such karmic repercussions. This is the foundation and retreat of Jun and Tai. Yet, fortunately, they have immersed themselves in the fray, establishing the Demon Clan, which has entangled them in myriad trivialities. Still, even so, The two remain among the elite beneath the saints of the primordial world, with their son capable of achieving nirvana. It is inconceivable to assert that the two cannot do the same. Indeed, a cryptic smile graced Xuanti's lips, affirming that they are categorically devoid of the possibility of failure. The body of a Tai golden immortal could indeed undergo nirvana to attain a primordial witch-level physique. Such profundity, once comprehended by Jun and Tai, would only grow stronger. There exists even the potential to solidify the Dao fruit of primordial chaos, glimpsing the realm of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. The primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, Jane's already anguished countenance drained of color, replaced by a profound sense of horror and helplessness. As if the very heavens were collapsing onto the barren earth of the West. 3 saints from one family. If the demon clan produces 3 saints, who in this primordial realm could possibly counterbalance them? What hope remains for the revival of the West? How can such grand aspirations be fulfilled? He envisioned the Western lands eternally submerged beneath the supreme might of the demon clan, his dreams of revival dissipating like smoke. No, brother, you are mistaken. Xuanti vehemently shook his head, a calculating light glimmering in his eyes. Mistaken? How so? Jane asked, bewildered. You are indeed mistaken. Although our plans have not unfolded as anticipated, and the nirvana of the Golden Crows has disrupted our layout, the current outcome is not a deadlock. Rather, it conceals a hidden opportunity, offering ample room for redemption. Redemption? How so? Hope ignited faintly within Jane's eyes. Xuanti's gaze was intense as he gently guided. Brother, consider this. If the demon clan truly produces 3 saints, who would pose the greatest threat, causing the most unrest? The greatest threat? Naturally, it would be the witch clan. Their enmity with the demon clan runs deep, and their conflicts have long been. Jane's voice trailed off, his murky eyes suddenly alight with realization. Indeed, if the demon clan were to produce 3 saints, the annihilation of the witch clan would be but a moment away. Once the witch clan is destroyed, the Mount Buzhou. Precisely. Xuanti clapped his hands in delight, his face radiant with newfound clarity. Once the witch clan is vanquished, the barrier of Mount Buzhou would be lost. All beings in the primordial realm could traverse freely, and the West could welcome an influx of life, making the opportunity for revival still very much alive. Brother, this is the moment where paths once shrouded in doubt now reveal a new dawn. Jane's face brightened, the clouds of despair lifting slightly as he was stirred by this sudden twist of fate, revealing a rare, bittersweet smile. However, the moment of solace was fleeting, as his brow furrowed once more, deepening his concern. No, if the demon clan truly produces 3 saints, their fortune will undoubtedly overshadow all, dominating the primordial realm. At that time, even if life were to pour into the West, it would surely adhere to the edicts of the demon court, falling under their dominion. In this process, we risk becoming vassals, weaving garments for others, and the grand aspirations of revival would ultimately be naught but a fleeting illusion, yielding little tangible benefit. In an instant, he discerned the deeper predicament. Brother, take heed. Should the demon clan produce 3 saints, we would gain nothing, and our situation would become even more precarious. So, Jane pressed. A cold light flickered in Xuanti's eyes, his tone grave. So, we must ensure they do not achieve this trifecta of saints. Ensure they do not. Indeed, we must prevent it. Xuanti's voice dropped lower, imbued with a resolve to sever all obstacles. Next, our task is to. His lips moved, employing the power of the saints to obscure the celestial machinations, meticulously detailing the subsequent sinister plot. As Jane listened, the sorrow etched on his face gradually gave way to a fierce determination and cunning, ultimately nodding resolutely. Beneath Mount Buzhou, within the Hall of Pangu, the 12 ancestral witches gathered, the heavy atmosphere causing even the divine flames within to flicker unsteadily. Roar! Those wretched creatures! Not a single one has perished. Hou Yi's divine arrows are not mere clay to be molded. The mighty and tempestuous Xiangliang slammed his colossal fist against the robust pillar of the Pangu Hall, producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the space, causing ancient runes to flicker. His gaze turned towards Dijiang, where a great witch lay upon the ground, none other than the great Yi, fortuitously saved by Dijiang. Sadly, he remained in a state of unconsciousness, oblivious to Xiangliang's fury. As Xiangliang's words echoed, a grand figure among the ancestral witches slowly turned his head. Brother Xiangliang, are you implying that the arrows I crafted to shoot down the suns are flawed? Angered, Xiangliang froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha, dear sister Xianming, do not be upset. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Unrelated to the sun-quelling arrow, it is solely the wretched golden crows. Why do they not perish, insisting on their rebirth? Upon hearing this, Xianming silently turned his head, choosing not to speak further. Gonggong's eyes glinted with a chilling light, Rebirth? Humph. Merely a desperate illusion of survival. Even if they were to return, I could crush them once more. Zhurong's entire being was engulfed in divine flames, warping the very fabric of space. Dijun and Tai Yi still dare to seek rebirth? A foolish fantasy. Brother, let us take advantage of their weakness and extinguish them. We shall gather our forces and assault the Sun Star, uprooting their nest and incinerating their eggs. Dijong sat regally in the principal seat, his figure flickering in the subtle ripples of space, his aura vast and profound. Did he not desire to storm the demon court now? Yet who could withstand the might of the Saint Nuwa? To charge forth would invite death for the Wu clan. He slowly raised his hand. An invisible force of spatial might spreading forth, instantly quelling the tumult and bloodlust of the ancestral witches. Remain calm. The Golden Crows are not yet dead, which is unexpected. That child Lu Jun possesses an oddity about him. His profound gaze swept over his siblings, finally resting on the relatively serene and gentle Hutu. Sister Hutu, your thoughts are meticulous. How do you perceive this matter? Hutu's brows furrowed slightly, her clear eyes reflecting deep contemplation and concern. Brother, the rebirth method of the Golden Crows is unprecedented. Had it not been for the dire straits forcing the 10 Golden Crow princes to awaken such divine powers, this would not have emerged. If Dijun and Tai Yi dare to employ this perilous stratagem, they will undoubtedly have astonishing support. The likelihood of their success is considerable. Should they truly succeed, the strength of the demon clan will surgingly rise, potentially overturning the balance of the primordial world. Moreover, the two saints from the west are covertly instigating. Their intentions are treacherous. Having failed in their designs this time, they shall not relent easily. We must remain doubly vigilant, guarding against their schemes, igniting war, and pushing our clan toward irreversible doom. Dijiang nodded slowly. Your words bear great truth, sister. Relay the command. The 12 tribes are to immediately enter a state of maximum readiness for battle, particularly the clans nearest to the demon clan's celestial domain, to stand vigilant and defend. He abruptly rose, the force of space surging violently, echoing throughout the Panga Hall. At the same time, he summoned all divinatory artifacts capable of peering into the celestial spheres, ordering the great witches to stand watch day and night, keeping a close eye on the Sun Star. If Dijun and Tai Yi dare to invoke the anomalies of heaven and earth, undertaking such a rebirth, then the entirety of our Wu clan shall mobilize their strength, staining the sky with blood, shattering the heavens, and engaging in a decisive battle with the demon clan. Fight! 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 The remaining ancestral witches roared in unison. The ferocious battle spirit and lethal aura surged skyward, reverberating through the Pango Hall, as if to tear apart the very fabric of this realm. The atmosphere of slaughter solidified like iron. Just then, outside the Panga Hall, the vast and desolate expanse of the Buzhou mountain region rippled with unexpected layers of distortion in space. Who dares to spy on the Pangu Holy Hall? Chapter 15. The Downfall of Nuwa. Dijong's pupils constricted suddenly, and the spatial forces around him erupted violently. The other ancestral witches reacted even more fiercely, the fiery tempers of Qiangliang, Gonggong, and Zhurong manifesting their true forms in an instant. A torrent of malevolent energy surged forth, soaring into the clouds. It is those two bald donkeys from the west. Xuanming's voice was as cold as ice. What audacity! They dare to descend upon my Buzhou mountain. Do they believe our Wu clan is without defenders? Tianwu roared in fury, the gale howling around him. Form a formation. Prepare to summon the true body of our father god. Zhu Meng bellowed sharply. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes flickered open and shut. The shadows of the river of time fleeting behind him, the power of time locking onto the source of those two holy auras. In an instant, the divine light within the Pangu Hall surged, the malevolence reaching the heavens. The 12 ancestral witches' energies intertwined, summoning the most primal and violent malevolence from the heavens and earth. A terrifying illusion of a formation capable of creating and destroying worlds, the Dushinshin Sha Great Formation, began to coalesce. Faced with the overwhelming might of the Wu clan, the two saints from the west showed no signs of hostility. As the golden light dissipated, Jane and Zunti revealed their forms, standing in the void with an exceptionally low posture. Dijiang, dear friend, esteemed ancestral witches, please do not be angered. My brother and I have come not as foes. Zunti's voice calmly pierced through the raging malevolence, resonating clearly within the hall. Not as foes. You instigated discord, leading to the downfall of our kin. How can such a blood feud be dismissed with a mere declaration of peace? Speak your intentions clearly. Otherwise, do not blame us for unleashing the power of our Father God to smite your holy forms here. Dijiang's voice carried a chilling, murderous intent. The aura of the Dushinshin Sha Great Formation grew increasingly terrifying, as if it were poised to deliver a world-destroying blow. Zunti maintained his smile. seemingly unfazed by the lethal threat, yet his tone bore a hint of regret. Esteemed friends, we understand that the blood feud between the Wu and the demons is not easily resolved, but we have come today to ask but one question. What question? Zhong's eyes narrowed slightly. Zunti's smile remained. The demon clan's golden crows are reborn, and Jun and Tai Yi are about to take that step. The demon clan will establish a triumvirate of saints. Does the Wu clan have any retreat left? Is there still a glimmer of hope? Within the Panga Hall, the Ancestral Witches' presence intensified. This matter we are already aware of. There is no need for your elaboration, Zhong declared resolutely. Even with 3 saints in the demon clan, what have we to fear? We shall fight to the death. The bloodline of our father Pangu shall not bend nor break. To fight to the death? Commendable courage. Zunti nodded slightly, but then abruptly shifted his tone. However, if the demon clan truly has 3 saints overseeing the heavenly court, wielding the might of saints to govern the celestial constellations, how likely is it that the Wu clan, even with the Xianxia, can prevail? At that time, the bloodline of the Wu clan may face the danger of extinction. Esteemed friends, you have been driven to the edge of a precipice. One step back leads to a chasm of annihilation. His voice bore a penetrating power, striking deep into the hearts of the Wu clan. The malevolence within the hall momentarily faltered, a weightiness crossing the faces of the Ancestral Witches. They did not fear death in battle. Yet Zunti's words resonated as their greatest concern. The might of the saints is beyond the reach of the Ancestral Witches. What do you truly intend? Hutu inquired solemnly, her clear gaze locking onto Zunti. She could not believe that the Western saints would come unbidden to warn the Wu clan of impending doom. Zunti's expression conveyed sincere pity as he slowly spoke. An alliance. An alliance? Humph. What schemes does your Western sect harbor? Zhong scoffed. The forces of space firmly locking onto the 2 saints. Schemes? All I seek is a sliver of hope, a future for the barren lands of the West. If the Wu clan agrees to a certain matter, my brother and I will exert our utmost efforts to assist the Wu clan in overcoming this calamity. What matter? Should the Wu clan triumph in the future, ruling the earth, all beings of the Primordial Realm wishing to traverse to the west need only adhere to the rules. Freely passing through the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The Wu clan must not deliberately obstruct them, nor levy tolls for passage. Zunti proposed seemingly trivial conditions. Yet the true intention remained known only to him. The Panga Hall fell into a brief silence. The 12 Ancestral Witches intertwined their thoughts, swiftly calculating and weighing the proposal. This condition, for a clan that governs the earth, is indeed not harsh. One might even say it incurs virtually no substantial loss. The crux lies in whether the assistance of the 2 Western saints is trustworthy and genuinely valuable. How will you assist our Wu clan? Zhong, representing the Ancestral Witches, inquired, his tone still icy, yet the latent intent of destruction slightly softened. Zunti's eyes sparkled with intensity. The key lies with Nuwa. The only saint of the demon clan is also your greatest obstacle, as long as she cannot intervene in a timely manner. Are you truly intending to take direct action against Nuwa? Shebi, the corpse of the shaman ancestors, expressed his doubts. The battle of the saints could destroy the heavens and the earth. The risks are far too great. How could the 2 saints of the West dare to make such a resolute decision? It is simply inconceivable. No, Zunti shook his head, revealing an inscrutable smile. The saints are indestructible. Direct confrontation is a foolish strategy. I have a plan that will render Nuwa preoccupied. Oh, the Ancestral Witches displayed skepticism. We shall invite the esteemed Nuwa to explore the origins of the River of Time, the mysteries from the dawn of creation. Zunti's words were astonishing. The very mention of the River of Time's origins and the beginning of creation caused Zhu Jiuyin, who had long remained silent while wielding the power of time, to suddenly lift his head. His crimson and dark blue eyes erupted with a terrifying radiance, and the laws of time around him fluctuated violently. You dare to tread into such forbidden territory? Are you not afraid that the Father God will cleave you asunder like the primordial demonic gods? Zunti's pronouncement utterly unsettled Zhu Jiuyin, who controlled the great Tao of time. To probe the beginning of creation is tantamount to courting death. Zunti nodded solemnly. Having attained the status of a saint, we are immortal and indestructible. Thus we are entitled to pursue the ultimate mysteries of the universe's inception. Given the opportunity, I believe Nuwa will not refuse to accompany us. He shifted his tone, infused with a hint of cold calculation. At the time of creation, divine might was overwhelming. Intervening in the battle between Pangu and the chaotic demonic gods, even saints risked falling. To coalesce a saint's body anew from the river of time would require an unfathomable span of epochs. In such a protracted duration, can you ensure a decisive victory over the demon race? A profound silence enveloped the hall. Zhong yearned to speak, but found himself rendered speechless by the shock of Zunti's scheme. Zunti had indeed discovered a way to outmaneuver the Saint Nuwa. His gaze turned to Zhu Jiuyin. Is this feasible? Zhu Jiuyin's eyes spun with the wheel of time as he rapidly calculated the feasibility of this plan. Di Jiang, Hou Tu, and the other ancestral witches instantly grasped the essence of Zhuanti's insidious plot to lure Nuwa into the perilous depths of the river of time, ensnaring her unexpectedly, rendering her unable to return in a short span. Without the presence and deterrence of Nuwa, and with Di Jun and Tai Yi yet to attain their rebirth as saints, the demon race's heavenly court would be left relying solely on the Zhou Tian Stardo array. This was the perfect opportunity for the witch tribe to expend all its efforts and engage in a life-and-death struggle against the demon race, culminating in a single decisive battle. Zhu Jiuyin silently nodded. It is feasible. Excellent. A truly cunning scheme to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf, a plan to kill with a borrowed knife. Di Zhang's eyes glinted with ferocity, and a trace of a grim, resolute smile finally surfaced on his face. Though he was acutely aware that the two saints of the West were manipulating the witch tribe, this plan indeed struck at the heart of the matter, affording the witch tribe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for battle. Thus, Di Jiang surveyed the assembled ancestral witches, witnessing the flames of battle igniting in their eyes. And with no further dissent, he turned abruptly to the Western saints outside the hall, his voice resonating throughout the universe. Zhuanti, Jane, your request has been accepted by the witch tribe. Once Nuwa departs, it shall be the hour for my witch tribe to breach the heavenly court and engage in a final battle with the demon race. I hope you will not go back on your word. Agreed. Zhuanti and Jane clasped their hands together, their expressions a tapestry of sorrow and serenity. Yet a glimmer of triumphant cunning flickered deep within their eyes. My brother and I shall certainly do our utmost to facilitate this matter. The witch tribe shall await the opportune moment. Golden light surged once more, and the figures of the two Western saints gradually dissipated into the void of Mount Buzhou. At Fengqi Mountain, shrouded in mist and radiant with hues of dawn, Nuwa stood gracefully atop the peak, her gentle gaze fixed upon the scattered human tribes on the plain below, gradually thriving and multiplying, observing those beings, crafted from the clay of her own hands. As they evolved from innocent exploration to learning the ways of fishing, hunting, nesting, and forming communities, a profound sense of satisfaction and anticipation welled up within her, akin to a mother watching her child take their first steps and grow. Sister, the rebirth of the demon prince has caused great upheaval in the wilderness. Will you truly not visit the demon court for a glimpse? Fuxi's presence materialized silently beside Nuwa, his brow furrowed, his tone tinged with worry and inquiry. Nuwa did not turn to him, but gently shook her head, her crimson lips parting to utter two words, not going. Having attained the status of a saint, her primordial spirit was entrusted to the heavenly Tao, granting her an acute sensitivity to the heavenly secrets. Just recently, a subtle yet unsettling warning had swept across her heart, suggesting that a crisis targeting the human race she had created was quietly brewing. Though the warning was vague, it was sufficient to instill vigilance within her. To leave Fengqi Mountain now, distancing herself from the fragile human race she had nurtured, would be an unwise decision. The human race was the foundation of her sanctity and her deepest concern, leaving no room for error. Fuxi's expression darkened at her response. Sister, you are the queen of the demon race, and indeed the sole saint of their kind. The witch tribe's brazen actions have nearly left Di Jun and Tai Yi without successors, creating a stir in the heavenly court. With the golden crows rebirthing, the fate of the demon race hangs in the balance. If we remain silent, not only might Di Jun and Tai Yi harbor resentment, but all beings in the wilderness may see us as estranged from the demon race. The reputation of the demon race's two emperors is crucial. It cannot be disregarded. At last, Nuwa turned her face, her clear eyes meeting Fuxi's with a hint of the tranquil understanding unique to a saint. Brother, you are overly fixated on the reputation of the demon race's rulers. After all, it is a mere external concern. Rather than expending energy on such ephemeral titles, it would be wiser to reflect on your own path. She paused, her tone laced with concern and a subtle urging. How to achieve the Great Luo Golden Immortal is your most pressing matter now. The Great Luo Golden Immortal? Fuxi's countenance instantly reflected a bitter and profound sense of helplessness. How easier said than done. His gaze drifted toward the void, filled with an insatiable yearning for that supreme realm, yet intertwined with an overwhelming sense of defeat. That step felt like an insurmountable chasm. Each attempt to break through that invisible barrier met with the ruthless suppression and rejection of the vast heavenly Tao. His primordial spirit trembled, the foundation of his Tao wavering, as if the weight of the entire wilderness bore down upon him, threatening to crush him. It was a disparity born from the level of existence itself. Fuxi's voice grew somber, imbued with an unprecedented urgency and anxiety. Di Jun and Tai Yi are already unparalleled talents. Now, with Lu Jun's rebirth method as inspiration. Their chances of success are exceedingly high. Once they succeed, they will become two brand new Great Luo Golden Immortals. At that point, the four emperors of the demon race will diminish to three. I, as the elder brother of the queen, will be left as the only one still trapped at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint level, unable to advance a single step. The four emperors? It seems they will soon become the three emperors. The title of Huahuang would transform into the greatest joke of the wilderness. I fear even the demon master Kuanpeng will mock me in his heart. A fierce sense of pride and the dread of his future standing gnawed at him like a venomous serpent. Nuwa, observing the anguish and resentment reflected in her brother's eyes, sighed softly within. She extended her delicate hand, gently resting it upon Fuxi's tightly clenched fist. A warm, serene energy, imbued with the essence of creation, flowed into him, soothing his tumultuous spirit. Brother, though the path to the Great Luo is arduous, it is not a dead end. Your strength lies in deduction and strategy, steadily accumulating and unleashing your potential. There is no reason you cannot surpass others in time. Her gaze was resolute, and with my presence, bolstered by the might of a sage, even if you were to falter in your endeavors, I would ensure your life remains unscathed and your foundation unshattered. It is indeed achievable. You need only to venture forth with boldness. Feeling the warmth emanating from her palm and the undeniable power of the sacred path, Fuxi's taut heartstrings finally relaxed slightly. That vast sacred force, akin to a stabilizing anchor, imbued him with the courage to continue his journey. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and nodded firmly. Very well. Sister, with your words, I find solace. I shall first visit the demon court to ascertain the circumstances of Emperor Jun and Tai. Perhaps I may glean some invaluable insights from their methods of rebirth. A renewed spirit ignited in Fuxi's eyes, and in an instant, he transformed into a mysterious streak of light. Soaring towards the celestial realm of the demon race beyond the 33 heavens, Nuwa watched her brother depart, yet her brows furrowed once more. The ominous signs concerning the human race seemed to persist undiminished by Fuxi's absence. Her gaze fell upon the flourishing human tribes beneath Fengqi Mountain, and within the depths of her clear eyes, a flicker of worry, inscrutable even to a sage, passed by. In the Zixiao Palace, chaos reigned, filled with the silence of myriad extinguished paths, profound beyond comprehension. The Dao Ancestor Hongjun sat upon a cloud bed, his form seemingly merging with the entirety of the great wilderness and the heavenly Dao. Emotionless and indifferent, his gaze pierced through the endless expanse of time and space, encompassing all that transpired in the vast land of the great wilderness, the 33 heavens, and even upon the sun star. The calamity that befell the 10th prince of the Jinwu clan was a predetermined fate, a catalyst for the current tribulation. Yet, to seize a sliver of opportunity amidst utter despair, to perform an act of defiance against destiny through the method of rebirth, was indeed remarkable. Even Hongjuan's tranquil mind stirred with a hint of ripples due to this significant variable. His fingertips unconsciously traced through the void, invoking the silent circulation of the heavenly laws, conducting a grand and intricate calculation. The great Tao comprises 50, with the heavenly transformation being 49, and one escapes. This slender thread of opportunity had indeed been seized by the Jinwu. Such a variable had already disturbed the established trajectory of calamity. Hongjuan's thoughts were cold and vast, akin to the heavenly Tao itself deliberating. Should my plan for the continuation of the great wilderness proceed along its predetermined path? His reflections drifted back to a distant past, during the cataclysmic battle with the demon ancestor Luo Hou atop the western Mount Simaru, which nearly shattered the great wilderness. It was then that he profoundly sensed the fragile essence of the great wilderness world. After attaining sagehood, as his primordial spirit entrusted itself to the heavenly Tao, this feeling became strikingly clear. This realm that nurtures myriad beings can only bear a limited source of power. The great wilderness world was growing, yet its rate of growth could not match the rapid proliferation of living beings. Now, with the emergence of sages, the world teetered on the brink of collapse. A sage's thought could reshape the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. Indeed, the entirety of the great wilderness faced the imminent danger of annihilation. The heavenly Tao possesses sentience, engendering calamities for self-preservation, with boundless tribulations. Each tribulation that erupts serves as the heavenly Tao's means to purge those beings burdened by heavy karma, excessively seizing the essence of heaven and earth, who pose a threat to the stability of the world. It is akin to pruning overly lush branches, granting the great wilderness a precious respite and an extension of time. The proliferation of living beings is akin to a wildfire raging unchecked, growing exponentially, soon reaching the limits of what the heavenly Tao can tolerate. Thus, a new tribulation would inevitably arise, in an endless cycle. The witch and demon clans, their vitality surging to the skies, brimmed with malevolent energy, nearing the limits of what the great wilderness can sustain. This calamity was originally set to diminish their fortunes, balancing heaven and earth. Hongjun's gaze shifted towards the towering malevolent energy beneath Mount Buzhou and the blazing fires of rebirth upon the Sun Star. The Jinwu's resurrection and the insights gleaned by Emperor Jun and Tai into the mysteries of chaos rendered the calamity even more chaotic, with the potential for slaughter heightened. He remained silent for a moment, the results of his calculations already clear. Hongjun's indifferent voice resonated within the stillness of the Xixiao Palace. Echoing with the authority of the heavenly Tao, the great Tao comprises 50, the heavenly transformation 49, and one escapes. Since the Jinwu has seized this thread of opportunity, their fortune is not yet extinguished, and this calamity shall indeed present its own variables. You shall contend for that slender thread of opportunity amidst this uncertainty. The grand scheme of the great wilderness's continuation cannot be altered. Everything shall proceed as planned. In an instant, Hongjun had formulated his own plan. All remained unchanged. Yet, unbeknownst to the passage of time, two figures pierced through the chaos, arriving before the Xixiao Palace. Master, disciples Jiuyin and Juni seek an audience. We have matters to discuss. Chapter 17. The six sages contemplate the opening of heaven by Pangu. Outside the Xixiao Palace, the voices of the two sages, Jiuyin and Zhuanti, resonated through the chaos. Echoing within the solemn palace. With a creak, the heavy palace doors slowly opened, revealing the attendant youth Hou Yi standing behind. Master invites both esteemed brothers to enter and converse. The youth Hou Yi said respectfully, "Thank you, Hou Yi." Zhuanti responded with palms together in gratitude, entering the source of the great wilderness's Tao with Jiuyin. Upon the lofty platform, the figure of Dao Ancestor Hongjun sat majestically, mysterious and profound, as if embodying the great Tao itself. Even though the two sages of the Western lands had attained the sagehood, standing before the Dao Ancestor now made them feel as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vast ocean. Disciple Jiuyin pays respects to Master. The two sages bowed respectfully. Hongjun's gaze fell, calm and undisturbed. "What brings you here?" Zhuanti stepped forward, his tone earnest yet heavy. "I report to Master. After the two of us attained sagehood, we have felt a calling. The Western lands, having suffered calamity from Luo Ho in the past, now bear shattered earth veins and depleted spiritual energy. We wish to undertake the task of reshaping the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind to restore the entirety of the West." He paused, a troubled expression crossing his face. "However, with our sage powers alone, the continent would ultimately remain weaker than the main world of the great wilderness by a third, and its foundation would be difficult to fully integrate. It may not be a long-term solution. Thus, we have devised a method, aspiring to emulate the supreme feat of the great Pangu in opening the heavens. Only through such an act can we reshape the West, connecting it with the essence of the great wilderness, completely healing old wounds and revitalizing it. Therefore, we earnestly request Master's permission to traverse the river of time and witness the grand spectacle of Pangu opening the heavens, to comprehend the true essence of this act." Upon hearing this, Hongjun's serene gaze seemed to swirl with chaotic nebulae. He understood. These two harbored such ambition and desire to emulate Pangu in reshaping the West. Though this endeavor was fraught with peril, if successful, it would greatly benefit the world of the great wilderness and be a boon for themselves. The opening of the great wilderness is challenging, yet destruction is easy. The calamity of Luo Ho serves as a stark testament. To restore the West and stabilize the great wilderness is indeed a necessity of the heavenly Tao. With his thoughts calculated, he maintained an indifferent demeanor. "If you wish to undertake the act of opening the heavens, you may proceed as you desire. This is your path. There is no need to report to me." Zhuanti, upon hearing this, did not immediately acquiesce, but instead bowed again, his tone even more humble. "Master's insight is profound. The two of us are aware that our foundation in attaining sagehood is somewhat lacking, and our divine abilities and powers are still inferior compared to our brothers of the Three Pure Ones and Sister Nuwa. The source of the river of time, where chaos remains undivided, is truly a place of great danger, imbued with Pangu's vast might. We fear we may not possess the strength to endure it. Hence, we dare to implore Master to issue a decree allowing all six of us brothers to journey together. This way, we can share in the comprehension of the great Tao of opening the heavens and provide mutual support for greater security. We hope Master will grant this request." Hongjun's expression remained unchanged, yet his thoughts raced. They indeed harbored such intentions, seeking the company of the Three Pure Ones and Nuwa for protection on their journey. Truly, a fear of death, cough cough, but also a sign of caution. He reconsidered Zhuanti's request. Calculating within, To emulate the opening of the heavens and reshape the West is a grand aspiration. If successful, it would benefit the heavenly Tao and contribute to the stability of the great wilderness. Very well. Hongjun slightly nodded, his voice resonating throughout the purple cloud's palace. Reaching the heavens. Good. Your desires, I shall grant. Immediately, a decree imbued with unparalleled Taoist authority emanated from the purple cloud's palace, reverberating within the hearts of the 6 sages. Now that you have attained the sanctified path, you must contemplate the act of nurturing the primordial realm. To create and expand the universe is the duty of a sage. However, before the act of creation, one must comprehend the true essence of this undertaking. You 6 sages, set forth at once, journey back through the river of time, witness the grandeur of Pangu's creation, and grasp the profound principles of chaos that govern the primordial world. Ensure there are no mistakes. At the Yushu Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, the expression of the primordial heavenly sovereign shifted momentarily to one of understanding and inevitability. To observe the Father God Pangu's creation, this is indeed the righteous path. We, the 3 pure ones, are manifestations of the Father God's primordial spirit. It is only fitting that we revisit our origin and comprehend the fundamental way. He harbored no objections to this journey, viewing it instead as an unparalleled opportunity to deepen his own Pangu imprint. At the 8 Scenic Palace on Shiyang Mountain, Laozi continued his alchemical pursuits without pause. The decree from the Dao Ancestor resonated within him, and he slowly opened his eyes, which resembled ancient wells, seemingly containing boundless mysteries. His gaze fell upon the cauldron of elixirs before him, his expression gradually tinged with a hint of regret. This batch, it seems, can only achieve the 8th transformation. At the Bo Palace on Jinao Island, the Master of Heaven contemplated privately, still deliberating whether to recruit the Golden Crows as disciples of the intercepting sect. Such a significant matter, entangled in vast ramifications and numerous karmic connections, left him unable to reach a swift decision. As the decree descended, a sharp light flickered in his eyes, as though a realization dawned upon him. Very well, I shall take a moment to witness the Father God's act of creation, to stir my heart and mind, and then make my decision. On Fengqi Mountain, upon receiving the decree, Nuwa's brows furrowed tightly. The ominous premonitions surrounding humanity became distinctly clearer at this moment. Why did my master choose to issue such a decree at this time? Retracing the river of time to witness the grandeur of creation is indeed a tremendous opportunity. Yet, the source remains chaotic and violent. Pangu's divine might can shatter the fabric of time and space, fraught with danger. She sensed that this journey was far from straightforward. The decree of my master must be obeyed. Nuwa sighed inwardly, recognizing that even the esteemed sage must adhere to the will of the heavenly Tao. Very well. I shall proceed with caution, avoiding perilous territories, and return promptly without undue consequence. Suppressing her unease, she subtly infused an exceedingly discreet force of creation into the depths of Fengqi Mountain's ley lines, transforming it into a silent guardian. The 6 beams of sacred light, each resplendent in its own manner, grand, fierce, serene, compassionate, indifferent, and agile, ascended almost simultaneously from various corners of the primordial land. They tore through the barriers of time and space, racing toward the source of the ceaseless river of time that interweaves past, present, and future, the point where chaos first unraveled, where Pangu wielded his axe. In the Sunstar, within the Sun God Palace, Lu Jun slowly opened his eyes. 300 years. A full 300 years of frenzied devouring. That insatiable hunger, akin to a cosmic black hole, was finally satiated. A long breath escaped his lips, reminiscent of a nebulous exhalation, creating a fleeting vacuum in the scorching flames of the sun god. He turned his gaze inward, observing his vast and boundless core. At this moment, it was no longer an empty abyss. It brimmed with an indescribable substance. Compressed billions of times, the essence of the sun's true fire had transcended its fiery form. It transformed into an energy liquid, flowing with a dark golden hue, its density reaching unfathomable heights. Each drop of this liquid contained enough terrifying energy to incinerate a small world. They flowed slowly within his core, swirling like a miniature vortex composed entirely of pure destructive power. Powerful, unprecedentedly powerful. A flicker of thought stirred within Lu Jun, and a strand of energy liquid, finer than a single hair and a billion times more delicate, was summoned to his fingertip. In an instant, the void around his fingertip silently collapsed and was obliterated, creating an absolute darkness of nothingness. The laws of space felt as fragile as paper before him. He could vividly sense that should he wish to unleash this thread of energy, its explosive force would be sufficient to annihilate an ordinary Tai golden immortal at the initial stage. And this was merely a sliver. If he were to unleash his full power, even a peak Tai golden immortal would be obliterated in an instant. and a great Luo golden immortal would have no choice but to retreat from its brilliance. The system is remarkable. This power is truly an ultimate weapon born for destruction. Lu Jun roared within his heart, exhilarated by his command over such power. These 300 years of sustenance were not in vain. Every moment of devouring transformed into a terrifying force capable of shaking the very foundations of the Primordial Realm. His physical form was the strongest treasure. His energy was the purest source of annihilation. Yet, alas, this cultivation merely replenished my energy deficiency, while my realm has seen no elevation whatsoever. Chapter 18. Cultivating the Path of 10,000 Stars. Lu Jun sighed lightly, a tinge of regret in his heart. This terrifying power, sufficient to make him look down upon the Tai realm, remained shackled by invisible restraints at the level of cultivation, stuck at the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. No matter how he circulated the cultivation methods of the Golden Crow clan, or how he harnessed the vast, star-like neutron energy, the barriers of his realm remained unyielding, as if he faced a dead end completely blocked off. Could the inability to elevate his realm be due to the Tao? Lu Jun calmed himself, beginning to trace back through the cultivation system of the Primordial Realm. From the Golden Immortal stage onward, cultivation was no longer merely the accumulation of energy, but an understanding and imprinting of the Tao. The Golden Crows, upon breaking through to the Golden Immortal stage, did so by comprehending the Solar Tao, imprinting their true spirits within the Solar Tao. From then on, they existed in unity with the Tao. As long as the Tao endures, the Golden Immortal remains immortal. The power of the Tao continuously replenishes their consumption, serving as the foundation for their immortality. The Tai Golden Immortal stage, then, represents a further step, a deeper comprehension of the Tao that one has imprinted. It also marks the beginning of refining the 5 energies within, ultimately achieving the realm of the 5 energies returning to origin, a state of perpetual existence. Herein lies the crux of the matter. Lu Jun suddenly grasped the truth. My physical body, my energy core, though originating from the sun, has undergone system alteration and been compressed billions of times. Its essence has transcended the mere solar Tao. The solar Tao remains one of the roots of my power. Yet my Tao has become intertwined with the stars, gravity, density, and even aspects of chaotic rules. My Tao has diverged from the pure solar Tao. This has led to an awkward predicament. His energy could be infinitely enhanced through the system's miraculous absorption abilities. Yet, his Tao had not ascended in tandem. His current state could only be described as an unprecedented strengthening of the fire energy among the 5, to an almost perverse degree. However, the other 4 energies, wood, metal, water, earth, were nearly absent. He could not, as the previous Golden Crows did, forcibly simulate and fill the other 4 energies with the ultra-brilliant fire of the sun, for his very essence had transformed. He was no longer a pure Golden Crow body, and such forceful simulation would yield counterproductive results. Thus, I must seek the true primal energies, the genuine source of wood, metal, water, and earth, to refine the 5 energies within my chest. Wisdom gleamed in Lu Jun's eyes. And I, influenced by the system, am bound to follow the path of the stars. Therefore, what I must do next is to comprehend the myriad stars, to acquire the other 4 energies. In a flash, Lu Jun clearly perceived the path that lay before him. He is destined to embark on a singular path, a journey that weaves together the sun, the stars, gravity, and chaos, the path of myriad stars. Rising to his feet, he prepared to depart from the sun star. Lu Jun, are you truly leaving? The figure of Tai materialized beside him, the ethereal shadow of the chaos bell undulating behind. He had been closely observing this nephew, who had provided him with profound insights. Uncle, I have made some realizations in my cultivation. Lu Jun conveyed the issues and thoughts he had encountered with candor. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi's eyes flickered with understanding and admiration. Ah, I see. Your path indeed diverges from ours. Seeking other primordial energies and refining the 5 elemental forces, this is a viable route. However, his tone shifted to one of gravity. Now is not an opportune moment to leave the Sunstar. Uncle, what has transpired in the outside world? Lu Jun's heart quaked. Tai Yi's expression darkened slightly. Shortly after the 6 saints, under the command of the Dao Ancestor, entered the river of time to explore the mysteries of creation. The Wu clan descended into madness, launching frenzied hunts against the various factions of our demon race. They seem convinced that Empress Nuwa will not return for some time. And both Dijun and I are engrossed in comprehending the essence of nirvana, leaving us no room for distraction. Over the last 3 centuries, the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans has escalated relentlessly, with the 12 ancestors of the Wu clan making frequent appearances, even attempting provocations to force you and your father into an early confrontation. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Currently, Our demon race is at a disadvantage on the battlefield, suffering heavy losses among many allied races, while Wu clan teams infiltrate the outer territories of the Heavenly Court. If you venture out now and are discovered by the Wu clan, particularly those ancestors, the consequences would be dire. Lu Jun was taken aback. Wait, uncle. Are you saying that Empress Nuwa has entered the River of Time? Tai Yi, slightly puzzled as to why Lu Jun's focus shifted to Nuwa, proceeded to explain. Indeed. As a sage, Empress Nuwa is bound by the Dao Ancestor's decree. All sages are to comprehend the power of creation. The power of creation represents an opportunity for the sages, and thus Empress Nuwa did not refuse. Hearing this, Lu Jun felt a weight in his heart. Yet a spark of clarity illuminated his mind. So that is it. The question that had long plagued me is now resolved. According to the historical trajectory, after 9 of the 10 Golden Crows perished, the subsequent events would plunge the demon race into an abyss. In a fit of rage, Di Jun began forging the Slaughter Wu sword to breach the defenses of the Wu clan. This sword requires the life essence and boundless resentment of the human race. Thus commenced a massacre of humanity, instigated by the demon race, their brother kin. The entirety of humanity fled in terror. Yet throughout this ordeal, Empress Nuwa did not intervene to save them. Some speculate that she was targeted by other sages, while others claim she was constrained by the Dao Ancestor, unable to act. More perplexing is that even Laozi did not come to humanity's aid, despite founding a teaching reliant on the fortunes of the human race. The absence of intervention from two beings so closely tied to humanity reveals a profound mystery. Now, with Tai Yi's words echoing in his mind, Lu Jun experienced a moment of epiphany. Empress Nuwa and other sages are currently within the River of Time, absent from the realm of Hongwang. Had he not traversed through time, then, at the moment Empress Nuwa entered the river, it coincided with Di Jun's massacre of humanity and the forging of the Slaughter Wu sword. When Empress Nuwa eventually returns and witnesses her creations nearly annihilated, a rift will undoubtedly form between her and Di Jun. During the impending battles between the demon and Wu clans, she would merely observe, allowing both to meet their demise. Yet now, everything has changed. Di Jun no longer harbors intentions of slaughtering humanity or forging the Slaughter Wu sword. His focus is solely on comprehending the path of nirvana. The mere Wu clan is insignificant. Once I return from nirvana, I shall crush them all, with the power to annihilate the Wu clan relying solely on himself. Why depend on external forces? This embodies the confidence of Di Jun as the demon emperor. While he grasped the reasons behind Nuwa's inaction regarding humanity, a new question emerged in Lu Jun's mind. Uncle, I have a matter that perplexes me. What is it? Tai Yi, immensely pleased with his nephew's inquiries, encouraged him to continue, hopeful that Lu Jun would unearth something remarkable. If Empress Nuwa and the other sages have entered the River of Time, shouldn't they return at the very moment they entered? The River of Time flows from above downwards. If they are entering the past, then naturally they should emerge again at the point of entry. Why has Empress Nuwa not been present for these 300 years? Upon hearing this, Tai Yi burst into laughter. Haha, dear nephew Lu Jun, it seems you have begun to grasp some aspects of the path of time. Indeed, while the Tai Yi Golden Immortal cultivates the 5 elemental forces within, he has begun to qualify for an understanding of the great path of time. Today, I shall elaborate on the intricacies of the great path of time. Tai Yi's demeanor shifted, revealing a desire to impart knowledge. Please proceed, uncle. Lu Jun listened intently. Tai Yi regarded Lu Jun with calm eyes. Before we discuss the great path of time, I have a question for you. What question? Do you know what the Chaos Demon God is? Lu Jun replied, Chaos Demon God. Is it not simply a demon born from the chaos? Is there something extraordinary about it? Chapter 19. Pengu did not perish from exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun furrowed his brow. As a time traveler, he believed he understood the lore of Hongwang thoroughly. A Chaos Demon God. Was it not simply an innate god-demon birth from chaos? Pengu, the mightiest among them, was included in this category. Could there be some extraordinary aspect that he was unaware of? Tai Yi observed Lu Jun's expression, a knowing smile gracing his lips, as if watching a fledgling on the brink of a paradigm shift. Extraordinary? Indeed, it is extraordinary. Nephew, what you know is merely the widely circulated narrative in Hongwang, designed to placate the masses. His voice deepened, imbued with the power to pierce through the fog. The Chaos Demon God, according to the common understanding of the beings of Hongwang, was indeed born within the Chaos Realm. The chaos is boundless, birthing endless gods and demons, with Pengu being the most formidable, tasked with the mission of creation. The calamity of creation you have heard of is Pengu battling 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods alone, wielding the creation axe with unparalleled might to carve out the Hongwang world. Tai Yi's voice suddenly resonated with a powerful timbre, reminiscent of the clash of weapons at the dawn of chaos, the sound of the great path collapsing. In an instant, Lu Jun's spirit was transported back to that unimaginably brutal battlefield. That battle shattered the chaos, and the great path lamented. 3,000 chaos demon gods, whether capable of shaking the stars with their might or enveloping the chaos with their power, were nearly annihilated by Pangu. Their vast and mighty forms, infused with boundless chaos essence and great path principles, along with Pangu's own magnificent and grandiose being, ultimately expended the supreme essence of creation, becoming the very foundation of this Hongmeng world. Pangu, utilizing his own great path as a guide and the bodies of the chaos demon gods as material, forcefully rent the chaos asunder, forging this realm of Hongmeng. This is the true calamity of creation. Tai Yi then shifted his tone, delivering a shocking revelation. However, after Pangu opened the heavens, he did not perish from exhaustion as the legends claim. Lu Jun's pupils constricted abruptly, his heart racing. This contradicted the core tenets he had known in his previous life. Pangu did not transform into all things from exhaustion. Pangu actively chose this fate. Tai Yi spoke with unwavering conviction, infused with utmost reverence. He forcibly suppressed the remnants of the formidable flesh of the divine being that had once formed the world, which contained the tempestuous power of chaos. With the supreme will that opened the heavens and created the earth, he subdued the 3,000 chaotic deities that represented the chaotic paths, which were entirely incompatible with the nascent order of the primordial world. It was not a passive exhaustion leading to demise, but rather an active suppression and sealing, gradually transforming those 3,000 paths within the confines of his restraint. It is precisely through the proactive sacrifice of the great Pangu that the 3,000 paths of the primordial world have come to manifest. Tai Yi gestured towards the sun star. My sun star is the embodiment of the path of Yang. Lu Jun's lips curled slightly in surprise. Such a statement, is indeed a revelation to me. He had perused countless novels about the primordial world, yet had never encountered such a revolutionary premise. Pangu had actively sacrificed himself to suppress the world? The truth of the primordial realm was this brutal? Uncle, how did you come to know such profound secrets? A new question arose in his mind. Tai Yi cast a glance at Lu Jun, not surprised by his reaction, and a faint smile graced his lips. It is entirely natural that you have not heard of this. After all, you have not truly traversed time to witness the truth of that cataclysmic event. I, having harnessed the power of the chaos bell, ventured upstream along the river of time, catching but a fleeting glimpse of the grand spectacle of creation. What I have recounted are mere fragments derived from my first-hand observations. Thus, I dare assert that this core truth. Once you reach the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, you shall possess the capability to attempt a regression to the source of the river of time. And then you will have the qualification to behold a fraction of it. For true beings of the great Luo, this is not a closely guarded secret. Lu Jun's mind was in turmoil, as the established lore of his previous life was ruthlessly shattered. Yet, a new and deeper confusion surged forth. I still do not comprehend. What connection do the failure of Nuwa and her companions to return have with the matters of Pangu's creation and the chaotic deities you described? He pressed earnestly, for if the great Luo knew of this, surely the saints were aware as well. Why then would witnessing the creation lead to a 300-year absence? Tai Yi's expression suddenly grew exceedingly solemn, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Lu Jun. What I am about to disclose touches upon the most core and darkest secrets of the primordial world. Such truths, even for a great Luo Golden Immortal, would be challenging to fully grasp without a treasure to safeguard them. Like myself, even many quasi-saints may not be entirely aware. An invisible weight, rooted in the very essence of the primordial realm, enveloped Lu Jun, momentarily robbing him of breath. Instinctively, he wished to retreat. This secret, which even quasi-saints may not grasp, am I truly worthy to hear? If not, then I shall remain in ignorance. He sensed that the depths of this matter far exceeded his imagination. I am but a traveler from another world. My only aim is to survive. Secrets concerning the past may be better left unknown. For once I become aware, it would surely only bring forth more troubles. Yet the insatiable curiosity within him rendered it difficult to refuse. As the saying goes, to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Ha! Tai laughed heartily, infused with expectations for the younger generation and a hint of pride. Do not fear, since I dare to share this with you. It proves that you possess the fortune of the Golden Crow, along with the unpredictable roots of stellar evolution, and you have indeed earned the right to know. More importantly, the sooner you grasp the true nature of the primordial world, the more it may aid you in forging a path to transcendence that is uniquely yours. Only through understanding the reality of the primordial realm can one comprehend why Nuwa and the others missed this current anchor point upon entering the river of time. Tai Yi's voice grew heavy once more, imbued with a gravity that suggested an understanding of the eternal, as he continued, as previously stated. The primordial world was forcibly sealed and suppressed by the body and will of the great Pangu, encapsulating the remnants of the 3,000 chaotic deities and their paths. The essence of such a world is that of an eternal battlefield, a prison that is in a constant state of suppression and rebellion. The very materials that constitute the primordial realm, the remnants of the chaotic deities and their lingering wills, have never truly submitted. They incessantly, driven by residual wills, clash violently against the seals left by the great Pangu. It is this relentless rebellion, originating from the very foundations of the world, that has resulted in a critical flaw that determines the fate of the primordial realm. The strength and stability of the primordial world exist under an invisible upper limit. It is not a flawless, eternal world. Since the moment of creation, this foundational rebellion has never ceased. Even to this day, it persists. The calamity and malevolence that permeate the heavens and earth, culminating in the eventual cataclysm, are, to a certain extent, manifestations of this rebellious force accumulating to a point of breaking the seals. Hou Yi seemed to recall a particularly harrowing example. Each wave of rebellion could potentially give rise to the incarnations of chaotic deities within the beings of the primordial realm, seeking to undermine the foundations of existence. Just like that demonic ancestor, Luo Hu. A cold glimmer flickered in Hou Yi's eyes. His essence was condensed from the residual will of the chaotic deity Luo Hu, and the mountain formed from his head, the Mount Shumi, serves as the core anchor of his power. And he nearly succeeded. The detonation of Mount Shumi would have severely wounded the primordial essence. The western veins have withered to this day. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun was left utterly speechless. This time, he was genuinely shaken by the revelation. The very purpose of the demonic ancestor Luo Hu's existence was to bring about the destruction of the primordial realm? Was it a resurgence of the chaotic deity's will? Chapter 20, Great Luo, an Eternal Testament. Lu Jun's voice trembled slightly at this moment. All his previous understandings were utterly overturned. The conflict between Luo Hu and Hongjun was not merely a simple struggle between Dao and Demon, nor a contention for saintly positions, but rather a battle that concerns the very survival of the primordial realm. In the numerous novels he had read in his previous life, most spoke of the competition between Luo Hu and Hongjun for the position of saint, and even the likes of Yang Mei, the ancestor of the cosmos, and the ancestor of Yin and Yang were included. That great battle was depicted as a contest where the victor would become the saint, and the winner would thereafter dominate the primordial realm. Ultimately, Hongjun emerged victorious, becoming the strongest in the primordial world. Yet now it was said that Luo Hu was, in fact, the destroyer of the primordial world. Did that imply that Hongjun, Yang Mei, and others had become the protectors of the primordial realm? If so, did that mean all his knowledge regarding the primordial world was merely a veil over deeper truths? If this were indeed the case, his advantage as a traveler would be entirely nullified. Thus, he would remain in peril. Even if he survived the daunting trial of the great archer, there could be more calamities awaiting him. This was the true source of Lu Jun's trepidation. Seeing the disbelief etched upon Lu Jun's face, Hou Yi spoke with unwavering certainty. Indeed, were it not so, do you think the dragon, phoenix, and Xilan clans would have ultimately ignited that cataclysmic Dragonhan calamity? You must understand that, back then, the leaders of the dragon, phoenix, and Xilan clans had already established an alliance. Water belonged to the dragon, birds to the phoenix, and beasts to the Xilan. The three clans had delineated their territories and were to share the primordial realm. Yet ultimately, under the instigation of the demonic ancestor Luo Hu, a colossal slaughter erupted, bringing endless suffering to countless beings. Furthermore, at the tail end of the calamity, spurred on by Luo Hu, a monumental conflict arose that nearly shook the foundations of the primordial realm, inflicting further wounds upon the world itself. It can be said that the devastation wrought by the infighting among the dragon, phoenix, and Xilan clans fundamentally stemmed from the loss of life at the level of beings. Meanwhile, the demonic ancestor Luo Hu directly targeted the essence of the primordial realm, truly undermining its very foundations. Had it not been for the Dao ancestor Hongjun's ultimate intervention, prevailing over Luo Hu, Hou Yi took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a lingering dread. Had Luo Hu attained sainthood and seized dominion over the heavenly laws, wielding his destructive intent towards the primordial essence, it is conceivable that the current world of Honghuang would have long since shattered into oblivion, reverting to chaos. A sage harboring a disposition for annihilation possesses the power to utterly dismantle this precarious foundation of the Honghuang realm. Hou Yi's voice resonated with an undeniable gravitas. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's heart trembled violently, instantly recalling the outcome of the battle of investiture of the gods. The might of the sages could overturn the heavens and the earth. In later generations, the master of the celestial teachings single-handedly shattered Honghuang, reconstructing the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. The boundless world of Honghuang ultimately dwindled to the four continents: Dongxing Shenzhou, Nanzhan Buzhou, Xinyo Hezhou, and Beiju Luzhou. The disparity in land compared to the present is beyond measure. Had the demon ancestor Luo, who emerged victorious once he attained sainthood, Honghuang would have undoubtedly faced irreversible devastation. With that thought, Lu Jun stifled the tempestuous waves within his heart and redirected his thoughts to the present. What, he pondered, was the true purpose of Nuwa and the others in traversing the river of time back to the primordial genesis? Aside from witnessing the grandeur of creation and comprehending the Tao, what was their genuine intention? He sensed that this endeavor was far from a mere pursuit of enlightenment. Tai Yi's gaze grew profound and distant, as if piercing through the fabric of time and space. They, in their saintly forms, transcended eons to return to the moment before chaos unfolded when Pangu wielded his axe. One of their core intentions was to gain Panga's acknowledgement. Gain Panga's acknowledgement? Lu Jun exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging out. This revelation surpassed his wildest imagination. Did he find this incredible? Tai Yi appeared to have anticipated his reaction, yet the truth remained as stated. Each time a formidable being, from the past or the future, traverses the currents of time to reach the battlefield of creation, they seek Panga's validation. But why? Lu Jun speculated internally, though he found such conjectures rather implausible. He needed to extract the true answer from Tai Yi's lips. Tai Yi regarded Lu Jun without offering an explanation, instead posing a different question. Are you aware that there are two distinct paths of cultivation for Tai Yi Golden Immortals and Da Luo Golden Immortals? Upon hearing this, Lu Jun furrowed his brow. Two paths? Could it truly align with my suspicions? Tai Yi withdrew his gaze, focusing intently on Lu Jun, and began elucidating. The first is the path currently practiced by the mainstream of Honghuang. The Tai Yi Golden Immortal cultivates the five energies within his chest, harmonizing the five elements to perfect his own small world. Conversely, the Da Luo Golden Immortal consolidates the three flowers atop his head, achieving personal completion, ensuring that essence, energy, and spirit reside eternally within his small realm, becoming a deity of a localized world. He paused, his tone imbued with a subtle complexity. This path, though seemingly orthodox, can indeed lead to longevity and immense supernatural abilities. However, its foundation is unstable. Should the three flowers atop the head disperse or the five energies within the chest be sealed, one will inevitably descend in cultivation. Upon these words, Lu Jun's eyes flickered with understanding. This method of cultivation had been apparent to him since the inception of his training. He even recalled how, during the calamity of the investiture of the gods, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were deprived of their three flowers atop their heads and sealed their five energies within the 9 curves of the Yellow River array, causing their cultivation to plummet. He had been contemplating how to resolve this hidden peril, only to realize that Tai Yi and the others had already been aware. Lu Jun inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with enlightenment, as if he were posing a question with an answer. And what of the other path? Tai Yi's gaze suddenly became infinitely profound, as if containing boundless worlds and endless timelines. The other path is an ancient and perilous one, yet it directly points to the true transcendence of the primordial source. His voice grew deep and powerful. In the realm of Tai Yi Golden Immortals, one no longer confines oneself to the arduous cultivation of the five energies. Instead, one employs supreme will to differentiate the true spirit, manifesting into myriad incarnations. These myriad incarnations are not mere projections of ordinary division. Rather, they are the differentiated projections of the true spiritual essence. They will traverse infinite barriers of time and space, entering countless worlds, and even flow upstream or downstream, stepping into the past and future within the river of time. Tai Yi's words sounded like thunder, resonating within Lu Jun's consciousness. While he had his suspicions, hearing Tai Yi articulate this method of traversing the heavens and penetrating the past and future through incarnations still left him in shock, his scalp tingling. This was an unfathomable feat. Each incarnation will exist independently, surviving, experiencing, and comprehending the Tao within its respective world and era. All the joys and sorrows, life and death, and every nuance of the laws they grasp will ultimately converge upon the original self. This is traversing the heavens with the Tai Yi form, comprehending the myriad laws. The depths of accumulation and the breadth of understanding are far beyond the mere seclusion and cultivation of the five energies. Indeed, it is so. The alternative path is undoubtedly this one. Tai Yi, manifesting into myriad. Chapter 21. Pangu severed the path of Da Luo. Tai Yi did not pause. His voice suddenly crescendoed. imbued with a resolute finality that severed all and painted the picture of the highest realm. Tai Yi manifests into myriad, and when the accumulation is sufficient, the water flows naturally, breaking into the Da Luo realm. This entails unifying all the myriad incarnations scattered across the heavens and worlds, past and future, along with their experiences, insights, and the very temporal imprints and causal connections embedded in their existence. All will be gathered, refined, and unified to consolidate the past, present, and future, all projections of self and all possibilities of self into one. Every word from Tai Yi seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the Tao, causing the quiet chamber to tremble slightly. Those who achieve this state will undergo an ultimate transformation of their true spiritual essence. Henceforth, they will genuinely leap beyond the river of time, gazing down at the eons. The past remains fixed, unalterable in its essence. No matter how one retraces the past, one cannot erase the cause of its existence. The future is indeterminate, yet cannot bind the fruits of transcendence. All future branches bear their shadow, yet none are shackled by them. One proof, eternal proof. Once achieved, the past, present, and future, all dimensions of time and space will acknowledge their Da Luo Dao fruit, eternal and indestructible. Unless one can obliterate all traces of existence across the myriad worlds, past and future, including the cause of its birth and the result of its unification. Simultaneously, one must thoroughly erase it from all dimensions of time and space. Otherwise, even if Honghuang shatters and chaos reignites, their true spirit can reassemble from the void and return in a new era. This is the true meaning of transcendence, unbound by the influences of calamity, unshackled by the creation and destruction of worlds. This is the true Da Luo. Tai Yi's voice resonated like a great bell, echoing endlessly in the depths of Lu Jun's soul. Indeed, it is so. Tai Yi, manifesting into myriad. Da Luo, all selves unified. One proof, eternal and indestructible. This is the authentic method of cultivating Da Luo. Even merely being a Tai Yi golden immortal is vastly superior to the current practice of cultivating the 5 energies within. Presently, if a Tai Yi golden immortal's 5 energies are sealed, they will plummet in cultivation. Yet, if one manifests into myriad, even if one incarnation's 5 energies are sealed, countless other incarnations remain. Unless one can simultaneously seal all the countless Tai Yi golden immortal incarnations' 5 energies. But that is exceedingly difficult. With this thought, Lu Jun suddenly recalled a figure, the ancestor of the underworld river. With 480 million blood god incarnations, the incarnations are indestructible, the underworld river endures. The sea of blood does not dry, and the underworld river does not perish. To speak of the closest cultivation method to that of the Tai Yi golden immortal, there is no doubt it is the river of Hades. Upon this thought, an endless stream of inspiration surged through Lu Jun's mind. Perhaps, he could indeed attempt to tread the path of the Tai Yi golden immortal. After all, he possessed a system. More importantly, the system evolved amidst the boundless stars. If he could acquire the means to transform into the 480 million blood deities of the river of Hades, he might also attain a myriad of incarnations. He could entrust his true spirit to the infinite constellations. At that time, as long as the stars endure, so shall I. The mere contemplation of this made Lu Jun's breath grow heavier. However, he soon sensed an anomaly. While this cultivation method may suffice for attaining the Tai Yi golden immortal, achieving the great Luo golden immortal seemed nearly impossible. Uncle, while this method of cultivation is indeed formidable, its difficulty is also extraordinarily daunting, is it not? Just the act of converging all of one's past and future timelines is nearly unfeasible. When Pangu was at the dawn of creation, any cultivator attempting to traverse that time would be treated as a chaotic demon and attacked by Pangu. Without the ability to converge past and future, and unable to breach the era guarded by Pangu, would the great Luo not remain forever out of reach? As he spoke, a sudden realization dawned upon him. So that is the case. Tai Yi observed Lu Jun's expression, a subtle smile gracing his face. It seems you have grasped it. Precisely because many have ventured this path, but none have succeeded. The current cultivation path of nurturing the 5 energies within the chest and the 3 flowers atop the head emerged. Yet even so, we have never relinquished the hope of once more treading the path of eternal certification to the great Luo. This time, the visit of the Empress Nuwa and several other sages to the end of the river of time to observe Pangu's creation is indeed an attempt. At this point, he paused momentarily, his gaze filled with a hint of expectation. Should the Empress Nuwa and the others truly gain Pangu's recognition, there would be a chance to withstand the acts of creation and return to the eternal past. In doing so, they could leave their mark at the dawn of creation and attain the status of a chaotic demon. Furthermore, If they could find a way to converge with the chaotic demon's essence, they might have the opportunity to achieve the eternal Great Luo. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun silently licked his lips. At this moment, he comprehended everything. So, this is the reasoning behind Tai's assertion about gaining Panga's acknowledgement. Returning to the time before creation, attaining the essence of the chaotic demon, then merging as one to achieve eternal certification. However, even with this understanding, he was acutely aware of the arduousness of this endeavor. Even if Nuwa and the others successfully returned to the time before creation, they would still be unable to attain the Great Luo. For once they returned to the past and acquired the essence of the chaotic demon, returning would result in Pangu's axe striking them down. This is hardly a path that can be traversed, unless their strength could withstand the divine axe of Pangu and then return to the present. But, could they truly endure that strike? Uncle, is it then that the reason Empress Nuwa and the others have not appeared for these past 300 years is that they perished during the time of creation? At this moment, Lu Jun finally understood why Nuwa had not returned. Because she fell during the time of creation. Tai nodded slightly, then shook his head. This matter, I too do not know. You do not know? Tai spread his hands. The saints returned to the past of the river of time. And now that past is filled with infinite chaos, I dare not even take a glance. At the end of the river of time, after creation, a violent vortex of energy tore at the fabric of space-time, and shattered fragments of laws scattered like a deadly meteor shower. The chaotic energy was thick as substance, each surge bearing the primordial power of creation, reshaping the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Near this tumultuous sea of origin, 6 figures radiating an eternal and indestructible brilliance struggled to anchor themselves. They were the 6 celestial saints journeying against the current of time, seeking the mysteries of creation to attain the eternal Great Luo, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jane, and Juanti. Their current position was seemingly not far from the core of the cataclysmic battle that would decide the fate of the Hongwang. Yet it was separated by an endless perilous chaos. However, even at this relatively safe observation point, the unmatched and terrifying pressure of Pangu's creation bore down upon each saint like a colossal mountain, causing their saintly bodies to feel moments of stagnation, and their primordial light to flicker. Their gaze fell upon the depths of chaos. That towering giant was the singular Tao, the sole force. Each time he wielded the axe of creation, it was not merely a physical strike, but a pronouncement upon the entire chaotic epic. It was the end of the void, the genesis of existence. Wherever the axe light traversed, chaos erupted like boiling soup, separating the pure from the turbid, as the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind surged chaotically, reshaping themselves. Those daring to challenge this creative might, the chaotic demons, met a fate that could only be described as tragic. A streak of axe light, spanning the ages, cut through, targeting an ancient demon resembling a colossal crab, bearing the chaotic star map upon its back. Not even a wail escaped its lips. Its indomitable shell and vast primordial essence vanished silently like fragile glass. Only a massive void vortex remained, ravenously devouring chaos. Pangu's figure seemed to grow slightly larger. His Tao appeared even stronger. On the other side, a demon controlling the fires of oblivion, shrouded in black flames capable of incinerating myriad worlds, roared as it charged toward Pangu, attempting to extinguish the fire of creation. Pangu did not even turn. He simply flicked his hand casually. The axe light, like an antelope's horn, left no trace, yet precisely severed the root laws of that obliterating fire. The demon's roar ceased abruptly. Its massive form along with the world-consuming black flames instantaneously reduced to fine ash, dissipating within the surging axe light. The flames of creation surrounding Pangu blazed ever more fiercely. A roar, filled with an indomitable will to battle the heavens and the earth, tore through chaos. A figure of a colossal ape, red as blood, muscles coiling like serpents, brandished an iron staff capable of stirring the chaotic winds, charging at Pangu with a speed that transcended time and space. Its eyes burned crimson, brimming with battle intent. It was none other than the chaotic demon renowned for its combative instincts and ferocious might, the chaotic demon ape. What a magnificent demon ape. Chapter 22. 3 Axes annihilate the chaotic demon ape. The eyes of Tontian teacher blazed with brilliance, unable to suppress a low exclamation. His tone imbued with admiration and gravity for a fellow combatant. The momentum of that demon ape even startled him. The chaotic demon ape disregarded its fallen comrades before it. Its gaze was fixed solely upon the giant of creation. The iron staff, imbued with the might to shatter stars and obliterate myriad laws, encompassed all its life essence and principles of battle, and it descended heavily upon Pangu's head. This strike was capable of severely wounding or even annihilating an ordinary saint. Pangu finally cast a glance at it. That gaze was akin to a creator looking down upon an ant attempting to shake the divine mountain. The first axe. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a simple yet unadorned trajectory cutting through the air. The chaotic demon ape's iron staff, capable of withstanding innate treasures, shattered like rotten wood. The violent battle intent and laws contained within the staff were instantaneously dismantled and assimilated by the true essence encapsulated in the axe light. The demon ape's onslaught was forcibly interrupted, its eyes flashing with disbelief and horror. The second axe. Pengu's actions reached the very limits of time, as though the trajectory of that first axe had yet to dissipate when the second gleam of the axe was already ignited. This time, the target was directly aimed at the chaos demon ape's very essence. A soft hiss echoed, rendered almost insignificant against the tumultuous backdrop of chaos. The colossal form of the chaos demon ape suddenly stiffened. A straight beam of light cascaded down from the center of its crown, piercing through its entire being. In swift succession, a third intersecting gleam of axe light flickered almost simultaneously. With a muffled thud, the immense and unmatched body of the chaos demon ape was cleaved with surgical precision, instantaneously reduced to 4 massive remnants. Its ferocious battle intent, indomitable demonic body, and boiling bloodlines were rendered fragile before the brilliance of the opening heaven axe, akin to a sandcastle against the tide. The 4 severed remains were swept away by the violent currents of chaos, hurled towards the nascent primordial quadrants. Astonishingly, its physical form did not disintegrate. Even Pengu seemed taken aback for a fleeting moment. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the 6 saints. Even across the vast distances of time and space, witnessing the fleeting brilliance of the 3 axes sent chills down their spines. As powerful as the chaos demon ape was, it met its demise with 2 axes and was reduced to 4 segments by the third. Lao Zi remained expressionless, yet a barely perceptible ripple glimmered in the depths of his unfathomable gaze. It was as if he were contemplating the supreme Tao contained within those 2 axes, culminating in a nearly inaudible sigh. Perhaps it was a lament for the arduousness of the great Tao, or perhaps a confirmation of some inner deduction. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's countenance was stern, radiant with jade-like celestial light as he strained to resist the oppressive might of Pengu that transcended time and space. He cast a glance at the 2 saints of the West, his tone imbued with his characteristic reserve and a hint of barely perceptible disdain. Humph. The chaos nurtures the mindless and the ignorant. Even with a modicum of brute strength, devoid of understanding of the celestial order and the great Tao, they are but ants attempting to shake a tree, inviting their own destruction. The might of the Father God Pengu is not something such boorish beings can fathom. Tong Tian Jiaozhu appeared considerably more exhilarated. He gripped the hilt of his Qingping sword tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion. His eyes shone with fervor as he gazed at the majestic figure of Pengu, his voice brimming with excitement and yearning. Excellent. What a magnificent strike to open the heavens. What a culmination of strength. Breaking myriad laws, severing countless paths, a single force overcoming tenfold. Such grandeur embodies the essence of the great Tao. Even if one perishes in the pursuit of the path, to witness this scene and to feel this power is an unparalleled opportunity for us seekers of the Tao. This is the true crux of the matter. His entire being radiated with sword energy, as if he yearned to resonate with that gleam of the axe. Nuwa stood to the side, her exquisite visage marred by deep concern. Her gaze did not remain fully fixed on the cataclysmic battleground, but rather drifted toward the embryonic form of the primordial continent, which was struggling to take shape beneath the axe's brilliance, teeming with boundless life. Her fingers unconsciously twisted her sleeves, her heart preoccupied with thoughts of the child she had poured all her love into, yet whose future remained uncertain due to the defiance against fate. Pengu's might left her in awe, and the uncertainty of the path ahead further fueled her apprehension for the future. The 2 saints of the West exchanged glances, and the sorrow etched upon the face of the Jain Taoist deepened, as if mourning the fallen demon god, while simultaneously empathizing with the tribulations of all beings. On the other hand, the Zhuanti Taoist's eyes sparkled with shrewdness as he stepped forward. His voice bore a peculiar persuasive power, rising above the chaotic roars, clearly reaching the ears of the other saints. Esteemed friends, the great god Pengu opens the heavens and splits the earth. His divine might is indeed beyond our current reach. Yet, does this scene not reaffirm the opportunity once presented by that path to transcendence? Only by tracing back to this source, crossing over the dawn of creation, and leaving our mark amidst the chaos, can we establish the foundations of an eternal and indestructible Tao fruit. We are the saints of the heavenly way, bearers of the primordial fortunes and seekers of the ultimate truths. How could we be compared to those chaotic demon gods? He paused, his gaze sweeping over Lao Zi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and finally resting on Nuwa, his tone growing more impassioned, imbued with a captivating force. Behold the gleam of the axe. Within its annihilation lies boundless vitality. This is the power of creation and also the chance for transcendence. Our pursuit of the great Luo is not for selfish gain, but to carve out a path of eternal transcendence for all beings of the primordial realm, to pave an immortal thoroughfare for the myriad spirits of the future. This is the ultimate act of great virtue and grand aspiration. How can we falter before the obstacles that lie ahead? Though the Father God Pangu is indeed unparalleled in strength, his act of opening the heavens and splitting the earth is meant to establish the cosmos and create the world, not for slaughter. With reverence in our hearts, as saints, undertaking the task of certifying the Tao, we may yet earn a thread of his recognition. Even if we must pay a small price, if we can glimpse the true essence of that eternal Tao fruit and lay an unshakable foundation for the primordial realm, it would be an immeasurable virtue. Zhuanti's words ignited a fervor that had already been smoldering within the hearts of the saints. He skillfully sidestepped the immediate consequences of Pangu's wrath, instead obscuring the notion of sacrifice. He elevated their goal to noble heights, fervently urging everyone to press forward, to challenge the seemingly impossible path of unity. He understood that only by having the three pure ones and Nuwa at the forefront, enduring the most direct impact of Pangu's axe light, did the two saints of the West stand a slim chance of leaving their mark amidst the chaos or even reaping the benefits as bystanders. The chaotic currents surged, and the gleam of Pangu's axe continued to shimmer in the distant expanse. Each flicker was accompanied by the mournful cries of the chaotic demon gods and the nascent forms of a new world. Yuanshi cast a sidelong glance at the two saints of the West, his disdain becoming ever more pronounced. How could he not discern their petty intentions? They merely wished for the two of them to attract Pangu's firepower, allowing them to pursue their own agendas. Since the two of you wish to attain that eternal great Luo, I shall preemptively offer my congratulations on your impending success. After speaking, he deliberately turned his body, extending a hand toward the moment of the heavens opening. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Chapter 23. The Fall of the Two Saints of the West. Yuanshi Tianzuan's frigid gaze and unmasked disdain pierced through the hearts of the two saints of the West. His words, please, laid bare their intentions in the midst of chaos. The fervor on Zhuanti Daoist's face froze in an instant, as if someone had grasped his throat, nearly shattering the mask of benevolence he wore. Jin Daoist's expression deepened into one of despair, as though he might weep from the bitterness. Brother Yuanshi, this is a grievous misjudgment. Zhuanti hastily interjected, his voice tinged with a subtle tremor of panic as he sought to defend himself. My brother and I have come here, united with our esteemed friends, all to affirm the path of the eternal great Luo. How could we act alone in this matter? The might of the Father God Pangu is immeasurable, and it is precisely because of your esteemed brothers and sisters, the true disciples of Pangu and the pinnacle of the mystical path, that we may garner a thread of his compassion, thereby demonstrating our sincerity. Our impoverished West, with its shallow teachings, finds it exceedingly difficult to bear the weighty responsibility of being the vanguard. We fear we may hinder the great endeavors of our esteemed friends. In his words, he sought to distance himself from the notion of covertly benefiting, while simultaneously elevating the three pure ones and Nuwa to a pedestal. He implied that only they were worthy of affirmation, while he himself was merely fit to cheer from the sidelines. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan's celestial light surged violently. The terrifying pressure of the heavenly way saints was no longer restrained, descending upon the two saints of the West like a tangible mountain of chaos, causing the surrounding chaotic currents to part, creating a vacuum around them. Yuanshi's gaze was as cold as ancient ice, his voice low, yet imbued with an undeniable will. Impoverished? Shallow. To assert the attainment of the heavenly Tao and the sanctified status of a sage, how can one entertain notions of poverty and superficiality? Do you, my two esteemed junior disciples, dare to question the fairness of the celestial Tao? Or do you merely wish to exploit our capabilities under the guise of seeking a path of transcendence amidst the primordial chaos? The oppressive authority of Yuanshi weighed heavily, causing both Jie and Zhuanti to feel as though their saintly forms were on the verge of collapse, their primordial spirits flickering with violent agitation. This was not merely a suppression of power, but a crushing of their resolve, directly targeting their internal scheming. The Tong Tianjiao master had long harbored disdain for the two Western saints, and at this moment, witnessing Yuanshi's aggression, he could no longer contain himself. With a cold snort, the Qingping sword at his waist sprang forth half an inch, releasing a terrifying sword intent that could cleave chaos and obliterate all laws. Merging with Yuanshi's oppressive force, together, they formed two torrents of destruction, firmly ensnaring the two Western saints. The fire of battle ignited in Tong Tian's eyes, his words blunt and unrefined. Enough of this prattling. Either advance and scout ahead, or I shall remain here and test the weight of your Western methods. Let us see if your saintly forms can withstand even a few of my strikes, as the chaotic demon apes do. Lao Zi remained silent, yet above him, the exquisite tower of heaven and earth emitted countless streams of profound yellow energy, exuding an aura of suppression that rendered the universe and myriad laws impotent. Though he spoke not a word, his indifferent gaze swept over the two Western saints, as if to declare, beneath the celestial Tao, there is no room for complacency. His very existence constituted an overwhelming pressure, making it abundantly clear to the two Western saints that the three pure ones were in complete accord at this moment. The expressions of the two Western saints transformed entirely. The combined forces of Yuan Shi's oppression, Tong Tian's sword intent, and Lao Zi's silence intertwined, weaving an invisible net that ensnared them tightly, with no escape in sight. They were utterly convinced that should they dare utter a word of dissent, the three pure ones would indeed join forces to suppress them right here, beneath the very eyes of Pangu as he opened the heavens. Though they were all sages, existing beneath the celestial Tao, unyielding and eternal, to be suppressed and sealed, missing this once-in-an-eternity opportunity, would be a fate worse than death. They were already the weakest. Should they sustain further damage, the disparity with the other sages would only grow more pronounced. Zhuan Ti sought to cast a glance towards Nuwa, hoping this compassionate matron would speak to alleviate the tension. However, Nuwa merely cast them a detached glance, her exquisite visage bearing traces of exhaustion and profound alienation. Clearly, her thoughts were far removed from this matter, her gaze drifting once more towards the nascent primordial form taking shape, as if searching for something, only to gently shake her head, too weary to utter a single word. The final vestiges of hope shattered. They had initially intended to ensnare Nuwa and the three pure ones, yet found themselves ensnared instead. Jie and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, recognizing the bitterness, resentment, and a hint of resolute determination that lay deep within each other's eyes. Very well, Jie sighed heavily, the sorrowful expression on his face nearly materializing into substance. Since my three senior brothers are so resolute, we shall, for the sake of our fellow Taoists, venture forth and scout the path first. His words bore a tragic grandeur, as if he were truly sacrificing for a noble cause. Zhuan Ti too managed to muster a semblance of steely resolve, to validate the eternal Tao of the great Luo, to carve a path of transcendence amidst the primordial chaos. Even if it leads to our demise and dissolution, we shall not hesitate. He elevated their actions to the lofty heights of seeking blessings for the primordial chaos, attempting to salvage a shred of dignity. They inhaled deeply, their bodies radiating with resplendent Buddhist light. Jie summoned the golden light of the Jie treasure banner atop his head, striving to stabilize the tumultuous chaotic energies surrounding them. Zhuan Ti manifested his dermic body, wielding the seven treasures Miao tree, the seven-colored radiance swirling as he attempted to carve out a relatively stable path. They unleashed all their saintly power, transforming it into two dazzling streams of light. Gritting their teeth, they charged unflinchingly towards the core battlefield where Pangu had opened the heavens, towards the very site of countless fallen chaotic demons. The closer they drew, the more terrifying the pressure of creation became. This was a realm where no living being of later generations had ever set foot, for none possessed their level of strength. Most were obliterated by Pangu's terrifying might before they could even approach these locales. The two Western saints bore witness to even more formidable chaotic demon gods, their hearts quaking at the sight, as they melted and disintegrated beneath Pangu's seemingly casual axe light, like snow under the scorching sun. The laws lamented, the great Tao crumbled. With every axe stroke Pangu delivered, it was as though he laid down an unshakable foundation for the entire primordial world. Their gazes pierced through the tumultuous currents of chaotic energy, resolutely locking onto a singular direction. That was the very chest of the towering Pangu, the place where the future Shumi mountain of the primordial chaos would take shape. Containing the core power of creation, it was also the place most familiar to them. They bore the weight capable of crushing stars, laboriously approaching that region, attempting to resonate with their own essence and establish a connection with the undivided chest of chaos. Suddenly, an abnormality arose. The towering Pangu giant, seemingly immersed in his monumental task of creation, exhibited a fleeting moment of subtle hesitation. It was as if he sensed a disturbance from the future, encroaching upon the primordial form he fiercely protected, still in its fragile phase of formation. This was a reaction born of the primal instinct to safeguard the nascent world. Pangu did not completely turn his head, yet an indescribable, overwhelming will instantaneously fixed upon the two Western saints. This was not a deliberate intent to kill. but rather akin to a giant instinctively swatting away potential nuisances that might hinder the growth of saplings. He casually swung two axes towards the direction the two Western Saints approached. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no cataclysmic explosion of energy, only two unadorned trajectories, seemingly imbued with the significance of both creation and annihilation, sliced through the chaos. At the very moment the axe light was about to reach the two saints, Pangu's vast and boundless will seemed to clearly capture the life imprints of the future of the primordial chaos that belonged to them, beings birthed from the world he had created. The destructive might contained within the trajectory of the axe light dissipated by more than 90% in an instant. Yet, even this remnant, a fraction of the power of creation, surpassed the limits comprehensible to any sage. Quick, we are nearing the limits that transcend time and space. The two Western Saints felt an overwhelming sense of dread erupt from the very essence of life, their primordial spirits crying out in alarm. All their scheming, all their ambitions, in this moment, transformed into the purest instinct for survival. It was a despair that arose from the depths of their souls when faced with an absolute level of oppression. Pangu's mere subconscious reaction to safeguard the nascent world rendered them acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that lay before them. Ah, Nemo, Jane roared. Billions of golden lights of merit layered upon one another, attempting to construct an absolute defense. Simultaneously, a relic containing boundless wisdom and compassion burst forth from atop his head, radiating immeasurable light. He endeavored to confront the profound truths contained within the trajectory of the axe light with the essence of his own Dao fruit. Zhuan, driven to the brink of madness, wildly wielded the seven treasures Miao tree, the seven-colored radiance coalescing into seven roaring draconic laws, thrashing towards the axe light. His own dermic body expanded, countless arms flailing, either forming seals or wielding magical instruments, exhausting all his powers, even at the cost of burning his own source of saintly strength. Yet, against this remnant of the axe intent of creation, it remained utterly futile. An absolute sense of impotence engulfed them in an instant. Where the trajectories of the axe light passed, all laws were rendered void. The seven-colored draconic laws vanished like mere bubbles. The myriad merits of gold light were effortlessly torn asunder like thin paper. The radiance emanating from the relic, which contained the supreme fruit of the Tao, dimmed instantaneously, emitting a mournful wail under the weight of its burden. The seven-treasure wondrous tree of the Taoist sage Kuan Yin, renowned as the primordial spiritual treasure that encompassed all, produced a sharp crack upon contact with the ephemeral axe light, revealing a distinct fissure upon its trunk. The golden light of the treasure banner wielded by the Sage of Guidance melted and evaporated instantly, akin to ice plunged into molten lava. No. Chapter 24. The three pure ones cry out to the Father God. Despairing screams reverberated through the chaos, infused with an incredulous terror. They had exerted their utmost. Yet even a mere remnant strike from Pangu, wielding a mere fraction of his power, could not be withstood. With two soft sounds, akin to a gentle breeze extinguishing a candle flame, the two Western Saints, in their desperate resistance against Pangu's two casual strikes, whose might was reduced to nearly nothing, were as feeble as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Their saintly bodies, along with the protective treasures of the banner, wondrous tree, and relics phantom, disintegrated silently, like remnants of snow cast into the furnace of heaven and earth. Without even producing a violent explosion, they crumbled into the finest, most primordial ashes. Holy desolation! And it was two heavenly saints, who before the might of the great Pangu could not withstand even the slightest remnant of his power, utterly transforming into ashes. At that moment, the two Western Saints profoundly and indelibly comprehended what it meant to be Pangu, what it meant to open the heavens, what it meant to face true despair. This was not power from the same dimension. Their prideful saintly strength was rendered insignificant, lesser than dust, in the presence of the Father God. The two clouds of ashes, embodying the essence of the saints and the shattered principles of the Tao, were not entirely dispersed by the chaotic winds. Mysteriously, they were faintly drawn towards their own lingering spiritual treasures. Moreover, they were attracted to the target they had previously locked onto. Drifting as if alive, they fell towards the grand chest of Pangu, heading towards the future direction of the western Shumi mountain. Specks of ash silently merged into the nascent, heavy, and vast mountain forms that were transitioning from chaos to the primordial earth, carrying the unwillingness, schemes, and a trace of inconsequential primal imprint from the two saints. They were deeply etched into the core of the future Western ancestral vein, just as their consciousness sank into boundless darkness, descending into eternal slumber. A revelation originating from the essence of time and space cleaved through their submerged awareness like a cold lightning bolt. So it is, we are destined to be connected with the West, built upon Hou Yi, and this is no coincidence. All causes and effects begin at this moment. Had we not fallen here today, leaving our primal imprint upon this land, our future roots would not be so tightly entwined with this Western ancestral vein, and might even have diverged. The cause of today forges the fruit of the future Western teachings. This is the eternal cause and effect, the intertwining of past and future. Simultaneously, a wave of intense regret surged within, had they known that the heavenly mandate of the West stemmed from their own folly at this moment. Why had they fixated their gaze on this future barren land? Perhaps there were better choices? Yet following closely was a deeper sense of confusion and trepidation. Without today's fall and imprint, could they still successfully attain the indestructible heavenly saint status? Every sip and every peck, could they truly be fated? This heavenly mandate and cause and effect were indeed profound and inscrutable, sending shivers down one's spine. As the two Western saints instantaneously turned to ashes beneath Pangu's casual strike, completely merging into the embryonic earth vein of the future Hou Yi mountain. The hint of disdain on the face of the Primordial Supreme One transformed into an icy indifference, and the jade-clear celestial light surrounding him quivered slightly, as if contemplating retreat. The chaos was perilous, and Pangu's divine might was unfathomable. Even the strong Western saints had fallen in an instant, leaving no further purpose for their presence. Saints do not die nor perish. Perhaps upon their return, the Western saints would be revived. However, he had no desire to experience such a meaningless death. This time, as they returned to the past, they had arrived at a place they had never before reached, witnessing sights they had never seen, which was sufficient. Returning to comprehend their observations and feelings would surely deepen their understanding of the great Tao. Yet, just as the Primordial Supreme One was about to propose their departure, Hou Yi, who had remained silent as a mountain, seemingly fused with the intricate treasure tower of heaven and earth, suddenly lifted his eyelids. For the first time, the serene depths of his gaze reflected the grand spectacle of Pangu opening the heavens, the chaos splitting, and the laws of birth and demise. As if infinite Tao rhythms circulated within, he spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it resonated like the first sound of the Tao at the dawn of chaos, instantly overpowering the roar of the river of time, clearly echoing in the ears of the other three saints. I understand. Elder brother, what do you understand? The impatient Tontian sect leader immediately inquired. While he was astonished by Pangu's might, he felt more of an unwillingness and battle intent. Hou Yi's sudden words must carry profound meaning. Hou Yi's gaze was profound, as if penetrating the endless tumult of time and space, staring into the core of the opening of heaven and earth. His voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable resolution. It is time for us to venture forth into the opening of the heavens. Upon these words, it was as if chaos thundered in an explosion. The pupils of the Primordial Supreme One constricted suddenly, his face's icy indifference replaced by disbelief. Elder brother, what did you say? He thought he had misheard. The corpses of the two Western saints were not yet cold. The lesson from their demise was right before them. To venture forth into the opening of the heavens? Was that not akin to seeking one's own demise? The beautiful Nuwa abruptly retracted her gaze, which had been drifting towards the embryonic form of the primordial earth, her exquisite face filled with astonishment, exclaiming, Master brother, you wish to venture forth into the opening of the heavens? Are you not afraid of death? The fate of the two Western friends is still fresh in our minds. Her heart swelled with greater concern. If the three pure ones also fell here, the entire pattern of the primordial realm would be irrevocably altered. And what would become of her child? Tontian sect leader was also taken aback. While he was combative, he was by no means a reckless fool. To confront Pangu directly? What difference was there from challenging the heavenly Tao? Yet Hou Yi slowly shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the Primordial Supreme One, Tontian, and finally resting upon Nuwa. His tone imbued with an understanding that pierced through illusion, fear. Naturally, there is fear. However, we must undertake this journey. He paused, his gaze once more becoming resolute. As he looked at the Primordial Supreme One and Tontian, follow me. Before the words had left his mouth, the intricate treasure tower of heaven and earth above Hou Yi radiated with brilliant light, and myriad energies of primordial yellow cascaded down, enveloping him securely. Concurrently, an ancient scroll, embodying the flow of chaos and encompassing all, flew from his sleeve. The innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram unfurled beneath his feet, transforming into a golden bridge that stabilized the chaotic elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, opening a relatively stable passage. Primordial, hold the banner. Hou Yi's voice was steady and unquestionable. Although the Primordial Supreme One's heart was tumultuous, the trust he had in his elder brother after countless eons was instinctual. He almost instinctively summoned the Pangu banner. The banner fluttered, chaotic sword chi flickering unpredictably, a terrifying aura of tearing permeating the air, resonating with the golden bridge of the Taiji diagram, further solidifying the passage. Tong Tian, set the formation. Lao Zi ordered once more. Taking a deep breath, Tong Tian sect leader suppressed all his doubts and astonishment, his eyes igniting with a resolute light. All right, elder brother, second brother. Today we shall together venture into this forbidden land of the opening of the heavens. With a resounding roar, the four swords of slaying immortals rang out in unison. Soaring into the sky, the swords of slaying immortals, trapping immortals, exterminating immortals, and punishing immortals instantaneously divided into four cardinal directions. A terrifying aura of murderous sword energy intertwined to form a net, evolving into the primordial slaying immortals array. The brilliance of the sword array enveloped the three pure ones, bestowing upon them the most formidable offensive and defensive power. The three pure ones, united as one, manifested the might of their four supreme treasures simultaneously. A force, originating from a shared root yet embodying unique profundities, erupted with a thunderous roar, momentarily establishing a realm amidst the chaotic tempest that belonged solely to them. Three streaks of flowing light, guided by the golden bridge of the Taiji diagram, carved a path beneath the brilliance of the Panga banner, and under the constricting grip of the slaying immortals array, boldly surged deeper into the core of Pangu's primordial creation than the two saints of the West. For a fleeting moment, the towering figure of the great Pangu seemed to pause slightly. Having just driven away two future pests, he now sensed a more formidable, familiar presence approaching his newly forged world, one that made him feel as if he were being scrutinized. An indescribable irritation surged within him. The act of creating the heavens and the earth was his life's ultimate endeavor, to which he could not permit even the slightest interference. Instinctively, he prepared to swing his hand once more, intending to eliminate this new disturbance entirely, just as he had with the Western saints. The ethereal image of the heavenly axe coalesced in his grasp, and the terrifying aura capable of severing all past and future began to permeate the air once more. At that critical juncture, Lao Zi, standing at the forefront of the Taiji diagram's golden bridge, suddenly lifted his gaze. His eyes pierced through the layers of chaos, locking onto the majestic form of Pangu, and with all his might, he let out a resounding call that reverberated through time and space. Filled with admiration and reverence, Father God. This call seemed to resonate with a profound connection stemming from the deepest recesses of their bloodline and primordial spirit, carrying the essence of the three treasures of creation, and it clearly reached the vast will of Pangu. For the first time, the motion of Pangu's axe exhibited a noticeable halt. The gathering light of the axe flickered with hesitation. Slowly, as if rotating the colossal pillars supporting heaven and earth, he directed his gaze toward the source of the voice. There, amidst the chaos, were three figures that appeared diminutive yet exuded an oddly familiar aura. That call, rooted in bloodline, and the essence radiating from the three treasures, bore an uncanny resemblance to the heavenly axe in his hand and to his own power, sharing a common origin yet differing in melody. In Pangu's immense eyes, chaotic currents surged, revealing a hint of exploration and confusion. The terrifying pressure capable of crushing saints, at that moment, retracted its sharpness, merely casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the three pure ones. Father God, Lao Zi spoke again, his voice steady and clear, bearing the weight of declaration. We, the three, are the manifestations of your primordial spirit. Boom. This proclamation resonated like a thunderclap within the chaos, deepening Pangu's gaze and causing Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiao Zhu behind to tremble with overwhelming joy. So it is indeed. The elder brother's calculations were flawless. All of his schemes were aimed at gaining the recognition of Father God Pangu. As long as Father God acknowledges us as manifestations of his primordial spirit, we stand a chance to draw closer and even to request his permission to traverse back to the primordial chaos at the moment of creation. Should we succeed, the minions of the chaos demon would be within our grasp. At that point, we could flow back against the tide of the great desolation, consolidate all timelines, and the eternal great Luo would be within reach. Who throughout the ages could achieve such a feat? Only we, the three pure ones of Pangu. Tong Tian was so exhilarated that he nearly let out a howl, his hand gripping the Qingping sword trembling slightly. He regarded Lao Zi's silhouette with unprecedented admiration. Elder brother, truly, you are worthy of the title. The ever-watchful Nuwa, from a distance, was also taken aback. She observed how the three pure ones, under Pangu's gaze, not only avoided instant annihilation like the Western saints, but seemed to have gained some tacit consent, slowly advancing. Could it be that the three pure ones are about to create history before her eyes, becoming the first eternal great Luo of all ages? A complex mix of emotions surged within her, comprising awe and an ineffable intricacy. Pengu's colossal head slightly nodded, as if acknowledging Laozi's words. The scrutinizing gaze softened with a hint of warmth. He did not speak, merely retracting the condensed light of the axe, seemingly permitting their approach. With immense pressure bearing down upon them, the three pure ones, under the protection of the three treasures of creation, finally traversed the last distance, arriving at the very origin where Pengu embodied the great desolation. Here, the chaos demon had been vanquished by Pengu. Here, Pengu's physical form suppressed 3,000 chaos demons. Here was the very point of Pengu's creation of the heavens and the earth. Standing here, they felt as though they could reach out and touch the supreme principles that stabilized the primordial chaos, delineating the clear from the turbid. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian's hearts raced, for the grand opportunity lay before them. As long as Father God nodded, they could take this final step and enter the era before chaos was born. However, at this pivotal moment, standing at the forefront, Laozi made an action that left Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and even Nuwa utterly astonished and bewildered. He deeply bowed to the towering Pengu, performing an ancient gesture of reverence. Then, raising his head, his gaze was clear and tranquil as he earnestly requested, "Father God, please wield your axe. Please wield your axe." The joy on Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Zhaozhu's faces instantly froze into a blank expression. They could hardly believe their ears. Had the elder brother lost his mind? At this moment, when success was merely a step away, he actively sought death, requesting Father God to use the heavenly axe to slay them? Nuwa also covered her mouth, her eyes filled with utmost shock and confusion. What was Laozi intending? To self-destruct? In Pengu's vast and chaotic eyes, a flicker of surprise seemed to flash. Yet, he appeared to grasp something, and that gaze turned profoundly deep, as if penetrating the resolve and wisdom hidden beneath Laozi's calm exterior. He hesitated no longer. The heavenly axe moved. This time, it was not a casual wave of dismissal, but carried an inexplicable solemnity and acknowledgement. The first axe, unadorned yet imbued with the will to open all things, struck toward the three pure ones. The heavens and earth resonated with a mournful cry as the essence of chaos shattered. The Taiji diagram's golden bridge trembled violently, and the yin-yang energies were thrown into disarray. The slaying immortals' array emitted wails, the brilliance of the four swords dimming instantaneously. The saintly bodies of the three pure ones shattered like fragile glass. The second axe followed swiftly. The chaotic aura of the Panga banner was extinguished. The Taiji diagram shrieked as it retracted into Laozi's sleeve. The four swords of the slaying immortals lost their luster, hurtling backward. The light of the three pure ones' primordial spirits began to dissipate. The third axe. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a profound silence as all things returned to the void, reverting to chaos. The saintly bodies and primordial spirit light of the three pure ones, beneath the solemnity of Pengu's three axes, were utterly transformed into the most fundamental three strands of pure essence. Like curling wisps of smoke, they spiraled at the point of creation, about to merge into the newly birthed laws of the great desolation. The fall of the three pure ones marked the end of an era. As the three strands of pure energy were on the verge of dissipating completely, a voice, ancient and grand like the primordial chaos itself, resonated for the first time in the river of time, an utterance never before directed at any being by Pengu since the dawn of creation. Imbued with supreme authority and a hint of barely perceptible contentment, "You three are my true lineage." This voice resonated like the tolling of a great bell, causing the river of time to momentarily come to a standstill. The impending dissolution of the three strands of pure energy trembled violently, as if infused with newfound vitality. The submerged consciousness of Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Zhaozhu, upon hearing these 6 words, was awakened as if by a divine revelation. All doubts, resentments, and astonishments evaporated, leaving only boundless shock and ecstatic clarity. So it was. What the elder brother sought was never a return to chaos at the moment of creation. What he sought was the ultimate acknowledgement of their identities as the authentic lineage of Pengu from the Father God at the origin of creation. It was the Father God, at this moment of the birth of myriad paths and the source of laws, who, with the intent of the opening acts, engraved the primordial spirits of the three pure ones deeply into the core essence of the Hongmeng world. This imprint was purer and more noble than any chaotic demon god's lineage. This was the true foundation of an everlasting testament. The Father God's personal acknowledgement of their authenticity was their greatest reliance, eternal and indestructible, transcending both past and future. Just as the three pure ones' pure energy imprinted the essence of Hongmeng, and Yuan Shi and Tong Tian grasped the profound truth, a sudden upheaval occurred. A figure emerged from the downstream river of time, defying the violent currents of chaos, rushing upstream with incredible speed, directly pressing toward the point of creation. The aura emanating from this individual was enigmatic and unfathomable, seemingly surpassing even the previous 3 pure saints. Just before Lao Zi's demise, his final words echoed, "Hutu, you have arrived too late." Chapter 26, The Annihilation of the Saints. Before the words faded, the figure surging against the current had already broken through the final chaotic turbulence, revealing her form. It was Hutu, the embodiment of reincarnation and the ruler of the underworld. However, her visage had transformed dramatically, now resembling that of the serene mother of the earth. Yet, at this moment, her face bore none of her former compassion and tranquility, only a disquieting pallor. Within her deep, abyss-like eyes, the scene of the 3 strands of pure energy being slowly absorbed by the essence of Hongwang, leaving their imprint, was vividly reflected. Also mirrored was Pangu's monumental figure, which had yet to completely fade, alongside the reverberating proclamation, "You 3 are my true lineage." Her gaze dimmed instantly, laden with profound resignation and bitterness, as she murmured, "I never expected to arrive a moment too late." This sigh was imbued with the millennia-long obsessions and hopes of the Wu clan, ultimately reduced to mere illusions at the very source of creation due to a miscalculation. Beside her, Nuwa, who had witnessed this heart-stopping spectacle, felt her shock swell like a towering wave. Lao Zi's voice, like the final key, unlocked her enlightenment completely. So it was, everything Lao Zi had done, that seemingly mad act of seeking death, had never been about returning to chaos at the moment of creation. What he contended for was the 4 characters of Pangu's true lineage. It was the undeniable name of Pangu's true lineage, acknowledged and imprinted by the Father God at the origin of creation, where myriad paths were birthed. This recognition, this imprint, would eternally exist with the birth of the Hongmeng world, transcending both past and future, becoming the most unassailable foundation for the 3 pure ones as Pangu's true lineage. Had Lao Zi not chosen to seek death beneath Pangu's axe, but instead, like Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, attempted to transcend the moment of creation to return to the primordial chaos in search of the chaotic demon god's lineage, Hutu, who followed shortly thereafter, might have requested the same recognition from Pangu, presenting herself as the ancestral which transformed from Pangu's blood. If Pangu had similarly proclaimed to Hutu, "You are my true lineage," then in the endless future, the true Pangu lineage in the hearts of all beings in Hongwang would belong to the Wu clan. The identity of the 3 pure ones, transformed from primordial spirits, would be utterly overshadowed. This struggle had been predetermined since the very beginning of creation, continuing into the endless future, a battle over who was the rightful heir to Pangu's legacy, threading through the river of time. And in this crucial battle occurring at the source of time, the victor was Lao Zi, the 3 pure ones. A profound realization struck Nuwa's heart, granting her an unprecedented understanding of time and eternity. Time is not merely a straight river. It harbors countless tributaries, some of which connect with the mainstream in a cyclical relationship of cause and effect. The past determines the future. Yet a powerful future can likewise influence or even lock the past. The essence of Eternal Da Luo, an everlasting testament, may very well be this. If one can attain Eternal Da Luo in the future, then there must exist a decisive imprint of its presence in the endless past. Simultaneously, that eternal future fruit must also stabilize its existence in the past. The past and the future anchor and enhance each other, forming an unbreakable closed loop. So it is. Nuwa murmured softly to herself, her anxiety, worries, and calculations dissolving like snow in the warmth of spring. In their place emerged an unprecedented sense of ease and relief. Since both the past and the future have been somewhat fixed, then in the present, positioned in the middle of the timeline, no matter what she does, it seems impossible to truly alter the predetermined outcome. Or rather, everything she does now is inherently a part of that fixed outcome. What is there to worry about? What is there to be anxious about? What is there to calculate? Just lie down and be at ease. Nuwa could not help but chuckle lightly, her smile pure and relaxed, radiating a kind of carefree insight into the affairs of the world. The creation she had once worried over and fought against fate to protect now rested lightly in her heart. Death, that is the destined trajectory. Life, that too is a destined grace. Since it is fate, why not follow one's heart and do as one pleases? Forcing matters may only add to one's troubles. Hutu was unaware of the tumult within Nuwa at that moment. She watched as the 3 strands of pure energy completely merged into the essence of Hongwang. Feeling the solidity of Pangu's imprint, her previously pale face gradually transforming into a resolute calm. She turned to Nuwa, the sage who had also witnessed the secrets of creation, her voice imbued with a sense of transcending time and space. "Nuwa, my friend, you have witnessed everything with your own eyes. You must understand the causes and effects involved. Though I arrived a moment too late, the aspirations of the Wu clan must not be taken lightly. She paused, her gaze directed at Panga's figure, now once again immersed in the monumental endeavor of creation, and declared resolutely, I shall go. Before her words faded, Hutu transformed into a stream of yellow and black light, carrying the power of the Earth's reincarnation, and resolutely charged toward Pangu, just as she was about to enter the realm of the opening acts. Capable of turning saints to ashes, she seemed to recall something, not looking back, but her voice clearly reached Nuwa's ears. Nuwa, if I were you, I too would walk beneath the Father God's axe. This statement was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across Nuwa's heart, which had just found peace. She had intended to return straight along the river of time to the future, to continue watching over the humanity she had created, fulfilling her responsibilities as a sage. However, the words of Hutu, along with the profound understanding she had just grasped about the circular nature of time, where the past and future interlock, instantaneously collided and fused within her mind. To observe, or not to observe, if the past and future are indeed immutable, then whether she chooses to return and tend to humanity or to pursue other endeavors, she is already part of that fixed trajectory. In that case, why not explore another possibility? Why did Hutu take the effort to remind her? Beyond merely vying for status like the three pure ones, or expressing her will like Hutu, might there be other opportunities yet to be realized? Intriguing. A glimmer of mischievous light, unprecedented and playful, flickered in Nuwa's eyes. The responsibilities she had just set aside now seemed to transform into colors she could freely wield. Since everything exists within the cycle, why not make her journey even more splendid? Hutu, wait for me. Nuwa called out, her face adorned with a newfound lightness and a smile of clarity. Surrounding her, the divine radiance of creation shimmered, morphing into a vibrant stream of energy. Following the trail of Hutu, she plunged headlong into the luminous chaos of primordial creation. Observing as Nuwa entered the range of Pangu's assault, Hutu realized there was no longer an opportunity to retreat. At that moment, she slowly spoke, Sister Nuwa, when you awaken in the future, humanity shall surprise you. On the sun star, Lu Jun gazed helplessly at Tai. Uncle, since you two are unaware of what transpired at the dawn of creation, how can you be so certain that the method of eternal proof through cultivation is viable? At this moment, he felt as though Tai had led him into a trap. Although you have shared so much with me today, and even the concept of eternal proof bears resemblance to the cultivation methods I know, this method is excessively challenging. There is no feasible path to practice. Even saints cannot transcend the moment of Pangu's creation. How could I possibly succeed? Tai's expression remained calm, unfazed by Lu Jun's skepticism. Then are you truly content to continue along this path? To live a lifetime without surpassing either me or your father? Lu Jun replied, what you say is quite something. Chapter 27, Black Hole. All my being returns to one. Tai's words pierced Lu Jun's heart like a sharp thorn, striking at the most sensitive and reluctant part of his being. Content? Certainly not. He was a transmigrator, burdened with a system that bestowed upon him a remarkable opportunity. If he were to proceed methodically along the well-known path of slaying the three corpses to attain enlightenment, even if he could aspire to the Da Luo realm or perhaps reach the quasi-saint level, then what would come next? In terms of origin and foundation, he was merely the prince of the Golden Crow. Though he seemed noble, he could never compare to the innate sanctity nurtured by his father, Emperor Jun, or his uncle. Tai. What treasures did he possess? The Chaos Bell resided in Tai's hands, while the river diagram and the Luo book belonged to Emperor Jun. What innate treasures did Lu Jun have to counter them? The three corpses he would eventually sever might not even yield a decent spiritual treasure as a vessel, let alone allow him to stand shoulder to shoulder with his forebears, much less surpass them. The path Tai depicted of the myriad incarnations of the Great One returning to unity was fraught with peril and uncertainty, almost akin to a road never traversed by predecessors, one that few dared to envision today. Yet it shone like a solitary flicker of light at the end of darkness, igniting the fire of ambition within Lu Jun's heart. The end of this path promised true freedom, a transcendence over all established rules, an eternal proof of existence. Moreover, the system. Lu Jun's consciousness plunged deep into the sea of awareness, where the mysterious entity floated silently. The recent transformation from the fall of a star to the birth of a neutron star had already demonstrated the terrifying power of the system in propelling physical evolution. So, what lay beyond the neutron star? A wildly audacious thought surged through his mind, causing his blood to boil with exhilaration. If a neutron star possesses sufficient mass and absorbs unimaginable quantities of matter, what could it become? A black hole. The ultimate celestial body that consumes all light and distorts spacetime. It is said that the core of a black hole is a singularity of infinite density, harboring forces that defy the laws of physics. Some theories even speculate that the explosion of a singularity could mark the beginning of a new universe. In the context of primordial chaos, the explosion of a singularity creating a new world is precisely the might of the great god Panga's act of creation. The boundless expanse of a black hole mirrors the chaotic void itself. If he could harness the strength of the system to evolve his neutron star constitution into that ultimate black hole form, what would transpire then? Communication across time and space? A black hole represents the pinnacle of space-time distortion. If he were to base his efforts on this constitution to attempt to bridge the river of time, merging the past and future incarnations, would he not possess a unique advantage? He could even forcibly anchor, attract, and consume the power of creation, possessing the potential akin to a singularity's explosion. Does this not suggest that he inherently embodies the nascent form of some creation-level might? This power, even if not on par with Panga's axe, would undoubtedly surpass the terrifying foundation of ordinary saints. If this path were to be successfully traversed, what importance would origins or accompanying treasures hold? He himself would become the most formidable artifact, the strongest foundation of the Tao. Even more thrilling for Lu Jun were the figures of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. These two sovereigns birthed by the sun star already possessed the primal energy of the true fire of the sun. If they were to follow the path of nirvana as outlined by Tai Yi, might they not reach a state similar to a black hole before him? In other words, before Lu Jun could challenge the black hole constitution, it was highly likely that two unparalleled powerhouses would serve as pioneers and experiments on this treacherous path. Their success or failure would become his most invaluable experience, even a stepping stone. The temptation was immense, so vast that it overshadowed all fears of the unknown and hesitations about peril. Lu Jun suddenly raised his head, his eyes devoid of doubt or confusion, replaced instead by an unprecedented fervor and determination, the brilliance nearly piercing through the dome of the Sun Temple. Uncle, I have come to a realization. I wish to try. I shall walk this path. A myriad of incarnations, the Great One returning to unity. Excellent, 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 Tai Yi exclaimed thrice, a hearty laugh finally breaking forth from his previously placid demeanor, his eyes brimming with satisfaction and admiration. Indeed, you are the nephew of my Eastern sovereign Tai Yi. With such resolve, the great Tao is within reach. Lu Jun took a deep breath, suppressing the surging heat of his blood, his thoughts strikingly clear. However, uncle, we lack a legacy for the method of myriad incarnations. Within the primal chaos, when it comes to the art of incarnation, especially one that can carry true spiritual will and cultivate independently, what I know is that only the blood god son of the Blood Sea and the Nether River ancestor possesses the most esoteric mastery. Perhaps this method could offer us some insights, or even serve as the starting point for our path. A glimmer of understanding sparked in Tai Yi's eyes as he instantly grasped Lu Jun's intentions. He laughed heartily, his voice resonating through the Sun Temple, imbued with undeniable authority and a hint of anticipation. The Nether River? Haha, splendid. Let us invite him to the Sun Star for a discussion. Before his words faded, Tai Yi flicked his finger. Boom! A grand, resounding chime, as if transcending endless time, suddenly echoed forth. Nether River Ancestor, might you come to the Sun Star for a discussion? The blood sea of the netherworld lay in eternal silence, seated upon the crimson lotus of infernal flames. The ancestor of the Nether River emanated a chilling and formidable aura, shrouded in a swirling mist of sanguine light. His blood-red eyes surveyed the Azura clan below, who writhed amidst the waves of blood, engaging in fierce combat and lamenting in despair. This was the race he had forged, an imitation of Nuwa's creation of humanity, an endeavor to attain sanctity through unending carnage. As the blood sea remained unyielding, so too did the Nether River endure, with countless avatars of the blood god manifesting, their divine powers enigmatic in nature. He had further emulated the three pure ones and the two saints of the West, proclaiming himself the master of the Nether River. Yet, all was in vain. The epic of the saints remained a distant dream. The exalted status of sanctity seemed perpetually separated by an insurmountable chasm. He had exhausted all efforts to mimic the path of the saints, yet remained barred from entry. The primordial purple energy. He ground his teeth in frustration. He was convinced that the key to sanctification lay in that elusive wisp of primordial purple energy. To that end, he did not hesitate to obstruct the spirit of the ancestor of Red Cloud, who was preparing to venture into the realm of reincarnation, merely to ascertain whether that wisp of primordial purple energy still lingered upon him. However, it was not to be found. Within the fragments of Red Cloud's soul, there was naught but emptiness. The legendary primordial purple energy had long since divided into three and vanished upon Red Cloud's demise. Not only did he fail to acquire the foundation for sanctity, But he also irrevocably offended the Earth Immortal Ancestor, Zhen Yuanzi, who shared a brotherly bond with Red Cloud. Though Zhen Yuanzi could not directly confront him within the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the Nether River would find it impossible to traverse beyond the Blood Sea with ease. This Blood Sea was both his foundation and his prison. He had attempted to steal a fortune only to lose everything in return. The overwhelming sense of defeat and the yearning for the sacred position gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent, causing the entire Blood Sea to roil violently in response to his fury. Boom! A resonant bell toll, seemingly emanating from the primordial wilderness, infused with the might of supreme laws, suddenly pierced through the layers of the Blood Sea's barriers, reverberating deep within the essence of his spirit. This chime was domineering, majestic, enshrined with an aura that transcended all existence. The ancestor of the Nether River widened his blood-red eyes as the Blood Sea surged into a tempest of fury. For the first time, his eternally cold expression displayed signs of tumult. The Eastern Emperor's bell. This sound, he could never mistake. It was that exalted being, the Eastern Emperor Tai, who loomed high above the 9 heavens, gazing down upon the primordial world. Why would he, with the might of the Chaos Bell, traverse the endless expanse of time and space to strike upon the gates of this tainted realm of the Nether? The surging tides of blood mirrored the fluctuating countenance of the ancestor of the Nether River. Slowly, he rose, the fiery crimson lotus beneath him radiating with brilliance, while the twin blades, Yuan Tu and Abi, emitted an anxious murmur amidst the Blood Sea. He raised his gaze, as if piercing the endless Blood Sea and the barriers of the Nether, looking toward the direction of the supreme Sun Star. Ancestor of the Nether River, might you visit the Sun Star for a discourse? Chapter 28. Zhen Yuanzi destroys the Nether River. As the Blood Sea churned, within the ancestor of the Nether River's crimson eyes, a flicker of uncontrollable ecstasy erupted amidst the astonishment and vigilance. An opportunity, a monumental opportunity. He had been vexed by Zhen Yuanzi, the old tortoise, blocking him within the Blood Sea, rendering him immobile, making the pursuit of the chance for sanctity a mere dream. Now, with the Eastern Emperor Tai personally inviting him with the Chaos Bell, it was as if a pillow had been delivered to a dozing man. With Tai's endorsement, stepping out of the Blood Sea would grant him the utmost confidence. However, as the sovereign of the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the Nether River understood the importance of composure. He suppressed the elation swelling within him, transmitting a voice through the Blood Sea, tinged with just the right measure of difficulty. It is an honor to be invited by the Eastern Emperor. Yet, you are aware that I am presently obstructed by Zhen Yuanzi within the Blood Sea, unable to move. He wields the Earth Book, stationed at Wuzhuang Temple, watching me closely. Should I leave the Blood Sea, I fear I shall not escape his entanglement. His subtext was unmistakable. I would indeed wish to come, but there are adversaries blocking my path outside, and you must assist me in resolving this. On the Sun Star, upon hearing these words, Tai's lips curled into a knowing smile. How could he be unaware of the ancestor of the Nether River's intentions? The sound of the Chaos Bell resonated once more, imbued with Tai's unique dominance and promise. No worries. You may proceed to the Sun Star. I shall await your arrival and see who dares to impede a guest invited by Tai. This declaration acted as a stabilizing force, immediately calming the ancestor of the Nether River's heart. Ha ha ha, splendid. The Eastern Emperor is indeed forthright. Then I shall make my way. The ancestor of the Nether River no longer hesitated, letting out a long, joyous laugh. The fiery crimson lotus beneath him surged with brilliance as the twin blades, Yuan Tu and Abi, transformed into 2 streams of devastating blood energy encircling his form. He became a streak of scarlet light, tearing through the Nether, charging forth from the tainted Blood Sea directly towards the Sun Star high above. At Wuzhuang Temple, beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Zhen Yuanzi sat cross-legged, the Earth Book enveloping the sacred ground in a hazy, earth-toned light, effectively connecting with the entirety of the primordial world. Though he appeared to be in tranquil meditation, his consciousness was like a web, constantly locking onto the movements of the Blood Sea of the Nether. The karmic ties between him and the ancestor of the Nether River had long since become an unending cycle of enmity. He never forgot the grudge against Red Cloud. At the moment the ancestor of the Nether River's essence was exposed upon breaking free from the Blood Sea, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes snapped open. A glint of icy light flashed within, filled with murderous intent. You wretched fiend, how dare you leave your lair? He bellowed. With a sweep of his robe, he transformed into a torrent of earth-toned light, carrying the weight of mountains and rivers, pursuing the ancestor of the Nether River. Today, he would ensure this fiend of the Blood Sea was sent back. On the Sun Star, atop the divine tree of Fusong, Tai and Lu Jun kept their senses attuned to the unfolding events. As they observed the ancestor of the Nether River set forth, Zhen Yuanzi indeed followed suit with lethal intent, causing Tai to furrow his brow. He immediately relayed a message through the Chaos Bell, his voice resonating magnificently along Zhen Yuanzi's path. Zhen Yuanzi, please pause. The ancestor of the Nether River is invited by me to the Sun Star for a discussion. Might you show leniency? Zhen Yuanzi's fleeing light showed no signs of halting, instead becoming even more relentless, his cold thoughts transmitting back with a deep-seated hatred. Not possible. Tai, your demon clan conspired with Kunpeng in the past, leading to the demise of my dear friend Red Cloud. This enmity cannot be overlooked. The ancestor of the Nether River is the very culprit who slaughtered Red Cloud's remaining soul. Today, should he dare step out of the Blood Sea, I shall behead him to appease Red Cloud's spirit in heaven. You demon clan shall not obstruct me. Otherwise, even your Sun Star shall face my wrath. Zhen Yuanzi's words were resolute, laden with boundless grief and indignation. He was convinced that Kunpeng was the direct murderer of Red Cloud, yet Tai, as the demon clan's sovereign, must have instigated matters from behind the scenes. This blood feud filled him with animosity toward the entire demon clan. Were it not for the rejection of outsiders by the Witch clan, he would have eagerly joined their ranks to combat the demons. Now that he had finally seized the opportunity to confront the ancestor of the Nether River alone, how could he let it slip away due to Tai's mere utterance? In the Hall of Pangu, the gathering place of the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan, the ethereal shadows of their consciousness interwove, closely monitoring the movements toward the Sun Star. The show is about to begin, Zhu Rong exclaimed, rising in a blaze of flames. The old Taoist Zhen Yuanzi could no longer contain himself. He was about to trouble the ancestor of the Nether River, and Tai, that scruffy crow, would surely not remain idle. This was the perfect opportunity. Ru Shou's eyes sparkled with intensity. As long as Tai dares to step away from the Sun Star, even if merely a fragment of his essence were to assist the River of Hades, we shall immediately activate the great formation of the heavenly gods, obliterating Tai. With Dijuan in seclusion, should Tai be lured away, it presents a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Gong Gong's chilling voice resonated, tinged with a hint of exhilaration. Stay vigilant. As the primordial ancestor of space, Di Jiao maintained a composed demeanor, though his excitement was palpable. Zhu Rong, Ru Shou, Zhu Meng, prepare to command your sons. Ever ready for action. Be sure, Xianming, the moment Tai departs the bounds of the Sun Star, it shall be our signal to strike. Furthermore, Di Jiao directly conveyed his thoughts through divine consciousness to Zhen Yuanzi, his voice rumbling like thunder. Zhen Yuanzi, my friend, fear not to act. That scoundrel of the River of Hades deserves 1,000 deaths. You may unleash your power without restraint, should Tai dare to intervene. My Witch clan shall stand in your stead. We shall ensure the demon clan pays the price today. On the Sun Star, Tai felt the resolute killing intent emanating from Zhen Yuanzi, and a heavy sigh escaped his lips. In the matter of Hongyun from years past, the demon clan was indeed at fault. Kunpeng was a demon master, and they could not remain aloof from it. This karma was ultimately entwined. Now the Witch clan eagerly sought to provoke a conflict. What fear did Tai hold for battle? With the Chaos Bell in hand, he feared no one beneath the saint. Yet, this moment was not the time. His understanding of the Nirvana method alongside Dijuan was not yet fully comprehended. They sought not a forced metamorphosis under the threat of death like Lu Jun, but rather a proactive, composed transformation executed with utmost certainty. This necessitated time and absolute focus. Should a full-scale war erupt with the Witch clan now, not only would his comprehension be disrupted, but he might also be compelled into a hasty nirvana amidst the chaos, drastically diminishing the chances of success. Moreover, after nirvana, akin to Lu Jun's 8 brothers, a prolonged period would be required to absorb energy from the core of the sun and regenerate. The energy and time required for him and Dijuan, as supreme beings transformed from the essence of the Sun Star, would be even more formidable. If they were to leave for nirvana now, the demon clan would lose 2 of their mightiest warriors, facing the long-prepared Witch clan. Such consequences were unimaginable. The sole glimmer of hope lay in awaiting the return of Nuwa. Only with the saint's presence could the Witch clan be deterred, allowing the brothers to complete their nirvana in peace. They could not engage in battle, at least not now. Amidst the rapid thoughts, Tai made his decision. He once more communicated through the Chaos Bell. This time his tone softened, imbued with sincerity and allure. Directly reaching Zhen Yuanzi's heart, Zhenyuan Daxian, hold your hand. The past karma, disputes of right and wrong, I have no intention of debating at this moment. The affair of my friend Hongyun indeed bears the burden of the demon clan. He shifted his focus, casting forth a bait irresistible to any mighty figure of the primordial era. However, today I invite the River of Hades not for old reminiscences, nor for grievances of the demon clan, but to explore the unparalleled realm of eternal proof. Should this path reveal itself, perhaps, within the vast river of time and space, There lies a possibility to reshape karma and reverse life and death. Tai's voice carried a profound depth, as though it could penetrate the very essence of the great Tao. Zhenyuan Daxian, you possess profound knowledge of the Tao, wielding the Earth Book, and have unique insights into the origins of the Earth Immortal Realm. Is not a discussion regarding the eternal Tao worth your attention? Should you glean any wisdom, it may present a new opportunity for both you and the karma of that friend Hongyun. If you are willing, you may also traverse to my sun star and join me in this exploration. The phrase eternal proof struck Xinyuanzi's heart with the force of a thunderclap. Halting his furious escape, the surging killing intent was suddenly stilled, as if held by an invisible hand. Reverse life and death? Reshape karma? Seek a glimmer of hope for friend Hongyun? The implications of these words were monumental. This was not merely about power. It was the true might that touched the very core of the river of time. It transcended the constraints of saints, offering the potential for genuine freedom and eternity. If a sliver of insight could be gleaned, perhaps at some future juncture, time could indeed be rewound, altering the fate of Hongyun's demise, or at the very least, reclaiming his true spirit. This temptation was far more lethal than any spiritual treasure or grudge. The fury etched upon Xinyuanzi's face gradually gave way to a profound contemplation and weighing of options. He fixated on the blinding crimson radiance of the river of Hades, then cast his gaze towards the resplendent yet unapproachable sun star. Dongwang Tai, though an adversary, would not frivolously speak on matters so fundamental to the great Tao. Eternal proof, Xinyuanzi murmured, a flicker of struggle flashing in his eyes, ultimately crystallizing into resolution. The overwhelming killing intent slowly receded, and the earth-yellow light chasing the river of Hades arced through the air, its target no longer interception, but instead, a direct course towards the sun star. A cold yet inquisitive divine thought relayed back to the sun star. Very well. Tai, I shall trust you this once. May your words prove true, otherwise, humph. Chapter 29. The Golden Crow transforms into a Tao Dai. On the sun star, within the sun god palace, 4 figures were seated: Tai, Lu Jun, the river of Hades, and Xinyuanzi. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip with moisture. Dongwang Tai presided over the main seat, his expression solemn. An aura of chaotic energy subtly enveloped him, the phantom of the chaos bell ebbing and flowing behind him, an invisible pressure suffusing the entire space. It was both a deterrent and a means of maintaining the fragile equilibrium. The ancestral figure of the river of Hades and the great Xinyuanzi, sworn enemies, sat across from one another at a jade table forged from pure solar flames. Clad in a scarlet robe, the river of Hades was encircled by a rotating crimson lotus of karmic fire. He appeared composed, yet a persistent vigilance and an almost imperceptible unease lingered. Faced with Xinyuanzi's almost palpable, ice-cold killing intent, even he, the Lord of the Blood Sea, felt as though he were seated on needles, his heart sinking. Tai's promise was certainly a protective talisman, yet he understood better than anyone the depth of Xinyuanzi's obsession with Hongyun. Were it not for the overwhelming allure of the eternal proof, he would never have placed himself in such perilous circumstances. Though death was not imminent, his dignity would undoubtedly be tarnished. Furthermore, that affair was inherently a debt of karma owed to Hongyun, rendering any attempt at defiance against Xinyuanzi impossible. Xinyuanzi, clad in a Taoist robe, bore an ancient visage, holding the Earth Book, his gaze sharp as 2 chilling swords of ice, fixed firmly upon the river of Hades. Had it not been for Tai's mediating presence, the two would have long since unleashed chaos upon the world once more. Lu Jun sat slightly off to the side, enveloped by the suffocating atmosphere, his heart awash with myriad emotions. Not long ago, he had merely been a prince within the demon clan. Little did he imagine that one day he would share a table with the venerable river of Hades and the esteemed Xinyuanzi, titans standing atop the pyramid of the Primordial World. He knew full well that his presence here was solely due to the influence of his uncle Tai and the uniqueness brought by his golden crow nirvana. He steadied his mind, a lingering doubt swirling within him becoming increasingly clear. Rumor had it that when the venerable Hongyun fell, his renowned innate spiritual treasure, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, seemingly fell into the hands of the river of Hades. Perhaps today, he would find an answer to this question. Lu Jun took a deep breath, bracing himself against the invisible pressure, and turned to the river of Hades, his voice clear, yet laced with the perfect touch of respect. Breaking the silence. Elder Mingyi, I humbly seek your counsel on a matter, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to speak of it. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an unusual clarity at that moment. Mingyi's crimson eyes swiftly turned towards Lu Jun, his gaze sharp and penetrating, imbued with scrutiny. This was his opportunity to closely observe the fabled 6th prince of the Golden Crow, who had purportedly undergone a rebirth through nirvana. What is it? Mingyi inquired. his gaze fixed upon Lu Jun, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. The Golden Crow Prince before him exuded an astonishingly profound aura. Although his realm remained within the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal, the sheer magnitude and purity of the energy within him far surpassed that of his peers, even brushing against the threshold of the Great Luo. What startled him even more was Lu Jun's physical form, which was not an ordinary Golden Crow body. It was imbued with a primal, savage, and terrifyingly devouring power. Merely by sitting there, the light around him seemed to warp and dim slightly, as if an invisible vortex was slowly swirling, greedily siphoning the energy from the surroundings. Even space and time momentarily thickened under this force, creating a brief sensation of sluggishness. Tao Tai, a name synonymous with the ultimate ferocity of the primordial beast era, suddenly manifested in Mingy's consciousness. The instinctive pressure of devouring all things seemed to subtly reappear in this Golden Crow Prince. Even Mingyi himself, in the prime of his strength, would hesitate to claim victory against the chaos beast Tao Tai. Could it be that the Golden Crow's rebirth not only involved rising from the flames, but also returning to its origins, reclaiming the ferocity reminiscent of the primordial beasts at the dawn of creation? Or was it possible that the path of nirvana taken by him and his brothers inherently pointed towards that terrifying avenue of devouring all and returning to chaos? Not only Mingyi, but also Xinyuan Zai, who had been fixating his murderous intent upon Mingyi, allowed a shard of his razor-sharp gaze to rest upon Lu Jun. The eyes of this ancestral figure of the Earth Immortals were deep and inscrutable, as though he perceived something ineffable within Lu Jun. Or perhaps he was merely assessing an unforeseen variable. His thoughts were inscrutable to all. Faced with the scrutiny of these two formidable beings, Lu Jun displayed little sign of unease. He had long since grown accustomed to the peculiar transformations brought about by his nirvana and the ensuing inquisitive gazes. Instead, he met Mingyi's gaze earnestly, voicing a question that had long lingered in his mind. Elder Mingyi, I have heard that after the fall of Elder Hongyun, his treasured innate spirit artifact, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, came into your possession. Is this true? Buzz. At the moment Lu Jun's words fell, the entire solar temple felt as if it had been plunged into an abyss of absolute zero. Time froze. Space solidified. The boundless murderous intent within Xinyuan Zai, which had been forcibly suppressed by Tai Yi like a slumbering volcano, erupted with cataclysmic force. The earth tome in his hand blazed with a blinding, ochre divine light, and the oppressive weight, as heavy as the primordial earth, instantaneously filled the entire temple, causing the jade table to crack with spiderweb-like fissures. He abruptly turned his head. His gaze no longer fixated solely on Mingyi, but instead shot forth like two arrows of flame with the cold flames of the Nine Nether, piercing directly towards Lu Jun. The fury, rage, and the terrifying murderous intent triggered by the mention of a sore spot sent a jolt through Lu Jun's primordial spirit, as if he were crushed beneath the weight of countless divine mountains. You wretch! How dare you speak of the treasures left by Elder Hongyun? Xinyuan Zai's voice resonated like thunder from the heavens, each word laced with a fury capable of rending the very fabric of the world. Were it not for Tai Yi's presence, were it not for that faint glimmer of temptation from the eternal proof, he would have immediately struck down this presumptuous Golden Crow Prince, alongside Mingyi, for daring to mention the legacy of Hongyun. To him, bringing up the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd at this moment was nothing short of an affront. Did Tai Yi truly forget that their demon clan assisted Kunping against Hongyun? Was he attempting to use the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd to provoke me into a complete confrontation? Did he truly believe I would hesitate to act against the demon clan? Tai Yi's brow furrowed deeply. The ethereal image of the chaos bell quivered gently, sending out a ripple of invisible waves that forcefully quelled the impact of Xinyuan Zai's outburst upon the temple space, while also alleviating much of the terrifying pressure directed at Lu Jun. However, Tai Yi's expression darkened. Lu Jun's question undoubtedly ignited a fuse on the powder keg that had just been suppressed. The expression on Mingyi's face shifted to one of extreme displeasure, even taking on a hint of pallor. He had never anticipated that this Golden Crow Prince, who appeared to be merely a bystander, would initiate such a perilous inquiry. It was as if he was being roasted over a fire. The bloodlight within his crimson eyes flickered violently, intertwining feelings of shock, anger, wariness, and the humiliation of having a secret laid bare. He fixed his gaze intently on Lu Jun, casting a quick glance at the murderous intent that seemed to solidify around Xinyuan Zai, before finally sweeping his gaze across the stern-faced Tai Yi. Sixth Prince. To suddenly pose such a question at this juncture, could it be that this was Tai Yi's design? Chapter 30. Tai Yi is a fool. Thoughts raced through Mingyi's mind like lightning. The bloodlight in the depths of his crimson eyes flickered intensely. The sixth Prince Lu Jun, merely a reborn Golden Crow Prince, despite his peculiarities, could never have dared to broach such a sensitive and core issue without Tai Yi's prior directive. This could not have been a spontaneous act on his part. It must be Tai Yi. It was undoubtedly the intention of the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Mingyi's conviction in this judgment solidified instantly, had it not been for Tai Yi's covert signal. How could Lu Jun have dared to strike at the most painful wound precisely when the two top powers were at daggers drawn? What was Tai Yi's motive in this? Mingyi's thoughts raced. To mention the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd now could only stem from two possibilities. First, to use me as a pawn. He could be hoping to eliminate my incarnation here through the wrath of Xinyuanzai, or even severely injure my essence. This notion flashed through his mind, but was immediately dismissed. That would not make sense. If he truly wished to kill me, why go through the trouble of inviting me to Solar Star? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to join forces with Xinyuanzai in the Blood Sea? Moreover, I am the embodiment of the indestructible Blood Sea. The destruction of my incarnation would merely be a loss of face and some vitality, but I would not perish. To act in such a manner would not only ruin the potential of the eternal proof, but also completely offend me, pushing me towards the Witch clan or inciting a boundless massacre in the Blood Sea. Is Tai Yi a fool? No. Therefore, only the second possibility remains. Mingyi's crimson pupils constricted sharply as he glanced at the boiling murderous intent of Xinyuanzai, and then swept his gaze over the mediating Tai Yi. Tai Yi's objective was not to harm me, but rather to resolve the conflict. He understood that the greatest deadlock between Xinyuanzai and me was the death of Hongyun and the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd that had fallen into my hands. This treasure is not only the legacy of Hongyun, but also the very obsession that binds Xinyuanzai. By allowing Lu Jun to bring this matter to light before everyone at this moment, Tai Yi intended to force me to take a stand, to compel me to return this item in front of him and Xinyuanzai, thus providing an opportunity to ease the tensions between us. Otherwise, the discourse regarding the eternal proof would be utterly untenable, and it could devolve into a life-and-death struggle at any moment. What a clever scheme. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi truly understands the human heart. Mingyi's mind became instantly lucid, although the thought of relinquishing this immensely powerful innate spiritual treasure caused him great anguish. The prospect of the opportunity for eternal proof and the risk of provoking Xinyuanzai to the point of Tai Yi's bias suppression outweighed the pain of this loss, which remained within the realm of tolerable sacrifice. Moreover, this object, held in one's hand, ultimately becomes a proverbial hot potato, one of the reasons for the relentless feud between Jin Yuanzi and his adversaries. In the blink of an eye, the ancient ancestor of the underworld had reached a decisive conclusion in his heart. The expression of anger and pallor that had marred his face swiftly faded, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. He no longer gazed at Lu Jun, but directed his attention squarely at Jin Yuanzi, whose murderous intent had almost materialized. His voice carried a deliberate and heavy cadence. Brother Jin Yuanzi, I implore you to temper your wrath. The voice of the underworld ancestor pierced through the frozen hostility. I acknowledge that the words of the sixth prince earlier were not mere fabrications. Upon uttering these words, the resplendent aura of earth surrounding Jin Yuanzi abruptly faltered, and the terrifying pressure that had been fixated on Lu Jun momentarily eased. His keen gaze, sharp as a blade, remained fixed on the underworld ancestor's face, seemingly seeking confirmation of the truth behind his words. The underworld ancestor, undeterred by the nearly penetrating scrutiny, continued, at the time of my dear friend Hongyun's demise, his innate spiritual treasure, the 9-9 Scattered Soul Gourd, did indeed fall into the Blood Sea and has come into my possession. Boom. The light emanating from the earth tome in Jin Yuanzi's hand surged once more, fracturing the jade table beneath it. He was on the verge of striking immediately. However, the underworld ancestor's speech suddenly quickened. Simultaneously, with a flick of his crimson robe's sleeve, a dark red stream of light shot forth, accompanied by the chilling cries of tormented souls. It was a gourd, entirely dark red, its surface adorned with enigmatic patterns, exuding a terrifying aura capable of dissolving all souls and true spirits. This was indeed the innate spiritual treasure, the 9-9 Scattered Soul Gourd. As this treasure emerged, the temperature within the hall plummeted, as if even the sun's true fire had dimmed slightly. I am acutely aware that this item is a legacy of my dear friend Hongyun, and the ties between us are profound. The underworld ancestor's voice bore a tone of honesty and resolve. In light of past entanglements, I also harbor my share of debts. Today, in the presence of my esteemed friend Tai Yi and Prince Lu Jun, I am willing to return this treasure to its rightful owner, transferring it into your hands. The dark red gourd, under the influence of the underworld ancestor's powers, slowly and steadily floated towards Jin Yuanzi. The underworld ancestor's expression was marked by utmost sincerity. Perhaps, dear brother, you can glean from the lingering essence of Hongyun within this treasure a sliver of heavenly insight, and perhaps even discover his reincarnation. This is my heartfelt intention. I hope you will discern it. Jin Yuanzi was taken aback. The immense sorrow and killing intent he had amassed over eons seemed to evaporate in that moment. He had anticipated that the underworld ancestor would adamantly deny the accusations, become enraged, or resort to all manner of deceit. He had even prepared himself for a confrontation with the underworld ancestor and Tai Yi right there. Yet, he had never imagined that the underworld ancestor would be so straightforward, even displaying a semblance of contrition and a willingness to make amends by directly relinquishing this coveted innate spiritual treasure. The 99 scattered soul gourd hovered before Jin Yuanzi, its cold and sinister aura unmistakably confirming its authenticity. He instinctively reached out with a trembling hand and accepted this relic of a dear friend. It felt chilling to the touch, yet the malevolent power that could consume souls was ineffective against one of his stature. Instead, he could clearly sense, deep within the gourd, an almost imperceptible yet undeniably real remnant of Hongyun's spirit, a faint trace of his essence that was nearly dissipated. Jin Yuanzi's heart was engulfed in confusion. Has it truly been returned to me? He gazed down at the dark red gourd in his hand, his emotions a tumultuous whirlpool. To be fair, he had never been fond of this treasure. Its sinister nature clashed with Hongyun's character, which was marked by kindness and generosity. After acquiring this treasure, Hongyun had seldom employed it, as if it was merely a collector's item. He had always felt that it was unworthy of Hongyun. Yet at this moment, this very artifact, which he once deemed unworthy, had transformed into a crucial clue for the potential recovery of his beloved friend. The underworld ancestor's words were like a lifeline, igniting the nearly extinguished flame of hope deep within him. His gaze involuntarily lifted, first landing upon the solemn-faced underworld ancestor. It then shifted to Tai Yi, who remained grave, yet seemed to harbor a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Finally, his gaze settled upon Lu Jun, the catalyst for this entire turn of events. This sixth prince of the Golden Crow had suddenly inquired about the 99 scattered soul gourd. The timing was impeccable, and the impact profound. Could it be that Tai Yi had subtly orchestrated this? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Had it not been for Tai Yi's arrangement, how could Lu Jun have dared to inquire? And if Tai Yi had not tacitly permitted or even encouraged it, how could the underworld ancestor have so readily relinquished such a treasure? Is Tai Yi attempting to resolve the conflict between me and the underworld ancestor? At least temporarily ease the tensions? To ensure that today's discussion on the eternal proof of the Tao can proceed smoothly? While the underworld ancestor bore responsibility for the tragic fate of Hongyun, having severed his lingering soul, the true instigator was that vile Kuanpeng. It was the greed and cruelty displayed by the demon clan's heavenly court in their quest for the primordial purple energy. Today, the underworld ancestor had voluntarily returned Hongyun's relic, displaying a commendable attitude. More importantly, the path of eternal proof was intrinsically linked to the eternal Tao. Perhaps it could genuinely uncover a method to resurrect Hongyun. If he were to confront the underworld ancestor at this moment, not only would the discussion on the Tao come to naught, but he might also miss a golden opportunity. Weighing the pros and cons, the overwhelming killing intent directed at the underworld ancestor within Jin Yuanzi was forcibly subdued by an unseen hand. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions surging within him, and looked toward the underworld ancestor, letting out a cold snort. His tone remained frigid, yet the unwavering determination that once characterized his resolve had noticeably softened. Underworld ancestor, do not think that by returning the relic of my dear friend Hongyun, you can absolve the karmic ties between us. The blood debt for Hongyun's death lies squarely upon your shoulders. Chapter 31. The sixth prince seeks to cultivate the blood god child. As Jin Yuanzi's words fell, the heavy, mountain-like energy of earth that had firmly suppressed the underworld ancestor's bloodthirst gradually receded. The divine light of the earth tome, which had been poised to suppress the impurities of the blood sea, also quietly withdrew, transforming into a hazy, earthy aura that enveloped him without further exerting pressure on the underworld ancestor. Above, Tai Yi opened his mouth, a rare look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He glanced at the sincerely earnest underworld ancestor, then at Jin Yuanzi, who was now holding the gourd, his killing intent visibly diminished, and finally, his gaze fell upon Lu Jun, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Is this truly how it can be? Had the young sixth prince inadvertently stumbled upon a solution? Or had he sensed something deeper, or perhaps experienced a moment of serendipity? Regardless, this seemingly reckless inquiry from Lu Jun had fortuitously transformed into an extraordinary opportunity, prying open a significant avenue for resolution that had previously seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Well then, Tai Yi thought to himself, feeling the pressure ease dramatically. At last, this discussion concerning eternal proof can genuinely commence. The underworld ancestor, this ancient fiend, had indeed grasped the moment and seized the opportunity. His gaze towards the underworld ancestor now held a hint of unspoken depth. Meanwhile, Lu Jun, seated to the side, experienced the most straightforward and direct feelings. He looked at the dark red gourd in Zhang Yuanzi's hand, which emanated an aura of sinister energy, feeling the unsettling vibrations that made even the soul uncomfortable. One thought surged jubilantly in his mind. Indeed, the rumors were true. The 99 scattered soul gourd is truly in the hands of the ancient ancestor of the underworld. This mystery that had plagued him for so long lay before him today, and he had personally elicited the answer. And I witnessed the transfer of its allegiance with my own eyes. Dong Huang Tai Yi observed all the changes with a sense of relief blooming in his heart. He understood well the fleeting nature of opportunity and knew he must seize the moment to steer the conversation back on course. Regaining his composure, he turned his gaze towards the now calm expression of the ancestor of the Underworld River. Esteemed Taoist of the Underworld River, it is indeed a fortunate occasion to have you grace the Sun Star with your presence today. Despite the earlier complications, I am grateful for your profound understanding of the greater good that allowed for their resolution. I, Tai Yi, extend my heartfelt thanks for your consideration of the broader situation. He offered a slight nod, subtly acknowledging the significant act of returning the gourd, while also expressing gratitude for the cooperative atmosphere, thus affording him due respect. The ancestor of the Underworld River's crimson eyes flickered, fully cognizant of Tai Yi's intentions. Indeed, he was laying the groundwork for his forthcoming requests. A sincere smile crept onto his face as he adjusted his blood-red robe and returned the gesture. Your words are too kind, esteemed Tai Yi. To be invited by you to partake in the supreme mysteries is a rare opportunity for this humble Taoist. Any karmic ties may be resolved through this encounter, which is also my wish. Should you have any tasks for me, rest assured I will speak candidly and leave nothing unsaid, within the limits of my abilities. He lowered his stance, his words imbued with a hint of gratitude towards Tai Yi's mediation, attributing the recent compromise entirely to Tai Yi's influence and the opportunity for discourse. This exchange, seemingly courteous yet laced with subtle machinations, did not escape the keen observation of Zhang Yuanzi, who watched with a cold smile. Lu Jun, on the other hand, felt somewhat uncomfortable. The manner of these ancient beings seemed veiled behind several layers of gauze. Tai Yi, no longer engaging in pleasantries, adopted a serious demeanor and addressed the matter directly. In that case, I shall speak plainly. The primary purpose of inviting Taoists of the Underworld River today is to request your guidance on the supreme technique of manifesting the myriad blood gods. The ancestor of the Underworld River's face fell, his sincere smile freezing as the crimson light in his pupils suddenly contracted. Here it comes. He indeed harbors ulterior motives. And what he seeks is my most secret and vital life-preserving technique, the blood god transformation. A wave of intense vigilance and chill washed over the ancestor's heart. Thoughts raced through his mind. What does Tai Yi intend to do with my secret technique? Does he wish to uncover its weaknesses? But the blood god relies on the source of the blood sea. As long as the blood sea remains, the Underworld River shall not perish. This is the authority bestowed upon the master of the blood sea by the heavens, not a flaw in the technique itself. Even if he knows the method, what can he do? Could it be he wishes to cultivate it himself? With this thought, the ancestor felt a slight calmness settle within him, yet absurdity soon crept back. He suppressed the turmoil within and presented a perfectly measured expression of difficulty and sincerity. Esteemed Tai Yi, although my technique of manifesting the blood gods appears mystical and capable of division into countless forms, it is, in truth, fraught with limitations and far inferior to the profound methods taught by the Dao ancestor for severing the three corpses to attain enlightenment. He immediately began to belittle his own powers. You may not know, esteemed Taoist, that my blood god, at its inception, is merely a wisp of blood essence containing a trace of my original imprint, possessing exceedingly weak strength, inferior even to ordinary celestial beings. Their existence is better characterized as seeds rather than true manifestations. Only when my true self encounters calamity and is completely obliterated can a blood god, carrying the entirety of my soul's imprint and cultivation, awaken to become a new underworld river. Each time, only one blood god assumes the role of the main entity, while the myriad others remain inconsequential seeds. This technique may seem to divide into millions, yet it can only preserve one true self. Moreover, its foundation entirely relies on the filthy, endlessly dark, and sinister essence of the blood sea. Without the inexhaustible, tainted power of the blood sea as support, this method cannot be sustained, let alone cultivated to fruition. Esteemed Tai Yi, the ancestor of the Underworld River, concluded earnestly, this technique, while seemingly enigmatic, is replete with restrictions and fundamentally incompatible with your resplendent solar fire, the essence of utmost yang and rigidity. To forcefully cultivate it may lead to a clash of origins, risking the collapse of one's foundational Tao. The ancestor's words rendered his blood god technique utterly worthless. depicting its core as a life-preserving trump card reliant on a special environment, with a significant cost, and emphasizing that it could only revive rather than genuinely manifest. He endeavored to dissuade Tai Yi from pursuing the method. Tai Yi listened to the ancestor's dissection calmly, his expression unyielding, as if he had foreseen everything. He nodded slightly. What Brother Underworld River articulates is well understood by me. Huh. The ancestor was taken aback. You know? You asked despite knowing? The intricacies and limitations of the blood god are clear to me. Tai Yi's gaze shifted to Lu Jun, who sat nearby, his tone resolute. Thus, I do not intend to cultivate this method myself. He raised his hand, pointing at Lu Jun, his voice clear and unwavering. I wish for him to cultivate it. Him? The sixth prince. Both the ancestor of the Underworld River and Zhen Yuan Zi exclaimed in disbelief simultaneously. Their gazes immediately fixed on Lu Jun, filled with an indescribable astonishment and confusion. The ancestor's crimson eyes widened, staring at the young prince of the Golden Crow, whose aura, though profound, clearly remained at the level of a Tai Yi golden immortal, his mind a whirlpool of chaos. To have this young Golden Crow cultivate my blood god? What kind of jest is this? Not to mention whether he can withstand the taint of the blood sea. Even if he can, what use is it for him to practice such a life-preserving technique? Does Tai Yi believe he is on the verge of death? Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brow even deeper, scrutinizing Lu Jun's body, which exuded an insatiable, devouring aura. The Golden Crow's potential for rebirth is boundless. Walking the path of devouring and solar principles, his future is limitless. Why would Tai Yi wish for him to embark upon the sinister path of the Underworld River? Is this not self-sabotage? Amidst the astonished gazes filling the hall, Tai Yi's voice resonated once more, calm yet reverberating like the chime of chaos, causing the temple to hum and shaking the hearts of the ancestor of the Underworld River and Zhen Yuanzi. No, it is not merely to have him practice the technique of manifestation. Tai Yi's gaze was profound as an abyss, as if penetrating the barriers of time and space, casting his vision toward the boundless and elusive end of the Tao. What I desire for him to pursue is the path of manifesting the myriad. Manifesting the myriad. The ancestor of the Underworld River gasped in astonishment. The facade of composure he had maintained shattered in an instant, his face revealing an unmistakable, near-horrified expression for the first time. Zhen Yuanzi abruptly rose from his cushion, the light of the earth book flickering erratically in his hands, his eyes brimming with incredulous shock. The path of manifesting the myriad? You wish for him to tread the legendary road? One proof for eternal proof. In that moment, both the ancestor of the Underworld River and Zhen Yuanzi truly grasped the significance. Tai Yi's invitation to the Underworld River was indeed for the path of eternal proof. And the divergence of this path lay precisely in the cultivation methods of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal. Hence, Tai Yi sought the Underworld River's guidance on the method of manifestation. In the entire Primordial World, the one who wields the art of incarnation most adeptly is none other than the River of the Underworld. Other formidable beings, even those who can create mere feathered avatars, are but shadows compared to the river. Naturally, the blood god incarnation of the River of the Underworld is not a mere avatar cultivated by a Tai Yi golden immortal. His own blood god powers, seemingly fragmented into countless manifestations, fundamentally revolve around the unyielding core of the blood sea, the singularity of his true self. This is a cunning survival technique reliant on his unique primordial essence. It is not the genuine path of myriad incarnations. The true path of myriad incarnations necessitates, from the very onset of cultivation, a direct differentiation of one's Tao without nurturing the five energies within, allowing each incarnation to blossom into an independent seed bearing the imprint of the self. This transcends mere supernatural abilities. It embodies a pathway to enlightenment that is fundamentally distinct from the mainstream of the Primordial Realm. The terror of this path lies in its daunting difficulty. Firstly, the workload is as vast as the starry seas. Each incarnation must independently undergo the process of comprehending the laws. A billion incarnations equate to a billion-fold the effort required for cultivation. This is beyond the capacity of the intellect and primordial spirit of any ordinary being. Secondly, the complexity of intertwining timelines approaches the realm of despair. Upon reaching the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, one must consolidate all past, present, and future timelines into a singularity to attain the fruit of the great Luo Dao. Yet, traversing the path of myriad incarnations dramatically escalates the complexity of these timelines. A billion independent, yet interrelated timelines entwined together. How can one hope to perfectly unify them? This is tantamount to challenging the very rules of the heavenly Tao. Numerous formidable beings within the primordial realm have deduced that this path is a dead end, a path to demise. And now, Tai Yi intends to send his nephew, the sixth prince, who has just undergone a rebirth and is still at the early Tai golden immortal stage, to embark upon this universally acknowledged road to ruin? The gaze of Zhen Yuanzi is filled with incomprehensible shock as he shifts his attention between Tai and Lu Jun. What peculiarities does this child possess that would compel the Eastern Emperor Tai to wager his own path upon him? Is it merely due to his successful rebirth? Countless members of the Phoenix clan have undergone rebirth, yet none have dared to attempt this path. He attempts to see through Lu Jun, but apart from his insatiable devouring instinct and his exceptionally robust foundation, he seems to lack any other traits sufficient to support such a reckless ambition. Faced with the almost tangible incredulity emanating from the two top-tier powers, Tai's demeanor remains remarkably serene. He nods slowly. Indeed, I wish for him to walk that path. Why? The river of the underworld nearly exclaims. This path is a dead end. Tai, my friend, you are jeopardizing his future. Tai's gaze settles upon Lu Jun, river of the underworld. Zhen Yuanzi, allow me to elucidate. First, his realm is sufficiently low, and the timing is fortuitous. Lu Jun is currently at the early Tai golden immortal stage, a pivotal moment for establishing his foundation. Although the differentiation of incarnations at this stage is arduous, it addresses the very source of the Tao, rendering the foundation most pure. Should he wait until his realm is higher and his foundation solidified, reversing the differentiation would be magnitudes more challenging. Secondly, his profound heritage is more than adequate to sustain him. Tai's gaze towards Lu Jun holds a hint of admiration. His rebirth has endowed him with a physical form that rivals that of the ancestral shaman. The totality of the solar true fire and the chaotic essence he has absorbed is so immense that it could sustain an ordinary great Luo golden immortal. This terrifying foundation far surpasses that of his peers by countless times. The consumption of primordial spirit and magical power required for traversing the path of myriad incarnations is astronomical. Yet he possesses a surplus that exceeds his current realm. Even if he were to create 1 billion incarnations, the strength of each, backed by this foundation, would be sufficient to crush an ordinary Tai, or even contend with weaker Great Luo. Thirdly, the traditional path's constraints have become apparent. Tai's gaze shifts toward the profound void. The path of severing the 3 corpses, while indeed a grand orthodox method passed down by the Dao Ancestor, requires corresponding innate spiritual treasures to channel one's aspirations. How exceedingly rare are the top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Although our demon clan possesses substantial heritage, it is still challenging to furnish every core disciple with a top-tier spiritual treasure. Even if Lu Jun boasts exceptional talent, without a top-tier treasure to sever the corpses, his potential will inevitably be constrained to the pinnacle of Great Luo, unable to glimpse the path of quasi-sainthood. Even if he were to miraculously succeed in severing the corpses and attain quasi-sainthood, he would merely become another version of myself or another Emperor Jun. In the grand scheme of our demon clan, it would merely add another top-tier combatant, without engendering any qualitative change. Tai's voice suddenly rises, imbued with a sense of resolute determination. Yet now, with his rebirth, he possesses combat prowess that can rival or even surpass certain Great Luo. The traditional path has already limited his potential for growth. Rather than allow him to tread a path with a foreseeable endpoint, it is far better to take a bold gamble and attempt this path of eternal verification that has lain untouched for millennia. What if he truly manages to traverse it? The final rhetorical question reverberates like thunder, resonating within the hearts of the river of the underworld and Zhen Yuanzi. The hall descends into prolonged silence. Both the river of the underworld and Zhen Yuanzi, towering figures at the zenith of the primordial realm, find themselves ensnared in deep contemplation. Tai's words slice through their entrenched perceptions like a chilling blade. Indeed, what does it matter if the demon clan gains another great Luo golden immortal or quasi-saint? It would merely add another member to the elite ranks beneath the saints of this realm, placing them on par with the established quasi-saints. The impact on the overarching struggle between the shaman and demon clans is limited. However, an existence embarking upon the path of eternal verification, even if merely scratching the surface, would possess transformative potential. It could be a variable capable of altering the very dynamics of the primordial realm. Furthermore, both Emperor Jun and Tai are still delving into the astonishing secrets of rebirth. Should the two brothers succeed, the demon clan would possess 2 terrifying entities capable of attaining sanctity in physical form. At that time, the fortunes of the demon clan would undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. In this context, allowing a prince with unique foundations to attempt the legendary path of eternal verification seems prudent. The potential loss is merely that of a top-tier Tai, yet, with his foundation, survival would be all but assured. The ability to create myriad incarnations ensures his survival prowess is unparalleled in the primordial realm. Should he succeed, the glory would be unimaginable. Moreover, the river of the underworld and Zhen Yinzi exchange a glance, each perceiving deeper suspicions in the other's eyes. Tai Yi must surely harbor secrets yet untold. Secrets regarding Lu Jun. How could a prince of the Golden Crows possibly comprehend the true essence of rebirth before both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi? This is no mere coincidence. He must be concealing tremendous opportunities or fortuitous destinies. Perhaps this is the very foundation of Tai Yi's audacity in permitting him to attempt this perilous path. With these connections elucidated, the astonishment within the heart of the river of the underworld gradually dissipates, replaced by an unprecedented sense of anticipation, even a hint of excitement. If Lu Jun truly succeeds, even if only taking a small step forward, the river of the underworld, as the initial provider of the secret of myriad incarnations, will undoubtedly forge a profound karmic bond with him. This karmic connection will serve as an invaluable talisman in the future. It could even be said that in the realm of myriad incarnations, he stands as Lu Jun's half-guide, even in failure for the river of the underworld. It would merely be the transmission of a secret technique that is not core to him, a loss of negligible consequence. With a long exhale, the river of the underworld expels a breath tinged with the scent of blood. Strange light flickers in his crimson eyes. He gazes at Tai Yi, revealing a genuine smile imbued with sincerity. My esteemed friend of the Eastern Emperor, what audacity! What insight! In light of this, I shall impart the profound method of the blood god incarnation without reservation. Chapter 33. The soul of the underworld river occupies the nest of the magpie. The underworld river paused momentarily, its blood-red robe billowing without wind. A chilling, tainted aura, emanating from the depths of the blood sea, subtly enveloped the chamber, causing the temperature to plummet. I have previously articulated this. The voice of the underworld river carried a unique cadence, as though countless vengeful spirits whispered from the abyss of the blood sea. The eternal essence of my existence lies in the myriad incarnations, all of which are parasitically embedded within the blood sea. As long as the blood sea endures, I shall not perish. This is the cornerstone of my path. His gaze shifted towards Lu Jun, penetrating as if to peer directly into the very depths of his soul, revealing a gluttonous essence. I surmise that the sixth prince's desire to pursue the path of myriad incarnations, coupled with the East Emperor's invitation for me to come, speaks volumes about their intentions. They surely seek to inquire about my method of myriad incarnations for emulation. The underworld river's tone shifted, adopting an air of gravity, laced with a hint of warning. However, I must clarify in advance. My myriad incarnations do not stem from fundamental cultivation of the great Tao, but rather, they are my innate divine abilities. This power is birthed from the unique essence of the blood sea, intertwined with my own inherent characteristics. The method may fundamentally differ from the path of eternal validation you envision. Tai Yi nodded. I understand, but when it comes to the art of incarnation, you are the foremost among all, Underworld River. If my nephew wishes to pursue the path of myriad incarnations, he must seek your guidance, fully aware of the dangers involved. Content with Tai Yi's assurance, the Underworld River nodded in acknowledgement. He, being prudent throughout his life, deemed it essential to elucidate such perils beforehand. Preventing the encroachment of the Red Cloud spirit had already been his most perilous endeavor. The outcome proved that such risks were indeed unworthy. Not only did he fail to obtain the primordial purple energy, but he also incurred the wrath of the Zhen Yuanzi. He could not afford to offend Tai Yi again. As long as Tai Yi comprehends this, I must reiterate my stance. The Underworld River continued to justify himself. I cannot directly impart to you the supreme method capable of splitting myriad independent Tao seeds. What I can offer is a simple recounting of how I fortuitously grasped and refined the blood god incarnation through my own insights. Fortuitously? Both Tai Yi and Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed in unison, their brows furrowing simultaneously. With the Underworld River's status and the notorious reputation of the blood god, to describe it as mere fortune? Indeed, fortuitously. The Underworld River candidly acknowledged, a flicker of reminiscence in his eyes, accompanied by a subtle self-mockery. You both understand that my blood sea is the ultimate gathering place of the most sinister, vile, and polluted entities in the primordial world. As long as the primordial realm endures, and beings continue to engage in conflict and slaughter, these malevolent and resentful entities will ceaselessly flow into the blood sea. Tai Yi and Zhen Yuanzi held their breath in rapt attention. They recognized that what was to follow would unveil the core secrets that the Underworld River had never disclosed to outsiders, even directly pertaining to his very existence. The Underworld River's willingness to reveal this at this moment indicated that his anticipation of the path of eternal validation outweighed his desire to protect his own secrets. His voice deepened, as if he were about to unveil a truth long buried. In the primordial era, when Pangu first opened the heavens, the blood sea had yet to become the vast ocean it is today. merely a blood lake. After numerous calamities, the countless beings that perished, their true spirits extinguished, left behind a confluence of polluted blood and resentment. On one occasion, after the lake absorbed a significant influx of fresh, tainted blood, I endeavored to control it. Yet, I discovered that these newly amassed entities of utmost darkness and filth were impervious to my influence. Impervious to your influence? Zhen Yuanzi gasped, the light of the earth book in his hands shimmering intensely. Though Tai Yi remained silent, the authority in his eyes momentarily contracted, as if the revelation had upended their understanding of the symbiotic relationship between the Blood Sea and the Underworld River. So, the primordial Blood Sea was not entirely his domain? The Underworld River solemnly nodded, affirming their astonishment. Yes, it was beyond my control. At that time, I was merely a being birthed from that initial blood lake, capable of governing only the lake itself. The influx of new tainted blood, akin to unclaimed, venomous energies, resided within my realm, alien to me, and even subtly threatened to corrupt my essence. This engendered an unprecedented sense of peril within me. Should I allow these unclaimed tainted blood to flourish, one day, I, the sovereign of this blood lake, might be usurped or completely assimilated by the boundless resentment it harbored, losing my very self. His tone grew resolute. Therefore, I had to find a way to dominate this burgeoning lake of tainted blood, to ensure that henceforth, regardless of how vile or sinister the newcomers, they would bear the mark of the Underworld River and be under my dominion. This marked the inception of my endeavors, the very beginning of all that transpired. The Underworld River's voice carried a sense of fatalism. Perhaps it was fated, or perhaps it was serendipity. Or perhaps it was a glimmer of insight born amidst countless trials and confrontations in the face of despair. In a perilous experiment, wherein I sought to forcibly merge the new tainted blood, my essence fractured. I forcibly tore apart a portion of my own essence, planting it like a seed into that unclaimed, nascent tainted blood. The Underworld River's eyes glowed with bloodlight, as if reliving that heart-stopping moment. It was an indescribable agony, akin to severing one's own soul. Yet, the outcome was successful. The previously unruly and resistant tainted blood, upon merging with this fragment of my essence, truly quieted. It began to accept my will, akin to an extension of my own being. From that moment onward, I comprehended that to master the entirety of the Blood Sea, the sole method was to perpetually fracture my essence, to sow it as seeds within every drop of newly gathered tainted blood, utterly transforming them into part of me. The more tainted blood amassed, the more I fractured, and the more I imprinted. In time, calamities persisted, tainted blood was inexhaustible, and my divisions became ceaseless. From an initial thread, to 10, to 100, eventually, the splitting of my essence and the refinement of the blood god became almost instinctive. The Underworld River's voice resonated with a chilling yet grandiose pride. As the blood lake evolved into the vast Blood Sea, I had differentiated 480 million incarnations of the blood god. Each core of tainted blood bore a trace of my essence's imprint. The Blood Sea is me, and I am the Blood Sea. The moment the Underworld River's words fell, the entire hall was engulfed in a profound silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. The light of the earth book in Zhen Yuanzi's hands solidified entirely, the pages seemingly ceasing their movements. The usual warmth and composure on his face vanished, replaced by sheer shock. Tai Yi remained seated, yet the void behind him trembled faintly, betraying the tumultuous waves surging within his heart. Was there such a hidden truth between the Underworld River and the Blood Sea? No wonder he previously claimed this was merely his innate divine ability. This was fundamentally an irreplicable, unique survival path belonging to the sovereign of the Blood Sea. Meanwhile, Lu Jun appeared deep in thought. So, this explained the appearance of the mosquito Taoist. Chapter 34. Lu Jun comprehends the incarnation method. Lu Jun's words fell like a stone cast into still waters, instantly shattering the silence within the hall. The Underworld River's crimson eyes narrowed suddenly, a bone-chilling killing intent nearly radiating from him. The mosquito Taoist, this monstrous entity of the Blood Sea, remains an eternal thorn in his heart. It stands as irrefutable evidence that shatters the singularity of his Blood Sea. Moreover, it represents the greatest humiliation for the ancestor of the Underworld River, who failed to fully seize control over the essence of the Blood Sea. Tai Yi and Zhen Yuanzi were equally shaken, instantly grasping the implications behind Lu Jun's words. Indeed, how vast is the Blood Sea? Though the Underworld River boasts a division of 480 million blood gods, can they truly encompass and completely assimilate the foul essence that the Blood Sea harbors? As the Blood Lake expanded wildly, the Underworld River had yet to imprint its divided essence upon every inch of the newly tainted blood. In a twist of fate, those untamed, primal, and ferocious origins of the Blood Sea inadvertently gave birth to a terrifying being, the Mosquito Taoist. It was born of the Blood Sea, yet not crafted by the Underworld River. It eludes the control of the Underworld River, and its very existence serves as a natural provocation against the Underworld River's exclusive dominion over the Blood Sea. Even more alarmingly, the Mosquito Taoist emerged from the core of the most primal and untamed essence of the Blood Sea. Its ferocity, greed, and insatiable hunger for all things likely surpass the Underworld River, which strives to dominate the Blood Sea. It embodies the very essence of the Blood Sea's most sinister, depraved, and vile nature. That is a force truly belonging to the primordial source of filth. The Underworld River's countenance darkened to the point of resembling bloodshed. Yet he forcibly suppressed the surging intent to kill. This was not the moment to pursue the Mosquito Taoist. His gaze swept over Tai and Xianxiaaudiobooks, focusing intently on Lu Jun. So, do you comprehend now? To emulate my Underworld River in achieving a form of immortality through the embodiment of millions, residing within the source of existence, what is the essential prerequisite? He posed and answered his own question, each word reverberating in the hearts of those present. It requires a source of existence that is perpetually growing and expanding. Furthermore, one must possess an almost obsessive will to relentlessly tear apart their own essence, imprinting it into every inch of newly birthed origins, to dominate it, to tame it, ultimately transforming the entire source of existence into a vessel for one's embodiment. Upon hearing these words, it was as though a divine revelation had struck. Tai and Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes ignited with enlightenment. The previous confusion suddenly clarified. So that was it. Tai sighed deeply, his tone imbued with complexity. It is no wonder that amidst countless formidable beings in the primordial world, each with their unique powers, only you, the Underworld River, have managed to push the path of embodying millions to such an extreme. It is not that their abilities fall short of yours, but rather, they cannot find nor maintain a source of existence that is continually growing and worth the utmost effort to seize. He glanced beneath his feet, as if penetrating through the palace to behold the sun, radiant and eternal, suspended in the heavens. This sun, since the dawn of creation, while imbued with boundless might, has a relatively fixed essence. It does not grow. Instead, it is in a constant state of burning itself, converting into light and heat to nurture the primordial realm. My brother, Emperor Jun, and I, born as sovereigns, have long since merged with the essence of the sun, indistinguishable from one another. There is no need to further divide the essence for dominion. It is simply not feasible. Xianxiaaudiobooks also shook his head with a wry smile, gently caressing the glowing earth tome in his hand. The primordial land, indeed, under the aegis of the will of the great Pangu, has slowly grown and expanded through countless tribulations. Yet, this growth is the result of the cosmic forces, not something I can dictate. With the earth tome in hand, naturally connected to the veins of the primordial earth, I can channel the earth's energy and stabilize the cosmos. Wherever the veins extend, I can sense through the tome. My essence is already intertwined with the tome in this vast land, so why must I, like my friend from the Underworld River, resort to such a forceful and destructive method of imprinting? That would be to forsake the root for the branches. The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing the sentiments reflected in the other's eyes. The beings of the primordial realm, after attaining their own sanctuaries, seek nothing more than stability and abundant spiritual energy to aid their cultivation. Who possesses such a pathological desire for possession and control over their home as the Underworld River? To endure countless renditions of tearing apart one's essence, suffering the taint of filth, all to brand every drop of new foul blood with their mark? The ancestor dragon is powerful, yet he never contemplated transforming himself into millions to dominate the four seas. Luo Ho is formidable too. Even he has not fully conquered the peaks of Mount Shumi, let alone the western lands. Only the Underworld River has relentlessly dominated from the Blood Lake to the Blood Sea. This transcends mere protection. It reflects a nearly frenzied instinct, an extreme pursuit of singularity and absolute control. It is precisely this deep-seated obsession and madness, combined with the Blood Sea's unique ability to perpetually grow, that has forged the Underworld River's terrifying innate divine powers of the blood gods. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Tai's heart swiftly dimmed, ultimately transforming into a heavy sigh. Alas, indeed, this method relies far too heavily on timing, opportunity, and one's own obsessive nature. The weight of such luck is immeasurable. He turned his gaze to Lu Jun, his eyes filled with profound regret and reluctance. It appears that the aspiration to draw upon this method and guide Lu Jun towards the path of embodying millions to establish the foundation of Tai is unattainable. This path has been too narrow and too specific from the outset, almost tailor-made for the Underworld River. It cannot be forced. Xianxiaaudiobooks also slightly shook his head, feeling a sense of regret in his heart. He had hoped to glimpse the profundities of the path of embodying millions, but found the origins to be so stringent. He looked towards the underworld river, feeling that the other's candid revelation had indeed alleviated the tension stemming from the matter of the red cloud. For the underworld river to divulge such core secrets was no small feat. Coupled with Tai's goodwill, it was a considerable gain for Xianxiaaudiobooks. The underworld river, meanwhile, remained in a position of strength. He had unveiled his greatest secret. Although the matter concerning the mosquito Taoist was somewhat awkward, it was not detrimental. He had successfully conveyed to Tai and Xianxiaaudiobooks that this path was fraught with difficulty, thus averting the potential resentment that could arise from Lu Jun's failure should he attempt to walk a path that was inherently unfeasible. Simultaneously, he had effectively done a significant favor for Dongwang Tai. This transaction was undoubtedly advantageous for the underworld river. The atmosphere within the hall, following this conclusion of impossibility, descended once more into a subtle silence tinged with melancholy. However, just as the three towering figures believed that this affair had reached a definitive conclusion, and the path of embodying millions had become an ephemeral dream for Lu Jun, a calm, yet strangely resolute voice pierced the silence. It was Lu Jun who spoke. He slowly raised his head, his golden pupils sparkling with a clarity that pierced through the essence, as if he had navigated through layers of mist to behold a truth beyond ordinary comprehension. A faint, yet disquieting smile graced his lips, as if he had finally discovered the key to a long bewildering conundrum. So that is it. His gaze, as substantial as reality itself, fell upon the underworld river, then Tai, and finally settled on Xianxiaaudiobooks. His voice rang clear and powerful, imbued with an enlightening revelation. I understand. Chapter 35. The Stars in the Sky as Embodiments. You understand? Understand what? The three paramount beings of the Primordial Realm, Tai, Xianxiaaudiobooks, and the underworld river, spoke almost in unison, their faces etched with confusion. The sense of disappointment and resolution that had just enveloped the hall was abruptly shattered by Lu Jun's unexpected certainty. The three formidable beings fixed their gazes upon Lu Jun, as if attempting to see through him. In the crimson depths of Mingyi's eyes flickered a barely perceptible disdain and mockery. Even beings of their caliber had deemed this path impassable. What could a mere Tai golden immortal, who had merely succeeded in his nirvana, truly comprehend? It was nothing but youthful bravado, a refusal to concede defeat. He had lived through countless epochs, witnessing too many who aspired beyond their reach, only to find their lives as fragile as paper. Xianxiaaudiobooks furrowed his brow, stroking his long beard, his gaze imbued with rational scrutiny and an ineffable perplexity. He believed Lu Jun possessed extraordinary qualities, yet the transformation into myriad paths, involving the fragmentation of the source, the convergence of timelines, and the expansion of the vessel, was a task of unfathomable difficulty. Even Mingyi had relied on the blood sea, the fortuitous alignment of time and space, and his own obstinacy to achieve his innate divine powers. What direction could Lu Jun's understanding possibly point towards? Had he perhaps discovered some alternative method? Yet, how could any alternative method compare to an ambition that was eternally certified? Only Tai, whose golden eyes resembled a sunlit furnace, ignited a flicker of weak yet unperceived anticipation after the initial astonishment. He understood his nephew, returned from nirvana. Beneath that insatiable appetite for consumption lay an extraordinary resilience and an unfathomable mystery. The true essence of nirvana. The primordial essence of chaos. Could it be that he had truly glimpsed something profound? Nephew Lu Jun, Tai's voice bore an almost imperceptible urgency. What have you come to understand? Pray share your insights. Lu Jun did not respond immediately. His gaze slowly traversed the three formidable beings, ultimately resting upon Tai. His expression was tranquil, bordering on profound, as if the astonishing realization he had just experienced was not a mere spur of the moment. Whether it can be done, Lu Jun's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly within the stillness of the grand hall. I shall find out, through trial. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Jun's figure suddenly transformed into a blinding beam of golden light, like an arrow that tore through the fabric of space. He instantly pierced through the doors of the Sun God Palace, shooting towards the vast and boundless starry sky. The three formidable beings were momentarily taken aback. Follow him. Tai reacted the swiftest. The phantom of the chaos bell flickered, and his figure vanished from sight. Xianxiaaudiobooks and Mingyi exchanged glances, each perceiving the uncertainty mirrored in the other's eyes. What was this lad truly up to? Yet curiosity ultimately prevailed over other sentiments. The two figures moved, transforming into streaks of light in hot pursuit. Their speed was astonishing, and in an instant, they had escaped the scorching radiance of the sun star, arriving at a place far deeper and loftier, the juncture between the primordial world and the chaotic world. Here, the heights surpassed even the 33 heavens. Countless stars, both bright and dim, large and small, hung suspended, resembling cold gems embedded in an endless night sky, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. The violent chaotic energies surged like an invisible tide from beyond the boundary, battering the membranes of the primordial world. Those stars served as the primordial world's tendrils reaching into chaos. They greedily consumed the chaotic energies, transmuting them into relatively gentle stellar power, which they then cast down upon the primordial earth to nurture all living things. Simultaneously, they silently propelled the slow expansion of the primordial world itself. This place was rife with chaotic energy, the spatial structure bizarre, constantly under siege by the chaotic forces. Thus, most beings rarely ventured here. The three formidable beings closely followed Lu Jun, observing as he traversed this cradle of stars. His speed was remarkable. At times, he approached a massive, ancient star that had long since taken form, circling it for a moment, his powerful consciousness seemingly scanning every detail of the star. At other times, he glided past a sparse nebula, his gaze sharply assessing the potential stellar cores within. Yet more often than not, he lingered in regions where the nascent stars were yet to form, their energy fluctuations feeble, nearly engulfed by the chaotic currents. What was he doing? Mingyi's brow furrowed, his blood cloak billowing amidst the chaotic winds. He could not comprehend Lu Jun's actions. Was he searching for a suitable star to serve as a sanctuary? Yet most of the stars here were barren and lifeless, or chaotic and violent, far inferior to the likes of the Sun Star. Was he seeking chaotic spiritual materials? That did not seem the case. His consciousness scanning bore a distinct purpose. It was unclear, but he certainly appeared to have a goal. Xuanyuanzi held aloft the earth book, its pages fluttering without wind, emanating a faint golden light, as he attempted to sense the flow of geologic star power within this peculiar realm. However, this area was close to chaos, with the primordial Earth's ley lines extending here being exceedingly weak and chaotic, severely hindering his perception. Tai remained silent, his gaze firmly fixed upon Lu Jun's figure. The phantom of the chaos bell flickered around him, shielding him from the onslaught of chaotic energies. He harbored a vague suspicion in his heart, yet dared not confirm it. Finally, Lu Jun's figure halted in a relatively calm area amidst the chaotic currents. Before him floated an exceedingly small and dim light point. It could scarcely be regarded as a star. It resembled more an embryonic core of primordial stellar nebula dust, just beginning to coalesce, yet not yet ignited. It was extremely fragile, quivering slightly under the onslaught of chaotic winds, as if on the verge of complete dissolution. Returning to chaos. The energy it contained was so minuscule it was nearly negligible, had Lu Jun not precisely halted before it. Even the three formidable beings would have struggled to notice its existence against the vast chaotic backdrop. This was a genuine star egg, still in the embryonic stage of development. What was he doing here? Mingyi's confusion deepened. Such star eggs were countless at the edges of the primordial world. 99% would perish amidst the chaotic currents. And even those that formed would merely become the lowest tier of fragmented stars, utterly devoid of value. Yet within Lu Jun's consciousness, a tempest was brewing. The system's voice reverberated continuously. Detected the presence of an unformed star embryo within this star's gravitational field. Please select a processing option immediately. Host. Option 1. Accumulate. Activate the host's core gravitational field to forcibly absorb the energy and material essence of this unformed star embryo, thus enhancing oneself. Reward, barely sufficient. Control over its unformed portions of the great Taoist rules. Option 2. Empower. Utilize the system's special protocol, consuming a portion of the host's energy to assist this unformed star in its evolution until it takes shape. The host may choose to impart some essence upon it, constantly interfering with its growth. Reward. In subsequent evolutions of similar stars, the host's essence can split without damage, with each star possessing a fragment of the host's essence. Option 3. Ignore. Disregard the star embryo, allowing it to evolve on its own. Reward. None. Indeed, the star evolution system would truly render such judgments. Chapter 36. The system aids in the splitting of the primordial spirit. Lu Jun murmured to himself. His prior wanderings among various stars were essentially trials of the myriad prompts and choices presented by the system. Faced with the main star, the system had urged Lu Jun to flee quickly, for such a massive star would absorb his energy. Lu Jun understood, as ultimately, only a Da Luo golden immortal could effortlessly manipulate the main star. In the grand array of the celestial star formation crafted by Emperor Jun, the large star banners corresponded to the main star. The great star banner can only be wielded by those of the great Luo golden immortal level. This is the influence of the laws of the Tao. After all, the stars in the primordial world are not merely material entities, but manifestations of the Tao's principles. In fact, many of the main stars harbor the existence of innate divine beings. My own cultivation at the Tai Golden Immortal level pales in comparison to that of others concerning the laws of the Tao. As I approached the secondary star, the system alerted me that I could accumulate and enhance a modicum of energy. Simultaneously, I could grasp fragments of the Tao's rules contained within. However, should I engage in accumulation, there exists the risk of causing this secondary star to degenerate into a shattered star. It was only upon encountering this embryonic star, still in its formative stage, that I realized its significance. It is not merely a star embryo, but also a manifestation of a fragment of the Tao's principles. Yet, this manifestation does not guarantee success. There is a substantial likelihood that the chaotic winds could extinguish it during its formation, returning it to chaos. However, the system presented me with a different prompt at this moment. 3 choices: accumulate, empower, ignore. These 3 options mirrored the initial decision of whether or not to assist my 8 brothers in their transformation. Lu Jun cast a glance at the 3 choices. Choice 2. As the thought echoed in his mind, the ensuing events caused the 3 formidable beings standing at the pinnacle of the Primordial Realm to narrow their eyes in astonishment. Their spirits shaken. Suddenly, Lu Jun transformed into a white light, landing precisely upon the yet-to-be-formed star embryo. Boom! A terrifying force of attraction abruptly emanated from that star embryo. The chaotic essence surrounding it seemed to respond to some supreme law, ceasing its violent onslaught and instead transforming into countless gentle streams, fervently and willingly flowing into the light point undergoing metamorphosis. Its efficiency far surpassed that of ancient stars passively absorbing chaotic essence by hundreds of times. Simultaneously, enveloped by the star embryo, Lu Jun radiated an overwhelming power of solar divine fire. As these divine flames emerged, they decomposed, purified, and transformed the chaotic essence into the most refined essence of the stars, integrating it into the core. Under the incredulous gazes of the 3 mighty beings, that small, fragile star egg expanded at a visible rate, solidifying. Its brilliance intensified, and its structure grew increasingly stable. The chaotic currents swirled around it, forming a diminutive vortex. Now in its nascent form, as time flowed, the star embryo, which had previously been on the brink of annihilation, stabilized completely, transforming into a small yet structurally complete star that emanated a steady celestial radiance. It was no longer an embryo but a true, newly born star capable of self-growth and the absorption of chaotic essence. A shattered star, it is indeed a star. It is a fully manifested fragment of the Tao's principles. How is this possible? The river of the underworld gasped in astonishment, his blood-red pupils filled with profound shock. He understood better than anyone the terrifying energy and intricate craftsmanship required to give birth to a star, especially one formed directly from an embryo, as well as the immense span of time it necessitated. This was not something a Tai Golden Immortal could achieve. Even more alarming to him was Lu Jun's ability to manipulate chaotic essence and transform the essence of the stars, a method he had never heard of. Jin Yuanzi's hand trembled, the light of the Earth book flickering violently. He attempted to use the power of the Earth's membrane to decipher the rules of the newly born star. Yet, he sensed a star law within that was distinctly different from the primordial Earth, one that was older and closer to the essence of chaos. This utterly overturned his understanding of star evolution, turning stone into gold. No, this is the refinement of chaos, the creation of stars. Such means, Tai trembled throughout, the phantom of the chaotic bell behind him emitting a long, resonant hum. He fixed his gaze on the newly birthed star, which radiated a faint yet resolute glow, and his eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. Excitement, ecstasy, disbelief, these emotions intertwined. He understood. He finally comprehended what Lu Jun had referred to as a continuously growing vessel. The star. It is the star. Moreover, it is a newly birthed star capable of incessant growth. Tai's voice quivered with a hint of trepidation, imbued with the exhilaration of witnessing a revolutionary path. If there is anything in this primordial world that continues to grow, it is the myriad stars. As the primordial realm expands, at the juncture of chaos and the primordial, more stars are being nurtured. This is the continual manifestation of the primordial Tao, serving as one of the cornerstones of stability for the primordial veil. Lu Jun's previous nirvana had already facilitated the nirvana of several other brothers, evolving them into the current star egg forms. He carried within him certain special divine abilities and fortunes. Based on the stars, he differentiated the essence and gradually grew. This truly might be a unique path. Lu Jun flickered away from the location of the shattered star, and the solar true fire upon him extinguished. He floated serenely beside the newly birthed shattered star, which emitted a faint yet steadfast glow, as if guarding a newborn infant. The shattered star began to rotate slowly, steadily absorbing the surrounding chaotic essence and transforming it into its own stellar essence, commencing its long journey of life. With Lu Jun's departure, the thoughts of Tai, Jinyuanzi, and the river of the underworld swept across the newly birthed star like the most precise probes. Buzz. A faint yet remarkably clear resonance emanated. Deep within the core of the shattered star, a breath akin to Lu Jun's essence intertwined like a brand, deeply rooted. It was not the painful tearing of forceful implantation, but a peculiar, harmonious symbiosis akin to a fusion of water and milk, as if the star was inherently destined to bear Lu Jun's mark. This succeeded? The ancestor of the underworld gasped in disbelief, his voice dry and sharp, filled with utter incredulity. His blood-scarred face twitched violently, his crimson pupils fixated on the shattered star before abruptly turning to Lu Jun, as if he intended to devour him whole. How could this be? He, the river of the underworld, had to endure countless agonizing renditions of tearing apart his essence, struggling amidst filth and resentment, enduring infinite eons before achieving the blood god's myriad divine abilities. How could this Tai Golden Immortal Jr. before him succeed so effortlessly? He merely refined a trifling star egg, yet could so easily and harm-free imprint his essence within it, creating a vessel that could grow alongside the star. This utterly subverted his understanding of essence division and transformation into myriad forms. The suffering and peril he had experienced paled in comparison to Lu Jun's seemingly casual action, rendering it absurd. A profound sense of absurdity and anger at being completely negated gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. The path of dominance he prided himself on, did it appear to the other as an inept and inefficient detour? He could not accept this. He would not. Beneath his blood robe, his fingers turned white from the strain, a surge of violent blood energy uncontrollably escaping. Meanwhile, Tai, after the initial excitement, found himself plunged into deeper contemplation and weighing of the situation. He clearly felt the success of Lu Jun and grasped its essence. After Lu Jun underwent his rebirth, his essence transformed from a mere Jin Wu into a confluence of chaotic essence and an enigmatic cosmic power. It is precisely this metamorphosis that bestowed upon him the potential to instill the embryonic essence of stars without damaging his original imprint. Meanwhile, Tai remains a pristine embodiment of the great Sun Jin Wu, with his essence irrevocably intertwined with that of the solar star. In Chapter 37, entitled The True Usage of the Ginseng Fruit, Tai Yi's gaze pierces the boundless void, directed towards the western expanse of the Primordial World. There, the catastrophic wounds inflicted by the self-detonation of the demon ancestor Rahu upon Mount Sumeru still linger, leaving the vast western lands shattered and fragmented into countless floating worlds adrift in the void. Some of these fragmented realms still bask in the distant radiance of the solar star, sustaining a fragile existence, while many others have succumbed to eternal coldness and desolation, resembling forgotten graveyards slowly progressing towards complete annihilation. A thought flashed through Tai Yi's mind like a bolt of lightning, to manifest as myriad suns. If he could transmute a portion of his original radiance into countless miniature suns, projecting and rooting them within those dying western fragmented worlds, he could disperse the darkness and bring forth warmth and vitality. Each small world illuminated and redeemed would become a vessel for his will. As these diminutive realms revived and flourished under the nurturing glow, albeit slowly, his will and brilliance would likewise expand and proliferate. Ultimately, when the radiance of countless worlds converged into one, what magnificent spectacle would that be? Would it not signify his transcendence beyond the shackles of quasi-sainthood, granting him a glimpse into higher realms? However, the most formidable challenge lay before him: how to divide his essence into myriad portions without loss, in a controllable manner, and project them accurately into those distant fragmented worlds. This necessitated a method of separation that transcended his current understanding. Lu Jun's path of star seeding offered him inspiration, yet could not be directly replicated. The chaotic bell suppresses time and space, but cannot assist him in achieving such intricate division of essence. Moreover, if he were to pursue this path of manifesting as the sun, what would become of his rebirth technique? With only the chaotic bell as his innate treasure, if he were to embody the myriad, would those solar incarnations still hold value after his rebirth? If not, would not all his efforts be in vain? Or should he emulate Lu Jun's nephew, rebirthing first and then shepherding the celestial stars, with the potential of reaching at least the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood post-rebirth? Perhaps even achieving the level of a Hongmeng Da Luo Jingxian with his physical form. Would such formidable power make him even stronger while shepherding the celestial stars? Could he then once again embark on the path of manifesting as myriad, merging into the great Luo? The more he pondered, the more Tai felt lost regarding the future. Every path seemed possible, yet, Fundamentally, it all boiled down to how he would achieve the division of his essence. Tai Yi fell into a contemplative silence, his golden eyes rapidly calculating, seeking the key to break through. In stark contrast, Zhen Yuanzi's reaction was markedly different. After a brief moment of shock, his hand, which had been stroking his long beard, paused slightly, and a luminous clarity surged in his eyes. He abruptly turned his gaze, as if piercing through infinite space, returning to the backyard of Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Shou. There stood the flourishing, verdant ginseng fruit tree, emanating a rich, primordial emu essence. The ginseng fruit, how enlightening. This is where my opportunity lies. A sudden realization washed over Zhen Yuanzi, akin to clouds parting to reveal the sun. He, having attained enlightenment as the ginseng fruit tree, is the progenitor of earth immortals. Each ginseng fruit matures once every 9,000 years, resembling an infant, containing the primal essence of his being and the profound virtues of the earth. In the past, he regarded these fruits as the quintessence of heaven and earth, gifts for befriending powerful beings and supplements for enhancing his cultivation. Yet, he had never considered that they themselves are the finest embryonic vessels for manifestation. He is the tree. The ginseng fruit is the essence born of the tree. Why must he endure the agonizing rending akin to the river of oblivion? Why must he seek external objects like Lu Jun? All that is required is to imbue them with spirit and entrust his essence. A clear path began to form in his mind. In the next 9,000 years, before the ginseng fruits have grown, he shall return to the ginseng fruit tree himself. At that time, his essence will seamlessly merge into those 30 soon-to-mature fruits, akin to spring rain nourishing the earth. Thus, during their gestation, they will naturally imbibe and embody his Tao and self. When the time of maturity arrives, they will become 30 incarnations, intrinsically linked to his essence, brimming with untold potential. The only concern is that for the next 9,000 years, he must refrain from emerging into the world. But, with my 3 corpses existing, does it truly matter whether my original self remains hidden? In this realm, who dares to challenge Mount Shou or Zhen Yuanzi, save for the saints? In 9,000 years, there shall be 30 incarnations of the ginseng fruit, though not as terrifying in number as the 480 million blood deities of the river of oblivion. They excel in innate harmony, with their essence intact and boundless potential. Furthermore, the ginseng fruit tree is everlasting, capable of producing 30 fruits every 9,000 years. This is the path of continuity. The perplexities that had plagued him through countless epochs regarding manifestation and the expansion of his Tao found a remarkably fitting resolution at this moment. Zhen Yuanzi felt a weight lift from his heart, revealing a rare, sincere smile of relief since the fall of Hongyun. He turned to the still pale and unstable elder of the river of oblivion, speaking with a calm demeanor imbued with genuine sentiment. Friend of the river of oblivion, this discussion has yielded profound insights for me, far exceeding my expectations. Your willingness to share the secrets of the Blood Sea is greatly appreciated. Pausing momentarily, his voice grew clearer. The matter of my friend Hongyun's demise is entangled in causality, not to be resolved in a single utterance. However, today, your candor has afforded me enlightenment. Let us consider this matter settled for now. With these words, it was as though thunder had struck. The elder of the river of oblivion abruptly raised his head, his blood-red eyes filled with disbelief. The greatest grievance that had tormented him for countless years, which had robbed him of peace, was so easily brushed aside. Zhen Yuanzi had voluntarily let go. A tremendous surprise instantly dispersed the frustration and anger stirred by Lu Jun. He almost thought he had misheard. Even Tai Yi, who had been absorbed in his calculations, was startled back to reality by this unexpected turn, gazing at Zhen Yuanzi with a mix of astonishment and admiration. The gravity of Zhen Yuanzi's willingness to release his vow of vengeance against his dear friend is immeasurable. Excellent. Excellent. Friend Zhen Yuanzi, your magnanimity and grandeur are admirable. I am grateful. The elder of the river of oblivion regained his composure, his face lighting up with joy, repeatedly cupping his hands in gratitude, his laughter imbued with a sense of relief. This transaction was worth it, truly worth it. He had initially thought that securing a favor from Tai Yi would be a significant gain. Little did he anticipate that the exchange would also ease Zhen Yuanzi's burden regarding Hongyun. His willingness to divulge his own secrets had miraculously resolved the entanglement between himself and Hongyun. This was indeed a moment of great joy. Henceforth, without Zhen Yuanzi guarding the gate, where could the primordial world deter him? He owed Zhen Yuanzi a debt of causality, but none to others. Should anyone dare to emulate Zhen Yuanzi, they should not blame him for taking decisive action. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, then turned to Tai Yi, speaking earnestly. Friend Tai Yi, it is under your guidance that I have gained this epiphany. The causality surrounding Hongyun's demise, having reached a resolution, shall not be directed towards the demon race. However, his tone was slightly somber, tinged with an unmistakable chill. That Kunpeng, our fates are yet intertwined. Tai, fully aware, felt a sense of helplessness. The matter involving Kunpeng and Hongyun was indeed a tangled web of past grievances. The crux of the issue lay in their collusion with Dijuan in the ambush against Hongyun, a secret that weighed heavily upon them. Back when the demon clan's court was not yet fully established, Kunpeng was undeniably a formidable force worth courting. Thus, he and Dijuan had silently aided Kunpeng in laying a trap for Hongyun. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Kunpeng alone to extinguish Hongyun. This truth was known to Zhen Yuanzi, which fueled his animosity towards the demon clan. Yet today, Zhen Yuanzi surprisingly declared that he would no longer target the demon clan, implying a relinquishment of his grudge against Tai and Dijuan. Truly magnanimous. Esteemed Jin Yuan, I harbor guilt for past transgressions, and I am grateful for your assurance. Tai expressed with sincerity. Chapter 38. Lu Jun as the Lord of the Fighting Division. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand, his expression calm. While I shall not direct my ire towards your demon clan, I implore you to keep your kin in check, lest they overstep their bounds. The primordial chaos, vast as it may be, cannot withstand incessant upheaval. This I shall ensure. Tai replied solemnly. I will personally instruct my brother Dijuan to impose strict discipline. The three engaged in a brief exchange, dissipating the dust of past grievances, and the atmosphere grew considerably lighter. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze then turned to Lu Jun, who was, at that moment, immersed in his own world, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. The sixth prince has imparted to me profound insights, enlightening me on the method of manifesting the primordial incarnation. Zhen Yuanzi observed Lu Jun, yet addressed Tai. Consider it a debt of gratitude owed to the sixth prince. Should he require my assistance in the future, I shall exert myself to the utmost. Upon hearing this, both Tai and Mingyi displayed expressions of astonishment. To receive such a declaration from the venerable Zhen Yuan, acknowledging a debt of gratitude, was indeed a monumental opportunity. Esteemed Zhen, I shall convey my thanks on behalf of my nephew, Tai said, his gaze shifting to the industrious Lu Jun. At this moment, Lu Jun was exuberantly traversing the interstice between chaos and the primordial expanse. This realm was neither pure chaos nor the stable cosmos of the primordial world, but a transitional zone where energy surged and laws were in disarray. Countless chaotic currents mingled with the spiritual essence spilling from the primordial realm, colliding in a dazzling display, giving rise to a bizarre yet perilous starry expanse brimming with infinite potential. Lu Jun's figure flickered like a golden stream of light, at times surging against the chaotic eddies, at other times gliding along the membrane of the primordial barrier. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented focus and excitement, reminiscent of a child searching for treasure upon an endless shore. Found it. This one is splendid. Yes. The intersection of chaotic tides and primordial stellar energies here is perfectly suited for nurturing a star embodying the essence of fire. He muttered incantations as his movements became swift as lightning. He charged towards the core of a swirling vortex of chaotic energy, where a faintly visible speck of light, imbued with the primal resonance of celestial pathways, lay hidden. This was the embryonic star he sensed. Once Lu Jun penetrated the star's embryo, the system's power would activate. A colossal gravitational force would instantaneously absorb the surrounding chaotic energies and primordial stellar powers within a vast radius. This essence would then be refined under the terrifying heat of his solar divine fire, transforming into nourishment for the embryonic star. Concurrently, a strand of pure primordial imprint would inscribe itself upon the embryo. This imprint was not a crude occupation, but rather a guiding and nurturing presence. Empowered by the system's mysterious and expansive force, that strand of essence acted as a premier catalyst and shaping template, swiftly integrating into the core of the star embryo. Upon consumption, transformation ensued. The faint light intensified, becoming radiant. The space surrounding the embryo began to warp and collapse, forming a small, yet stable gravitational core, attracting even more matter and energy. The speck of light expanded and rotated, its surface flowing with liquid-like energy patterns, while its internal structure evolved rapidly under the combined influence of the system's power and Lu Jun's essence. From an ethereal glimmer, it gradually solidified into an egg of a star, emanating a gentle, yet resolute glow. These star eggs varied in form. Some blazed as fiercely as miniature suns, radiating scorching flames. Others shimmered deep blue like the ocean, exuding a chilling aura. Some were lushly green, brimming with vitality, while others appeared as weighty as the earth, surrounded by a warm, earthy glow. They resembled newborns, fragile, yet full of boundless possibilities, quietly suspended in the void, slowly spinning along an arcane trajectory, inhaling the energies of chaos and the primordial realm as they embarked on a deliberate and steadfast growth. This was the manifestation of the primordial path, accelerated in its unfolding by Lu Jun. 1 egg, 2 eggs, 10 eggs. Lu Jun's actions grew increasingly rapid and adept. He seemed tireless, leaving behind countless golden trails across the boundless void. In his wake, previously desolate and chaotic expanses of space flickered to life, illuminated by myriad faint stars, beginning to radiate a peculiar vitality. The vast, once relatively fixed celestial map of the primordial world was expanding, visibly welcoming new, albeit small, yet genuine stellar members. They shone defiantly against the chaotic backdrop, proclaiming their existence. The foundation of the primordial starry sky was quietly being broadened. Simultaneously, this also represented the expansion of Lu Jun's own incarnation. Though today's developments may not be apparent, in the future, those stars would gradually take form, resulting in one incarnation after another of Lu Jun, each embodying distinct pathways of understanding. Nephew Lu Jun, we wish to return to the demon court. Will you accompany us? This place is perilous, and it is unwise to linger. Lu Jun was gently guiding a newly formed star egg, radiating a sharp golden light, into a stable orbit. Without turning his head, he responded with unwavering determination and focus. Uncle, please return without me. This is precisely where my path lies. I must remain here to shepherd the stars. These star eggs, in their infancy, require my primordial nurturing, and I must draw upon the primordial stellar powers and chaotic energies to facilitate their growth. To leave now would be to squander all my efforts. Have no fear, uncle. I am well aware of my limits. Though this place is fraught with danger, it cannot harm me. His words were resolute, and the starry power and chaotic essence enveloping him grew ever denser, as if he had merged with the tumultuous void, becoming the sovereign of this nascent stellar domain. His focus and fervor made it clear to Tai Yi that Lu Jun had discovered his path to enlightenment. Any attempt at counsel would be futile. Tai Yi gazed deeply at his nephew, that figure illuminating the stars amidst chaos, evoking in him a vision of another possibility, one where he himself could embody millions of suns. He refrained from further words, merely nodding slightly. Take care of yourself. Should any changes arise, send word immediately. Zhen Yuanzi and the ancestor of Mingyi exchanged complex glances, each contemplating Lu Jun's extraordinary yet ambitious endeavor. A glimmer of understanding passed through Zhen Yuanzi's eyes, seemingly affirming a certain hypothesis. Mingyi merely scoffed, internally remarking that this boy's path was wilder than his own bloody sea. Farewell. Zhen Yuanzi bowed to Tai Yi and Mingyi. Travel safely, my friend. Tai Yi returned the gesture. Mingyi casually waved, until we meet again. 3 beams of light pierced the air, one a heavy earthen yellow, another a fierce blood red, and the last a domineering golden rainbow, instantly tearing through the void, departing from the chaotic boundaries and racing towards the direction of the 33 Heavens Demon Court at the heart of the primordial world. Within the depths of the Purple Cloud Palace, the core of the operation of the Heavenly Dao, the Taoist ancestor Hongjun lay reclined upon his cloud bed. At the moment when Lu Jun manifested the first star egg and imprinted it with the essence, his tightly closed eyes suddenly flared open. No longer were they pools of tranquility. Instead, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickered within them. His thoughts stirred in a jade tome, exuding the aura of the supreme heavenly Tao, with the primal energies of Xian and Huang entwined, materialized before him. This was none other than the foundational treasure governing the authority of the heavenly Tao, the heavenly book. Hongjun's gaze fell upon the inscriptions, particularly focusing on the chapter representing the constellations of the universe. On what was once a blank page of the heavenly book, a name, exceedingly vague and suspended between reality and illusion, quietly emerged at the very edge, at the bottom of the chapter. Its radiance was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind, yet it bore a tenacious sense of renewal, continually drawing strength. Curious, Hongjun murmured, his voice barely audible in the vastness of the Purple Cloud Palace. The heavenly book had not been revealed, and no true spirit had ascended to the list. Whence did this name arise? In an instant, his consciousness traversed the boundless expanse of time and space, precisely landing on the border where the primordial world met chaos. There, a golden figure busied itself on the chaotic plains. Behind him, star eggs, sprouting like bamboo shoots after rain, gleamed with diverse primal brilliance. Vividly reflected within Hongjun's heart of Tao, he distinctly perceived the unique primal force that Lu Jun had imprinted at the core of each star egg. Once again, Hongjun's gaze returned to the divine list, observing the name's phantom, which seemed to solidify further with the increase of star eggs. A momentary flicker of realization passing through his eyes. So it is, he whispered, a hint of understanding mingling with an ineffable depth. It was not the decree of the heavenly Tao, but rather, proof through strength, shepherding the stars of the heavens. using his own primal essence as a guide, enlightening the chaos, opening star domains, and becoming a star lord in his own right. Thus, the chapter on the constellations felt compelled to leave a vacant position in anticipation. When these star eggs grow and mature, transforming from embryos into shattered stars, or even secondary stars, ultimately merging into the primordial starry sky and completing the path of the stars, it will mark the day he fully reclaims his position in the constellations, wielding divine authority over a realm of stars. Chapter 39, 9,000 Years, 30 Avatars. Hongjun comprehended the intricacies of fate and had already acknowledged Lu Jun's deeds in his heart. Once the stars found their rightful places, the position of the Star Lord could also be granted to Lu Jun. His gaze deepened profoundly, as if piercing through layers of temporal mist, looking upstream along the ceaseless river of time. There, he had once witnessed the 7 holy glows ultimately returning to the Primordial Realm, completing the world's primal essence, causing the fortunes of the Primordial World to surge and its potential to escalate dramatically. The opportunity for bestowing divinity should still be distant. Hongjun's fingers gently tapped the edge of the cloud bed, producing a silent rhythm. Yet, this child's undertaking had unexpectedly elicited a spontaneous response from the heavenly book, suggesting that the primordial world had amassed sufficient potential to bear even more quasi-saints, or perhaps higher divine powers. Or was this path itself a chance to pry open the heavenly Tao? His profound gaze shifted once more to Lu Jun at the edge of the void. That figure pioneering the star domains within chaos seemed to him a splendid subject for experimentation. Was the divine list on the verge of initiating the divine conferment scheme? Hongjun's voice resonated with an unprecedented contemplation and deliberation. Yet, could the primordial world truly withstand the sudden influx of numerous quasi-saints, or even higher-tier divine powers? Forcing the issue could invite great calamity. However, this child's shepherding, forming its own system, using stars to bear primal essence, coexisting and flourishing with the primordial realm. Its growth and power synchronized with the perfection of the path of the primordial stars, perhaps represented a controllable variable? The Tao has 50, the celestial transformations 49, removing 1. I previously thought he was among the demon races missing. Now it appears he is one of the missing within the primordial celestial constellations. A glimmer of decisiveness flashed in Hongjun's eyes. Very well, let this child be the guide. Let us see what geometric transformations the premature return of the Star Lord will invoke in the primordial world. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, an opportunity or a calamity, let us observe how this primordial realm unfolds its own destiny. Should there be merit, the position of the Star Lord shall not be denied to him. Tai Zenyuanzi. And the 3 beams of light from the river of oblivion traversed the vast expanse of the primordial heavens, though their momentum was deliberately restrained. Their distinctly powerful auras nonetheless captivated the attention of countless mighty beings. Particularly, the atmosphere between Tai and Zenyuanzi, as Tai personally escorted Zenyuanzi, was peaceful, even carrying a subtle hint of conviviality, which filled the lurking eyes with astonishment. At Mount Buzhou, within the Pangu Palace, the 12 ancestral witches gathered. The atmosphere within the hall heavy with tension. Di Jiang's expression was grim. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong furrowed their brows, while Xianming's countenance was masked in frost. All the ancestral witches gazed through the palace's prohibitions, fixated on the 3 beams of light crossing the sky. What had transpired on the Sunstar? Di Zhang's voice thundered like a storm, causing the hall to resonate. When did that beast Tai ever treat Zenyuanzi with such courtesy? Escorting him all the way? Not merely courtesy. Gong Gong interjected, his tone heavy with apprehension. Look at that old ghost from the river of oblivion. Usually haughty and filled with murderous intent, yet upon leaving just now, he even bowed to Zenyuanzi. When did this old demon become so agreeable? Zenyuanzi had blocked his Blood-Sea Gate for countless Yuan meetings. Zhu Rong's flames flared. Even more bizarre was Zenyuanzi. Was that old, good-natured facade merely a pretense? It seemed he no longer harbored the intense animosity of wanting to devour his flesh and sleep in his skin. How could this be? Hongyun was his closest companion. When abnormalities arise, there must be demons. Zhu Jiuyin gradually opened his serpent-like eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving through time, his voice low and hoarse. Tai Zenyuanzi and the river of oblivion have gathered on the Sunstar for a clandestine discussion, and now depart in such harmony. Their intentions must be earth-shattering. Perhaps it is a grand conspiracy against our witch clan. The ancestral witches murmured among themselves, all sensing the extraordinary peculiarity of this matter, shrouded in an incomprehensible eeriness. A powerful sense of pressure permeated the Pangu Palace, rendering them restless. Ultimately, Hou Tu rose slowly. She emanated the most serene and pure aura. devoid of the dense bloodthirst that enveloped the other ancestral witches, instead radiating a weightiness and vitality derived from the earth. Her voice was warm, yet resolute. Brothers need not quarrel. This matter is peculiar and of great significance. Mere speculation is futile. Only by personally investigating can we ascertain the truth. She scanned the gathered ancestral witches. I possess the essence of the earth, yet bear no signs of bloodthirst. My aura is easiest to conceal. I shall quietly visit Mount Wanshou. Perhaps I can uncover something. Even if detected by Xinyuanzi, given his temperament, he would not immediately turn against our witch clan. Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches exchanged glances, each perceiving the gravity and a hint of hope in one another's eyes. Hou Yi was indeed the most suitable candidate. Very well. Sister, exercise utmost caution. Di Jiang said solemnly. Should the situation prove untenable, retreat at once. Safety is paramount. Hou Yi nodded slightly, her form flowing like mercury into the earth beneath her feet, her aura vanishing without a trace, as if she had never existed. At Mount Wanshou, within the Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi's figure appeared soundlessly beneath the ginseng fruit tree. He gazed up at the lush, verdant primordial spirit root, feeling the overwhelming essence of wood and the profound virtue of the earth emanating from it, his eyes brimming with unprecedented anticipation and excitement. 9,000 years, just 9,000 years. There are precisely 30 incarnations. He sat cross-legged, his entire being enveloped in a radiant light, gradually retracting his aura in preparation to return to his true form and initiate the grand scheme of nurturing the ginseng fruit incarnation. Just as his mind was on the verge of completely merging with the ginseng fruit tree, a serene and gentle female voice, resonating with the rhythm of the earth, distinctly penetrated the protective array of Wuzhuang Temple and reached his ears, as if it were directly resonating within the vast root system of the ginseng fruit tree. Taoist friend Jinyuan, the Earth Mother seeks an audience. Upon hearing the voice of the Earth Mother, Jinyuan's gaze flickered. He instantly understood the reason for her visit. It was undoubtedly due to his recent journey to the Sun Star and his subsequent safe return, which had caused concern among the Wu clan. Alas, had it been in the past, he would have warmly welcomed the Wu clan, but now, having been reminded by the river of the underworld and having observed the sixth prince herding the celestial stars, he realized that further entanglement with the Wu clan would be somewhat unwise. Moreover, the current Wu clan was no longer worthy of opposing the demon clan. Having come to this realization, Jinyuan made his decision. Dear Earth Mother, you are too kind. Please, do enter. He relaxed the defenses of Mount Wanshou, allowing the Earth Mother to proceed within. As the Earth Mother entered Wuzhuang Temple, her gaze was instantly drawn to the ginseng fruit tree in the center of the courtyard, exuding a vast primordial essence of Imu and the profound virtues of the earth. She was further moved by the mysterious, radiant light that enveloped Jinyuan, who was seated beneath the tree. It was a manifestation of the exuberant Tao rhythm that emerged after profound enlightenment, starkly different from his previous calm demeanor. Taoist friend Jinyuan, am I perhaps interrupting an inconvenient moment? The Earth Mother perceptively sensed that Jinyuan was undergoing a significant realization, her voice tinged with regret. Jinyuan slowly opened his eyes, their clarity imbued with the weight and vitality of the entire primordial earth. He waved his hand, his tone serene yet undeniably resolute. It is of no consequence. What I am about to undertake requires a lengthy period of stillness for the flowers to bloom. This brief exchange is not a detriment. Upon hearing this, the Earth Mother ceased her formalities and directly addressed the matter at hand. It appears that your journey to the Sun Star has yielded significant gains, dear friend. Your prior attitude towards Tai and the river of the underworld seems to have transformed entirely. This truly perplexes us. Might I inquire as to the underlying reason? Jinyuan's gaze deepened, reminiscent of an ancient well. The clandestine discussions held on the Sun Star, particularly those concerning the blood god of the river of the underworld, Lu Jun's herding of the stars, and the pivotal nature of his own ginseng fruit incarnation, were matters he could not possibly disclose to outsiders. Yet, in the presence of the Earth Mother, a rare sage among the ancestral witches, he felt compelled to speak. He needed to issue a warning to the Wu clan, one potent enough to halt their reckless pursuits. Simultaneously, he wished to ascertain whether this ancestral witch, imbued with the power of the earth, could perceive a glimmer of hope within his revelations. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze seemed to pierce through the mist surrounding Mount Wanshou, casting itself upon the chaotic realms of the primordial world. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with the weight of profound insight. Dear Earth Mother, I regret that I cannot divulge the intricacies of this matter. However, there is one thing I must convey regarding the survival and decline of the Wu clan. The Earth Mother's expression grew solemn. Please, do continue. Jinyuan's gaze returned to her, his words deliberate. The enduring enmity between the Wu clan and the Demon clan finds its roots within your own clan. These words struck like a thunderclap, and even the mild-mannered Earth Mother could not suppress a flicker of displeasure and skepticism. Yet, she restrained her emotions, responding in a measured tone. "Oh, I would like to hear more." Zhen Yuan remained undeterred, continuing his dissection of the harsh realities. After the Dragon Han calamity, the Wu clan, confident in their Pangu bloodline and physical might, viewed the myriad beings of the primordial world as mere prey, slaughtering them indiscriminately, inciting the wrath of heaven and the loathing of mortals. Had you not acted in such a tyrannical manner, viewing all life as mere fodder? Would the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi have been compelled to rally the myriad beings and establish the Demon clan for self-preservation? This marks the genesis of your animosity. The Earth Mother fell silent. The savage times of consuming raw flesh and feasting upon the myriad races were indeed actions of the Wu clan. Though this was a topic often shrouded in silence within the Pango Hall, as an ancestral witch, how could she remain unaware? Observing her speechlessness, Zhen Yuan's tone grew heavier. Subsequently, the Dao Ancestor imparted teachings in the Zixiao Palace, illuminating the path to sagehood, and soon after, the 6 saints emerged, wielding authority over the heavenly Dao. Henceforth, the dynamics of the primordial world shifted. The Wu clan's reliance on their physical prowess and the Duxiang Xianxia array is now utterly obsolete. This is the grand trend of the primordial cosmos. At this juncture, the Wu clan ought to temper their ambitions, recuperate, and seek to mend their rifts with the Demon clan and all races, for this is the path to survival. In reality, prior to the fall of Kuo Fu, or rather, before the Prince of Golden Crows, Lu Jun, achieved his rebirth, Zhen Yuan specifically invoked Lu Jun's name. Despite the ongoing frictions between the Wu and Demon clans, a fragile equilibrium had been maintained. The demons governed the heavens, while the Wu managed the earth, each safeguarding their respective domains. The Demon clan had retreated to the 33 heavens, protecting their core groups, and had nearly allowed the myriad beings scattered across the primordial land to run wild, leaving it as a hunting ground for the Wu clan. This had been an unspoken understanding between the two sides, a brutal peace. The Earth Mother's heart sank slightly. Zhen Yuan's words struck at the very core of the matter. The period of relative stability prior to Kuo Fu's fall and Lu Jun's rebirth indeed offered both clans a rare opportunity for respite and growth. The Demon clan's concessions were born of the ebb and flow of strength, representing a compromise of sorts. However, Zhen Yuan's tone suddenly shifted, sharp as a thunderclap. The demise of Kuo Fu, the shooting down of the suns, and Lu Jun's rebirth. The Wu clan not only failed to stabilize their position, but instead ignited a new round of full-scale warfare. Who kindled this conflagration? It was the Wu clan. Zhen Yuan's words dripped with sarcasm. As for the Demon clan, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were ensnared in the mysteries of rebirth, and the Saint Nuwa had yet to return from the River of Time. The ones holding the reins were merely Kuanpeng, Fuxi, Baizhe, and others. It was precisely for this reason that they could only adopt a passive defense, maintaining their stronghold in the 33 heavens, while the Primordial Realm had long since been relinquished. But what of you, Wu clan? You remained unsatisfied. It was as if you were venting boundless rage and a desire for destruction. Zhen Yuan observed the Earth Mother's clenched fists and the flicker of undeniable worry and helplessness in her eyes, understanding that his words had touched her very soul. He softened his tone, yet it bore an even heavier weight. Dear Earth Mother, has the Wu clan considered the ultimate outcome of reigniting this conflict, disregarding all else? He did not wait for the Earth Mother to respond. Instead, he unveiled the blood-soaked curtain of fate. The outcome has long been predetermined. Even now, with the Duxiang Xianxia array, you may temporarily suppress the Demon clan, perhaps even encroach upon the edges of the 33 heavens. However, once the Saint Nuwa returns from the River of Time, wielding her divine might, the so-called advantages of the Wu clan will vanish in an instant. In that moment, even if Emperor Jun and Tai Yi have yet to achieve rebirth, with merely the Zhoutian Star Do array and the presence of the saints, the Demon clan will be more than capable of overwhelming the Primordial Realm and utterly annihilating the Wu clan. Zhen Yuan's voice resounded like a death knell, echoing in the depths of the Earth Mother's heart. Your fate will be more tragic than that of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin still have their bloodlines scattered, their fortunes not yet extinguished. Yet the Wu clan, with the Panga bloodline, has been excessively tyrannical and ostentatious. Should you fall, you will undoubtedly face total annihilation, ensuring no future threat remains. Let there be no further mention of Panga's merits in creating the heavens. Zhen Yuan mercilessly shattered the last vestiges of the Wu clan's psychological reliance. The meager merits you possess have long been eroded amidst the karmic retribution stemming from your millennia of hunting myriad beings and disturbing the primordial chaos. Behold the present state of the vast land. Life is in torment. Resentment fills the air, wandering souls roam, and the heavens and earth are shrouded in a thick, stifling haze of corruption. In such a dismal scene, would the Father Pangu, if he were to possess awareness, bestow upon you his grace? He would only deliver calamity. This impending war can yield but a single outcome: the annihilation of the Wu clan. Hutu's body trembled imperceptibly, her tightly clenched fists turning pale. The fury and battle fervor of her brothers within the Pangu Palace, the blood-soaked struggles of the Wu clan on the vast land, and the despairing future painted by Xianxiaaudiobooks intertwined within her, instilling a profound chill deep within her bones. She understood that Xianxiaaudiobooks was not merely speaking alarmingly. From his exalted vantage as the progenitor of the Earth Immortals, the causalities he perceived were far clearer than those experienced by her, a forebear of the Wu clan. Ensnared within the turmoil, the path of the Wu clan seemed, indeed, to have reached its terminus. Suppressing the tumult within her heart, Hutu's voice emerged, tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness. Xianxiaaudiobooks, you have shared so much with me, analyzing the causes and elucidating the dire situation. Surely, there are unspoken words left? Or perhaps you have glimpsed possibilities that have eluded our sight. Xianxiaaudiobooks regarded Hutu, the sole ancestor still imbued with the pure power of the earth. A flicker of intricate emotions passing through his eyes. He nodded slowly, his voice deepening, yet imbued with a soul-piercing potency. Indeed. The reason I disclose these matters to you is that your Wu clan, yourself included, remains fixated on the power struggles and profound enmities with the Yao clan. But do you comprehend what the Yao clan's core, Di Jun and Tai Yi, are pursuing? Hutu's pupils constricted abruptly. What are they seeking? Xianxiaaudiobooks articulated each word with emphasis, like thunder reverberating within the depths of Hutu's consciousness. They are exploring the path of eternal proof. Hutu suddenly raised her head, her expression one of shock. Eternal proof? Xianxiaaudiobooks silently nodded. Hutu inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of astonishment within her. The phrase eternal proof bore the weight of profound significance, striking at her Dao heart with the force of 1,000 tons. This term was both foreign and distant to her, yet it radiated a terrifying allure that touched upon the very essence of the great Dao. She was not ignorant of the realms of cultivation. The Da Luo golden immortal transcends the river of time. The quasi-saint severs the three corpses, grasping the laws of the heavenly Dao. Even a saint merely exists as an extension of the heavenly Dao. As long as the Dao endures, so too does the saint. However, the concept of eternal proof points towards the legendary supreme realm, existing beyond the heavenly Dao, where one embodies the Dao itself, eternal and indestructible. The Yao clan has already begun to ascend this ultimate path. A profound shock surged through Hutu, drowning her in waves of realization. The Yao clan has set its sights on that exalted path. Suddenly, Hutu seemed to connect the dots. So, the transformation of Tai Yi and Di Jun is due to their comprehension of the Nirvana path? Chapter 41. Hutu, the incarnation of reincarnation. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded affirmatively. The origin can indeed be traced back to the Nirvana path. He understood that the catalyst for all this was, in fact, the Nirvana path. It was the rebirth of the sixth prince of the Jinwu tribe that granted Tai Yi and the others a certain confidence. More critically, the post-Nirvana sixth prince exhibited strength that greatly surpassed that of an average Tai Yi golden immortal. This ignited Tai Yi's determination to guide the sixth prince towards the path of eternal proof. Furthermore, the events unfolding on the solar star solidified Xianxiaaudiobooks' convictions. Even if the sixth prince could not attain the Da Luo of eternal proof, he could very well manifest as myriad Tai Yi. At that moment, the sixth prince alone could constitute an entire army. What the Yao clan might accomplish under the leadership of the sixth prince remains unfathomable. Yet, even if the Yao clan were to face annihilation, it would only be in their pursuit of the great Dao, chasing after eternal proof. They could never be vanquished at the hands of the Wu clan. Upon receiving Xianxiaaudiobooks' response, Hutu's heart had already discerned the answer. Thank you, Xianxiaaudiobooks, for your heartfelt words today. I take my leave. Her voice bore a hint of barely perceptible fatigue and gravity. She required time to digest this transformative information, and more importantly, to witness for herself and contemplate the true path forward for the Wu clan. Take care of yourself. Xianxiaaudiobooks inclined his head slightly, not rising to see her off. He had said all that needed to be said. The fate of the Wu clan ultimately rested upon their own choices. Hutu's figure melded into the earth, departing from the Wanshou mountain without a sound. Yet her heart felt as heavy as the weight of Mount Buzhou. Xianxiaaudiobooks' words echoed repeatedly in her mind. The Wu clan is the originator of enmity. The Yao clan is already exploring the path to eternity. The Wu clan, blinded by vengeful impulses, is heading towards the abyss of annihilation. She painfully realized that the despairing future Xinyuanzi had depicted might indeed be a stark reality. The pride of the Wu clan, their obsession with the true lineage of Pangu, had clouded their vision over the ages. They fixated on contesting the title of the true legacy of Pangu with the Three Pure Ones, gradually losing themselves in the conflict with the Yao clan. They had forgotten to revere the heavens and the earth, to empathize with all living beings. It was this arrogance and stubbornness that had led them to the precipice of irreversible doom. The confusion and weight within her heart compelled her not to return immediately to Buzhou Mountain, but to restrain her presence and quietly traverse the vast land of the Primordial Realm. She must witness for herself what the current state of this land, ruled by the Wu clan, truly resembled. The scene before her plunged her into an icy abyss. Once a vibrant realm, the primordial land now lay scarred and desolate. The smoke of war had not yet fully dissipated, and what was more shocking were the pervasive signs of slaughter. This was not hunting for survival. It was an unbridled, cathartic massacre. Throughout the mountains, by the streams, and across the fields, the torn and valueless corpses of living beings lay scattered. Their lifeblood had been drained, their inner elixirs excavated, and portions of their flesh devoured, with the remnants casually discarded, attracting vultures and maggots that emitted a foul stench. Yet more disquieting than the corpses was the resentment and death that suffused the air, coalescing into an almost tangible miasma. Countless souls, consumed by their unjust deaths, fear, and hatred, gathered as a multitude of spirits. They drifted aimlessly across the primordial land like a gray mist, howling and struggling. Hutu's ancestral eyes could perceive them clearly. Some souls clutched their heads, emitting silent shrieks, their eyes filled with terror from their final moments. Others wandered aimlessly amidst the ruins of their former homes, futilely searching for something. Some, burdened by deep resentment, their forms twisted and eyes aflame, gradually lost their sanity, transforming into aggressive, vengeful spirits, instinctively attacking any remaining beings nearby, perpetuating new slaughter and resentment. The entire primordial world seemed ensconced in a shroud of chilling, tainted gray. The sunlight appeared to dim, and the air was thick with a nauseating blend of sweet decay and rot. The earth wailed, and the mountains wept blood. Was this still the magnificent world once opened by Father Pangu, brimming with infinite possibilities? This was unmistakably a vast, decaying grave. The heart of Hutus sank to the depths, gripped by an unprecedented chill and sharp pain. Is this the dominion brought forth by the witch clan? Is this the grand ruler they so proudly boast of? As she gazed upon the souls succumbing to boundless agony, eventually dissipating into the cosmos or transforming into vengeful spirits, a profound sense of compassion and an ineffable guilt surged within her. The transgressions wrought by the witch clan are far too deep and grave. A desire for atonement arose within her, akin to a seed breaking through the earth, growing wildly in her heart. Not for the sake of salvaging the doomed witch clan, but for the innocent beings who perished tragically, for this land, the Father Goddess world, so grievously trampled by the witch clan. These wandering souls must not drift eternally, nor suffer forever. They require a sanctuary, a place to cleanse their sins and be reborn. The filth of the primordial world must be purified. The heavens and earth need restoration and tranquility. A vague yet strikingly clear thought reverberated within her consciousness like a thunderclap. Reincarnation. Yes, it is reincarnation. A mechanism that allows souls to find peace, to be reborn, and to re-enter the sequence of primordial beings. This, perhaps, is the true mission bestowed upon them. The children of the earth, by the Father God Pangu. To guard the land is not merely to occupy it, but to maintain its order and perfect its laws. Once this thought took root, it could no longer be contained. The pure essence of the earth within her seemed to resonate oddly with the countless souls of the primordial land, trembling slightly. An ancient and vast will appeared to awaken deep within her veins, guiding her. Transform into reincarnation, complete the primordial. This thought was so intense that it nearly compelled her to act immediately. However, before taking this final step, a strong yearning lingered in her heart. She wished to witness with her own eyes the variable that brought rebirth to the demon race and hope to Tai Emperor Jun, that golden crow sixth prince, Lu Jun. What manner of being is he? What is the nature of his path? With this complex and unfathomable sentiment, Hutu followed the clues revealed by Zhang Yuanzi's words and her own faint perception of the primordial star power, stealthily traversing to the void wasteland at the boundary between the primordial and the chaotic. There, she beheld a scene she would never forget. Amidst the chaotic energy storm, countless star eggs of various forms, emanating different primordial glows, adorned the void like pearls. At the center of these nascent stars, a golden figure tirelessly darted about. At times, he would dive into the tumultuous chaotic currents like a fish, precisely seizing a thread of faint starry rhythm. At others, he would pause at nodes of primordial star power, his hands weaving intricate seals, forcibly untangling the chaotic energy, birthing new embryos. With each successful capture or refinement, a primordial mark unique to him would be left upon the star eggs. Behind him, the star eggs voraciously consumed the chaotic currents and primordial star power, slowly yet steadily growing. The edge of the primordial starry sky continually expanded because of him. Hou Yi concealed her form, blending her aura with the earthy essence extending beneath her feet, perfectly hidden within the void. She observed the industrious and focused golden figure, feeling the fervent ambition and grand spirit of exploration emanating from him, stirring tumultuous waves within her heart. Is this the Golden Crow's sixth prince Lu Jun, returned from rebirth? Is this the hope for the demon race's future? Is he creating stars, tending to the starry sky? Hou Yi took a deep breath, suppressing her astonishment, and gradually revealed herself not far from Lu Jun. With the weight and tranquility of the earth, she spoke softly, her voice piercing through the howls of the void's energy. You are the Golden Crow clan's sixth prince, Lu Jun? Chapter 42. Hou Yi impersonates Lu Jun's guardian. The engaged Lu Jun, upon hearing her words, paused momentarily. Turning to look, he saw a colossal figure standing at the boundary between the primordial and chaotic worlds. Elder, have you been entrusted by my uncle to ensure my safety? Lu Jun called out, his guiding of the star embryos unwavering. A wisp of chaotic energy swiftly merged into a newly formed star egg, shimmering with a faint azure glow under the refinement of the sun god fire. He mistakenly identified Hou Yi's identity. It was no surprise, for among the demon race, there were indeed many of considerable size. Moreover, the presence of the witch clan's tainted aura was absent from her, and given her slightly altered appearance, he failed to recognize her. Upon hearing this, Hou Yi felt the taut string within her heart relax slightly. He truly did not discern her identity. The key was that he had assigned her a reasonable identity. She had previously contemplated how to explain her abrupt approach to this demon prince, but now it seemed she need not concoct an excuse. Indeed, I am the guardian sent by Dong Huang to protect the sixth prince. Hou Yi's voice was deliberately low and steady, imbued with a tone befitting a guardian's respect and reliability. Her massive frame stood silently at the juncture of chaos and the primordial, resembling an eternal boundary stone. The earthy essence beneath her naturally extended, providing her with perfect concealment. Upon receiving her response, Lu Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. His uncle Dong Huang had indeed been thorough in his considerations. He continued guiding the growth of the star embryos, his tone tinged with a hint of apology. Elder, please make yourself comfortable. I cannot afford to be distracted at the moment. These little ones are in a critical nurturing phase. Hou Yi nodded slightly. No worries. Dong Huang tasked me with guarding the sixth prince, and I shall not interfere with your endeavors. However, her gaze had already pierced through the chaotic energy flow, firmly locking onto Lu Jun and the twinkling star embryos surrounding him. She observed every move he made with utmost seriousness, watching him deftly weave between the tumultuous chaotic currents and the relatively tranquil primordial star power, watching him precisely seize, untangle, and refine, observing each of his successful sowings leaving behind marks of the golden crow, of the sun, and of himself upon those nascent stars. The answer was unmistakably clear. He was indeed tending to the stars. He was actively and positively expanding the boundaries of the primordial starry sky. Hou Yi's ancestral witch heart throbbed violently, each pulse bringing deeper shock and an unspeakable shame. Just moments prior, what had she witnessed of the primordial land, where the iron hooves of the witch clan tread? Living beings suffered, vengeful souls filled the fields, and the earth wept blood. That was destruction, that was plunder. The madness that pushed the world opened by Father God Pangu into a rotting abyss. And what lay before her now? This prince of the demon race, of the Golden Crow bloodline, was doing the exact opposite. He was creating, constructing, expanding the boundaries of the Father God's world. She understood the significance of the stars. This membrane composed of countless stars at the periphery of the primordial world serves as a barrier protecting the realm. It is also the lifeblood that transforms chaos, nourishing the primordial. The sun and moon serve as the yin-yang pivot, while the heavenly constellations act as energy nodes. Each star's birth and growth inject new vitality into the primordial world, transforming more chaotic power into gentle star power, showering the primordial and nurturing all things. This, without a doubt, is a great act of merit. The ethereal and noble golden radiance enveloping Hou Yi was the celestial acknowledgement and reward for her actions. It was the genuine light of merit. The stark contrast struck like a cold chisel, ruthlessly carving into Hou Yi's heart. What were the Wu clan doing? Engaging in ceaseless slaughter, generating boundless resentment, and depleting the fortune and blessings left by their father god. They prided themselves on being the authentic descendants of Pangu. boasting of their superiority as they vied with the three pure ones for fame and fortune, sharing in the merits of the primordial creation. Yet, what substantial contributions had they made to the world of Hongwang? Aside from extracting the Earth's power, engaging in indiscriminate killings, and igniting the flames of hatred across the vast expanse, had they ever considered the need to protect, to build, or to give back to this realm shaped by their father god? Absolutely not. Not even the slightest thought. Compared to the demon race, or more specifically, to the young prince of the demon race before her, the Wu clan was truly unworthy. This thought pierced Hotu's soul like a venomous thorn, bringing forth an unprecedented agony. The pride rooted in her bloodline, in the identity of being the true descendants of Pangu, now felt so hollow, so pale, even laughable. This pride blinded the Wu clan, ensnaring them in the rapture of vengeance and the struggle for power. They had forgotten their true responsibility as children of the earth, to uphold the order of heaven and earth and protect the vitality of the world. An overwhelming sense of guilt crashed over her like a cold tide, drowning her in its depths. Guilt towards Father Pangu, guilt towards the scarred earth beneath her feet. She felt a tremor emanating from the depths of her bloodline, as if the gaze of her father god was piercing through time and space, looking down upon her. Upon the entire Wu clan, with disappointment. The wailing souls upon the earth, the pervasive resentment and deathly aura, stood as irrefutable evidence of the Wu clan's sins. The thoughts of reincarnation, of mending heaven and earth, of purifying Hongwang had never been as clear and intense as they were at this moment. Almost bursting forth from her being, it compelled her to turn away immediately, to rush toward that ultimate destiny, sacrificing herself to atone for the grievous sins of the Wu clan. However, just as this resolute intention was about to transform into action, an inexplicable force held her back. Her gaze once again focused on the golden figure weaving through the starry cosmos. Hotu's heart surged with a whirlwind of complex emotions. It was this variable that allowed Tai and Dijuan to perceive a glimmer of hope for eternal validation. It made Xinyuanzi firmly believe that the demon race would embark upon a path entirely different from that of the Wu clan. He not only possessed the miracle of rebirth, but was also engaged in the monumental endeavor of expanding the cosmos. The power, temperament, and vision he exhibited were far beyond those of an ordinary Tai golden immortal, even hinting at a transcendence of the inherent framework of the demon race itself. He appeared to carry within him something grander, something more profound in the realm of the way. What set him apart? What was the essence of his path? A powerful curiosity overshadowed her nearly eruptive determination. She yearned to hear the insights of this tempestuous prince of the demon race before plunging into reincarnation. Thus, Huda took a deep breath, her voice resonating once more. Sixth Prince, I observe that your stewardship over the myriad stars can bring numerous conveniences and benefits to the world of Hongwang. This is indeed a great merit. Compared to you, the Wu clan is currently mired solely in slaughter, and thus is unworthy to contend with the demon race. Finally, she posed the question that lingered in her heart, her gaze intensely fixed upon Lu Jun's silhouette. Upon hearing this inquiry, Lu Jun was momentarily taken aback, then seemed to recollect something. His expression turned grave, and his tone grew somewhat frigid. Senior, do the demon race now truly believe that the Wu clan is unworthy to contend with us? Chapter 43, Lu Jun transcends time. Upon hearing Huda's assertion that the Wu clan was solely engaged in slaughter, and thus unworthy to contend with the demon race, Lu Jun's heart jolted, and his gesture of channeling star power faltered imperceptibly. Could it be that such a notion was prevalent within the demon race? This thought splashed cold water over him, instantly heightening his vigilance. It had to be so. Otherwise, why would a casually assigned guard from his uncle harbor such an arrogant perception? The Wu clan unworthy to contend with the demon race. What audacity! Lu Jun's mind churned. He understood better than anyone that without his intervention, altering the trajectory of fate, the demon race and the Wu clan were equally drenched in blood and madness. With 9 out of 10 golden crows fallen, Dijuan, in his fury, forged the Slaughter Wu sword. What a tragic tale that was. The humanity created by the Saint Nuwa was meant to be subjects of the demon race. Yet they were nearly exterminated by their own kind due to the crafting of the Slaughter Wu sword. This fratricidal violence, self-destructive in nature, was as brutal, if not more so, than the savagery of the Wu clan. The conflict between the two races ultimately revolved around the struggle for supremacy in Hongwang. The differences in methods could not conceal the fundamental similarities. Presently, the demon race appeared restrained, merely due to the absence of their top-tier combatants like Nuwa and Tai, and the incomplete Zhou Tian star formation. If they possessed overwhelming strength, would their slaughter be any more merciful than that of the Wu clan? All the changes stemmed from his arrival and efforts. Yet, it seemed to have given rise to a dangerous illusion among the demon race. A sense of moral superiority over the Wu clan? This was the very seed of self-destruction. Thus, when Hodu once again inquired with a tone of self-reflection, yet laced with an implication of the demon race's superiority over the Wu clan, Lu Jun was filled with concern and a hint of reluctant aversion. Senior. Lu Jun sighed heavily, his gaze complex as it fell upon that colossal figure, his voice imbued with a profound weight. If the demon race as a whole harbors such sentiments, we shall undoubtedly suffer grave losses in the future. Hutu, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow, her massive form remaining steadfast amidst the chaotic winds, her voice laced with curiosity. Suffer losses? What losses does the demon race still face? She keenly detected the certainty and concern in Lu Jun's tone, realizing that it was far from baseless. Lu Jun fell silent for a moment. Faced with this guardian sent by the Eastern Emperor, he could neither openly divulge the secrets of heaven nor felt it appropriate to douse the demon race, immersed in their sense of superiority, with a cold splash of reality. Ultimately, he chose a relatively ambiguous, yet information-laden perspective. You must understand. Lu Jun's voice was low and solemn, as if stating an immutable truth. The Wu clan ultimately possesses the merits of primordial creation, a status that allows them to contend with the three pure ones for the title of true descendants of Pangu. If the three pure ones can receive heavenly favor and attain the primordial purple aura, achieving the status of the three saints, then among the 12 ancestors of Wu, is there truly not a glimmer of opportunity for sanctification? He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. His gaze swept over the nascent stars, as if drawing upon some latent power. The way of heaven is impartial, even without the foundation of primordial purple aura for sanctification. As long as the Wu clan is willing to make genuine sacrifices, relinquishing certain critically important elements, and contribute significantly enough to the realm of Hongwang to fulfill the Great Way and benefit all generations, then. Lu Jun's tone became extraordinarily profound, each word seeming to resonate within Hodu's heart. Then, achieving a sacred status is not impossible. He could not reveal the concept of reincarnation, nor could he utter Hotu's name. Should he disclose such truths, regardless of whether the demon race preemptively hunted the ancestors of Wu to prevent it, or whether the Wu clan aggressively pushed for Hodu's reincarnation to seize the initiative, it would inevitably trigger a massacre far exceeding the current scale. This stands in stark contrast to his original intention of altering fate and minimizing sacrifices. He could only offer a directional hint in this almost prophetic manner. Consider, Lu Jun added, with a chillingly brutal comparison. Even the Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai have reason to hope for attaining the realm of the primordial golden immortal through the method of nirvana. The Pangu bloodline of the Witch clan, along with the combined strength of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, can indeed shake the heavens and move the earth. Could it truly be that not a single one among them can tread upon that most exalted path? Boom. Lu Jun's words resonated like thunder from the 9 heavens, erupting within the heart of the ancestor witch of Hutu. Her colossal form trembled ever so slightly in the void, sending ripples of chaotic energy through the tainted earth beneath her feet. To forsake oneself? To make a tremendous contribution? To achieve sanctity? Each of these words struck with pinpoint accuracy at the nascent, yet resolutely firm thought deep within her heart. To transform into reincarnation, to complete the primordial chaos. Is this not the most thorough relinquishment of one's own witch body and the great Tao? Is it not a contribution grand enough to benefit countless generations, allowing the cycle of heaven and earth to endure eternally? And the one before her, the 6th prince of the Golden Crow, dares to assert that this could indeed lead to sanctity. Shock, exhilaration, incredulity. The enormity of this possibility was astonishing, a complete upheaval of her understanding. No primordial purple energy. Yet one can still attain sanctity? The Witch clan could possess its own saint? If this were true, the Witch clan would genuinely hold the hope of continuation, even rebirth amid flames. No longer would they be doomed to the destruction foretold by Xianxiaaudiobooks. But immediately, an icy dread swiftly replaced her exhilaration, plunging her into an abyss of despair. How could the 6th prince of the Golden Crow possibly know? This thought gnawed at her reason like a venomous serpent. The notion of transforming into reincarnation had only recently taken root in her mind, having emerged after witnessing the tragic state of the primordial chaos and hearing Xianxiaaudiobooks' prophecy. Prior to this, she had never contemplated, nor had she ever heard of the concept of reincarnation. This matter was known to no other. Not even the other 11 ancestor witches were aware. Yet this prince of the demon clan before her not only pinpointed the potential path to sanctity for the Witch clan, but also articulated the very core of her innermost thoughts, relinquishing oneself, making a great contribution. This was no longer mere speculation or encouragement. It was akin to him reciting her most secret decision, a terrifying conjecture. Like a colossal axe cleaving through chaos, harshly struck into the sea of consciousness of Hutu. One proof, eternal proof. Could it be that he has already traversed the path of one proof, eternal proof? It is said that those who achieve eternal proof can master all timelines, with the past and future at their command. The words he speaks now, his current worries, his prior concerns about the arrogance of the demon clan, could they not be based on judgment, but rather be influenced by the future? If he truly is an existence of eternal proof, then his very existence at this moment signifies that the demon clan must have achieved some measure of victory or eternity in the future. At the very least, he has transcended the constraints of time. Otherwise, how could he so confidently predict the possible path to sanctity for the witch clan? How could he so precisely articulate the thoughts that had just been born within her, thoughts that had never been disclosed? Unless, among the countless possibilities of the future, there is more than one who possesses eternal proof engaging in a contest. Yet even so, Lu Jun before her must surely be among them. Having already glimpsed some pivotal future concerning the witch clan and her Hutu, excitement and horror clashed violently within Hutu's heart. The thrill of hope for the witch clan's path to sanctity no longer seemed illusory, igniting her resolve to transform into reincarnation with a divine sense of mission. The horror lay in the realization that there might already be individuals among the demon clan poised to tread that legendary path of eternity. While all of her existence seemed to unfold under their scrutiny, Hutu's gaze flickered intensely in the void, akin to the twinkling of stars. Could he be the one of eternal proof? I shall test this. Chapter 44 Hutu. You are aware of reincarnation. Hutu's enormous form emanated an even more restrained, profound essence, as if seeking to merge entirely with this realm at the intersection of chaos and primordial chaos. Whether Lu Jun truly is an existence of eternal proof, she could certainly ascertain. For now, she remains a guard sent by the Eastern Emperor, her identity undisclosed, providing the perfect cover. Positioned at the juncture of chaos and primordial chaos, Lu Jun is entirely oblivious to the current situation within the Primordial Realm, rendering this an opportune moment to fabricate information to extract further insights. Hutu suppressed the tumult of her emotions, her massive form appearing even more resolute amid the chaotic currents. Intentionally infusing her voice with disbelief and acute anxiety, she slowly began to speak, as if a thunderstorm rumbled through the void. Sixth Prince, is what you say truly the case? Can the witch clan indeed attain sanctity through self-sacrifice and great contributions? Her immense eyes fixated intently on Lu Jun, striving to capture any subtle reaction from him. Engrossed in channeling stellar energy, Lu Jun merely nodded casually, his gaze unwavering from the slowly forming starry silhouettes, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. If you believe it, then it exists. If you do not, then it does not. This is the ultimate truth of the heavenly Tao. I cannot compel it. I merely caution you not to underestimate the profound heritage of the Pango bloodline. He clearly did not wish to delve deeper into this issue, believing that a brief mention sufficed, as excessive explanation would only complicate matters. Whether or not the other party believed him, he could not prove at this moment. Hutu was certain. It seemed the other party harbored no suspicions. Seizing the opportunity, she raised her voice several notches, deliberately revealing a semblance of fear and trepidation. But, Sixth Prince, if what you say is true, it would spell disaster for my demon clan. Perhaps the witch clan has indeed reached a critical moment on the verge of attaining sanctity. Lu Jun's fingers guiding the stellar energy paused slightly, finally turning his head, his golden eyes reflecting genuine surprise as they met Hutu's colossal visage. The witch clan is approaching the critical moment of attaining sanctity? Where did you glean this information? How intriguing. Internally, however, he felt speechless. How could this be? The witch clan achieving sanctity would entail Hutu relinquishing her identity as a witch and transforming into the cycle of primordial chaos, completing the path of reincarnation. How could such an event be unfolding so ostentatiously at this moment? Moreover, even if she were to become a saint, she would merely be bound as the tranquil mother of souls in the underworld. What direct threat could that pose to the demon clan? The crux of the conflict in the war of witches and demons lay in the battles between quasi-saints and the clashes of grand formations. Observing that Lu Jun had finally piqued interest, Hutu felt a surge of delight within her, yet she appeared even more alarmed, her speech quickening as if eager to share a cataclysmic revelation. My subordinate would not dare deceive the Sixth Prince. Before I was sent here to protect the prince, rumors had already begun to circulate in the Primordial Realm. Rumors? What rumors? Lu Jun's brow furrowed slightly, sensing a discordant note in the guard's tone, though he could not quite identify it at the moment. Hutu inhaled deeply, swallowing countless chaotic energies. Her vast chest heaved, her voice imbued with an urgent weight. It is said that due to the witch clan's rampant hunting of my demon clan brethren and the slaughter of countless primordial beings, the land of primordial chaos has been plunged into misery, with resentment soaring to the heavens. In this present age, upon the vast and primordial expanse, an immeasurable multitude of anguished souls, tormented and unable to find solace, has amassed, weeping and wailing day and night, disturbing the very fabric of heaven and earth, with their grievances even beginning to erode the veins of the land. She paused, observing Lu Jun's reaction, and continued to weave her anxious fabrications. I have heard that among the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, the ancestor of earth, known for her benevolence, has been deeply moved upon witnessing such tragic scenes. It is said that she has been troubled in spirit, contemplating a way to placate, to resolve this inexhaustible resentment of the lost souls, and to quell the wrath of heaven and earth. She may even be willing to pay a tremendous price for this. As her words echoed, a silent chaos thundered within Lu Jun's consciousness. His celestial energy abruptly faltered, and the resplendent starlight surrounding him became tumultuous, fluctuating violently, flickering like the flame of a dying star. His golden pupils, imbued with the essence of the sun, constricted to their utmost, revealing an unmasked look of sheer astonishment for the first time. What? Are you saying that the ancestor of Earth is preparing for reincarnation? The words reincarnation escaped his lips instinctively. Reincarnation? These two syllables resonated like the first thunderous crack of chaos in the depths of the ancestor of Earth's soul, capable of bearing the weight of the primordial realm. Her colossal form seemed to transform instantaneously into an immovable primordial stone, and even the swirling chaos around her momentarily stilled. The feigned trepidation and anxiety vanished as if erased by an invisible hand, leaving only a profound and ineffable shock that emanated from the depths of her soul. He understood. He truly comprehended. Reincarnation, this vague concept, which had only flickered in her mind during moments of reflection on the suffering of all beings and the arduous creation by her father, had never been explicitly articulated to any of her siblings, nor had she fully delineated it for herself. Yet, Lu Jun, the sixth prince of the demon clan, had uttered it so effortlessly, so nonchalantly. It was not a mere conjecture, nor a tentative inquiry. It was a definitive assertion of reincarnation. The singular answer, like a chilling chaos wind, pierced through her true spirit, revealing that he had indeed glimpsed the future. He not only discerned the opportunity for the witch clan's sanctification, but had also pinpointed the innermost, most concealed blueprint of her heart. This ability to foresee the future transcended any form of deduction, reaching a terrifying near omniscience. After the initial shock, an indescribable chill accompanied by immense anticipation engulfed the ancestor of Earth, akin to a torrent of ice and fire. Fearful of the ramifications of her greatest secret being unveiled, yet desperately yearning for more information about that conceptual path, where would her reincarnation lead in his eyes? Are you suggesting that the ancestor of Earth's reincarnation can truly succeed? The once grand voice of the ancestor of Earth lost its prior facade, now tinged with a sense of urgency and tremor that even she herself had not detected. She fixed her gaze upon Lu Jun, her enormous eyes, imbued with the weight and vicissitudes of the primordial realm, now brimming with an insatiable thirst for answers. Lu Jun, upon hearing this, instinctively furrowed his brow, seemingly still pondering the earlier description of the resentment of the lost souls corroding the veins of the earth. He had yet to fully grasp the implications of the term reincarnation that had slipped from his lips and the intense reaction from this guardian before him. To him, the concept of reincarnation appeared to be a natural element of the celestial order. The fall of the red clouds, did it not signify the return to reincarnation? He had not contemplated the fundamental distinction between this reincarnation and the six-path reincarnation system that the ancestor of Earth was about to forge at the cost of her own being. Upon hearing the ancestor's inquiry, a complex and inscrutable sigh escaped Lu Jun's lips. Success? How should one define it? It could be deemed a success, yet it also seems not to be. The ancestor of Earth's heart sank abruptly. Lu Jun's tone of ambivalence weighed upon her like the heaviest mountain. A success, yet not a success? Did this imply that her conceptualization harbored a fatal flaw? Could it be that this seemingly redemptive path, intended to liberate the countless lost souls and stabilize the primordial realm, was in fact a misguided venture? Could it even bring forth greater calamities? A wave of profound panic seized her in an instant. This panic did not stem from concerns for her own safety. For the sake of the anguished souls who cried out day and night, for the stability of the primordial realm, she had long since cast aside any fear of death. What terrified her was the possibility that the path she had painstakingly sought might be incapable of achieving salvation. She feared that the countless pains would continue to spread across the primordial land, ultimately dragging the entire realm into ruin. She feared that she had failed to fulfill the expectations of her father, Pangu, in safeguarding this world. Unwillingness surged within her, like the inferno raging in her chest. She could not accept it. She could not bear to see this solitary hope extinguished. She could not resign to the eternal descent of billions of sentient beings. She could not allow the world left behind by her father to spiral into collapse. Sixth Prince, the ancestor of Earth's voice suddenly rose, infused with an uncontrollable urgency. Her massive form leaning forward involuntarily, stirring a more tumultuous chaos around her. Could you articulate your thoughts? Why do you say there is no success? Is this path untenable? Or are there formidable hidden dangers? What has ultimately become of the ancestor of Earth? Chapter 45. The ancestor of Earth bowed her head. I implore you. The ancestor of Earth's vast gaze locked onto Lu Jun, as if she sought to extract every ounce of truth about the future from his lips. In this moment, all pretenses, all identities as the Eastern Emperor's guardian, paled into insignificance before her desperate yearning for answers. She simply wished to know, and must know, where her envisioned path of reincarnation truly led. Was it the shore of redemption, or the abyss of despair? Lu Jun was momentarily taken aback by her sudden, fervent inquiry that transcended her role as a guardian. He beheld the burning light in her eyes, a mixture of fear, unwillingness, and a resolute gamble that seemed ready to ignite. An overwhelming sense of dissonance shattered his previous assumptions, detonating within his heart. This gaze, this obsessive concern for the ancestor of Earth's reincarnation, was not the response one would expect from a mere guardian of the demon clan. The weighty presence, as profound as the earth and as deep as the nether abyss, was now laid bare without pretense. Lu Jun's celestial energy abruptly halted, the nascent star form at his fingertips dissipating into silence. His golden pupils constricted sharply, as a thought, incredulous yet illuminating, struck his consciousness like a bolt of lightning. He fixed his gaze upon the ancestor of Earth's immense and oppressive figure, enunciating each word with unprecedented astonishment and chill. Who are you truly? Lu Jun's icy voice sliced through the silence of chaos like shards of a star forged in fire. His golden eyes, sharp as a sword, penetrated the swirling air, firmly fastening upon her colossal silhouette. The ancestor of Earth's great form trembled slightly. The urgency in her gaze, nearly consuming everything, cooled and stagnated under Lu Jun's chilling inquiry. As if doused by a basin of frigid water from the nether realms, all pretense crumbled before the penetrating insight of his gaze and the resolute nature of his question. Appearing pale and ludicrous, she fell silent. The vastness of her head slowly bowed, and within her immense eyes, the mingled light of fear, unwillingness, and resolve gradually settled. In place of despair, there was a serene acceptance, accompanied by a profound and weighty dignity that belonged to the ancestral witch. The chaotic currents around her gradually settled, as if holding their breath in anticipation. At last, a deep and magnificent voice, resonating with the pulse of the primordial earth, echoed clearly at the juncture of chaos and antiquity. I am named Hou Tuesday Boom, despite having a 9/10 certainty in his heart. When the words Hou Tu were distinctly uttered from her lips, Lu Jun's consciousness was struck as if by the chaos bell, shaking violently. It was her, truly her, one of the 12 ancestor witches, Hou Tu, who wielded the power of the earth. How could it be her? What was she doing here? Disguised as a guard sent by Dong Huang Tai? In an instant, Lu Jun's heart plummeted to the depths. A tumult of unprecedented emotions surged forth, nearly overwhelming his reason. Everything was in disarray. All was thrown into chaos. Because of his transmigration, he had saved the 9 golden crows who were fated to fall. Di Jun and Tai Yi, consequently believing in the resurrection of the golden crows, abandoned their original plan to hunt the human race to forge the slaughtering witch sword, redirecting all their efforts toward the study of the path of rebirth. The drastic shift in the high-level strategies of the demon clan led to a completely different response to the retaliatory massacre against the witch clan. They opted for a strategic withdrawal. However, what of the witch clan? The hatred had not dissipated due to the demon clan's retreat. In retaliation for the catastrophic consequences wrought by the golden crows patrolling the heavens, the various factions of the witch clan, especially the hot-tempered great witches, continued to unleash a bloody massacre against the demon clan across the primordial earth. Countless demon tribes were bloodily cleansed, innumerable lives were plunged into suffering, and resentful souls filled the wilderness. According to the original trajectory, it was Hou Tu who witnessed the cataclysmic slaughter brought forth by both the witch and demon clans. Sweeping across the entire primordial realm, boundless resentful souls eroded the heavens and earth, leading to profound sorrow, great compassion, and the sudden illumination of the thought of reincarnation. Ultimately, she acted upon this thought, sacrificing herself to restore the order of reincarnation in the primordial realm. But now, Hou Tu had unexpectedly grasped the concept of becoming the reincarnation that she was supposed to realize in the future. Furthermore, she had not mourned for the beings of the primordial earth, nor pondered on solutions, but had instead traversed the endless chaos to seek him. A variable that was not meant to exist. She knew. She had foreseen her own fate. What would become of it thereafter? If Hou Yi remained benevolent and chose to embody reincarnation as per the original trajectory, then the order of reincarnation would be established, the heavenly path would be completed, and the Primordial Realm's operation could still be sustained, although her own fate would remain unchanged. It seemed that the grand scheme of the Primordial Realm had not yet completely unraveled. But if Hou Yi, having foreseen the potential failure of her reincarnation, were to feel fear or hesitation, or even abandon the thought of reincarnating, such a notion sent a chilling dread through Lu Jun. Without the establishment of reincarnation, countless resentful souls of beings who perished in the war between witches and demons, and through the struggles of the Primordial Realm, would be forever unable to transcend. The resentment would continue to accumulate, ultimately eroding the very veins of the primordial earth, polluting the spiritual essence of the world, and even provoking a backlash from the heavenly path, leading to the premature collapse of the heavens and earth. The entire primordial world would accelerate towards its demise. At that time, Lu Jun, the one who altered the fate of the Golden Crows, indirectly causing the strategic shift of the demon clan, ultimately provoking Hou Yi to prematurely know her fate and potentially abandon reincarnation. Would he not become the eternal sinner responsible for the ruin of the primordial realm? The immense pressure bore down upon him like the collapse of Mount Buzhou, nearly suffocating him. In his golden pupils, for the first time, the weight of being a transmigrator yet powerless to alter everything was evident. Just as Lu Jun's mind was in turmoil, suffocated by the terrifying future unfolding before him, Hou Yi's voice resonated once more. This time, devoid of pretense, it was filled with openness and an almost reverent plea. Sixth Prince. Hou Yi's colossal form gradually bowed. Her head, symbolizing the backbone of the primordial earth, performed a solemn and ancient gesture of reverence toward Lu Jun, the prince of the demon clan. The chaotic currents around her naturally receded, as if paying homage to this ancestral, which who harbored compassion for all beings. Since you are aware of reincarnation and possess insight into the future, perhaps this is the heavenly path guiding me to stand before you. I have indeed conceived the thought of becoming the reincarnation, wishing to restore the primordial realm and provide a refuge for the countless resentful souls, as well as to repay the boundless blood debts incurred by my witch clan, thus slightly alleviating our karmic burden. Her gaze rose once more, locking onto Lu Jun's, filled with an unwavering determination and an earnest yearning for wisdom. Yet what you spoke of earlier, success and failure, weighs heavily upon my heart. My death is of little consequence, but I fear that the methods I pursue may be flawed, failing not only to genuinely redeem the beings, but also to perfect the heavens and earth, thus bringing infinite calamities. Sixth Prince. Where did my reincarnation go awry? How can I avoid that unsuccessful outcome? How can I honor the Panga bloodline within me and truly contribute to this world created by our Father God? I implore you, Prince, please bestow your guidance and speak candidly. Gazing at the figure before him, who had set aside her ancestral dignity to plead with him, her enemy. For the sake of the primordial beings and the perfection of the heavens and earth, Lu Jun was overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. The compassion, the sense of responsibility, the sincerity that transcended racial hatred, all for the greater good of the universe, mirrored perfectly his memories of the serene goddess who had embodied the path and eternally quelled the underworld. She was still that Hou Yi. Even with foreknowledge of the future and potential failure, her heart, seeking liberation for the beings of the primordial realm and striving for the perfection of the heavens and earth for the Father God, had never wavered. What she sought was not an escape, but rather how to achieve better results. The immense pressure had not dissipated, but gazing into Hou Yi's eyes, filled with pure, untainted light of seeking the path, Lu Jun's chaotic emotions miraculously settled. Should I truly tell her? Chapter 46. A Gamble of Life. This thought weighed heavily upon Lu Jun's mind, grinding repeatedly within his consciousness. Should he withhold his knowledge? Hou Yi would embark on her reincarnation journey bearing the burdens of doubt and uncertainty about success. With her resolve for sacrifice already set, would adding fears of failure and concerns about unknown perils allow her reincarnation process to unfold as perfectly as the original trajectory? A simple misunderstanding, a slight instability in her resolve, could incite unpredictable deviations in such a monumental endeavor of merging with the path. The consequences could range from an incomplete reincarnation to the collapse of the path itself, leading to a backlash. In such a scenario, not only would the beings remain unredeemed, but it could also hasten the eruption of resentment, causing the heavens and earth to collapse. This was nearly as terrifying as the consequences he feared from Hou Yi abandoning reincarnation. Should he inform her? Reveal to her the essence of the path of reincarnation. Share the failures post-transformation and the loss of freedom, eternally confined to the underworld? If so, Could this Earth Ancestral Witch, endowed with wisdom, compassion, and the heritage of the Panga bloodline, uncover the means to perfect the path of reincarnation before she transformed? Could she forge a path that not only mended the gaps, but also allowed the earthly path to flourish, potentially rivaling the heavenly path? This thought made Lu Jun's heart leap. A myriad of rumors about the future of the Primordial Realm flashed through his mind. Why did the Primordial World ultimately descend into lawlessness? Why did the spiritual essence wither and the great paths vanish? One of the root causes was the imbalance among the three paths, was it not? How powerful was the heavenly path in the grand tapestry of existence? The venerable Hongjun harmonizes the Tao, imparting wisdom within the ethereal halls of the Xixiao Palace to 3,000 disciples, simultaneously bestowing titles upon 6 celestial sages of the Tao. Elevated above the mundane, he orchestrates the cosmos. Yet what of the earthly Tao? It precariously hinges upon the cycle of reincarnation, embodied by Hutu, who, despite her saintly status, finds herself ensnared within the underworld. The forces of the earthly Tao are relentlessly suppressed by the heavenly Tao, rendering it almost a vassal. As for the human Tao, Nuwa, the creator of humanity, was originally its champion, yet ultimately ascended to the ranks of the heavenly Tao sages. The human Tao is indeed feeble. For while the human race occupies the central stage of the heavenly Tao, it remains perpetually ensnared in the fate of mere pawns. The triad is incomplete. The heavenly Tao reigns supreme. It resembles a giant, fundamentally flawed and partially paralyzed, struggling to uphold the entirety of the primordial world. Pengu, in his cosmic endeavor, birthed a complete world. The three Tao ought to function as the 3 legs of a cauldron, harmoniously supporting one another to ensure stability and longevity. Lu Jun cast his gaze upon the nascent form of stellar energy swirling in his grasp, a manifestation of his celestial evolution system. This system, which transforms the myriad stars, inherently fortifies the heavenly Tao, thereby augmenting its dominion. As the heavenly Tao grows stronger, does its oppression of the earthly and human Taos not intensify correspondingly? Is this truly beneficial for the long-term evolution of the primordial realm? Might his current contributions inadvertently expedite its collapse? A chill coursed up his spine. However, to alter the earthly Tao and assist Hutu in perfecting the cycle of reincarnation is a monumental undertaking. The Dao Ancestor Hongjun, that exalted presence seated in the Xixiao Palace, unified with the heavenly Tao. Rumors abound that he intentionally suppresses the earthly and human Taos to ensure the preeminence of the heavenly Tao. By evolving the stars and bolstering the heavenly Tao's martial aspect, Lu Jun operates within the confines delineated by Hongjun, thus far remaining unscathed. But should he dare to guide Hutu and endeavor to amplify the earthly Tao, challenging the supremacy of the heavenly Tao, would Hongjun remain indifferent? He, Lu Jun, is but a minor prince of the Golden Crow, scarcely a mote in the eyes of the Tao Ancestor. Hongjun need not intervene personally. A mere thought from him could unleash boundless karmic retribution, or through a fortuitous twist of fate, summon the annihilating divine thunder, leading to Lu Jun's obliteration. Yet, this is not all. Would his actions not jeopardize the entire demon race? Di Jun, Tai Yi, Shi He, Chang Shi, and the 9 brothers he painstakingly rescued. If his careless words were to provoke the disdain of the heavenly Tao towards the demon race, they might face swift and merciless retribution in the impending calamity of the witch-demon conflict. Is he prepared to bear such a cost? Can he gamble the fate of the entire demon race on this endeavor? Moreover, can the witch race be trusted? He has already altered the fate of the demon race, averting the birth of the witch-slaying sword and prompting the demon race to adopt a strategic retreat. This represents the utmost concession of the demon race's willingness for peace. Should he further assist Hutu in refining the cycle of reincarnation, thereby granting the witch race an even more formidable Hutu, potentially endowed with complete dominion over the earthly Tao? Would the witch race express gratitude? Or, emboldened by newfound power, would they become increasingly reckless? After all, the inherent traits of aggression and vengeance are deeply ingrained in the witch race's bloodline. While Hutu may embody mercy, what of the other 11 ancestral witches? What of the vengeful great witches? Would Dao Ancestor Hongjun not exploit the witch race's burgeoning ambition for an earthly Dao sage, further inciting discord between the demon and witch races? This could ignite an even more catastrophic conflict, culminating in mutual annihilation and eradicating potential challengers within the triad. The risks are boundless and insurmountable. The more Lu Jun contemplated, the more his heart grew tumultuous. He gazed at the venerable Hutu, who had humbled herself solely in pursuit of an answer. The awe and reverence in his eyes were gradually supplanted by a profound and indecisive hesitation. It was a weighty burden, standing at the crossroads of fate, laden with countless causes and the weight of lives, yet unable to discern the path ahead. The chaotic energies swirled silently around him, the nascent stars flickering uncertainly at his fingertips, reflecting the violent turmoil within his soul. At last, Lu Jun inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts, and raised his head, his gaze complex as he met the expectant eyes of Hutu. His voice, tinged with a rasp, posed a question that pierced the core of trust and future possibilities. Predecessor Hutu, before I address your inquiry, I have a question of my own. No longer did he address her as a guardian. Instead, he employed respectful language, though his tone remained gravely serious. Upon hearing Lu Jun finally speak, Hutu's eyes sparkled with surprise. As long as Lu Jun was willing to engage, hope remained. Sixth Prince, please proceed. Hutu responded with palpable excitement. Lu Jun took a deep breath before slowly articulating. If I were to disclose to you the secrets of reincarnation, assisting you in perfecting the earthly Tao, would you, and the which race you embody, be worthy of trust? The moment the words escaped his lips, Hutu, without a moment's hesitation, declared, the witch race is undoubtedly worthy of trust. Yet, Lu Jun's gaze was sharp as a blade, as if he sought to dissect Hutu's magnificent form to unveil the essence of her and the entire witch race's soul. Is that so? His tone betrayed a hint of skepticism. The demon race, due to my actions, has already retreated from conflict, temporarily extinguishing the flames of war. If the witch race were to rise in power, gaining the protection of an earthly Dao sage, would you forget the blood debts of the past and coexist peacefully with my race? Or would you, emboldened by your might, seek to eradicate the demon race in retribution for the historical grievances of the Golden Crow's celestial patrol? Can you truly represent the entirety of the witch race? Chapter 47. The Stalemate Between Witches and Demons. Peace. Lu Jun's inquiry resounded like thunder from the heavens, reverberating deep within Hutu's consciousness. The question, can you truly represent the entirety of the witch race? Or a cold edge, precisely piercing through her previously unwavering assurances and striking at the heart of the reality she most dreaded to confront. Hutu fell silent. Her colossal form seemed to solidify into an ancient monolith amidst the swirling chaotic energies. The eyes that once sparkled with anticipation and wisdom were now clouded by an unprecedented shadow of trepidation. Lu Jun's question acted as a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of her deliberately avoided perceptions regarding the nature of the witch race. Is the witch race truly worthy of trust? The ambitions and domineering nature of her elder brother, Di Jiang, echoing the declaration of the Primordial Realm as the hunting ground for the witch race, reverberated in her ears. The ferocity of Zhu Rong, the unruliness of Gong Gong, and the vengeful tendencies of the Shibi clan, all these imprints, etched deeply in their bloodlines, cannot be easily erased by a mere declaration of trust. The Golden Crow's celestial patrol, 10 suns soaring through the sky, scorched the earth, leading to grievous losses among the witch race. This profound enmity has been woven into the very marrow of every great and minor witch. The flames of hatred cannot be extinguished by a single strategic retreat. They resemble a volcano forcibly suppressed, and once empowered, their eruption will be even more terrifying. She could vividly envision the outcome. Should the witch race gain the favor of the earthly Tao through her transformation into reincarnation, their strength would surge. Di Jiang and Zhu Rong would perceive this as the divine favor of their progenitor Pangu, viewing it as a celestial opportunity for the witch race to achieve absolute dominion over the primordial realm. They would interpret the demon race's retreat as weakness, seizing the perfect moment for a thorough reckoning, erasing the demon race from the tapestry of existence. Overbearing, annihilation. Lu Jun's concerns were not unfounded. They were almost an inevitable trajectory driven by the primal instincts of the witch race. Could she truly represent the entirety of the witch race? This thought sent a bone-chilling wave of powerlessness coursing through Hutu, though she stood as one of the 12 ancestral witches, revered in status. The witch race is not a monolithic entity. Significant decisions, particularly those concerning relations with formidable adversaries such as the demon race, necessitate the collective deliberation of the 12 ancestors and often require the backing of numerous powerful shamans. The esteemed reputation of Emperor Jiang, the formidable valor of Strong Liang, and the chilling severity of Xianming, each of them harbors an unwavering animosity towards the demon race. Which of them would easily relinquish their hostility? Who would acquiesce to coexistence with their enemies? Though she, Hutu, harbors compassion, she remains the most temperate among the 12 ancestors. Her voice, when it comes to matters of fundamental tribal interests and blood vendettas, resonates as weak and insubstantial. She cannot represent. This realization weighed heavily upon her, shattering the flicker of hope that had briefly ignited. If she cannot persuade the other ancestors to cease their pursuit of the demon race, how could she ensure that once she undergoes reincarnation and the shaman tribe gains power, they will not intensify their aggression? Her so-called assurances pale to mere phantoms in the face of the brutal tribal will and the primal instincts of blood. Grasping this truth transformed the gaze she cast upon Lu Jun, infusing it with profound understanding. The astonishment and admiration she felt did not dissipate. Rather, they deepened into a resonant empathy. She finally comprehended the profound hesitation within Lu Jun, the weight of indecision reflected in his eyes. This concern transcended her personal fate. It encapsulated the entirety of the primordial landscape, the intricate interplay of celestial and terrestrial forces, and the harrowing fates of countless lives. The burdens Lu Jun bore were exponentially heavier than she had anticipated. He not only grappled with the potential backlash from Taoist ancestor Hongjun, but also the ramifications that could ensnare the entire demon race. Furthermore, he feared that his well-intentioned guidance to empower the terrestrial forces might ultimately become the very blade that leads to the extermination of the demon race by the shamans, a tool wielded by the Tao to expedite the disintegration of the primordial realm. This insight and foresight inspired within Hou Yi a surge of respect amid her trepidation. How could she convince the sixth prince to trust the shaman tribe? Her voice dropped to a grave tone, imbued with an unprecedented earnestness and a barely perceptible plea. She no longer sought to offer hollow guarantees, but instead pursued a pragmatic path forward. She understood that mere words would falter in the face of the terrifying future Lu Jun had unveiled. Only tangible actions could pry open the heavy door of trust. Observing the complex glimmer in Hou Yi's eyes, Lu Jun's fingertips flickered with a semblance of stability. He spoke slowly, his voice still hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable clarity. To earn my trust, you must at least possess the qualifications to persuade the shaman tribe to cease hostilities. Not a temporary retreat, nor a strategic evasion, but a genuine consensus for a long-term truce. You need to convey to His Majesty Emperor Jun and His Majesty Tai the clear intention for peace from the highest echelons of the shaman tribe, or at least from a majority of the ancestors. This forms the foundation, the minimal threshold to demonstrate the controllability of the shaman tribe's future actions. He paused, the stars at his fingertips swirling with increasing rapidity, as if calculating countless variables. As for whether to reveal to you the secret of reincarnation and how to assist you in perfecting the terrestrial path without triggering greater calamities, I must ponder further. After all, this matter is of immense consequence, and the slightest miscalculation could have far-reaching repercussions. I require time and a broader array of possibilities. Hou Yi's colossal head bowed slightly, lost in contemplation. Persuading the shaman tribe to halt their warfare? Such a task was akin to coaxing the towering Mount Buzhou to bow. Yet she understood that this was indeed the only starting point that might allow Lu Jun to glimpse a glimmer of possibility. This was an endeavor she must undertake, for the sake of reincarnation, for the sake of all beings, and for the potential of an alternative future for the shaman tribe. I understand. I shall endeavor to persuade the shaman tribe. I will exert every effort to make them comprehend the stakes involved. Her voice bore the weight of resolute determination, her gaze unwavering. This was her responsibility, a step she must take as an ancestor and as a being who cares for all life. Lu Jun regarded her intently, refraining from an immediate response to her resolve. Instead, he gently posed the final, most devastating question. What if you cannot persuade them? Hou Yi's immense form trembled as though struck by an invisible hammer. The flicker of resolute fire that had ignited in her vast eyes was abruptly extinguished, swallowed by a tide of confusion and unfathomable chaos. What if I cannot persuade them? This hypothetical loomed like the coldest abyss, instantly dousing the courage she had only just mustered, dragging her into a deeper darkness. Indeed, what if she failed? The stubbornness of brother Emperor Jiang, the ferocity of Zhu Rong, the deeply ingrained hatred harbored by her kin towards the demon race. Her hopes for success were as tenuous as a flickering candle in the wind. If she poured every ounce of her being into persuasion, only to be met with the icy rejection of the Ancestor Council, or worse, the disappointed rebuke of Emperor Jiang and the furious roar of Zhu Rong, what then? The path of reincarnation lay before her, the wails of tormented souls echoing in her ears, yet she remained ensnared by her own tribe, unable to move an inch. Reincarnation was her only avenue of salvation. Yet it could dissolve into mere vapor if she could not restrain her own kin. Indeed, as Lu Jun had foretold, it might even precipitate a more dreadful calamity. She could not abandon the notion of reincarnation. This was the mission bestowed upon her by the bloodline of Pangu, the instinct driven by her compassionate heart. But if the shaman tribe insisted on war, her sacrifice, her reincarnation, could ultimately become a catalyst for the extermination of the demon race, or even lead to a complete imbalance among the three paths of the primordial realm. So, was she, Hou Yi, a savior or an accomplice to annihilation? Yet she could not betray her tribe. They were her blood kin, her brothers and sisters. She could not fathom standing in opposition to the will of her entire kin. Two colossal forces, diametrically opposed yet equally immense, tore and clashed within the depths of her soul. On one side were the countless beings yearning for redemption, the future of the primordial world. On the other was her bloodline connection, the shared honor and disgrace of her tribe, the camaraderie forged over millennia with the 12 ancestors. The tremendous conflict threatened to rend her asunder. Never had her heart been so tumultuous. It felt as though innumerable voices screamed within her consciousness, arguing and clashing. A chaotic tempest swirling around her, manifesting as a tumultuous storm. Her grand figure appeared more isolated, bewildered, and helpless than ever amid this storm of chaos. I do not know, but I will give my all. Chapter 48, Lu Jun's Calculations. Hou Tu's desperate struggle, imbued with profound confusion and determination, seemed weighty and ineffective against the chaotic currents. Lu Jun gazed deeply at her. The complex emotions swirling within his sharp golden eyes ultimately settled into a profound calm. He refrained from further inquiries or exerting additional pressure. The question had been clearly posed to Hou Tu, to the entire shaman tribe. This burdensome millstone would ultimately require Hou Tu herself, the shaman tribe itself, to set in motion. For now, Lu Jun could only serve as a calm observer and a potential guide. As for what would transpire after Hou Tu successfully persuaded the shaman tribe, Lu Jun's thoughts raced ahead. Perfecting the terrestrial path was not something that could be resolved solely through Hou Tu's reincarnation. The pivotal object, the earthly book, the companion treasure of Zhan Yuanzi, formed from the Earth's membranes, a supreme treasure that embodies the fortunes of the terrestrial path. If it could be obtained, combined with the formidable power of Hou Tu's reincarnation, the terrestrial path could indeed establish a foundation to stand on equal footing with the celestial path. This notion had already taken shape within him, even presenting a bold and alluring bargaining chip to bestow upon Xinyuanzi a position of authentic sagehood. The nascent form of stars at Lu Jun's fingertips flickered subtly, as if affirming the feasibility of this idea. Given Xinyuanzi's profound comprehension of the Tao and his deep affection for the primordial earth, the likelihood of him rejecting such a sacred position, one that directly points towards the primordial unity and perfectly aligns with his own path, was negligible. This might indeed be the key to unearthing the earth scripture. However, just as this thought began to sprout, an intangible chill, seemingly emanating from the celestial realms above, enveloped his mind. Dao Ancestor Hongjun. How could one conceal anything from this being, who embodies the very essence of the Tao? How could one execute the grand design to strengthen the earth amidst his potential interference? This loomed before him like an insurmountable barrier of chaos, heavy, frigid, and unfathomable. Even with Lu Jun's current insights and powers of deduction, he found himself engulfed in confusion. This transcended mere scheming and wisdom. It involved the highest echelons of the primordial world and the most fundamental rules of engagement. All he could do was wait for the outcome from Hou Tu's side, then act accordingly. Lu Jun sighed inwardly, momentarily suppressing this colossal uncertainty. Overthinking was futile. The crux of everything still lay in Hou Tu's hands and the stance of the Wu clan. Senior Hou Tu. Lu Jun's voice regained its previous calmness, laced with solemnity. Your resolve is indeed a boon for all sentient beings. We are both aware of the perils this matter entails. Regardless of the outcome, I hope you will take care. A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Hou Tu's immense eyes. Lu Jun refrained from mocking her confusion or pressuring her for immediate answers. This understanding and the long-term vision for the primordial realm warmed her heart. Thank you, Sixth Prince, for your enlightenment and trust. No matter what lies ahead, I shall not betray this intention, nor the heavens and earth. Hou Tu's colossal form nodded slightly, her movements imbued with a weighty solemnity. With that, Hou Tu did not linger. She gradually turned, stirring the chaotic currents, and with a single step, vanished into the boundless chaos, embarking on her journey back to the primordial realm. As she traversed the chaos, the visage of the primordial world once again came into view, without the shroud of chaos. The pervasive resentment, deathly aura, and calamity became all the more stark. The once flourishing mountains and rivers now lay marred by scorched earth, gaping chasms, and exposed bones. Countless shattered souls drifted aimlessly through the heavens and earth, wailing and coalescing into clouds of resentment that obscured the sky. The sporadic conflicts between the Wu and Yao clans erupted like toxic sores across the land, each clash accompanied by the withering of life and the birth of new grievances. This apocalyptic scene pierced Hou Tu's heart like the sharpest chisel, shattering the wavering resolve she had just experienced in her moment of confusion. Do you see? This is the cost. This is the fruit of endless strife and the absence of reincarnation. A voice cried out from deep within her soul. A profound sorrow surged forth, accompanied by an even greater sense of responsibility. The confusion in her eyes was replaced by a near-tragic determination. What if she could not persuade? What if the will of her people could not be swayed? The cycle of reincarnation was the only path to survival. Even if it were imperfect, fraught with latent dangers, and burdened with the misunderstandings and even resentment of her kin, she had to act. Even if it merely provided temporary relief from this boundless resentment. Even if it only granted a brief respite for the primordial realm, it was far better than watching it sink into utter oblivion. This determination, tinged with a sense of tragic desperation, also bore the undeniable responsibility of the ancestral shaman of the earth. Her steps quickened. Her goal aimed directly at the ancestral land of the Wu clan at Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou, Pangahal. The moment Hotu's figure descended, a fervent and expectant aura surged forth. The waiting ancestral shamans, Dijiang, Zhurong, Gonggong, Xiangliang, and Xianin, immediately approached, their faces brimming with excitement and curiosity. They had evidently been anticipating news from Hotu. Dijiang, as the eldest, spoke first, his voice resounding with confidence. Sister Hotu, you have returned. What news? Did Xinyuanzi agree to collaborate with our Wu clan on grand affairs? Their thoughts were fixated on the potential support that Xinyuanzi, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, could offer, as well as the possibility of leveraging the causal connections with Honyun. Zhurong, brimming with impatience, flames dancing around him, exclaimed, "Yes, sister, do share. Did you manage to persuade that old fellow? His earth scripture is indeed a treasure." The other ancestral shamans echoed in agreement, their eyes fixated on Hotu with fervent anticipation, as if they could already envision the Wu clan's power surging past that of the Yao clan. They were immersed in the excitement of imminent reinforcement for their clan, completely oblivious to the lingering weight and fatigue etched across Hotu's brow, gazing at her brothers' and sisters' eager faces, feeling their pure and fervent battle spirit. The resolve that had coalesced within her during her return was instantly submerged by an overwhelming sense of helplessness and profound resignation. She opened her mouth, only to find her throat parched. Taking a deep breath to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, she spoke slowly, her voice low yet clear. "During my visit to Xinyuanzi, I indeed gained something. Ha, I knew it. With you on the case, one is worth two." That old coot must have agreed. Zhurong was the first to burst into laughter, slapping Gonggong beside him with such force that the hall reverberated. "Quickly, tell us, what benefits did he promise? Will he lend us the earth scripture?" Gonggong grinned widely, pressing for answers. "With Xinyuanzi's assistance, dealing with those scrawny Yao creatures will be far more secure." A fierce glint shone in Xiangliang's eyes. Although Dijiang maintained a more composed demeanor, the smile at the corners of his mouth could not be concealed as he urged, "Sister, do tell us the specifics." As Hotu observed their exhilaration, their eagerness, even beginning to scheme on how to utilize Xinyuanzi's power against the Yao clan, her heart was nearly overwhelmed by a palpable bitterness of resignation. She gently closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her gaze held a near-pitying calmness as she articulated. Xinyuanzi stated that our Wu clan has reached the brink of extinction. What? Nonsense. Utter drivel. That old fool is courting death. Chapter 49, Ancestral Shaman. Those blood sacrifices. Those prey are not worth lamenting. Like a ladle of cold water splashed into a pot of boiling oil, the entire Pangu Hall erupted in chaos. The smiles and expectations on the faces of all the ancestral shamans froze instantaneously, swiftly replaced by incredulity and towering rage. Zhurong was the first to leap up, flames soaring around him, casting the hall in a crimson glow. Extinction? What utter nonsense. Our Wu clan bears the bloodline of Father Pangu, possesses the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. Who among the primordial world can rival us? What is Xinyuanzi, that he dares to curse our clan? Gonggong's face darkened to the point where water could drip from it, as he slammed his fist into a nearby stone pillar, leaving a deep imprint. Extinction? I say he wishes to be buried prematurely. Brother, this old man dares to insult our clan so. Such indignity is intolerable. I shall go and topple his rickety temple. Xiangliang crackled with electric energy, his fury palpable. Indeed. Brother, let us mobilize our forces. Let Xinyuanzi learn the cost of his reckless words. Xuanin's aura radiated frost. His gaze as cold as steel. He is challenging the dignity of the entire Wu clan. Dijiang's expression had also turned grim, the power of space flickering around him, betraying the fury within. The words of Xinyuanzi were nothing short of the gravest insult to him, the foremost of the ancestral shamans, and to the illustrious legacy of the shamanic clan that had spanned countless millennia. Within the Pangu Hall, the air was rent with the deafening roars of fury and cries for blood, as the ancestral shaman's wrath seemed poised to ignite the very peaks of Buzhou Mountain. In their desperation, they had lost all reason, consumed by a singular desire to rend apart the one who dared speak such audacious words, Xinyuanzi. Hotu gazed at the tumultuous scene of her kin, ablaze with righteous indignation, and felt the last flicker of hope extinguish within her heart. To persuade them to cease hostilities? That was an endeavor more arduous than reversing the very fabric of the primordial heavens. A profound weariness and sorrow enveloped her. Enough. Her voice, imbued with a deep sense of helplessness and a hint of anger, resounded like thunder within the clamor of the Pango Hall. Though not raised high, it bore an undeniable power that swiftly quelled the tumultuous shouts of the ancestral shamans. The entire hall seemed to be suspended in time, as the chaotic energies, the raging forces of space, the flickering flames of Zhurong, the surging mists of Gong Gong, the crackling bolts of thunder, and the pervasive chill of Xianming, halted in their tracks. All eyes, including that of the furious Di Jiang, turned incredulously toward Hutu. Shock, an unparalleled astonishment. Hutu, the most serene, gentle, and big-hearted among them, had dared to unleash such an impassioned rebuke before all her brothers and sisters? This revelation struck them as even more inconceivable than Xinyuanzi's proclamation of despair. Since the dawn of the shamanic clan, had they ever witnessed Hutu so uncharacteristically lose her composure? Zhurong, his flames momentarily stilled, stared wide-eyed. Hutu? What has happened to you? His voice was laden with confusion and a subtle hint of concern. Gong Gong retracted his fist, which had been aimed at the stone pillar, his brow furrowed, and his tone somber. Sister, has that old Xinyuanzi bullied you? Tell me, and I shall flay him alive. He instinctively attributed her distress to Xinyuanzi's provocation. The crackling energy surrounding Chang Liang also dimmed as he inquired. Yes, sister. Why are you so agitated? Did that old wretch utter something offensive? Xianming's icy gaze softened with concern. Hutu, please calm yourself. If you have been wronged, we shall seek justice on your behalf. She was inclined to believe that Hutu's ire stemmed from verbal provocation, although Di Jiang remained silent. The rippling energies around him had settled, his keen gaze fixed intently upon Hutu's countenance, awaiting her explanation. Hutu's uncharacteristic outburst troubled him even more than Xinyuanzi's words. As she surveyed the expressions of her elder brother and siblings, a melange of shock, concern, confusion, yet lacking genuine understanding of the source of her fury. A deeper weariness and sense of powerlessness washed over Hutu, engulfing the spark of anger that had briefly flared within her. The embers of indignation within her seemed to collide with ancient ice, leaving only a biting chill and exhaustion in their wake. With a deep breath, she sought to draw in the nearly stagnant air of the Pango Hall, only to release it slowly. Her gaze traversed the familiar faces, her voice laced with a near-desperate inquiry. Fight? Seek justice? Is that all you see? Is violence your only recourse? Have you glimpsed the primordial world outside? Have you witnessed the plight of the beings beyond? Her voice quivered with emotion, as the immense sorrow and rage surged forth once more. The beings outside. Zhurong was the first to respond, his face contorting with overt disdain and incredulity. Those insignificant ants? Those mere prey? Their demise is inconsequential. The law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest. Their deaths are of no consequence. Indeed, Gong Gong interjected with his characteristic indifference. The war against the demons, which affects myriad souls, is simply the natural order of things. Their lives and deaths hold no relevance to our shamanic clan. Should we extend compassion to those we can extinguish with ease? Chang Liang scoffed. Sister, why concern yourself with such trivialities? As long as our clan can eradicate the demon race and dominate the primordial realm, the deaths of countless beings are a worthy sacrifice. Though Xianming remained silent, her indifference was palpable in her gaze. Di Jiang's brow furrowed deeper. He could not fathom why Hutu had suddenly taken an interest in those insignificant beings. Observing their continued apathy, treating life as mere fodder, Hutu's heart sank to the depths of despair. A profound sorrow lodged in her chest, constricting her breath. She abruptly raised her head, her gaze no longer resting on any shaman, but directed towards the dome of the Pango Hall, a symbol of their divine progenitor's glory. Silence. The command, imbued with an undeniable sacred authority, silenced even Zhurong, who had wished to argue. Hutu's voice echoed through the vast, solemn hall, laden with soul-piercing inquiries. How long has it been since you felt the blessings of our progenitor? We, the descendants of the divine bloodline. How long has it been since we have known the love and guidance of our father? The Pango Hall, the heart of our progenitor. Have you sensed whether its recent breath is one of solace or disappointment? With each rising note of her voice, each weighty word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the ancestral shamans. Their progenitor, who shaped the heavens and the earth, who imbued all with life, whose will was to protect this realm born of his very essence. Yet, what have we done? Engaged in ceaseless warfare, committed endless slaughter, rending the very world he created to shreds, annihilating the beings he nurtured, their grievances soaring to the heavens. Do you not see? If our progenitor witnesses our actions, will he bestow his blessings upon us? Will he continue to love us? Has he not grown utterly disappointed in us, his unworthy offspring? Each of Hutu's words was like a cold blade, piercing the proud and ignorant hearts of the ancestral shamans. They had never contemplated this perspective. The glory of their progenitor, his favor, was their greatest pride and source of strength. Yet now, Hutu revealed that this very favor might be dissipating due to their deeds. A profound silence enveloped the Pango Hall. The shamans who had just moments ago clamored for Xinyuanzi's demise and the extermination of the demon race now wore expressions of bewilderment, confusion, and even a hint of fear. Zhu Rong's flames extinguished entirely, leaving only wisps of smoke. Gong Gong bowed his head. Chang Liang's sparks flickered weakly. For the first time, Xian Ming's icy facade showed signs of emotion. Di Zhang's fists clenched tightly, knuckles widening, his sharp gaze fixed upon Hutu, filled with unprecedented gravity. Sister Hutu, what have you discovered? What has transpired? Tell us. Chapter 50. Is the impending doom of our shamanic clan known to all? Di Jiang was no longer the commanding leader of the ancestral shamans, but rather a brother eager to uncover the truth. Yes, sister, do not merely chastise us. Zhu Rong implored, his voice stripped of fury, replaced with urgency. We only wish for the good of the shamanic clan. Hutu, please enlighten us. What is truly happening? Xian Ming could no longer restrain herself, her cool voice tinged with curiosity, as she beheld the faces of her elder siblings. The raw fury and indifference that had once dominated their expressions were gradually supplanted by profound confusion and a barely perceptible hint of wavering. The heavy pressure in Hutu's heart seemed to loosen ever so slightly. With a deep sigh, laden with exhaustion, helplessness, and a touch of resolve, she surveyed the assembly. Her voice returned to a calm state, yet it resonated with the force of a seismic revelation. You know, during my recent audience with Zhan Yuanzi, I subsequently met another individual. Who? Di Jiang inquired immediately, a foreboding sense of dread creeping into his heart. Hutu's gaze traversed the tense and bewildered faces before she distinctly articulated the name that caused every ancestral witch's pupils to constrict in unison. Their murderous intent surging. The sixth prince of the demon clan, Lu Jun Boom. What? Lu Jun? That scruffy bird? Have you lost your mind, Hutu? What business do you have with him? Just as ice water splashed into boiling oil, the Pango Hall erupted once more. But this time, the fury was not directed at Zhan Yuanzi. Rather, it was aimed at their fated enemy, the demon clan, with an intensity 100-fold greater. The ancestral witch's ferocity erupted uncontrollably, causing the entire Pango Hall to tremble violently. Di Zhang's countenance turned ashen, the very fabric of space around him distorting, a terrifying pressure rendering time itself seemingly stagnant. You. Clarify. Di Zhang's voice emerged like a low growl from the depths of frozen abyss, each word imbued with disbelief and overwhelming rage. As Hutu confronted the sudden outburst of fury and murderous intent that threatened to overturn the Pango Hall, her expression deepened in helplessness. This was her kin. These were her elder siblings. When faced with a dilemma, their immediate reaction was always anger, always violence. It was as if they possessed no other means to resolve their issues apart from brute force and bloodshed. Do you know what the sixth prince of the Golden Crow is doing now? Hutu's voice pierced through the tumultuous energy, carrying an unusual tranquility as she posed a question that momentarily stunned the furious ancestral witches. Zhu Rong was the first to roar, his crimson eyes seemingly ablaze. Whatever he may be doing, what concern is it of ours? He is a demon, a mortal enemy. Hutu, did you not slay him on the spot? Gong Gong's chilling voice dripped with deep-seated animosity. It is his damned nirvana. Were it not for that, 10 golden crows would have long since perished. Di Jun and Tai Yi, those two scruffy birds, would not have been able to emerge from that cursed path to the heavens. He is an unrelenting foe of our witch clan. Indeed, he is our clan's ultimate nemesis. Meeting him, we should have obliterated his very soul. Chang Liang crackled with lightning, his malevolence soaring. Though Xian Ming did not speak, the icy aura of murderous intent surrounding her made her stance abundantly clear. Di Zhang's gaze became a tangible blade, fixating on Hutu, awaiting her explanation. To seek an audience with Lu Jun was to tread upon the most sensitive nerve of the witch clan. Listening to their clamorous outbursts, each word fixated on violence and vengeance, the flicker of hope in Hutu's heart was extinguished once more, plunging her into deeper fatigue. She sighed deeply, that exhalation seemingly siphoning away all her strength. He is out there, shepherding the stars of the heavens. Hutu's voice carried a complexity that was difficult to articulate. What? The ancestral witches momentarily failed to grasp her meaning. Hutu lifted her hand, illustrating a breathtaking vision. With boundless power, he orchestrates the chaotic trajectories of stars, guiding shattered celestial fragments as a shepherd tends to his flock. He is expanding the primordial realm left by our Father God. restoring order to the chaotic rivers of stars and revitalizing the dormant cosmic realms. And I have witnessed it firsthand. The Father God, Pangu, has bestowed upon him immense merit. Golden light radiates, illuminating the chaos. That is the Father God's acknowledgement and reward for his deeds. Boom. This silence was more profound than any that had preceded it. Within the Pangu Hall, all violent energies and malevolent forces froze. The ancestral witches' faces, once contorted with rage, murderous intent, and shock, were now replaced by a profound bewilderment that rendered them speechless. Shepherding the heavens? Expanding the primordial realm? The Father God bestowing merit upon that demon Prince Lu Jun? No, it cannot be. Zhu Rong was the first to break the silence, his voice quivering with disbelief. Shepherding the stars? What is Lu Jun? Just a mere scruffy beast. What right does he have to such a distinction? It is utterly impossible. Gong Gong's face turned pale, his lips trembling. The Father God. How could he possibly grant merit to him? This must be a mistake. It must be an illusion conjured by the demons. How could the Father God favor the demons? He could not accept that the glory of the Father God could shine upon a mortal enemy. Chang Liang was beside himself with rage. Absurd. Utterly absurd. How could the Father God perceive it this way? He barely restrained himself from uttering the words blindness, yet his face betrayed his astonishment and skepticism. Di Zhang's pupils constricted sharply, the energies of space around him fluctuating violently, revealing the tempest within him. He fixed his gaze on Hou Tu, his voice hoarse. Hou Tu, are you certain? Hou Tu's eyes swept across the faces etched with disbelief, the last flicker of hope in her heart extinguished, leaving only a cold disappointment. Slowly, she raised her hand, pointing to her own deep-set eyes, which bore the weight of the earth and the sorrow of reincarnation. Her voice was icy and clear, imbued with undeniable resolve. This is me, Hou Tu, with the eyes of the ancestral witches and the heart of the earth. I have seen it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. That vast merit of golden light is no deception. The celestial trajectories shifting cannot be false. The will of the Father God is not subject to your doubts. Moreover, I share this information to inform you of what the demons, our mortal foes, are currently undertaking. They are expanding the realm left by our Father God. They are gaining the Father God's acknowledgement. They are engaging in actions beneficial to the primordial realm. And what are we doing? Hou Tu's gaze pierced like a sword into each ancestral witch. Where is our focus? Still mired in skepticism. Still engulfed in rage. Still contemplating how to enact vengeance. Have you ever pondered what our witch clan is doing? What have we contributed to this realm left behind by our Father God? This heart-wrenching inquiry rendered all ancestral witches speechless, their faces fluctuating between shades of blue and white. Hou Tu, no longer wishing to witness their discomfited expressions, inhaled deeply, as if to expel all the pent-up frustration and weight from her chest. Her voice returned to a somber tone, yet it was imbued with an even more suffocating despair. Did you not always wish to know what Jin Yuanzi imparted to me? Very well. I shall now disclose it to you. Her gaze slowly traversed Di Jiang, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Chang Liang, and Xianming. Jin Yuanzi stated that our witch clan has reached a dead end. Or rather, we are heading into a cul-de-sac. He informed me that the demon clan has a saint, Nuwa. Although she has yet to return to the primordial realm for certain reasons, she is indeed their saint. As long as the fortunes of the demon clan do not wane, she shall one day return. That is a true sage of heaven's way. Our 12 heavenly deities' grand formation, which summons the true form of Pangu, can barely contend with a single saint, but can it withstand two simultaneously? And this is predicated on the assumption that Di Jun and Tai Yi have not yet succeeded in their nirvana. What if those two brothers, seizing some opportunity, were to achieve nirvana like Lu Jun and take that pivotal step? Her words struck the hearts of the ancestral witches like a frigid hammer, each blow resonating with chilling finality. Soon, the demon clan shall possess the Saint Nuwa, alongside two emperors who have successfully undergone nirvana, wielding saint-level combat prowess. And what do we, the witch clan, possess? Merely a grand array of 12 celestial formations. How long can it endure? How many can it withstand? Jin Yuanzi asserted that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the witch clan is destined for annihilation. Moreover, it is highly probable that this fate awaits us in the near future. Within the hall of Pangu, a profound silence enveloped the space. The words of Hou Tu evoked a more profound chill than the merits gained by Lu Jun. This matter was not one they had overlooked. What astonished them was that an outsider had already discerned the entirety of their plight. It seemed their predicament was common knowledge. Di Jiang's countenance darkened, resembling the sky before a tempest. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, his voice grave and laden with a hint of reluctance. Had we not already conferred with the two saints of the West regarding this matter? Chapter 51. We have been deceived by the Western two saints. Di Jiang continued, his tone wavering with uncertainty. Was our plan not to seize the opportunity while Nuwa had yet to return, and Dijun and Tai Yi had not achieved nirvana? To muster our full strength and obliterate the demon clan? This was the strategy he, as the leader of the Ancestral Witches, had established. And it was the only path unanimously recognized by the Witch clan, a preemptive strike. Hou listened intently to Di Jiang's words, her gaze revealing no surprise. Only a profound weariness and a near-pathetic sorrow. She regarded Di Jiang, her voice soft yet akin to a dull blade, slowly severing the nerves of all present. And then, the coarse voice of Zhu Rong erupted, seemingly mocking Hou's redundant query. Then, of course, we shall secure victory in this war against the witches and demons. We will vanquish Di Jun and Tai Yi, exterminating those beastly creatures, and the Primordial Realm shall belong to our witch clan. Indeed, Gong Gong interjected, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. As long as we adhere to the plan, gather our strength, and catch the demon clan off guard, victory shall be within our grasp. Chang Liang raised his fist, crackling with lightning, at that time. Let us see who dares to claim our witch clan is in dire straits. The other ancestral witches echoed their agreement, believing this was not a matter for debate. To annihilate the demon clan and dominate the primordial realm was the ultimate goal and the only conceivable outcome. Yet Hou slowly and resolutely shook her head. Her gaze swept across the faces brimming with fervent victory, her voice chillingly calm. Win? Do we truly win? Zhu Rong furrowed his brow, his temper flaring once more. To extinguish the demon clan and monopolize the primordial realm, does that not equate to victory? Hou, why must you always speak in riddles? Is that not a win? The other ancestral witches wore puzzled and doubtful expressions, clearly unable to comprehend Hou's pessimism. Hou did not directly respond to their inquiries, but abruptly posed a sharper, piercing question that cut like an icicle. What then, when the Saint Nuwa returns to find the demon clan she created has been annihilated by our witch clan? The demon court collapsed, and her kin slaughtered? At that moment, she, in her celestial saintly form, enraged and wielding the power of heaven, turns her wrath upon us. How shall we, the witch clan, endure? This question doused the ancestral witches' rekindled flames of victory with icy water. Nuwa would take action? Chang Liang instinctively shouted, his voice tinged with a stubborn bravado. What of it? We possess the grand array of 12 celestial formations. It can summon the true form of our father Pangu. Even a saint may find it difficult to contend with us. Indeed, we have the true form of our father. Zhu Rong seemed to grasp at a lifeline, loudly echoing his agreement. This was their sole assurance against the saints. Hou's gaze sharpened, locking onto Chang Liang and Zhu Rong, her voice imbued with an interrogative force that probed their very souls. Can we guarantee that we maintain the celestial formations at all times? For even a moment. Not a second of relaxation, regardless of day or night, whether we are resting, cultivating, or attending to clan matters. Whether Nuwa manifests in the primordial realm or strikes from the chaos. We, the 12 ancestral witches, must remain in perfect harmony, perpetually at the core of the array, relentlessly sustaining the enormous energy required to summon the true form of our father. You tell me, is that feasible? At these words, the hall of Pangu once again fell into a suffocating silence. The ancestral witches, who had just boasted of their father's true form, appeared as though a noose had tightened around their necks, their faces draining of color. Can we? The answer was painfully apparent. No, we cannot. The grand array of 12 celestial formations wielded astonishing power, yet its cost was staggering. Each summoning of Pangu's true form required the ancestral witches to sacrifice their essence, uniting their spirits, and necessitated extensive recuperation thereafter. To maintain it constantly? To never cease? That was nothing more than a delusion. They would be drained dry. Observing the blood drain from the faces of her fellow ancestral witches, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fear and despair, Hou's heart turned icy. She continued, her voice low, yet it resonated like a death sentence for the witch clan. It seems you have come to understand. We must remain vigilant at all times to have even a sliver of hope. Yet the Saint Nuwa can strike at any moment. She may choose any time to launch her assault, delivering a fatal blow when we are most lax, most weary, or even wholly unprepared. Hou's voice bore a cruel calmness. She could fail countless times. She might even perish beneath the strike of the true form summoned by the celestial formations. However, her voice suddenly rose, infused with a despair that tore through the air. Should we falter even once? Should we fail to establish the array in time? Should Nuwa seize the opportunity, even if she were to eliminate but one of our ancestral witches? Hou's gaze swept over Di Jiang, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and each of her brothers and sisters. Our celestial formations shall never again be established. Without the complete assembly of ancestral witches, the true form shall not manifest. At that time, Hutu's voice became akin to the cold winds of the abyss, freezing the blood of all present. It shall be the day of our complete annihilation. The bloodline of our father shall be severed from the primordial realm. Silence. An oppressive silence. Hutu's words, like the most precise of scalpels, laid bare the bloody, inescapable predicament hidden beneath their earlier illusions of victory. All the ancestral witches clenched their fists, their knuckles turning white from the strain, veins pulsating beneath their skin. Rage, resentment, fear, and despair surged within their chests like a tempest. They yearned to refute, to roar in defiance, to uncover any flaws in Hutu's reasoning. Yet there was none. Not a shred of rebuttal remained. Hutu's analysis was cold and precise, striking at their most vulnerable weakness and their most lethal future. They could vividly envision the scene. After the triumphant annihilation of the demon clan, one day, a force from the heavens would descend upon an isolated ancestral witch or one in seclusion, effortlessly erasing them from existence. And thus, the doom of the witch clan would descend, unstoppable. Dezhong's towering form swayed slightly, as if all supportive strength had been abruptly withdrawn. His countenance turned ashen. The last flicker of resolve in his gaze extinguished, leaving only an abyss of despair. He laboriously lifted his head, gazing up at the vaulted ceiling. His voice hoarse and parched, imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. Could it be that our witch clan truly has no path but annihilation? In this moment, he finally embraced the seemingly absurd words of Xinyuanzai, recognizing the grim reality. Their clan had long been teetering on the brink of an abyss. Even if they exerted every ounce of strength to miraculously vanquish the demon clan, the ultimate fate would still be extinction. Just then, with a resounding crash, Zhu Rong slammed his fist onto the ground, causing the hard surface of the Pango Hall to fracture like a spider's web. His eyes burned crimson, as if they might bleed, letting out a primal roar akin to that of a beast. No, this cannot be right. We have been manipulated. We have been deceived. His bellow ignited the powder keg of rage. It was those two bald monks from the west. It was Jane and Juanti. Gong Gong also reacted, his face contorted with fury, steam swirling violently around him. It was they who incited us to wage war prematurely. It was they who promised clandestine assistance. It was they who drove our witch clan into this deadly trap. Xiangliang erupted with uncontrolled thunderous energy, crackling with explosive sounds. Infuriating. Utterly infuriating. Those two saints of the west. They have deceived us. They intend to use our witch clan to annihilate the demon clan, only to then watch as our clan is obliterated by the returning Nuwa. They seek to reap the benefits, seizing the fortune of the primordial world. Xuanming's cold visage was etched with deep-seated hatred. A most cunning scheme to kill with a borrowed knife. A treacherous ploy to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. The two saints of the west are deserving of death. In Dezhong's eyes, a fierce anger ignited, the pinnacle of fury directed at the deceivers. He finally comprehended that the so-called cooperation with the two saints of the west was, from the very beginning, a meticulously crafted poison to completely bury the witch clan. We have been duped by the two saints of the west. Chapter 52. For the sake of face, you are ashamed to face the Father God. You have finally awakened. You have seen through the toxic scheme of the two saints of the west. This crucial step has been taken. The heavy burden in Hutu's heart began to ease ever so slightly. She took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over each ancestor witch, her voice imbued with a clarity that pierced through the clouds and a guiding presence. So, do you now understand what you must do? What must we do? Dezhong instinctively retorted. The fire of anger in his eyes had yet to subside, but more so was the bewilderment and urgency for a path to survival. Wrought by the cruel truth, the other ancestor witches also turned their gazes toward Hutu's day. They had grown accustomed to resolving issues with brute force. Yet when the fist itself was part of the trap, they found themselves utterly lost. Hutu's voice rang out with unwavering conviction, unassailable in its resolve. Cease hostilities. The first order of business is to halt the war with the demon clan. She surveyed the crowd, her tone laden with pointed inquiries. Are we truly to continue this senseless conflict for the sake of those two who have deceived us, exploited us, and aim to utterly annihilate our witch clan? Are we really to wage war against the demon court, against the Sun Star, to slay Dejun, to vanquish Tai, and thereby plunge our own witch clan into the irreversible abyss, reckoned by the Saint Nuwa? Cease hostilities. Those two words detonated like thunder in the hearts of the ancestor witches, who had just been ignited with rage by the deception of the two saints of the west. Zhu Rong was the first to widen his eyes in disbelief, as if he had heard the most ludicrous proposition in the world. Cease hostilities? With the demon clan? Sister Hutu, you must be mistaken. The muscles of his face twitched, a visceral reaction of ingrained hostility and the inertia of long-standing warfare battling within him. Gong Gong's expression darkened ominously, his voice seeping out like venom. After countless millennia of bloodshed, after the loss of innumerable kin, you speak of halting the war now? Where shall I place the face of our witch clan? Pride had become his most immediate reason for resistance. Xiangliang growled in agitation. Cease hostilities? How can we stop? Will the demon clan believe us? What if they seize the opportunity to retaliate? This is nothing short of disgraceful. Fear and entrenched thinking rendered him unable to accept such a proposal. Xianming, though silent, bore lips tightly pressed and eyes filled with complexity, betraying his internal conflict. Di Jiang furrowed his brow, evidently weighing the profound impact and potential consequences of this monumental shift. Cease hostilities? This is harder than accepting our doom. It signifies an acknowledgement of past wars as erroneous, a capitulation to mortal foes, a relinquishing of millennia-long obsessions, observing their faces marred with stark resistance, defiance, and an obsession with pride. The string in Hou Tu's heart, which had just begun to loosen, tightened once more. She knew this was the most daunting hurdle to overcome. The pride and bellicosity of the witch clan were woven into their very blood. She hesitated no longer. Her gaze sharpened, akin to a sword unsheathed. Her voice rose to an unprecedented pitch, each word striking like a hammer, forcefully driving home the core that mattered most to the ancestor witches. Pride. Hou Tu's voice carried a near-tragic scorn. So, you wish to sacrifice the entire witch clan to the true, inescapable abyss for the sake of your so-called pride? Do you truly wish to become the eternal pariahs responsible for the annihilation of our witch clan for the sake of that laughable pride? Do you wish to lose even the right to face our father Pangu after death, forever barred from reporting to him? Because you have willfully buried the bloodline and glory he bestowed? Boom. This trio of pointed inquiries struck like divine thunder, precisely targeting the deepest recesses of the souls of all ancestor witches. For the sake of pride, plunging into the abyss. For the sake of pride, becoming sinners? For the sake of pride, unable to face the Father God? Each question pierced through to the consequences they could scarcely bear. Each consequence weighed 1,000 times heavier than the so-called pride. At this moment, Hou Tu unveiled her true ferocity. To persuade these stubborn, proud, and warlike elder brothers and sisters, she had contemplated profoundly on the path back. She understood them all too well. Their quest for dominance in the primordial world stemmed not only from their belligerent nature, but also from a deeply ingrained pride, rooted in blood, that deemed them the protagonists of the world, the players of the game. They could accept death in battle, but they could never tolerate being mere pawns on someone else's board. They could certainly not accept becoming the sinners of their clan due to their own foolishness and obstinacy, losing the favor of the Father God. This heart-piercing rhetoric shattered the last vestiges of resistance among the ancestor witches. Within the Pangu Hall, a silence more profound than any before enveloped them, weighted with an almost morbid heaviness. Zhu Rong's anger and defiance froze, leaving only a pallid visage and an overwhelming sense of shame. Gong Gong bowed his once proud head, his body trembling slightly. Xiangliang's surrounding thunderous energy extinguished entirely, leaving only bewilderment. Xuanming's icy countenance betrayed the first signs of emotion and trepidation. Di Jiang, struck as if by a heavy blow, felt his towering frame tremble violently, waves of tumultuous emotion surging in his eyes. As the leader among the ancestor witches, his sense of responsibility and reverence for the Father God surpassed that of others. Hou Tu's inquiries, especially the one about being unable to face the Father God, seared into his soul like a red-hot iron. They were rendered speechless. Any rebuttal felt feeble. Any excuse appeared laughable and pitiable. They may lay down their lives for the witch clan, but they must never become the architects of its demise. Above all, they must not disappoint the Father God. As she gazed upon the faces etched with struggle, shame, and ultimately surrender, Hou Tu realized she had finally pried loose the most obstinate of boulders. In that suffocating silence, a sudden crash echoed. Di Jiang stepped forward with such force that the very space beneath him shattered. No longer hesitating or wavering, his eyes blazed with a resolute determination and the weight of a leader's responsibility. He raised his arm high, as though hoisting a battle standard, and his voice, laden with suppressed fury yet strikingly clear and unwavering, thundered throughout the Pangu Hall. Cease fire. Chapter 53, Cease Fire. Retreat to Buzhou Mountain. Di Jiang's earth-shattering command to cease fire, imbued with the unwavering resolve of the ancestral witch, reverberated through the hall, causing the very air to vibrate. In that moment, Hou Tu's tautly strung heartstrings finally relaxed with a resonant twang. An indescribable fatigue and a faint sense of relief surged within her, nearly causing her to sway. At last, this immensely challenging first step had finally been taken. She had correctly wagered on her brother's reverence for the Father God and their commitment to the survival of their clan. This was not merely a turning point in the Wuqiao War. It was the foundation upon which she could accomplish her monumental aspirations. She aimed to demonstrate to Lu Jun, who seemed to tread the path to eternal verity, that the witch clan was not beyond redemption, that they were deserving of trust and capable of transformation. Only in this way could she obtain the crucial guidance and support from him regarding the future of the primordial world and the grand vision she harbored within her heart, to perfect the cycle of reincarnation. Eldest brother, your wisdom shines. Hutu's voice bore a barely perceptible rasp, yet it was filled with unwavering conviction. Since a ceasefire had been decided, the immediate priority was to summon back all the warriors of the witch clan who had gone into battle, without the need for further words. The last remnants of hesitation in Di Zhang's eyes dissipated entirely. He stomped his foot, causing the spatial laws around him to tremble violently. An invisible, grand signal, infused with the will of the ancestral witch, spread like ripples across the vast primordial landscape, penetrating the very depths of every witch clan bloodline. Ceasefire. All witches, immediately withdraw from the battlefield. Retreat to Buzhou Mountain. Those who disobey will be deemed traitors. In quick succession, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Chang Liang, Xian Ming, and several other ancestral witches, regardless of the lingering resentment and frustration in their hearts, were no longer hesitant. They each harnessed the power of their bloodlines to issue battlefield commands that were either as fierce as raging flames, as cold as frigid depths, as swift as thunder, or as heavy as the earth. Waves of potent will surged forth like invisible beacons of smoke, instantly enveloping all regions where the witch clan was engaged in fierce combat, confrontation, or pursuit. Ceasefire? Retreat to Buzhou Mountain. This command struck like the most absurd nightmare upon the hearts of countless witch warriors, who were drenched in blood and charged with righteous fervor, especially those great witches who led the charge, bearing the weight of their tribe's honor and blood vendettas, reacted with the most intense outrage. At the edge of the heavens, Jiu Feng led the elite of the Wind Clan, surging like a silver torrent against a legion of avian demons. Each swing of her wind god spear conjured a hurricane that tore through the enemy ranks, reducing swathes of demon soldiers to mist. Victory seemed to be tipping in their favor, just as she raised her spear high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow that would shatter the demon formation. The command to cease fire resonated through her bloodline like a chilling shackle. What? Jiu Feng's exquisite visage contorted in disbelief, her motion freezing midair. The fire of rage in her keen, falcon-like eyes blazed like flames whipped by a tempest. She sensed the confusion and violent battle intent emanating from her warriors behind her, as if boiling magma had been forcibly submerged beneath ice. Why? The demon army is right before us. Their leader is within our grasp. One of her trusted generals shouted in anguished fury. Jiu Feng bit down on her lip, nearly drawing blood. She fixed her gaze upon the demon ranks, now engulfed in chaos and uncertainty due to the sudden halt of the witch assault, her chest heaving violently. The deep-seated hatred and thirst for victory threatened to shatter her reason. Yet in the end, the tempest of anger within her was forcibly subdued, transforming into a frigid silence and profound unwillingness. Silence. Her voice, as frigid as the northern ice, froze all dissent. By the decree of Pangohal. Retreat. Back to Buzhou Mountain. She abruptly pivoted her wind god spear, its tip tracing a reluctant arc toward Buzhou Mountain. The warriors of the tribe, filled with pent-up frustration and immense questions, retreated like a receding tide, swirling with an unwilling vortex, away from the bloodied skies above. On the giant spirit plane, Xing Tian swung his colossal axe like a titan splitting the heavens, carving a path through the ranks of the demon army. His bare torso was marred with grotesque wounds and smeared with the blood of foes, adding to his wild ferocity. With each swing of his axe, the earth trembled, transforming countless demon soldiers into mere dust. In the throes of battle, he roared, "Kill! Annihilate these wretched beasts! For our fallen brothers! Ceasefire! Retreat!" Dizhang's command exploded within his consciousness. Roar! Xing Tian's bellow shifted abruptly, filled with uncontrollable rage and utter confusion. His massive form halted, the axe suspended in midair, the force of his movement sending everything around him flying. His coppery eyes bulged, and he suddenly gazed toward Buzhou Mountain, as if questioning the ancestral witches through the very fabric of space. Ceasefire! What absurdity is this? Beside him, a similarly renowned and fierce general quaked with rage. Brother Xing Tian, how many of our brothers have perished to reach this point? We are so close. Oh! Xing Tian did not respond, letting out a primal roar of immense frustration. The sound reverberated like thunder, shaking nearby hills to their very cores. With a fierce swing, he struck a nearby solitary peak with his axe. Boom! The mountain crumbled, shattered into fragments. This was his unchanneled fury. After venting, his chest heaved violently, fingers gripping the axe handle until it creaked. Finally, he stomped his foot, leaving a deep crater in the earth beneath him, and through gritted teeth, He spat out a few words, heavy with the taste of unwillingness. Leave. Back to the mountain. He hoisted his axe and strode resolutely toward Buzhou Mountain, not looking back. Each step laden with weight, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and equally bewildered and furious warriors of the giant spirit tribe. In the miasma marshes, the colossal nine-headed serpent, Xiang Lu, coiled amidst the toxic mire, with each of its heads exhaling deadly mists of varying colors, transforming the area into a hellish landscape. The demon army, adept in water combat, suffered grievous losses here, the green blood of demons staining the toxic waters. Relishing the thrill of the hunt, cold malevolence glinted in his serpent-like eyes. Ceasefire? Retreat? As the command reached him, the 9 heads simultaneously ceased their toxic emissions, and 18 vertical pupils turned toward Buzhou Mountain. A frigid, sinister, calculating light flickered within them. Hiss, ancestral witches, have we encountered a crisis? A serpent's head hissed with a voice laced with scornful derision. Humph, a truce? With those wretched, flat-haired beasts? What a disgrace. Another serpent's head flicked its tongue. Nevertheless, its massive form began to slowly writhe, ascending from the toxic marsh, stirring foul-smelling waves of mud. Though the 9 heads brimmed with resentment and malice, they harbored no intention of defying orders. They keenly understood the irresistible will of the Pango Hall. Ultimately, it cast a cold glance at the bewildered remnants of the demon race, who hesitated to pursue in light of its retreat. Simultaneously, the 9 heads emitted an enigmatic hiss, conjuring a cloud of venomous mist enveloping their underlings, the witch tribe's poison sorcerers, as they silently delved into the depths of the marsh, retreating towards Mount Buzhou. In their frigid gazes, besides resentment, a calculating malice flickered in weight. The space surrounding Mount Buzhou fluctuated continuously, with figures appearing, some furious, others sinister, some swift, and others heavy. They bore the pent-up warlike fervor that had been forcibly suppressed, along with immense confusion and discontent, converging silently towards the direction of the Pango Hall. Akin to rivers flowing into the sea, the resounding call of a horn replaced the thunderous war drums, reverberating across the vast wilderness, heralding an abrupt pause in an era of blood and fire. Within the Pango Hall, the ancestral witches sensed the powerful and restless auras returning through their bloodlines. The atmosphere remained as heavy as iron. Hou Yi stood within the hall, gazing at the wounded and angry witch warriors gathering outside, feeling little joy, only a weighty sense of responsibility. This was merely the beginning. The true test lay ahead. Emperor Jiang regarded Hou Yi gravely. The witch tribe was warlike. Now that a truce had been declared, it was imperative to provide all the witches with a target. Chapter 54 Hou Yi. We shall seize the West. For vengeance. The witch tribe's bloodline coursed with an innate instinct for war and destruction, the battles of countless millennia etched into their very bones. Now, halting abruptly, if this destructive force was not swiftly channeled, it would inevitably erupt from within, utterly obliterating the fragile respite that the truce had granted. A target must be set for them, one that could both channel this force and pave the way for the witch tribe's future. Hou Yi took a deep breath, suppressing her worries, her voice resonating clearly within the hall. Elder brother speaks truth. The sudden truce has left the warriors filled with grievances and confusion that yearn for release. However, our cessation of hostilities shall not be in vain. The next crucial step is to engage with the demon race, to negotiate earnestly with the higher echelons such as Emperor Jun and Tai. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhang's brow furrowed, yet his gaze bore no opposition, instead reflecting an inherent trust in her. This matter was of utmost importance, yet fraught with difficulty. Hou Yi, this task of contact and negotiation must fall to you. After all, you are the one who discerned the poisonous schemes of the Western Two Saints, and you have spearheaded this truce. Only you understand its intricacies. We are all here to support and cheer you on, but the specifics of how to negotiate with those wretched beasts must be handled by you personally. Hou Yi felt a stirring in her heart. This was precisely what she desired, not only for the aftermath of the witch-demon truce, but also to meet Lu Jun with a legitimate purpose. The truce was merely the first step. How to utilize this precious opportunity for renewal was her true grand vision. Emperor Zhang's words struck a chord with her. Elder brother's sentiments resonate deeply. This matter is indeed my responsibility. Hou Yi replied with resolve, then shifted the focus to the core issue raised by Emperor Jiang. However, as you rightly pointed out, now that the witch tribe has retreated, the grievances and confusion among the warriors are akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. If not swiftly channeled, internal turmoil may arise. Reflecting on our witch tribe, since our inception, we have relied heavily on the bloodline of our father deity and the legacy of Pangu, often resorting to force in our actions. Our continuous conquests have led to more destruction than benefit, and this is simply unacceptable. It is not a sustainable path. Just as this heavy reflection and concern for the restless tribe intertwined in her mind, a thought struck her like a lightning bolt piercing the darkness. The shattered West, that barren land, ravaged by the conflict between Tao and demon, severed from the spiritual veins. She yearned to complete the cycle. The integrity of the wilderness was one of its foundations. That fragmented West was the perfect experimental ground. It could not only absorb the pent-up energy of the witch tribe, but also genuinely repair the world, accumulating merit. Hutu's eyes suddenly sparkled with remarkable brilliance, her previous worries dissipating, replaced by a newfound clarity and determination. Elder brother, esteemed siblings, there is no need for concern. I have conceived an idea that will not only alleviate the warriors' pent-up frustrations, but also allow our witch tribe to genuinely accomplish something beneficial for the wilderness, demonstrating our significance. Moreover, it would allow us to exact a fierce revenge upon the Western Two Saints. Oh, what idea? The Ancestral Witches, including Emperor Jiang, perked up immediately, pressing for details. The pent-up frustrations and unvoiced anger within them required an outlet, and Hutu's words acted as a fuse. There was work to be done, and it was significant, capable of diverting the tribe's attention, which was precisely what they needed at that moment. Hutu surveyed the Ancestral Witches, enunciating each word with clarity and strength. Since those two shameless saints of the West dare to scheme against our witch tribe, attempting to cast us into an abyss of no return. If we do not retaliate, what face will our witch tribe have left? The demon court occupies the heavenly realm, commanding all demons. Then, shall we not seize the shattered land of the West? Transform it into the new foundation of our witch tribe. Seize the West, that desolate place, severed from its spiritual veins, a wasteland where not even a bird would defecate. Hutu, why occupy such a place? What use is it? Emperor Jiang, Zhu Rong, Chang Liang, Xian Ming, and the other ancestral witches displayed evident confusion and skepticism. They were accustomed to vying for fertile lands filled with treasures, and in their eyes, the barren and fragmented land of the West held no value. Hutu had anticipated this, a cold yet wise smile gracing her lips. What use? The use is immense. Her tone was resolute. Firstly, it is for vengeance. Vengeance. The other ancestral witches pondered. Indeed, vengeance. Are not the Western Two Saints lurking behind the scenes, plotting? Do they not view the West as their foundational stage? Our witch army shall march forth and completely occupy and transform that shattered land. We shall trample upon the so-called foundation they have painstakingly cultivated over countless epochs. Let them witness the price of scheming against our witch tribe. This is a clear slap in the face, far more painful than slaying a few demon soldiers on the battlefield. Secondly, if the demon court can occupy the heavenly realm, why can our witch tribe not seize a portion of land as well? No matter how desolate the West may be, it is still part of the wilderness. By occupying it, we declare our existence to the entire wilderness, signaling that our truce is not a retreat, but rather a transformation in the way we exist. Thirdly, the West is sparsely populated. By claiming it, our witch tribe need not contend with countless beings as we would in a prosperous land, thus avoiding more needless slaughter. This aligns with our intention to cease hostilities and prevent greater karmic consequences. Fourthly, we shall repair the shattered West, move mountains and fill seas, untangle the earth veins, and reassemble the spiritual energy. What a monumental task this will be. It is precisely what our restless warriors, brimming with energy, need, allowing them to channel their strength into construction rather than destruction. It will not only exhaust their excess energy, but also genuinely contribute to the merit of this wilderness. Let all beings of the wilderness see that our witch tribe can do more than merely destroy. As the words of Hutu resonated, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Yet, it was swiftly followed by an inferno of fervor. Vengeance shall be exacted. We shall seize the West. A slap in the face for those bald donkeys. Ha ha ha, indeed. Let them suffer. Restoring the West? This notion appears feasible. Absolutely. Instead of remaining here in frustration, let us embark on a grand endeavor in the West. Transform that land into the territory of our witch clan, and we can accumulate merits? Excellent, excellent. Hutu's words, particularly the call for vengeance, the humiliation of the two saints of the West, and the occupation of land, without the necessity for excessive slaughter or the restoration of heaven and earth, ignited the suppressed fury and restless nature of all the ancestral witches like a spark on dry tinder. Zhu Rong was the first to rise, flames blazing around him. Ha! Well said, Sister Hutu. This plan is truly ingenious. Occupy that desolate place and infuriate those two bald donkeys. Brothers, follow me to the West to set ablaze, no, to restore the ley lines. He was so exhilarated he nearly let slip his words. Gong Gong's eyes shimmered with a cold light, unusually in agreement with Zhu Rong. Humph. cleansing that wasteland tainted by demonic energy with the might of our witch clan and reshaping the mountains and rivers could indeed be deemed a grand feat. Chang Liang's body crackled with the sound of thunder. Restoring the earth? Untangling ley lines. This is far more challenging than mere destruction. It's the perfect opportunity for the lads to hone their skills, lest they rely solely on brute force. Xianming nodded slightly. His icy voice tinged with a hint of approval. To occupy the west, distanced from the center of conflict, allows for both offensive and defensive strategies, while also securing a moral high ground. Sister Hutu's considerations are astute. Di Zhang's eyes sparkled with brilliance, for as the leader of the Ancestral Witches, he perceived even more. Hutu's action not only addresses the immediate crisis, but also paves a new, potentially brighter path for the Witch clan. Simultaneously, the retribution against the two saints of the West strikes directly at their core, delightfully satisfying. Good. Di Zhang slammed his hands on the stone table, causing the space to tremble. Sister Hutu's scheme resonates deeply with my intentions. A single stone, multiple birds. He abruptly rose, his voice like a resounding bell. Echoing throughout the Pango Hall, summon all returning sons. The target is the shattered land of the West. Claim it for me. Chapter 55. The Bewildered Demon Clan. The Witch Clan is retreating? Di Zhang's roar thundered within the Pango Hall, transforming into a torrent that surged forth from the Great Hall, sweeping across the entire ancestral land of Buzhou Mountain. In an astonishingly swift manner, it spread to every tribe of the Witch clan throughout the primordial land. The Witch clan was ablaze with excitement. The countless witch warriors, just withdrawn from the brutal frontline, still felt the witch blood surging within them. Their instincts for battle restless in their bones and muscles. Suddenly halted, they collided with an invisible dam, their pent-up frustration and confusion threatening to tear their chests apart. They were accustomed to charging forth, to slaughter, to annihilation. Now, as silence descended, they felt their entire bodies aching and itching, driven nearly to madness. Why have we stopped? The demon clan's wretched beasts are right before us. Why do we not slay them? Stifled. So utterly stifled. Countless great witches roared within their respective tribes, questioning the decision. Massive battle axes and stone pillars were slammed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. They could not comprehend the ancestral witches' decree, only feeling a wicked fire burning within their chests. At that moment, a shocking piece of news erupted like a spark thrown into boiling oil, igniting the suppressed witch army. Have you heard? It was those two bald donkeys of the West. They set the trap. What? It was them? Yes. They secretly incited discord, seeking to plunge both our witch clan and the demon clan into an abyss from which we could never escape, so they could reap the benefits and dominate the entire primordial realm. No wonder the ancestral witches ordered a ceasefire. It turns out there were saints pulling strings behind the scenes. The news spread like wildfire among the various great witch tribes, quickly gaining traction. The initial confusion and frustration were instantly replaced by a more primal and furious emotion, overwhelming rage. The humiliation of being schemed against burned like molten lava, scorching the hearts of every witch. In the central tribe, Xing Tian wielded his broadsword, the massive shield crashing to the ground, shaking the mountains and earth. His eyes burned crimson, his voice booming like thunder. So it was. So those two bald donkeys were scheming behind our backs. No wonder Ancestor Hutu wanted us to cease fighting. This isn't fear of the demon clan. It's to free our hands to crush those two snakes hiding in the shadows. Brothers, how does it feel to be played for fools? Roar. Kill. Let us march upon the West and eliminate those two bald donkeys. In response, the tribal warriors erupted in a roar of fury, their pent-up frustration morphing into a surging desire for bloodshed. Jiufeng stood atop the mountain peak, her wings of wind and thunder fluttering slightly, a glimmer of realization and cold sharpness flashing in her eyes. No wonder Ancestor Di Zhang and Ancestor Hutu ordered a retreat. The demon clan is entrenched in the heavenly court, their foundation deep and ready for battle at any moment. But those two saints of the West, they must still be reveling in their grand scheme, right? While they remain absent, their foundation vulnerable, it is the perfect time for our witch clan to flatten the West. To repay them in kind, blood for blood. Those who dare scheme against our witch clan shall face the wrath of the bloodline of Father Pangu. This grudge shall be avenged. We shall trample the West. The power of wind and thunder gathered behind her, resonating with the boiling blood and furious roars of the witch warriors below. The great witch Xiang Lu, with his 9 fearsome heads, simultaneously howled, spewing venom and corrosive mist. The audacious saints dare to scheme against me? Brothers, those birdmen of the demon clan cannot escape. But those two scoundrels of the West, if we do not strike while their lair is unguarded, when shall we ever act? Ancestor Hood has said it. Occupying that wretched place is to slap them in the face, to trample their nest beneath our feet. Let them suffer. Let them regret. Follow me to the west, and with my venom, turn that dilapidated temple to dust. Transform that ruined land into the toxic swamp of our Xiang tribe. Burn, melt, illuminate the west. Infuriate the two saints. Poisonous flames and corrosive mist enveloped the air, the eyes of the tribal warriors gleaming with a cruel and ecstatic light. The great witch Fagwa floated above the surging black waves, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Her voice like the cold of the nine hells. Humph, restoration, cleansing. The will of Ancestor Gong Gong is our will. That wretched place, polluted by demonic energy, is perfectly suited for my Gong Gong tribe's true water to freeze it solid and wash it clean. Let the dirty schemes left behind by those scoundrels, along with their delusions of foundation, be swept into the sea of chaos. To occupy it is to declare to the Primordial Realm the fate of those who conspired against the Witch Clan. Occupy, occupy. The black cold tide surged, the intent to kill solidifying into ice. The great Witch Uguay's gaze was steady and profound as he looked towards the west, restoring the west, untangling ley lines, accumulating merits. Ancestor Hutu's foresight is truly wise. This is not retreat, but rather a declaration of our Witch Clan's existence in another manner. Standing tall amidst the heavens and earth, let all beings of the Primordial Realm witness that our Witch Clan can not only battle the heavens and earth, shatter the stars, but can also recreate mountains and rivers, bringing benefit to all living beings. Occupying the west is not only to avenge our grievances, but also to carve out an unprecedented new path for our Witch Clan. Sons, grip your weapons tightly, and in accordance with the Ancestral Witches' command, expand our territory. Occupy the west. Forge a new path. Benefit all living beings. The steady and resolute roar echoed across the land, imbued with a weighty and expansive determination. Vengeance. A slap in the face for those bald donkeys. We shall seize the west. That shall be our new territory. Let them suffer. The initial confusion among countless great witch tribes and millions of witch warriors had long since dissipated. The disgrace of being schemed against ignited their most fervent battle spirit. The visions of occupation, restoration, and retaliation painted by the ancestor of earth and soil revealed to them a splendid goal that could both unleash their power and showcase the glory of the Witch Clan, while also providing an opportunity for a fierce revenge against their enemies. Forward, let us seize the west. Let us ascend the Spirit Mountain. Let us trample upon Mount Sumeru. Let the bald donkeys return in tears. The wild war drums that had briefly fallen silent within the bloodline of the Witch Clan thundered once more fervent and unified than ever. The countless witches surged forth like a torrent guided by an invisible hand, propelled by boundless rage and a peculiar, constructive fervor. They turned their direction, a grand procession stirring up clouds of dust and malevolence, thundering towards the shattered, barren lands of the west. With a clear objective and a will as unyielding as steel, they advanced. The nine heavens and the celestial court's magnificent hall bore a tense atmosphere so thick it could almost condense into liquid. A colossal celestial mirror floated in the center of the hall, its surface shimmering with vibrant colors, vividly reflecting the dramatic upheaval occurring upon the primordial earth. Within the mirror, the witch army, which had been spreading like a black plague, relentlessly devouring the territories controlled by the demon clan and constricting their living space, suddenly halted without warning. Then, even more bizarre events unfolded. The witch warriors, who had just been wildly assaulting the demon lines with a ferocious spirit, began to retreat like a receding tide. Stop. They have stopped? The demon commander Ing Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept what he was witnessing. He stepped forward, pointing at the celestial mirror, his voice wavering with confusion and a hint of suppressed exhilaration. Look, quickly look. The witches have halted. They are retreating. Chapter 56. Watching the tigers fight. Observing the Witch Clan steal the home of the two saints in the west. Retreating? The demon commander Ji Meng exclaimed in astonishment, his face a canvas of incredulity. How is this possible? They were clearly riding a wave of momentum, poised to annihilate and ascend to the 33 heavens. So why did they suddenly stop? They truly withdrew? The entire celestial court was instantly engulfed in immense perplexity. The 10 demon commanders, 365 demon deities, and even the Emperor Jun's 3 incarnations, Tai Yi's 3 incarnations, and the shadowy demon master Kunping all fixed their gaze upon the celestial mirror, attempting to decipher the anomaly before them. The golden robes of Emperor Jun's 3 incarnations fluttered slightly, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He had been focused on comprehending the profound laws of rebirth, with his 3 incarnations stationed in the celestial court. Faced with this sudden turn of events, even the 3 incarnations felt a wave of bewilderment. The witches' behavior was utterly contrary to reason and the logic of battle. Why would they abandon a victory so easily within their grasp? had that wild battle spirit, which seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart, truly dissipated into thin air. It must be a ruse. There is surely a trick at play. The demon commander Philian remained relatively calm, yet his eyes brimmed with caution. The witches are fierce, but they are by no means foolish. Such a large-scale and abrupt retreat. Could it be a ploy to lure the demon clan into a trap, to ambush us and obliterate our pursuing forces? This speculation sent a chill down the spines of many demon deities. Kunping, with his emaciated fingers stroking his long beard, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Lure the enemy? That does seem plausible. Yet, their retreat is rather thorough, and the direction does not appear to lead toward a preordained ambush. He scrutinized the trajectory of the retreating witch torrent in the mirror, a growing sense of unease settling in his heart. However, just as the demon leaders were racking their brains, still unable to untangle the fundamental question of why the witches had suddenly withdrawn, the scene in the celestial mirror underwent a shocking reversal. The millions of witches, who had just ceased their charge and begun to withdraw, rapidly completed a turnaround. As if an invisible hand had forcibly twisted their direction, the once retreating black tide erupted with a wilder, more unified, and more determined momentum than before as they surged forth. They were no longer retreating. They were advancing. Their target, the west, like a black cataclysmic tide, they swept forth, stirring up tremendous malevolence and dust. With an overwhelming force capable of toppling mountains and shattering the firmament, they rolled towards the desolate and barren western land. Recognized as devoid of spiritual veins and plagued by demonic energy, the speed and decisiveness of their advance left all who witnessed it in stunned silence. What? Ying Zhao screamed, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. They didn't retreat? They are heading west. West. Ji Ming's voice was filled with absurdity. What could those muscle-bound brutes possibly want in that desolate wasteland? Have they gone mad? The witches have truly lost their minds? A demon deity could not help but shout. The witches' actions had entirely surpassed their realm of understanding. Abandoning the prosperous eastern battlefield, relinquishing an easily attainable victory, and turning towards an utterly worthless wasteland? This was more unbelievable and sent a shiver down their spines than mere retreat. The western lands are devoid of spiritual veins, rife with demonic energy. And barren, what benefit could there be in occupying such a place? Philian muttered to himself, his brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be that they truly had a mental breakdown? It was utterly illogical, completely illogical. Kunping's voice carried an unprecedented gravity and a hint of unrecognized trepidation. To expend such vast military resources to occupy a land that could offer no resources, and might even hinder themselves? Emperor Jiang, earth and soil, what exactly are you plotting? The witches' actions, which completely overturned their understanding, left even this cunning demon master feeling a profound sense of powerlessness and a fear of being governed by the unknown. The entire celestial hall descended into a deathly silence, with only the silent roar of the witch torrent surging westward in the celestial mirror. All the high-ranking demons, from Emperor Jun and Tai Yi down to the lowest-ranking demon deities, wore expressions of immense confusion, shock, and an indescribable sense of absurdity. At that moment, Bai Zhe, who had been silently gazing into the celestial mirror, suddenly had his white fur stand on end as if stirred by an unseen wind. The single horn on his forehead erupted with a dazzling light of wisdom. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly as he surveyed the astonished faces of his colleagues, speaking in a voice that resonated like thunder. Could it be that the witches intend to seize the west and the sanctum of the two saints while they are absent? Seize the west. Ying Zhao thought he had misheard, his voice rising an octave. Bai Zhe, are you joking? Occupying that wretched place? They aim to seize the foundation of the two saints' sanctum? Have they gone mad? Seeking death? Exactly. The sanctum of the saints is not something they can covet. Do they not fear the return of the saints, who could crush them with a mere finger? Ji Ming also voiced his disbelief, finding the notion too outrageous. Yet, Bai Zhe's gaze was remarkably sharp and resolute. Others may not dare, but the witches, with their Pango lineage's arrogance and fearless nature, would undoubtedly dare to do so. Consider this. Although the West is barren, it is still a corner of the primordial world. Most importantly, it represents the fate of the West. No matter how desolate that land might be, it is still recognized by the heavenly Tao as the bearer of Western fortune. If the witch clan could truly occupy, transform, and even restore a portion of it, Bai Zhe's voice carried a chilling sense of realization. Even surprising himself, they might forcibly seize and bear a part of the Western fortune. Do not forget, they are the bloodline of Pangu, inherently endowed with the fortune of creation. Should the Western fortune bestow its blessings upon us, even if only in part? Bai Zhe's words trailed off. Yet the air within the hall was thick with a collective gasp from the high-ranking members of the demon race, a shiver coursing through their veins. Fortune. The luck of the Witch clan was already at its zenith. If they were to acquire the fortune of the West, what would become of us? Would it not truly bind the demon race in eternal subjugation? Such a thought, as articulated by the demon sage Bai Zhe, was chillingly profound. Kunpeng's expression grew exceedingly grim, as he swiftly comprehended Bai Zhe's trepidation. Then, should we? Ying Zhao's voice trembled with urgency and confusion. Should we intervene? To thwart them? Or perhaps extend a hand to the West? After all, if the Witch clan truly claims the West, their fortune will swell, which would spell great misfortune for our kind. Assist the West? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe's lips curled into a frosty smile laced with palpable sarcasm. He surveyed the assembly of demons, his voice ringing clear and sharp as he retorted. When our demon race was being relentlessly driven back by the Witch clan, besieged within the heavenly court, suffering countless casualties, did the two saints of the West ever lend us even a modicum of support? Not only did they refrain from aiding us, but they also concealed themselves in the depths of chaos, inciting discord, eager to reap the benefits while pushing both our clans towards the abyss of destruction. Such actions are, in fact, more despicable and shameless than those of the Witch clan. Bai Zhe's words pierced through the illusions of grandeur that lingered in the hearts of the demon race like a frigid dagger. Indeed, where were the two saints of the West when they faced their dire struggles? By what right do they demand assistance from the demon race? Bai Zhe spoke with utmost clarity. Fei Lian was the first to react, his voice solemn. The two saints of the West initiated this scheme, and now that the calamity has come upon them, it is purely their own doing. How could our demon race shield them from disaster? Precisely. Jimeng nodded. Let them engage in their own internecine conflict. If the Witch clan occupies the West, it will alleviate pressure on our race and allow us to vent our grievances. To observe the chaos from a distance is indeed the wisest course. Kunpeng's voice echoed with a sinister edge, his eyes glinting with cunning. Regardless of the outcome, enmity between the Witch clan and the two saints of the West is inevitable. This will only benefit our demon race, without a shadow of harm. The three corpses of Emperor Jun and the three corpses of Tai Yi exchanged knowing glances, each perceiving the resolve in the other's gaze. Emperor Jun slowly spoke, his voice imbued with imperial authority and a hint of icy indifference. Bai Zhe, what Kunpeng has articulated aligns with my sentiments. Convey orders to all divisions. Strictly guard the gates of the heavenly realm. No reckless movements. As the Witch clan advances westward, our demon race shall merely observe. Chapter 57. Kunpeng's devious plot, ambush and annihilate Hutu. At the juncture where chaos meets the primordial, Lu Jun stood alone at the fringes of the swirling chaotic currents, his gaze piercing through the vast emptiness, clearly reflecting the tumultuous changes of the primordial land. He witnessed the astonishing spectacle of the Witch clan retreating like a black tide from the demon race's defenses. Moreover, he observed this retreating torrent erupting with renewed vigor in a remarkably short span, abruptly redirecting towards the west. Even with Lu Jun's vast experience, a flicker of surprise and profound confusion crossed his eyes. Has Hutu truly accomplished this? He murmured softly, his tone tinged with admiration, persuading that group of primal ancestors, whose minds were consumed with muscle and martial fervor, to withdraw their forces and relinquish easily attainable victories. Hutu truly embodies the essence of reincarnation, a veritable earthly saint. The Witch clan's withdrawal undeniably demonstrated their utmost sincerity, implying that Hutu's influence within their ranks was even more solid than he had anticipated. This initial move was indeed a triumph for Hutu. However, Lu Jun's brow furrowed slightly, his focus fixated on the rushing tide of the Witch clan heading westward. They have retreated, yet what play is unfolding as they charge towards the west? Is it possible that the Witch clan's ingrained propensity for warfare and destruction cannot be suppressed? Might this retreat merely be a reconfiguration of the battlefield, allowing their pent-up martial fervor to be unleashed upon the already shattered western lands? This speculation aligned perfectly with his consistent understanding of the Witch clan, simplistic, direct, and violent. If this were indeed the case, though reckless, it would be characteristic of their nature. At the very least, it would distance them from the core battlefield, serving as a form of venting. Lu Jun shook his head slightly, sensing the high likelihood of this scenario, yet he also felt that, based on his knowledge of the legendary Hutu, the situation might not be so straightforward. Regardless, the Witch clan has signaled their sincerity through their actions, albeit in a transformed manner. What remains is to observe the outcome of the negotiations between the Witch and Demon clans. Should the Witch clan and the Demon race truly manage to coexist peacefully, at least reminiscent of the tranquility before the celestial upheaval 10 days prior, then the subsequent matters would merit careful planning. Lu Jun's expression grew increasingly grave, as numerous uncertainties loomed large. After all, any ensuing events would inevitably involve a figure that could not be avoided. The Dao Ancestor, Hongjun. Very well. Let us await the results before proceeding. If it truly comes to naught, I shall directly inform Hutu and allow her to make the choice. In the nine heavens, within the celestial court's Lingxiao Palace, the atmosphere, which had just been tinged with relief due to Baize's analysis and the decision to observe the unfolding events, suddenly shifted. A voice penetrated the barriers of the heavenly realm, resonating with the weight of the earth and the ethereality of space, echoing clearly in the minds of every high-ranking demon. Hutu, Xianming, and Zhu Jiuyin seek to negotiate with the demon race. Meet us at the fifth heaven. As the voice faded, the lingering resonance still vibrated. But the Lingxiao Palace was engulfed in a tumult far more intense than the shock of witnessing the witch clans turn towards the west. What? Ying Zhao was the first to leap to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. Hutu, Xianming, Zhu Jiuyin, 3 ancestral witches? They wish to meet us at the fifth heaven. That place is the front line where we stand against the witch clan's armies. The mountains of corpses and seas of blood have yet to cool. Why would they summon us there? What are they plotting? Ji Ming's voice wavered. Fei Lian, the demon general, suddenly exuded a razor-sharp intensity, his demonic powers surging. A conspiracy. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. They just dispatched their forces to the west. And now they summon us to the front line? This is clearly a ploy to draw us out. There must be an ambush. One of the demon gods expressed uncertainty, but there are only 3 ancestral witches? Even considering those who might be lurking in the shadows. Could they truly set a trap capable of ensnaring our high-ranking demons in the fifth heaven? Humph. What do you know? Kuanping's cold voice interjected, brimming with deep-seated apprehension. Zhu Jiuyin wields dominion over time, unfathomable to gods and mortals. Hutu embodies the very earth, standing invincible. Xianming commands the frigid power that freezes all. When these 3 combine, along with potential premeditated tactics, if they truly intend to ambush, the consequences could be dire. What shall we do then? Should we meet or not? What if it truly is a trap? Ying Zhao hesitated. To meet? What if it is a snare? To refuse? Wouldn't that imply our demon race fears them? Ji Ming was equally indecisive. The palace erupted into chaos, a cacophony of speculation, worry, and vigilance intertwining. The witch clan's recent, utterly illogical heavy blows had left the demon hierarchy utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, they had reveled in the prospect of the witch clan attempting to pilfer from the 2 saints of the west, only to find the core ancestral witches arriving at their doorstep for negotiations. This was exceedingly bizarre. All gazes gradually converged upon the figure of Emperor Jun, seated high upon the imperial throne. In this moment, only this demon emperor could render a decisive judgment. In the presence of the 3 corporeal forms of Emperor Jun, draped in resplendent golden robes, a stillness enveloped the hall. His expression remained impassive, yet his profound gaze swept across the bickering ministers below, ultimately settling upon the heavenly observation mirror. The formidable forces of the witch clan continued their unwavering advance towards the west, showing no signs of retreating to the 5 heavens. After a moment of silence, Emperor Jun's voice, cold and authoritative, resonated with undeniable resolve, regardless of their intentions or schemes. Since they dared to approach and explicitly request an audience, how could my demon clan cower in fear and avoid them? They are but 3 ancestral witches. I shall deploy merely 1 corporeal form. Even if they have indeed laid a trap, seeking to ensnare this manifestation of mine. Humph, they must first prove their capability. Upon the utterance of these words, an air of resoluteness pervaded the hall, quelling the fears that lingered in the hearts of the demons. Kuanping's eyes sparkled with fervor as he stepped forward, his voice tinged with an undeniable excitement and intent to kill. Your Majesty, since you have resolved to meet them, why not turn the tables on them? Turn the tables? Emperor Jun turned to regard Kuanping, his gaze scrutinizing. The other demon leaders and deities followed suit, their eyes fixed intently upon Kuanping. He surveyed the assembly, lowering his voice, his tone laden with temptation. The 5 heavens was indeed their chosen ground. Yet, it is also the very place where our demon forces converge. If we were to secretly lay our plans, gathering the strength of all demon leaders and deities, and coordinate with the frontline troops for a sudden assault, we could catch these 3 ancestral witches off guard and perhaps ensure they remain forever in the 5 heavens. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Ying Zhao's eyes reddened as his breath grew heavy. Indeed, yes, Hutu, Xianming, and Zhu Jiuyin. These are core figures among the 12 ancestral witches, particularly Hutu and Zhu Jiuyin. If we could eliminate them in one fell swoop, the power of the witch clan's great heavenly god-killing array would undoubtedly diminish significantly, perhaps even become unformidable. At that point, our demon forces would surely retaliate, avenging past humiliations, driving the witch clan completely out of Buzhou Mountain, or even obliterating them entirely. This opportunity must not be missed, Your Majesty. Filian too was stirred, his eyes ablaze. This is a divinely bestowed chance. If we succeed, the witch clan will suffer a grave blow. Our demon clan shall reclaim dominion over the cosmos. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 58. Kunpeng sees through the witch clan's malicious scheme. The atmosphere in the hall was electric, many demon deities and leaders ignited by this immense temptation. Their murderous intent palpable. 3 isolated core ancestral witches were akin to a delectable feast presented before them. Should they succeed in devouring them, the tides of the witch-demon war would shift dramatically. Emperor Jun's corporeal forms remained silent, his golden pupils reflecting a fierce struggle between the emperor's calculations and murderous intent. Kunpeng's proposal struck at the heart of the matter, profoundly enticing. To eliminate Hutu, Xianming, and Zhu Jiuyin in one fell swoop would deal a catastrophic blow to the witch clan, especially Hutu, who bears no taint, uncorrupted, and thus a grave threat. He was indeed tempted. However, just as the bloodlust reached its zenith, a deeper, colder intuition rang like a warning bell in his heart. Something is amiss. Far too amiss. Hutu, unlike the other ancestral witches, is not a fool without wisdom. Zhu Jiuyin possesses profound knowledge of the passage of time, capable of glimpsing the threads of fate. They are fully aware that the main force of the witch clan is advancing westward, leaving the 5 heavens relatively vacant. Why would they dare to send only 3 witches into the heart of our demon forces for negotiations? Is this a trap? Or do they possess an unshakable confidence? If we strike, can we truly retain them? What if they are merely bait, with Di Jiang, Chongliang, or even the will of Pangu hidden in the shadows? Even if we succeeded in slaying 1 or 2, the remaining ancestral witches would undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity. The might of the 12 great heavenly god-killing array, even in its diminished form, could exact an unbearable toll upon the demon clan. There is no necessity. Our demon clan merely needs to accumulate strength, awaiting the return of the Saint Nuwa. With such an advantage, why risk reckless action? Emperor Jun's thoughts raced, turning over myriad considerations in the blink of an eye. The heart of a sovereign advised him that the greater the temptation, the more imperative it is to maintain utmost composure. Moreover, acting now is not merely a temptation. This is a path to self-destruction, a needless upheaval. His gaze even swept over Kunpeng. This demon master seemed intent on causing chaos. He spoke slowly, his voice regaining the calm authority of an emperor, unyielding and resolute. The proposition of demon master Kunpeng bears excessive risk. Hutu and Zhu Jiuyin are not to be trifled with. This negotiation is fraught with uncertainty, and there may be hidden contingencies. Should we fail to eliminate all 3 in one decisive stroke, it would only provoke the witch clan's relentless retaliation, potentially igniting a decisive battle prematurely, resulting in a loss far greater than any gain for our demon clan. His gaze scanned the disappointed expressions of the demons below, his tone resolute. Our purpose here is solely to ascertain the true intentions of the witch clan. We must uncover the mystery behind their retreat to the west and their sudden proposal for talks. Tai, Kunpeng, Bays, accompany my corporeal form to the 5 heavens. As commanded. Kunpeng and Bays bowed in acquiescence. A trace of regret flickered in Kunpeng's eyes, but it was swiftly concealed. Bays, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief. He too felt that acting rashly was perilous. Tai, who had remained silent until now, slowly rose, wishing to observe what the witch clan intended. Emperor Jun's decision momentarily quelled the bloodlust within the demon clan, accompanied by a myriad of doubts, vigilance, and a hint of regret for not taking action. Emperor Jun's corporeal forms, alongside Tai, Kunpeng, and Bays, transformed into 3 streaks of light, hastening towards the 5th heaven. 5th heaven. This realm, recently echoing with the sounds of battle and bloodshed, now found itself enveloped in an eerie, taut silence. The witch clan's relentless offensive had ceased, their vast army retreating to one side, constructing a formidable defense, clearly adopting a defensive posture. Meanwhile, the demon army, already poised to await the opportune moment, stood ready. Their vigilance heightened. Countless wary eyes fixated on the 3 figures before them, akin to steadfast pillars amidst the storm. A chilling wind swept across the fractured landscape, carrying with it a faint scent of blood and smoke, adding a weighty atmosphere to the scene. As the streaks of light descended, the corporeal forms of Emperor Jun, Tai, Kunpeng, and Bays materialized upon the platform, facing Hutu, Xianming, and Zhu Jiuyin across the expanse. An invisible tension clashed violently, distorting the very fabric of space itself. On one side stood imperial majesty, demon energy soaring, while on the other lay the Earth's gravitas, time's profundity, and an icy chill. The mere exchange of glances transformed the platform into the eye of a storm, causing even the billions of soldiers on either side to instinctively hold their breath. Emperor Jun's golden pupils swept over the 3 ancestral witches, breaking the silence with a cold, direct voice that carried an undeniable authority. Ancestral Witch Hutu, you summoned me here. What is the matter? No preambles, no tests. He struck straight to the core. The Emperor's dominance and vigilance were laid bare. Hutu maintained a calm demeanor, as if the blood-soaked battlefield beneath her feet bore no relevance to her. Meeting Emperor Jun's gaze, her voice was clear and steady, equally devoid of circumlocution. We summoned your majesty and the esteemed friends here for a singular purpose. What purpose? Emperor Jun's brow furrowed imperceptibly. A truce. Hutu's voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder, reverberating through the murderous canyon. A truce? The impact of these two words is far more formidable than any spell or divine power. Behind Emperor Jun, not only did the Kunpeng let out a stunned cry, but even Tai Yi, who had always been as silent as a mountain with eyes sharp as blades, found his pupils suddenly constrict to the size of needle points, as if he had heard the most absurd words in existence. The snow-white fur of Baizé stirred without wind, the light emanating from the horn upon his brow flickering wildly. Even his profound wisdom was shaken to the core by this answer that completely subverted his understanding. The entire platform, as well as the lines of confrontation held by billions of witch and demon armies along the canyon, fell into an eerie silence due to these earth-shattering two words. What followed was a tension that had reached its peak, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Ceasefire. This term was imbued with extreme irony and disbelief for every high-ranking member of the demon clan present. The past few centuries had been the darkest and bloodiest in the history of the demon race. The iron hooves of the witch clan shattered mountains and rivers, with millions of demon warriors spilling their blood on the battlefield, their corpses piled high and rivers of blood flowing. How many strongholds of the demon court were reduced to ruins? How many demon gods and generals had their souls shattered? The demon race was forced to retreat step by step, ultimately confined to the heavenly realm, struggling under immense casualties and pressure every single day. This blood-soaked enmity was etched deep within their hearts. This overwhelming hatred nearly threatened to incinerate the 9 heavens. The witch clan was the instigator of this unending slaughter, the executioner with hands stained in the blood of the demon race. And now, just as the witch army appeared to have gained the upper hand, even turning towards the west with thunderous momentum, one of the core leaders of the witch clan, Hutu, had the audacity to casually utter the word ceasefire at the very front line where the two armies were poised for battle. This was far more absurd and enraging to them than if the witch clan were to launch another full-scale assault. Since the outbreak of the witch-demon war, apart from the brief truce enforced by the supreme power of the Taoist ancestor Hongjun, had there ever been a time when both sides' high-ranking officials sat down calmly to discuss a ceasefire? Let alone under the current circumstances where the witch clan seemed to be in a position of strength, actively proposing it. This was utterly abnormal. It completely contradicted the witch clan's brazen and relentless style of fighting to the death. There must be a colossal conspiracy lurking behind this. Ceasefire? Ha ha ha. The brief silence was shattered by Kunpeng's sharp and piercing laughter, filled with extreme mockery and centuries of suppressed fury. He stepped forward, his demonic aura boiling like a tumultuous ink sea, his bony fingers poised to jab at Hutu's face. His voice became exceedingly shrill with immense indignation and the excitement of having seen through the other's scheme. A splendid ceasefire. What a grandiloquent ceasefire. Do you witches wish to fight? Then kill my demon race until their corpses litter the fields, blood flowing like rivers. After wielding the butcher's knife for millions of years, now that you seem to have the upper hand, you hypocritically propose a ceasefire? Do you truly believe my demon race is your plaything, to be manipulated and toyed with at your whim? His eyes sparkled with insight, his voice sharp as poisoned icicles. Are you seeking a temporary ceasefire, so that you can comfortably and without worries seize that desolate western land, plunder its fortunes, and amass strength? Once you have firmly established your foothold in the West, swallowing every last ounce of its fortune, you will then turn your weapons against us, crushing the demon race with an even more formidable might, ensuring we can never rise again, right? Chapter 59. Do you know why Nuwa has yet to return? Kunpeng's words fell like a primordial treasure upon the hearts of those present. Tai Yi's pupils abruptly constricted, his piercing gaze striking towards Hutu like a tangible force. Even the usually composed Baizé felt his snow-white fur stir unbidden. The light of wisdom in his eyes flickered rapidly, evidently astonished by this completely unexpected answer. The entire platform, as well as the witch and demon armies on either side of the canyon, stirred with a palpable tension due to these earth-shattering two words. Indeed, ceasefire? How could such a thing be so simple? The main force of the witch clan was advancing westward, directly targeting the foundational sanctuaries of the two saints in the west, scheming to seize the fortunes of the west. This was clearly a ploy to eliminate a hidden threat while simultaneously strengthening themselves. Once they had solidified their position in the west and plundered its fortunes, they would counterattack the demon race with the might of the Western forces. At that point, the demon race would truly be facing insurmountable calamity. Indeed, what the Hongmeng Sage articulated was utterly accurate. The witch clan is treacherous. This is merely a stalling tactic. You wish for a ceasefire? Dream on. It is undoubtedly an attempt to seize this opportunity to grow stronger. They must not be allowed to succeed. The demon generals stationed in the 5 layers of the heavens, though intimidated by the ancestral witches' might and unable to act as recklessly as Hongmeng, could not suppress their low murmurs. Their faces were filled with indignation, vigilance, and a profound agreement with Hongmeng's analysis. Even Emperor Jun and Tai Yi's expressions turned cold and sharp in an instant. Clearly, Hongmeng's words struck at the very core of their greatest fears. The trajectory of the witch clan's actions aligned too perfectly with this speculation. Hou Yi silently sighed within. Indeed, trust had long since vanished amidst millions of years of bloody conflict. The past tyranny and belligerence of the witch clan now stood as the greatest barrier to negotiations. Convincing the demon race that the witch clan was sincerely seeking a ceasefire was akin to ascending to the heavens. Yet, she had to continue the discussion. For the future of the witch clan, for the grand scheme of reincarnation, and for the possibility of another path. Hongmeng, my friend, you have misunderstood. Hou Yi's voice remained calm, but carried a peculiar penetrating quality that overshadowed the murmurs and hostility in the air. This time, our witch clan is genuinely seeking a ceasefire. It is neither a stalling tactic nor a scheme to grow stronger and then retaliate against the demon race. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Hongmeng, and Bai Zhe, ultimately landing on Emperor Jun's unfathomable golden pupils, her tone taking on a chill. As for our army's advance westward, the reason is not for the sake of fortune, but because of the 2 saints in the west. The 2 saints in the west? What do you mean by that? Emperor Jun indeed felt a flicker of confusion. Hou Yi slowly began to explain. Jane and Junti have secretly plotted against our witch clan, intending to push us into a place of eternal damnation. The offensive towards the west is both an act of revenge and a means of self-preservation. What? Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Hongmeng, and Bai Zhe, the 4 foremost figures of the demon race, were nearly simultaneously struck with shock. The witch clan had actually taken the initiative to acknowledge the scheming of the 2 saints in the west. Moreover, they were even aware that they had been plotted against. This was even more unbelievable than hearing the word ceasefire. In their perception, the witch clan was merely a group of brutes who only understood how to resolve issues with brute force. When had they gained such wisdom to perceive schemes and deceptions? Especially the stark contrast between Hou Yi's calm demeanor as she stated this, and her revelation of the saints' machinations made the demon race acutely aware of the seriousness and complexity of the situation, far beyond their imagination. For the first time, a distinct fluctuation appeared in Emperor Jun's golden pupils as he fixed his gaze upon Hou Yi. The 2 saints in the west are plotting against you? Hou Yi, my friend, could you elaborate? Hongmeng also reigned in his wild demeanor, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Bai Zhe's horn shone brightly, clearly engaged in rapid calculations. Hou Yi met Emperor Jun's scrutinizing gaze and took a deep breath. She knew that her next words would completely ignite this negotiation and determine the trajectory of the primordial future. She must cast aside all calculations and lay bare one of her most crucial cards. She suppressed all emotions within her heart, her gaze sharpening to an extraordinary degree, as if piercing through the eons of time, directly confronting the truth dwelling in the depths of chaos. Each word was articulated with utmost clarity, her voice resonating like the chilling clash of cold metal, striking at the hearts of all who listened. Taoist Dijun, Taoist Donghuan. Are you aware that the Holy Mother Nuwa, bearer of the virtue of creation and immeasurable merit, has immersed herself in the profound depths of chaos to seek enlightenment? Akin to a mud bull sinking into the sea, with scarcely a trace of her presence, and has yet to return? In an instant, the golden pupils of Dijun's 3 corporeal forms ignited with a flicker of astonishment. He had initially regarded Nuwa's absence as a normal occurrence, considering that all 6 great saints had ventured into the river of time and had not returned. However, hearing Hou Yi's implication, was there a deeper secret to Nuwa's disappearance? Did this matter pertain to them? Dijun's tone grew notably grave, yet Hou Yi slowly shook her head, her serpentine tail swaying gently, her expression reflecting both reverence for the might of the saints and a cold derision towards the schemers. The powers of the saints transcend imagination, their actions shrouded in mystery. How could we mere mortals hope to calculate or obstruct them? However, while the saints may be unimpeded, they are not necessarily unconfinable. Confinable? Dijun's voice faltered, as the very term pierced his mind like a venomous thorn. The previously subdued solar fire surrounding Tai Yi erupted uncontrollably once more, and the phantom of the chaos bell reverberated ominously. Hou Yi's voice suddenly escalated, akin to the proclamation of a doomsday judgment, imbued with an icy insight. Taoist Dijun. Have you never considered? With the prowess of the Holy Mother Nuwa, how could mere contemplation take such an extensive duration? She afforded you no time for reflection. Unveiling her dagger with earth-shattering clarity, the root of all this does not lie within the mysteries of the river of time. Rather, it resides with the two saints of the West, who chant compassion while harboring ulterior motives, Jane and Juanti. It is they who have insidiously conspired, leading the Holy Mother Nuwa to the time of the primordial god's creation. With the might of the primordial god's acts of creation, the fall of a saint transpires. Even a saint, should they wish to be reborn, would be unaware of how many eons it would require. Boom. This was no longer mere words, but a cataclysmic chaos thunderclap that shattered perceptions and upended the cosmos, detonating deep within the primordial spirits of Dijun, Tai, Kunpeng, and Baizhe. Its power eclipsed any prior impact. The dignified golden visages of Dijun's three corporeal forms instantly lost all vitality, as if stripped of all strength, leaving behind only an extreme pallor and disbelief. His towering form even swayed imperceptibly, the golden imperial robe losing its luster. As if covered in dust, the golden pupils, symbols of sovereignty and might, contracted to a mere pinprick, reflecting the devastating shadow of the acts of creation and the despair of Nuwa's demise. Kunpeng shuddered as if struck by a chaotic demon, his emaciated body stiffening like iron. The usual calculating malice on his face shattered completely, leaving only the raw, primal astonishment akin to witnessing the collapse of heaven and earth. He opened his mouth but could produce no sound, as though an invisible hand had clutched his throat. Baizhe's snowy fur bristled, as if confronted by the most terrifying of foes, standing on end. The single horn upon his forehead, emblematic of wisdom and understanding, now blazed fiercely, flickering erratically. It seemed to house an overwhelming torrent of information, poised to explode at any moment. For the first time, his wise eyes brimmed with utter confusion and cognitive disarray. The Holy Mother Nuwa was the absolute core of his demon clan. Since Nuwa ascended to sainthood, the fortunes of the demon race soared. With a saint present, the demon clan possessed an indomitable foundation. Thus, the 10 great princes of the demon tribe once acted with impunity, soaring through the skies. As long as the saint remained, even the witch clan could only retreat. It was precisely for this reason that during the recent centuries of warfare between the witches and the demons, the demon clan chose to temporarily endure and withdraw. One reason was that Nuwa was traversing the river of time in contemplation. The other was that Demon Emperor Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai were seeking the path of rebirth. Once successful, it would be the time for the demon clan to strike back. They held confidence in their hearts. Once Nuwa returned, the witch clan would naturally retreat without a fight, and that would mark the day of the demon clan's counterattack. But now, Hotu audaciously claimed that Nuwa had been slain in the river of time. Beneath the axe of Pangu, the entire fifth heaven realm descended into an absolute and soul-freezing silence. Time seemed to stagnate, and space appeared to solidify. The morale of the entire demon race seemed to waver incessantly due to this news. Hotu, do not disturb the morale of my demon clan. Chapter 60. Tai. Could it be that they have transcended the time of creation? Baizhe, filled with a mixture of shock, fury, and forcibly suppressed rage, erupted into a roar that shattered the silence. The horn upon his brow trembled violently due to excessive deduction and emotional upheaval. His eyes turned crimson, fixated on Hotu. His voice contorted into a sharp, distorted tone by overwhelming emotion. Hotu, do not spread your wicked words here. Do not confuse the morale of my demon clan. Such absurdity is utterly unfounded. It must be that your witch clan, seeing no prospect for peace, has resorted to this despicable ploy to undermine the foundation of our clan and shatter our fighting spirit. The Holy Mother Nuwa is a saint of the heavenly Tao, impervious to calamity. How could mere schemes inflict harm? Your witch clan harbors a vile heart. Baizhe's roar resounded like thunder, forcibly awakening the many demon gods who had fallen into the abyss of chaos. The demon commander's expressions shifted drastically, realizing that the morale of their army was as precarious as a house of cards, necessitating an immediate counterattack. They gazed at Hotu with eyes filled with deep-seated hatred and terror, as if looking upon a harbinger of endless calamity. In the face of Baizhe's accusations, Hotu remained calm, even displaying a hint of faint pity. She did not hasten to defend the matter of Nuwa, but simply shook her head slightly. Her voice, clear and steady, penetrated Baizhe's furious outcry, reaching the ears of every high-ranking member of the demon clan. Baizhe, if I, Hotu, or my witch clan truly intended to use this news to undermine your demon clan's morale for the sake of battlefield advantage. She paused, casting a glance at Dijun, Tai, and Kunpeng, before returning to Bai Zai's face, contorted with agitation, her tone suddenly shifting to one of chilling insight. Then what I ought to do would not be to seek a truce at this moment to inform you. Instead, it would be on the battlefield. As my witch clan's army stands at your gates, while your demon soldiers are engaged in bloody combat. Pray tell, at that moment, upon hearing this dire news, how would your demon clan's morale fare? Would your fighting spirit still remain? When faced with the full force of my witch clan's onslaught, how would you withstand it? Would you collapse and flee immediately, or would you await your execution? Hutu's voice was not loud, yet each word struck like ice picks, driving deeply into the hearts of all demons who heard. The faces of Dijun's 3 corporeal forms turned even more ashen, the solar fire surrounding Tai Yi surged violently, and the phantom of the chaos bell emitted a deep, muffled groan. Kuan Peng's emaciated fingers twitched involuntarily. Bai Zai, as if struck by a heavy blow, staggered back a half step, the crimson in his eyes instantly replaced by an overwhelming terror. His astute mind swiftly conjured a horrific scene. On the battlefield, the witch clan's army surged forth like a tide, just as the two sides were about to clash. Hutu's cold voice proclaiming the fall of a saint would resonate throughout the heavens and the earth. What despairing hell would that invoke? The morale of the demon army would undoubtedly shatter in an instant, plunging them into an irretrievable abyss. This would be a catastrophe far more brutal than any previous war. Cold sweat instantly soaked Bai Zai's snowy fur. He gazed at Hutu not with mere anger and skepticism, but with a complex amalgamation of incomprehension, disbelief, and a flicker of wavering resolve. Bai's voice was parched, trembling with an unrecognized quaver as he struggled to articulate his query. So, Empress Nuwa, she truly? He dared not utter the final word, instinctively shifting his gaze toward Dongwang Tai, his eyes betraying a glimmer of desperate hope. Dongwang, the chaos bell? Can it allow us to glimpse the river of time once more? Can we find Empress Nuwa? Bai's inquiry represented the sole lifeline for all the high-ranking members of the demon clan at that moment. The eyes of Dijun, Kunping, and all the demon leaders were instantly drawn to Tai, who had remained silent, yet whose aura surged like boiling waters. The chaos bell was their last beacon of hope. At that juncture, Zhurong Juin, who had been standing silently beside Hutu as if melded into the shadows of time, slowly opened his eyes, which contained the essence of the ages. His voice was deep and distant, imbued with the unique weight of time, as if echoing from antiquity, utterly shattering Bai's final thread of faint hope. There is no need to look any further, my friend Bai. Zhurong Juin's gaze swept over Tai, carrying a gravitas and affirmation befitting one who also wielded control over time and space. Since the 6 saints delved into the depths of the river of time, seeking the mysteries of creation, I have been watching. However, he paused, the heaviness in his tone tightening the hearts of all present. At a certain moment, the trajectories, auras, and Tao rhythms belonging to the 6 saints have entirely vanished from the river of time. It is as if they have been utterly erased by an invisible hand. I feared my power was insufficient to glimpse where the saints reside, to access the realms they inhabit, thus I have remained silent, attributing it to the inscrutable nature of their journey. Zhurong Juin's gaze finally locked onto the illusory form of the chaos bell in Tai's hand, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of urgent request. As of this day, Hutu's words and the doubts of the demon clan all point in the same direction. I, Zhurong Juin, in the name of the ancestral shaman of time, implore you, Dongwang, to lend the power of the chaos bell, and together, let us take one more look into the depths of the river of time, not for the sake of the shaman-demon conflict, but merely to confirm the whereabouts of the saints, to ascertain whether, in this primordial realm, the saints have truly perished. The phrase "the saints have perished" resounded like a final tolling bell, echoing heavily throughout the 5th heaven. Even space itself seemed unable to bear the weight of those words, emitting a mournful wail of unbearable burden. Dijun's 3 corporeal forms clenched their fists tightly, knuckles whitening. Tai's surrounding solar flames momentarily faltered, and for the first time, the illusory form of the chaos bell emitted a clear and weighty hum. Bai's complexion drained of color, the brilliance of his wise horn dimming to nothingness. The entire platform fell into an eerie silence. Only Zhurong Juin's grave words remained, etched like a cold brand upon the hearts of all living beings. The saints have all fallen. The chill brought forth by this realization pierced deeper than any weapon could. Though the primordial world knew that saints are neither mortal nor extinguishable, impervious to destruction, and that even if they fall, there will come a day when they tread the river of time once more. But when might that day arrive? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? Or perhaps an entire era? During this interval, what fate awaits the demon clan, now bereft of the saints' protection and deterrence? If the shaman clan were to seize this opportunity, it could very well lead to a mutually destructive conflict, akin to the ancient strife of the dragon, phoenix, and Xilan clans. Should such a scenario unfold, not a single demon present could guarantee their survival. This was not the outcome the demon clan desired. They yearned to confront the shaman clan with the saint's countenance and the overwhelming might of the celestial array. The fewer casualties their own forces sustained, the better. Tai Yi fell into contemplative silence, the solar flames enveloping him dimming slightly, and the illusory form of the chaos bell appearing less substantial. He gradually spoke, his voice low and tinged with a barely perceptible sense of helplessness and resignation. It is not that I am unwilling to utilize the power of the chaos bell, dear friend Zhurong. It is simply that my true body is currently in a critical state of seclusion, striving to break through the method of rebirth. Though my 3 corporeal forms are present, I am unable to fully unleash the formidable power of this innate treasure, the chaos bell. The river of time is vast and boundless, fraught with peril. Even if I were to exert my utmost effort in wielding the chaos bell, combined with your temporal abilities, the extent to which we may traverse and glimpse remains limited. The whereabouts of the saints are shrouded in profound mystery. Should they intend to conceal themselves or reside in realms beyond our reach, it would likely be in vain. Yet within his heart surged a far more terrifying thought. A possibility he had previously contemplated while expounding to Lu Jun. What if they have not perished, but have successfully transcended the ultimate threshold since the dawn of creation? Chapter 61. Where have the saints gone? This notion sent a chill down Tai Yi's spine. It would be better if they had not transcended, for then they could return at any moment. But if they had truly crossed the threshold of creation, aligning themselves with the chaos demon gods, they might never return. At the outset of creation, that was the realm of the chaos demon gods. Beneath the Pangu divine axe, the 3,000 demon gods fell without exception, none escaping. What they faced was a more absolute obliteration than falling into the river of time, a final erasure wrought by the might of creation. This thought flickered within Tai Yi's golden pupils, a fleeting surge of indescribable dread, yet he could only bury it deep within his heart. Zhurong listened quietly, oblivious to the tempest of thoughts swirling within Tai Yi. He slowly nodded, indicating his understanding of Tai Yi's concerns. I am well aware of what you say, dear friend. The might of the chaos bell cannot be fully manifested without a saint, especially since you are not at your peak strength at this moment. However, the chaos bell is a treasure of creation. Its power surpasses any of my abilities. With its assistance, our combined efforts can surely reach depths and insights within the river of time far beyond what I could achieve alone. We need not aspire to locate the traces of the saints, nor delve into those forbidden reaches from which even saints might struggle to return. We only need to take one more step forward, to see a bit further, a bit clearer. Some traces, some absences, must be witnessed with our own eyes to be deemed true. Only by allowing you all to behold it will the entire demon clan truly comprehend the treacherous schemes of the 2 Western saints and understand the rationale behind our clan's Western advance. Only then will there be a possibility of genuinely accepting the proposal for a ceasefire. This matter concerns the survival of both clans, transcending the mere conflict between shaman and demon. Dijuan's 3 corporeal forms trembled with intensity in the oppressive silence. The safety of Empress Nuwa, the schemes of the 2 Western saints, the intentions of the shaman clan, and the impending changes in the future collided within the depths of his imperial heart. Ultimately, resolution triumphed over all doubts. He turned to Tai Yi, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable regal authority. Tai Yi, go. Utilize the power of the chaos bell, and together with Zhurong, delve into the depths of the river of time and take a look. Regardless of the outcome, the future of the demon clan necessitates the truth. Tai Yi sensed the determination of his elder brother, inhaling deeply as the previously suppressed solar flames around him regained their stability. The hum of the illusory chaos bell grew stronger, emanating an ancient aura that commanded the heavens. Very well, Tai Yi responded solemnly, turning his gaze to Zhurong. Friend, are you prepared? Zhurong nodded slightly, as the invisible forces of time began to warp and flow around his colossal form, merging with the void itself. I appreciate your assistance. Buzz, a sound reminiscent of the primordial echoes from the dawn of the universe, when chaos was yet unseparated, suddenly reverberated. This was not merely a phantom tremor, but a genuine resonance that reached the very essence of time and space. The spectral image of the chaos bell abruptly solidified for a fleeting moment, enveloping the figures of Tai Yi and Zhu within a hazy, bell-shaped luminescent dome, seemingly woven from myriad streams of dark yellow and chaotic energy. In the next instant, the bell-shaped light shield, along with the 2 silhouettes, twisted, faded, and ultimately vanished without a trace from the 5th celestial realm, like reflections cast into water. There were no cataclysmic disturbances, only a peculiar sense of silence enveloping the platform. as if time itself had momentarily been peeled away. Dijun, Baizhe Kuanpeng, and all the high-ranking members of the demon clan felt their hearts leap into their throats, their gazes fixed intently on the empty void. Mere moments passed. Or perhaps it felt as if eons had slipped by. Buzz. Another deep bell toll resonated. The void suddenly rippled violently, akin to the surface of a lake disturbed by a massive stone. The luminous shield of the chaos bell reappeared, now entwined with strands of visibly murky, grayish-white energy. This was a dense essence, so thick it nearly took on a corporeal form, a remnant of time's erosion from the depths of the River of Epics. As the light shield dissipated, Tai and Zhu Jiuyin re-emerged. Yet, having departed for but an instant, they underwent astonishing transformations. The sunfire surrounding Tai dimmed significantly, as if eroded and washed by some invisible force. Even the golden shadow of his imperial robe bore flecks of gray, akin to dust, solidified remnants of time. The spectral image of the chaos bell he held remained unchanged, yet its surface was shrouded in a faint gray haze, losing its former brilliance. The situation was even more dire for Zhu Jiuyin. Countless fine, ancient fissured patterns flickered across his colossal ancestral shaman form, as if eons of time were rushing past his exterior. His eyes, which contained the essence of the river of time, were now laced with blood vessels, revealing an ineffable fatigue and shock. A torrent of potent, almost tangible, temporal energy cascaded from them, gradually dissipating into the void. The terrifying velocity of this flow was enough to drain the lifespan of any immortal who had yet to attain the great Tao or consolidate the pinnacle of their essence, reducing them to ash in an instant. Tai, how could this be? Dijun stepped forward, his voice tinged with unprecedented urgency and tension. His golden pupils locked onto Tai. Baizhe, Kuanpeng, and others felt their hearts race to their throats, holding their breaths. Tai slowly raised his head, his dignified countenance marred by an unmistakable weight and fatigue. He glanced at Dijun, then at the equally grave Zhu Jiuyin, before finally sweeping his gaze across all the waiting high-ranking members of the demon clan. A long, drawn-out sigh, as if bearing the weight of infinite time, escaped his lips. The river of time is eerily tranquil. His voice was deep and hoarse, each word seemingly laden with the dust of ages. Vast and boundless, it flowed unceasingly. Yet, all traces, breaths, and Tao rhythms of the six saints, even proof of their existence, had vanished. In the depths of Tai's golden pupils lay a gravity born of recognizing a cruel truth. They had indeed disappeared into the river of time. As his words fell, a deathly silence enveloped all the high-ranking demons. Dijun's radiant golden eyes contracted suddenly, his imperial robe billowing as if stirred by an invisible wind, revealing the tumultuous waves of emotion within. Baizhe, typically wise and composed, instantly drained of color, his feather fan frozen midair, as if even his instinct to divine the heavens had been paralyzed by this astonishing conclusion. Kuanpeng's previously shrewd gaze betrayed a flicker of uncontainable dread, emanating from the depths of his soul, as his aura fluctuated violently, as if struck by an invisible tempest. The remaining demon gods and generals appeared as if struck by lightning, their faces etched with disbelief and confusion. The six saints had truly vanished? Had they perished at the dawn of creation? Once this thought was confirmed by Tai's own lips, the impact far surpassed any prior conjecture. These were the six preeminent existences in the Primordial Realm, the eternal pillars beneath the heavenly way. Had they indeed fallen at the moment of creation? The might of Pangu's primordial emergence exceeded their wildest imaginations once more. Immediately, a deeper, colder fear than the mere knowledge of the saints' demise gripped the hearts of all present, like a parasite gnawing at their very souls. When would the saints not reveal themselves, return again? Perhaps in the next moment? Or perhaps next year? Or during the next epic meeting? No one knew. No, perhaps one person did know, Daozu Hongjun. Yet, as this thought arose, it was swiftly extinguished by the foremost existences such as Dijun, Tai, and Kuanpeng. A chill from the depths of their souls forbade them from delving deeper into contemplation. To question the Daozu? To demand answers regarding the saint's disappearance? Such an endeavor would amount to courting death. The intentions of the Daozu were beyond their comprehension or scrutiny. The very notion bore immense terror. Just as the high-ranking demons were reeling from this earth-shattering truth, the calm and clear voice of the ancestral shaman Hutu shattered the suffocating silence. So, Dijun, Tai, esteemed comrades of the demon clan, do you now understand? Hutu's gaze swept over Dijun, Tai, and finally settled upon the still-shocked demon gods. Our shaman clan's pursuit of a truce is not a mere expedient measure, nor a show of weakness. Rather, we genuinely wish to avoid being ensnared by the wrathful machinations of the two Western saints, unwilling to see our primordial beings embroiled in senseless cataclysms, exhausting our very essence. Whoever seeks to calculate against our shaman clan, regardless of who they may be, must pay the price. This is the reason for our vigorous assault on the west. Vowing to flatten Mount Shumi, to settle accounts, and serve as a warning. Hutu's voice softened, carrying a note of sincerity. As for our relationship with the demon clan, we can revert to the original state. The demons govern the heavens, while the shamans govern the earth. We shall delineate our territories and coexist without infringement. At least, until the saints return and the celestial order is redefined, we can surely coexist peacefully. The demons govern the heavens, the shamans govern the earth. These 6 words resonated clearly in the ears of every demon. Dijun, Tai, Kuan Peng, and other core figures instantly grasped their implications. This signified a return to the state prior to the outbreak of the demon-shaman war, with both sides acknowledging each other's spheres of influence and relinquishing ambitions towards each other's core domains. Although the potential for further expansion was lost, it also precluded endless attrition. The atmosphere within the demon camp grew subtly complex. Kuan Peng's eyes sparkled with shrewdness, as if weighing the pros and cons. Bai Zai's brow furrowed, his fingers unconsciously calculating, evidently deducing various possibilities. Some pro-war demon gods wore expressions of reluctance, their hatred for the shaman clan intertwined with fury towards the 2 western saints. Others visibly exhaled in relief. After all, the recent battles had inflicted severe losses on the demon clan, and gaining a moment's respite was no small feat ultimately. All gazes converged upon the demon emperor Dijun. In his golden eyes, countless thoughts clashed rapidly, deliberating their course of action. Tai Yi's condition requires time for restoration, and the formidable power of the chaos bell necessitates a renewed nurturing. The monumental upheaval resulting from the disappearance of the saint demands time for digestion and response. More crucially, the insights he and Tai Yi derive from the path of nirvana, should they be afforded ample time for contemplative deduction, may reveal a glimmer of hope. Fundamental to the future of the demon clan, a ceasefire, in this moment, favors the demon clan more than it hinders. Indeed, the Wu clan's assault on the west, if successful, would certainly seize the fortunes of that region. Yet, the west is barren and fraught with the remnants left by Jin and Junti, along with potential backlash. Thus, it would not be an easy feat for the Wu clan to fully digest such a conquest. Even if they were to truly claim the west, what would it matter? It would merely set the stage for future conflicts. At that time, if the demon clan were to regain its peak, or perhaps advance even further, it may well be capable of reigning in the Wu clan once again. However, Dijun's voice was calm and resolute, imbued with the authority of a sovereign. As he decisively proclaimed, "Let it be as Taoist Hutu suggests. We shall restore the old order, with demons in the heavens and witches on the earth, mutually non-intrusive. The reckoning of the West is a matter for the Wu clan. The demon clan shall not interfere. Yet, should the Wu clan overstep their bounds or reignite hostilities, let them not blame the demon clan for its wrath." A genuine smile of relief appeared on Hutu's face. Excellent. Taoist Dijun possesses profound wisdom. This is a blessing for both clans and for the primordial world. Thus, the overarching framework for the truce between the witches and demons was initially established in the 5th heaven. In the subsequent lengthy years, the higher echelons from both sides commenced negotiations on specific details, addressing matters such as boundary delineation, constraints on minor skirmishes, resource exchanges, and other trivial yet significant affairs. Although disputes arose during negotiations, progress was deemed relatively smooth given the consensus achieved by the upper echelons. Just as the ceasefire discussions were nearing conclusion and the atmosphere had grown somewhat relaxed, Hutu, in a private setting, sought out Dijun and Tai Yi alone. Taoist Dijun, Taoist Tai Yi. Hutu's demeanor turned unusually solemn, even tinged with an imperceptible gravity. While the framework for the ceasefire has been established, there remains a matter of utmost importance that necessitates private consultation with both of you. Dijun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting evident curiosity. The significance of Hutu's request, made in such a serious tone and away from all other high-ranking officials, was unmistakable. Oh, Dijun's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Taoist Hutu, please proceed. What matter requires such discretion? Tai Yi, too, reigned in his aura, the shadow of the chaos bell flickering behind him. As he spoke with a tempered voice, "Feel free to share, my friend." Hutu took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping before she slowly began, her voice low and solemn. "I wish to see the 6th prince." The moment those words escaped her lips, the gravity on Dijun's face shifted instantaneously to one of astonishment. He had envisioned countless scenarios for Hutu's private discourse, concerning the Western conflict, the fate of the Earth's veins, and even the missing saint, but he never anticipated such a request. His golden pupils widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Hutu, as though seeking any trace of a hidden agenda upon her countenance. You wish to meet my son, Lu Jun? What does this imply, Taoist Hutu? Di Jun's voice bore a subtle tension. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Lu Jun was his sole surviving progeny, the heir upon whom he had placed all his hopes. Hutu's sudden desire to meet him was enough to instill wariness. Yet, Tai Yi remained composed, unlike Di Jun, and his keen golden eyes flashed with understanding, brow furrowing as he spoke. Taoist Hutu, have you perhaps heard some news? His gaze was penetrating, as if aiming to pierce through Hutu's calm facade. Hutu met Tai Yi's gaze with unwavering confidence, nodding slowly. Indeed, I have recently met with Taoist Jin Yuanzi. A flash of brilliance ignited in Tai Yi's eyes, quickly morphing into profound confusion and a trace of barely concealed ire. So it is him, Jin Yuanzi. What could he possibly want? Tai Yi found himself perplexed, even slightly offended. Jin Yuanzi had only recently mentioned owing Lu Jun a favor. How long had it been since? And now he had divulged information regarding Lu Jun to Hutu, a witch clan matriarch? Was this not a betrayal? This traitor, Jin Yuanzi, was known for his integrity, and his actions in this instance were utterly baffling. Hutu seemed to have sensed Tai Yi's fleeting wave of negative emotion. She gently shook her head, her tone steady yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. Taoist Tai Yi, there is no need for concern regarding Taoist Jin Yuanzi's intentions. In fact, I have already met with the sixth prince. Chapter 63, Tai Yi, you dare to deceive my son. Hutu's declaration struck like a silent thunderclap within the hearts of both Di Jun and Tai Yi. The immense regal pressure emanating from Di Jun surged uncontrollably, causing the very atmosphere of the quiet chamber to momentarily freeze, rendering the air thick and heavy. His hand, resting upon the table, turned pale as he clenched it tightly. Tai Yi, too, sat upright, the previously restrained solar flames erupting to life upon his form. The shadow of the chaos bell behind him emitted a low, resonant hum, as its suppressive power radiated outward. Both brothers' eyes shimmered with a fierce brilliance, locking their gazes onto Hutu. You have seen Lu Jun, nephew? Tai Yi's voice was as grave as the chilling winds from the abyss, each word imbued with an overwhelming pressure, striking at the core of their being. Lu Jun was currently engaged in a pivotal moment, tending to the celestial stars. Hutu had clandestinely met with him? More importantly, what had she done upon meeting him? Before the almost palpable pressure from the two supreme beings of the demon clan, Hutu maintained her composure. She met the almost predatory gazes of Di Jun and Tai Yi and disclosed an even more shocking truth. Indeed, I met with him not long ago. Moreover, the ceasefire between the Wu clan and the demon clan was a transaction that I reached with the sixth prince. Transaction? Di Jun and Tai Yi were once again jolted by this series of weighty revelations, their minds swirling. Even seasoned as they were in facing tumultuous tides, they found themselves momentarily disoriented. What was happening? Wasn't Lu Jun preoccupied with nurturing the celestial stars? How could he possibly engage in a transaction with Hutu, the matriarch of their mortal enemies? Moreover, as a demon prince, what could he possibly negotiate with one of the highest leaders of the Wu clan, a sworn adversary? This was utterly inconceivable. The initial shock and instinctual displeasure were swiftly eclipsed by a more rational thought. A ceasefire, the cessation of hostilities, pivotal to the fates of both clans and the very fabric of the Primordial Realm, had been facilitated by their own son in negotiation with Hutu. Neither Di Jun nor Tai Yi were dullards. They quickly grasped the key elements involved, regardless of the methods Lu Jun employed or the nature of the transaction. The outcome of the ceasefire and the restoration of the old order, with demons in the heavens and witches on the earth, was undoubtedly a monumental boon for the demon clan, especially in their current state of vulnerability, desperately in need of recuperation. This prevented a protracted war of attrition, affording Di Jun and Tai Yi a precious window of time to recover and delve into the path of nirvana. Could it be that Lu Jun had unknowingly achieved such an extraordinary feat for the demon clan? The two brothers exchanged glances, each reflecting the profound astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. What kind of transaction could hold such immense weight, capable of persuading the warlike Wu clan to propose a ceasefire? What was the bargaining chip that enabled this? What price has Lu Jun paid? Di Jun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves surging within his heart. The cunning of a sovereign allowed him to swiftly weigh all pros and cons. He gazed at Hutu, his golden eyes as profound as an abyss, his voice imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Friend Hutu, could you enlighten me on the nature of the transaction you have made with my son, Lu Jun? Facing the intense and scrutinizing gazes of Di Jun and Tai Yi, Hutu did not immediately unveil the mysterious veil of their deal. Instead, she spoke slowly, her tone laced with a deeper inquiry. Before addressing the details of the transaction, Hutu had a question she wished to pose to the two friends. Di Jun and Tai Yi were momentarily taken aback. clearly unprepared for Hutu to diverge from the topic at such a moment. Dijun's golden gaze sharpened, as he instantly regained the composure and demeanor of the Demon Emperor. Friend Hutu, since you have come here today for a private discussion, I trust you are here with sincerity. Please, do not hesitate to ask your question. We shall respond honestly, and if it pertains to the essence of the demon clan, we hope for your understanding. Hutu nodded in acknowledgement of his understanding. Her expression turned unusually solemn. Very well. Friends Dijun and Tai Yi, I have learned from Taoist Jun Yuan that the sixth prince, Lu Jun, is indeed preparing to embark on the path of eternal verification. Her words were clear and powerful, each syllable striking the still air of the chamber like a hammer. I wish to inquire, do you believe he can traverse that path? Dijun. Upon hearing Hutu's words, a fierce solar fire erupted from Dijun. The terrifying pressure of a sovereign surged forth like a tangible tsunami. Had it not been for the layers of restrictions fortifying this place, the entire palace might have been reduced to dust under this uncontrolled force. What? My son is walking the path of eternal verification? How was I not informed? Dijun's face was a canvas of bewilderment. He was acutely aware of what eternal verification entailed. It was a path fraught with peril, regarded by ancient powers as a veritable dead end. Not to mention the ultimate threshold of unification. Merely the myriad incarnations required at the Tai Yi Golden Immortal stage was enough to deter countless prodigies. His son, Lu Jun, although gifted and favored by fortune, how could he choose to tread a path that even he, Dijun, Tai Yi, or the six vanished sages had never truly ventured upon, or dared to attempt lightly, laden with thorns? Dijun abruptly turned to fix his gaze directly upon Tai Yi. Tai Yi, was it you who instigated this? Did you persuade Lu Jun to embark upon the path of eternal verification? Under the weight of his brother's wrath and pressure, Tai Yi seemed to shrink imperceptibly. A flicker of guilt crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure, even forcing out a somewhat dry laugh to alleviate the suffocating atmosphere. Haha, brother, this. Tai Yi's gaze flickered momentarily before he mustered the courage to confess. Indeed, it was I who suggested it. He hastily added, but this is merely a small matter concerning my nephew's future path. I felt it unnecessary for you to trouble yourself with such concerns, given your responsibilities in managing the demon clan's internal and external affairs. His voice dwindled, clearly lacking confidence. After all, this was his brother's son, and arranging a path for him without prior discussion was undeniably excessive. Yet, he harbored no regrets. Would Dijun have agreed if he had known? Knowing Dijun's penchant for stability, he would surely deem it a fanciful notion, a reckless endeavor. He would undoubtedly force Lu Jun to follow the so-called secure path. But what path was that? Methodically severing the three corpses? That would truly bury Lu Jun's inexplicable fortune and extraordinary intellect. It would be a waste of talent, brother. Small matter? Dijun's rage ignited like oil poured onto flames. He slammed his palm onto the table before him. Tai Yi, do you deem this a trivial matter? My son Lu Jun, he has now fallen to the early stage of Tai Yi Golden Immortal. He has yet to solidify his own Dao fruit. His foundation remains unstable. You wish for him to manifest myriad incarnations? That is something we brothers could not achieve in our time, something we did not even dare to attempt lightly. Even those exalted sages have never truly trodden this path. How could you encourage him to embark on such a perilous journey? Do you wish to cast him into an abyss from which he cannot return? Do you truly believe he can manifest myriad incarnations? Dijun's voice was filled with heart-wrenching despair for his son's uncertain future. However, in the face of Dijun's overwhelming fury and inquiries, Tai Yi appeared to have ignited a switch within him. The guilt on his face vanished, replaced by a potent mix of pride, excitement, and a knowing smirk. Tai Yi rose sharply, undaunted by Dijun's fiery glare, his voice ascending in intensity. Hey, brother, you needn't worry. The very challenge of manifesting myriad incarnations that you dread. My nephew Lu Jun has indeed found a way. Dijun. What? Oh, the violent solar fire surrounding Dijun halted abruptly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He stood frozen, as if caught in a binding spell. Has he truly found a way? Chapter 64. Tai Yi boasts. My insight surpasses yours, brother. Has he truly found a way? Dijun's voice wavered with confusion and acute embarrassment, his understanding of reality being upended. Manifesting myriad incarnations. That was the first and most despairing chasm on the path of eternal verification. Its difficulty was unimaginable to those who had not personally attempted it. Dijun, priding himself as a primordial deity nurtured by the sun, possessing profound roots and unparalleled talent, governing the myriad demons of the primordial world, wielding the celestial stars, his power boundless. Yet even he, at the pinnacle of Tai Yi Golden Immortal, felt daunted when attempting to deduce the method of manifesting myriad incarnations. Ultimately, He opted for the more prudent path of severing 3 corpses to attain Dao. If he could not achieve it, how could his son, whose cultivation had fallen to the early stage of Tai, Golden Immortal, succeed? This felt as absurd as being informed that his little cub, just learning to walk, had single-handedly conquered half the realm. Ha ha ha, of course he has. Tai beamed at his older brother, witnessing the bewilderment and disorientation that seemed to reshape his brother's worldview. Pride surged within him, nearly overwhelming. He straightened his posture. Chin lifted slightly, his face radiating absolute confidence in his foresight. Brother, in matters of strategy, governance of the demon court, and harmonizing the myriad races, I, Tai, willingly concede that I fall short of you. However, when it comes to the realms of cultivation, audacity, and the quest for the supreme path, his eyes sparkled with a rebellious light, tinged with a hint of disdain for the vanished sages. Were it not for the primordial purple energy's decree. In terms of combat prowess and understanding of the source of the great Tao, those sages might not be as superior as I, Donghuang Tai, rely solely on this innate chaos clock, forging my illustrious reputation step by step. Since I dared to let my nephew Lu Jun tread this seemingly perilous path of eternal proof, it is undoubtedly because I perceive a glimmer of success. Would I jest with the life and journey of my beloved nephew? If I lacked a modicum of assurance, would I act thus? At this moment, Jun has no inclination to listen to Tai Yi's grandiloquent declarations or to elucidate his own philosophical approach to cultivation. His mind is consumed by the 4 words incarnated into billions and the visage of Lu Jun, youthful yet resolute. Following an overwhelming shock, an even more tumultuous surge of curiosity and disbelief engulfs him. Enough. Cease your self-aggrandizement. Jun abruptly interrupts Tai Yi's boasting, his voice urgent and commanding. Tell me, how did my son Lu Jun accomplish this? How could he possibly discover a feasible method at the nascent stage of Tai, Golden Immortal? Upon witnessing his elder brother's transition from fury to an urgent inquiry, Tai recognizes the opportune moment and refrains from further obfuscation. He tempers his earlier flamboyance, adopting a serious demeanor, and begins to succinctly recount his previous meeting with Zhen Yuanzi and Ming He at the edge of the chaos, along with Lu Jun's astonishing display of prowess. As he narrates, Jun finally comprehends the events that transpired during Tai Yi's encounter with Ming He and Zhen Yuanzi on the Sunstar. They, unbeknownst to them, had uncovered the secret past of Ming He's transformation into billions of blood gods. Simultaneously, Lu Jun had managed to grasp the method of nurturing his own essence through the celestial embryo. Is it truly that simple? Jun murmurs to himself. Meanwhile, Hou Yi, listening intently, finally grasps the magnitude of the extraordinary inspiration that had collided. No wonder Zhen Yuanzi made such a choice. And no wonder Ming He harbors such reverence for the demon clan. A 6th prince of the demon clan has truly transformed the fate of the entire race. Why has the witch clan not produced an individual capable of effecting such change? Simple? Tai Yi's voice abruptly rises, tinged with vehement disagreement and even a hint of exasperation. Brother, do you dare to label this as simple? Since my birth, I have been accompanied by the chaos clock. And while I dare not claim to be unrivaled in my understanding of the sun's essence and the power of the stars, I can confidently assert that I am among the elite. When my nephew Lu Jun comprehended the nurturing of the myriad celestial bodies and utilized this to cultivate his essence, I contemplated, based on the sun star, how to differentiate the essence of countless solar true fire thoughts and project them across the myriad realms. It would be akin to igniting countless diminutive suns within the boundless space-time. Should this succeed, with a mere thought, the true fire of a billion suns would scorch the heavens and boil the seas. This would be the true might of Donghuang. Yet, it remains unattainable. The initial step of undamaged differentiation of the essence is utterly beyond my grasp. His tone suddenly shifts, heavy with an unmistakable sense of defeat. As Jun listens to Tai Yi's words, the ease on his face vanishes entirely. He ceases to speak, slowly closing his golden imperial eyes. Within the silent chamber, an intangible royal consciousness rapidly expands, not as a form of oppression, but as an utterly pure force of deduction. The ethereal images of the river diagram and Luo book whirl chaotically in his sea of consciousness, constructing, combining, deducing, and simulating countless trajectories of stars, essence differentiation, temporal nodes, and models of the laws of the great Tao. Jun, with his profound understanding of the essence of stars, the imperial path of dominion, and the method of severing the 3 corpses, endeavors to replicate the process Lu Jun described of utilizing the celestial embryo to carry the differentiation of essence. Time seems to thicken in that moment. Both Tai and Hou Yi hold their breath, attuned to the vast and intricate ways of deduction emanating from Jun. When it comes to the path of deduction, Jun, aided by the river diagram and Luo book, stands unrivaled in the vast expanse of the primordial world. Otherwise, he could not have created a formation that rivals even the great array of the heavenly divine evils. Suddenly, a sound resembling the spurt of blood reverberates. Di Jun's eyes snap open, his countenance paling slightly, as the force of deduction recedes like a tide. Blood is instantaneously vaporized by true fire. Yet the backlash against his primordial spirit is an undeniable and inescapable reality. His eyes brim with an unprecedented astonishment and an ineffable horror. The deduction has failed. Di Jun's voice is laced with a hoarse disbelief. Truly, it does not work. He slowly raises his gaze, his eyes seemingly piercing through layers of obstruction, once again directed towards the boundless sea of stars. This time, there is no trace of doubt, replaced solely by profound shock and a newfound understanding. It appears that my son Lu Jun is indeed extraordinary, endowed with unparalleled fortune. Previously, I believed that his insight into the path of nirvana was merely a stroke of luck, a fleeting moment of inspiration born from desperation. But now it seems, he may indeed carry within him a certain fortuitous destiny that even we cannot fathom. Or perhaps, he inherently possesses a kind of extraordinary capability that resonates harmoniously with this method of transformation into billions. At this juncture, Tai Yi interjects, "Indeed, brother, I have long asserted that my nephew Lu Jun's fortune and talent are far from ordinary. There must be profound mysteries within him that we have yet to fully comprehend. Otherwise, how could we explain his ability to accomplish what has stymied us?" Just as Di Jun and Tai Yi are astonished and reflective over Lu Jun's extraordinary talents, Hou Yi, the Ancestral Witch, finds herself utterly confounded. Her eyes, which bear the secrets of the Earth's cycles, are now filled with bewilderment and profound confusion as she glances back and forth between Di Jun and Tai Yi. Surely not. Could it be that even the esteemed Tai Yi and Di Jun of the Demon Clan are unaware that Lu Jun is not merely preparing to walk the path of eternal proof, but has already substantively embarked upon it, even commencing the convergence of timelines? Judging by Di Jun's earlier reaction, he has only just learned that Lu Jun has chosen this path. Tai Yi, although aware and supportive, seems to merely dwell at the step where Lu Jun has discovered the method of transformation into billions. The vast disparity of information leaves even the usually composed Hou Yi feeling dizzy. Unable to restrain herself, she speaks, her voice tinged with profound uncertainty and confusion, shattering the contemplative atmosphere between the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi. "So, Di Jun, my friend, and Tai Yi, my friend. Was it truly only Tai Yi who initially believed that the sixth prince could traverse the path of eternal proof? And it seems he only believed that he might take the first step?" Chapter 65, Lu Jun breaks through. Mid Tai Yi Golden Immortal. Tai Yi, confronted with Hou Yi's incisive inquiry, feels a flush of embarrassment rise to his cheeks, as his previous pride and confidence instantaneously transform into awkwardness. He clears his throat twice, his gaze wavering. Well, dear friend Hou Yi, I must admit, I do believe my nephew possesses this potential, and I am confident he can uncover the method of transformation into billions. As for whether he can ultimately traverse the entire path and achieve the final unity of all, to be frank, I hold only the highest hopes, for after all, no one has succeeded on this path since time immemorial, and the perils that lie ahead are unfathomable. Tai Yi's tone shifts, his eyes gleaming as they focus on Hou Yi, imbued with a hint of urgency and inquiry. However, dear friend Hou Yi, from your earlier tone and your prior question regarding whether you believe he can succeed, it appears you are even more certain than we are. You seem very confident that my nephew Lu Jun has not only embarked upon this path, but can also succeed? May I inquire if you could elaborate further? What kind of person is Tai Yi? As his thoughts race, he deftly connects the dots. Hou Yi's private conversation, her request to meet Lu Jun, and her specific inquiry about their faith in the path of eternal proof. All of this is far from arbitrary. The sole explanation lies in the fact that she perceived a sign, unnoticed by her brothers, that could affirm Lu Jun's potential for success. This sign likely originated from her clandestine meeting with Lu Jun. Tai Yi's voice resonated with unprecedented solemnity and anticipation, prompting Di Jun to instantly temper his emotions. His gaze piercingly fixed upon Hou Yi's day, observing the eager and inquisitive expressions of the two supreme beings of the demon race before her. Hou Yi sighed softly within. Indeed, their awareness was far less than she had anticipated. Drawing in a deep breath, her demeanor transformed into one of grave seriousness as she slowly nodded. Indeed, I wholeheartedly believe, not only in his journey along this path, but also in his ability to traverse it successfully. Why? Di Jun and Tai Yi inquired in unison. Hou Yi's gaze seemed to transcend time and space, imbued with a reverence born of having witnessed some formidable power. She articulated each word with precision, because he has glimpsed the future. Dijun exclaimed incredulously, "What? My son Lu Jun has glimpsed the future?" "Indeed." Hou Tu's response was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. "How do you know?" Dijun pressed on. "To glimpse the future? This pertains to the most forbidden realms of time, causality, and destiny. Even sages dare not speak lightly of such insights, especially amidst this chaotic calamity." Hou Tu's expression grew exceedingly complex, because he has come to know certain truths that I have pondered and deduced countless times in my mind, yet have never disclosed to anyone. These truths, once acted upon, will profoundly influence the future landscape of the Hongwang. No, it is not merely a matter of knowing or deducing. He is utterly certain that the future, as conceived by me and yet to unfold, has already manifested, or rather, will inevitably manifest. What? He has confirmed a future known only to you. Dijun and Tai Yi gasped in unison, their faces instantly awash with profound shock. This revelation struck them with greater intensity than the news of the 6 sages' disappearance. Tai Yi shook his head vehemently, his golden pupils brimming with instinctive skepticism. This is impossible. Could it be that he merely deduced a possible branch of the future? In the midst of calamity, the cosmic threads of fate intertwine chaotically, making accurate predictions exceedingly arduous. Deviations or mere illusions are commonplace. Hou Tu surveyed Tai Yi and Dijun, retorting, "Tai Yi, do you believe that an illusion or a mere branch could definitively ascertain what lies within my heart?" Tai Yi fell silent. Dijun, too, remained mute. While it is conceivable for one to deduce illusions or branches, it is unfathomable for a being of lower realms to discern the thoughts of a transcendent existence. Secrets pertaining to one's fundamental path are safeguarded by the very essence of the Tao, impervious to easy scrutiny. Moreover, this is the zenith of the calamity between the Wu and Yao. The cosmic order is as tumultuous as boiling porridge, and the threads of causality are entangled like a chaotic mass. The art of deduction has long since diminished in efficacy. The outcomes produced are often erroneous or one-dimensional. If one could accurately predict the future, how could the 2 races of Wu and Yao have descended into such a brutal conflict? Why did the venerable Hongyun fail to seize the primordial purple energy, resulting in his demise? What they could do was merely, as previously done by Zhu Jiuyin and Tai Yi, to risk a return through the river of time to glimpse fragments of the past that had already transpired. Yet, they would not dare, nor could they, alter even the minutest detail. If they could amend the past, they would have long since rectified those heart-wrenching regrets. Lu Jun's ability to perceive the future, specifically the future conceived within Hou Tu's heart yet to occur, transcends the realm of deduction. This is an ability akin to an insight into a predetermined trajectory. Tai Yi inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within his heart. His gaze towards Hou Tu now laden with unprecedented gravity. It appears that the knowledge and abilities possessed by my nephew Lu Jun far exceed my imaginings as his uncle. I find myself increasingly intrigued and eager to uncover the nature of the astonishing pact you forged with my nephew. Dijun too reigned in all astonishment and skepticism, his golden imperial gaze regaining its depth and composure, though the gravity of the situation remained undiminished. He turned to Hou Tu and declared solemnly, "Hou Tu, given the circumstances, we must not delay. Let us seek out my son Lu Jun." "Agreed." Hou Tu nodded. In an instant, 3 figures vanished from the quiet chamber, leaving only faint ripples in the fabric of space. At the boundary between chaos and the Hongwang, Lu Jun's form hovered at the edge of this tumultuous, yet vibrant realm. The Tao rhythms surged around him, enigmatic and unfathomable, as if he were one with the chaotic cosmic sea. Most strikingly, 360 radiant chains, crafted from pure Tao rules, anchored deeply into the core of Lu Jun's Tao foundation. The other ends traversed the void, precisely embedding themselves into 360 orbs of varying forms, each exuding distinct primal energies. These orbs were the starry embryos he had captured, nurtured, and refined deep within the chaos. They had transformed from indistinct energy masses into substantial entities, 360 enormous, round star eggs radiating celestial might. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted explosively from within Lu Jun. The chains of rules entwined around him surged with blinding brilliance, resembling 360 galloping rivers of stars, resonating with a thunderous Daoic roar that reverberated through the chaos. The 360 star eggs, akin to subjects summoned by their sovereign, erupted in an unprecedented display of resplendent radiance. 360 distinct primordial glows intertwined, illuminating the chaotic boundary as if it were a sacred hall reminiscent of the inception of creation. Lu Jun's tightly shut eyes sprang open wide, deep within his gaze. It seemed as if billions of stars were birthed, expanded, and extinguished in an instant, with boundless Dao rules unfolding in the cycle of creation and annihilation. The aura that had previously stabilized him at the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal suddenly ascended to a realm of greater vastness and profundity, where the essence of power underwent a transformative change. The mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, is it? Chapter 66, Lu Jun's Deduction, The Founding of the Ginseng Fruit Tribe by Zhang Yuanzi. As Lu Jun sensed the overwhelming power within him, surpassing all previous thresholds, he contemplated deeply. To embody billions, I have truly embarked upon the path of embodying billions. His gaze fell upon the 360 star eggs, or rather, upon each individual egg. The mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal corresponds to the number of 360 star eggs, and furthermore, it signifies that my essence remains unscathed, transformed into these 360 star eggs. The method of embodying billions is merely the first step. To advance further, not only must the number of embodiments increase, but they must also continue to grow. Gradually, clarity dawned within his heart. No wonder Ming, he cannot tread the path of embodying billions. He has entirely constrained the growth of the Blood God Sun. Though the Blood God Sun avatar of Ming, He Dao Ancestor claims to number in the billions. It resembles a rigid puppet, vast in quantity yet devoid of growth or transformation, stagnating at mere accumulation. In contrast, Lu Jun's path is fundamentally rooted in the notion that each of the myriad embodiments can evolve. The transformation of starry embryos into star eggs signifies that the primal imprints contained within have acquired the capacity to independently absorb chaos, evolve into stars, comprehend the laws, and continuously expand their foundation. The star eggs themselves represent a burgeoning microcosm, a developing iteration of self. Thus lies the arduous nature of his path, as well as the pivotal step to transcend the predecessors. The subsequent progression from the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal to the latter stage presents a formidable threshold that weighs heavily upon Lu Jun's mind as he contemplates the intricate calculations. The sheer magnitude required may very well amount to a staggering 10,800. Even more crucial is the necessity for all these star eggs to advance further and achieve their birth. 10,800 star eggs, each destined to hatch into true celestial incarnations. Each star that emerges from its shell will possess an independent celestial form, bearing a more potent imprint of Lu Jun's essence, and will be capable of further self-cultivation and growth. The simultaneous emergence of 10,800 celestial incarnations amidst the chaos would create a spectacle that could profoundly reverberate through the universe. Yet, what a daunting and treacherous path to ascend. Beyond the overwhelming quantity, the peril of incubating the star eggs is of paramount importance. The birth of every genuine primordial spirit is a matter of serendipity. In the boundless primordial realm, why are there so few stars that truly give rise to authentic spirits? It is simply because the difficulty of transforming a star into a spirit is exceedingly high, consuming an inordinate amount of time. Ultimately, the Dao Ancestor, in his quest to perfect the celestial arrangement, sealed the greatest number of celestial deities on the divine list, including the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, the 5-star officials, the 28 lunar mansions, the heavenly and earthly stars, and the 9 luminaries. Is it that the stars hesitate to give birth to celestial deities and cultivate themselves? It is merely that the ascent of a celestial deity is fraught with challenges. Were there to be an abundance of celestial deities, Di Jun and Shi could not help but establish a celestial lineage alongside the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, overseeing the myriad heavens, illuminating them, and bestowing blessings upon them. Who would dare to contend with them? Why would Di Jun lower himself to assume the title of a demon sovereign? Alas, were it not for the normal evolution, I might find myself indefinitely trapped at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The birthing of 10,800 true spiritual incarnations is indeed an insurmountable task. Even if success were within reach, it would demand an eternity. Fortunately, I possess the star evolution system, which will expedite the entire process, granting me the opportunity to swiftly break through. However, I am blessed with a system. Others who wish to emulate my success may either fail or take an excessively long time. Lu Jun recalled the insights shared by Zhang Yuanzi upon his departure regarding the nurturing of incarnations using ginseng fruits. Even Zhang Yuanzi could only cultivate 30 incarnations over the span of 9,000 years. To aspire for billions of incarnations would require an unfathomably long time. Nonetheless, Zhang Yuanzi is a being of innate sanctity with boundless lifespan. Thus, he truly has the opportunity to pursue this path. Moreover, he has now achieved quasi-saint status, wielding immense power, and is protected by the Earth Book, making him impervious to threats. This implies that, given sufficient time, Zhang Yuanzi might indeed traverse this path. Even if the unity of my essence is unattainable in the future, Merely possessing billions of Tai golden immortal level incarnations would suffice for him to dominate a domain. In the future, would there not be a lineage of ginseng fruit beings? Lu Jun mused with a hint of mischief. After all, with billions of Jinyuanzi, their personalities would undoubtedly differ, leading to marriages and the continuation of their lineages. This could indeed give rise to a new clan. Yet, he soon pondered another thought. The one with a genuine chance to achieve billions of incarnations in a shorter span is, in fact, the Ming He. If the Ming He were to release their suppression over all blood gods, allowing them to grow independently, then the 480 million Ming He could truly manifest in the Primordial Realm. But given Ming He's insatiable desire to dominate the underworld blood sea, would they be willing to divide the sea among their other selves? And if they were to do so, would the first act of all Ming He not be to eliminate one another? Lu Jun considered this and dismissed the thought from his mind. Regardless of Ming He's willingness, the opportunity lies before him. Should he let it slip away, there would be no recourse. Just as Lu Jun's thoughts began to wander, three figures approached with remarkable speed. Uncle Tai is here to see you. The voice arrived before the figure, echoing through the divine powers. Lu Jun turned to look, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Did Hou Tu truly manage to persuade Father Emperor and Uncle? That was impressively swift. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the three figures, like streaks of light, traversed the chaotic currents and appeared before Lu Jun in an instant. Tai stepped forward, his face radiating unabashed admiration and warmth, bursting into laughter as he opened his arms wide. "Ha, dear nephew Lu Jun, have you missed me? Oh, what is this aura?" His laughter abruptly ceased, his golden pupils narrowing as he surveyed Lu Jun with the fervor of discovering a rare treasure. "You have actually broken through to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal? How long has it been? This is astonishingly rapid." Even for someone of Tai's insight and composure, the terrifying pace of this advancement left him astounded. Following closely was Hou Tu. Her gaze complex as it fell upon Lu Jun. The 360 star eggs, radiating an overwhelming vitality and celestial power, sent a tremor through her heart. Maintaining the composure of a primordial matriarch, she inclined her head slightly. "Sixth Prince, we meet again." A brief greeting belied the tumultuous waves of astonishment churning within her. How little time had passed since their last private discussion. He had indeed taken such a formidable and unprecedented step along this ancient path. The mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, 360 primordial avatars in their nascent forms. This speed and achievement transcended what could merely be described as genius. If she had harbored doubts before, she could now unequivocally ascertain that Lu Jun had firmly set foot upon the most righteous path. Unlike Tai Yi's enthusiasm and Hou Tu's astonishment, Di Jun's gaze did not immediately fixate solely on his son. His eyes, imbued with the essence of celestial birth and death, surveyed the chaotic boundaries with a penetrating glimmer. Ultimately, his focus settled on the 360 star eggs, pulsating gently like treasures of the cosmos. Each star egg exuded an essence that resonated with Lu Jun. They were not merely aggregates of energy. They represented a synthesis of Lu Jun's life and fragments of the primordial path. "Lu Jun, have you discovered the method to achieve billions of incarnations?" Lu Jun met his father's expectant and inquisitive gaze with a calm nod. One might say so. He neither denied nor felt the need to. The aura emanating from the 360 star eggs encircling him, coupled with his breakthrough to the mid-stage, stood as the most compelling testament. Good, good, good. Chapter 67. Hou Tu enlightened. The demons rule the heavens, the witches rule the earth. Di Jun exclaimed good 3 times, his eyes gleaming with brilliance as if he glimpsed the unparalleled hope for the future of the demon race. He stepped forward, driven by an almost zealous pursuit of knowledge, urgently inquiring, "Tell me, what insights have you gained? What is the crux of this path to billions of incarnations? After the mid-stage of Tai, where does the road lead?" He remained undeterred, eager to uncover the core of this pathway and search for a glimmer of possibility for himself. Lu Jun observed the unmasked yearning in his father's eyes, understanding his intent. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated the essence of his breakthrough. It is likely something along these lines. As he shared his insights, the expressions of the three individuals shifted dramatically. To break through to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, it requires a staggering 10,800 primordial star eggs, all of which must be nurtured to transformation. Di Jun nearly repeated the words in disbelief, the shock on his face eclipsing his earlier urgency and anticipation. Even more intense than when he had learned of Lu Jun's foresight into the future. 10,800. This figure is not overly excessive, after all. In the primordial world, billions are quite normal. However, the terrifying reality is that each avatar requires a process of metamorphosis. which entails the birth of 10,800 independently conscious spirits, capable of self-evolution, known as Lu Jun. In an instant, Di Jun's thoughts raced to the current state of the primordial cosmos, where the transformation of stars into spirits and the birth of celestial deities is an arduous and rare endeavor, consuming a length of time that is nothing short of monumental. Without external forces, many stars may never witness the emergence of a true spirit even until the end of the world. Just moments ago, a flicker of hope lingered in his mind. Perhaps I too could attempt this. But now it felt as if a bucket of chaotic ice water had been poured over him, leaving him utterly chilled to the bone. He finally grasped with alarming clarity that the path his son Lu Jun traverses, one of countless avatars converging into a singularity, is fraught with challenges far exceeding his previous pessimistic imaginings. This is nearly a path that extinguishes all hopes for future aspirants. Tai Yi and Hou Tu were equally struck dumb by the horrifying demand for the incubation of 10,800 avatars. Tai Yi's customary boisterous smile froze completely, while Hou Tu's pupils constricted, her gaze toward Lu Jun brimming with an ineffable complexity. Yet, the more Lu Jun unveiled the terrors and impossibilities of this path, the more resolute a certain belief within Hou Tu became. This is as it should be. It aligns with the characteristics of eternal verification and the convergence of timelines. Every step he takes is unimaginably arduous, and it is precisely for that reason he can see through the future. This is not mere prophecy. It is a journey he has personally traversed. His current frailty is merely a manifestation of the ongoing convergence and unification. No trace of doubt remained in Hou Tu's heart, only an indescribable reverence and anticipation. Just as Di Jun and Tai Yi remained enveloped in the shock brought forth by the incubation of 10,800 avatars, Hou Tu took a deep breath, her gaze ablaze as she turned to Lu Jun and spoke directly. Sixth Prince, today I have fulfilled my promise from that day, bringing the Demon Emperor and the Eastern Emperor here to complete the truce agreement. I beseech you, fellow Taoist, to fulfill your promise and enlighten me on how I may remedy that regret. Remedy the regret? Di Jun and Tai Yi simultaneously emerged from their astonishment, casting puzzled glances at Hou Tu and then at Lu Jun. Tai Yi, impatient by nature, could not contain himself. Hou Tu, what regret? What agreement do you have with nephew Lu Jun? Though Di Jun remained silent, his eyes were equally filled with inquiry. They vaguely sensed that the regret mentioned by Hou Tu was deeply intertwined with the primordial landscape, bearing weight that was surely on par with Lu Jun's path of countless avatars. Upon hearing Hou Tu's inquiry, Lu Jun felt a slight tightening in his heart. He was well aware of what Hou Tu was referring to: the cycle of reincarnation, the restoration of the earthly path, the salvation of myriad races, and even the alteration of the primordial outcome. The earthly path being incomplete means that the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity ultimately limps along, a one-legged journey that leads the primordial realm towards inevitable destruction. To complete the earthly path is, in essence, to restore a crucial support for the primordial world, allowing it to traverse even further. However, the implications of this are vast, especially considering the looming presence of the Dao ancestor Hongjun, who resides atop the Xiao Palace, a sword hanging over the heads of all living beings, directly addressing reincarnation, the earthly path, or even the fate of the witch and demon races would be akin to triggering a backlash from the heavenly mechanism, courting one's own demise. He gazed into Hou Tu's determined yet pleading eyes, and sensing the probing looks from his father and uncle, he could only speak candidly, his tone imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Hou Tu, I understand what you seek. However, some matters are not to be spoken of, cannot be fully articulated. The heavenly mechanism is profound, and the consequences are difficult to predict. I hope you will understand. He subtly raised his hand, pointing toward the depths of the chaotic void above, which seemed to represent the supreme existence. A flicker of comprehension flashed in Hou Tu's eyes, swiftly transforming into a deeper resolve. She nodded emphatically, her voice low yet resolute. I understand. Fellow Taoist, you need only offer a few hints, like the morning star guiding the way, or a lamp in the fog. If I can comprehend, it will be a fortune for both me and the witch clan. If I cannot grasp it, then it is my fate, an inescapable destiny for the witch clan. At her words, a great weight lifted from Lu Jun's heart. Hou Tu was indeed wise and decisive. He relaxed his previously tense demeanor, pondered briefly, and resolved to awaken her in the most subtle and essential manner. His gaze deepened, as if it could pierce through the primordial land, and he slowly inquired, Hou Tu, the endeavor you wish to undertake lies in completion. Yet, what precisely do you seek to complete? What is its essence? He deliberately emphasized the word essence. The deficiency in the earthly path is precisely the absence of the earthly scripture. The heavenly path possesses the heavenly scripture, which will later transform into the list of deities. bestowing divinity upon the myriad beings and completing the final authority of the heavenly path. Theoretically, the earthly scripture should serve a similar purpose. Once the earthly path gradually improves, any remaining deficiencies could be rectified with the earthly scripture. Yet, in practice, the earthly scripture has remained unused, leading to the earthly path's perpetual incompleteness. Upon hearing this, Hou Yi's brows furrowed slightly, and she fell into deep contemplation. What she sought was naturally to avert the potential catastrophe that could topple the witch clan's future. It was to witness the woeful plight of the primordial beings, their souls adrift, and to perceive the immense shortcoming between heaven and earth. What is the root of this shortcoming? A moment of clarity washed over her mind. As if she had grasped a thread of celestial mechanism, she exclaimed, "For the earth within heaven and earth. To complete reincarnation is to fulfill the earth's duty of bearing life and death, of cyclical existence, and to complete the earthly path that even the Father God Pangu has not fully realized." However, she could not elaborate further. Should she say too much, it might stir up even greater turbulence. Moreover, she understood that if Lu Jun dared not speak freely, it was surely due to the impending waves of upheaval. If she were to divulge more, would she not be inviting trouble upon herself? What she could do was to emulate Lu Jun and merely allude to it discreetly. A spark of brilliance flickered in Lu Jun's eyes, and a hint of appreciative mirth graced his face as he nodded. "Excellent. It seems Hou Yi has indeed grasped what she must undertake. This was only natural. She was destined to be the reincarnator of avatars in the future, blessed with immense fortune. Under such circumstances, the earthly path must have played a role in her fate. Since she had come to understand that the core lies in the completion of the earthly path, she would naturally awaken to the matter of the earthly scripture. Previously, Hou Yi's impulsiveness in pursuing reincarnation was somewhat hasty. Now, through careful deliberation, she would surely approach it with prudence. Since you have recognized that the essence lies in the earth, I urge you to reflect further, in the vast and boundless primordial world. What is intrinsically linked to the earth? The key to what you lack, the cornerstone of your grand endeavors, lies therein. Lu Jun's words resonated with a mysterious cadence, echoing softly through the chaos like the sound of the great Tao. The primordial world, linked to the earth? Hou Yi murmured, her eyes momentarily losing focus as if all her thoughts had submerged into Lu Jun's hints. As the ancestral witch of earth, she possessed the most profound perception of the source of the land. Lu Jun's words acted as a key, instantly unlocking countless doors shrouded in mist within her mind. "I understand. The demons govern the heavens, while the witches govern the earth. Our witch clan is intrinsically connected to the earth." Chapter 68. The Witch Clan, all avatars reincarnated. I understand. An unprecedented flash of insight erupted within Hou Yi's consciousness. The demons govern the heavens. The witches govern the earth. Our witch clan is intrinsically connected to the earth. I am the ancestral witch of earth, mastering the great Tao of the primordial earth. And the earth is the foundation of all, bearing the weight of existence for countless ages. Xianming governs the great Tao of ice, freezing cold. Also serves to store vitality for the earth. Gong Gong governs the great Tao of water, tumultuous torrents shaping mountains and rivers, carving out new plains and canyons. Water flows downward, ultimately returning to the earth. Zhurong, the master of the fire path, ignites mountains and boils seas. What appears as destruction is, in truth, the earth's metabolism. The surging lava shapes the formidable power of volcanic landforms. Jumong, the steward of the wood path, fosters the growth of flora with roots deeply embedded, stabilizing the soil and conserving water, thus invigorating the land with boundless greenery. Rushu governs the path of gold, with the sharpness of metal concealed within the veins of mountains and stones, serving as the backbone of the earth, while its chilling essence can also cleanse impurities. Xiangliang commands the thunder path, where thunder rumbles and shakes the earth, cleaving through chaos to summon the rising energies of the land, bringing forth the life-giving rains. Shibi, the keeper of toxic pestilence, may seem ominous, yet it plays a vital role in the earth's process of decay, purifying filth and maintaining ecological balance. Tianwu governs the wind path, where the winds traverse the land, spreading vitality and seeds, and can also soothe wounds. Yinzi presides over the lightning path, where electric brilliance accompanies thunder, capable of awakening the energies deep within the earth. Zhujiuyin, the master of the time path, witnesses the passage of time. As the world transforms, mountains rise, and river valleys form, serving as both witness and catalyst of the earth's changes. Dijiang governs the space path, where space folds and distances shrink, facilitating the connection of the vast primordial land. The Wu clan, in its stewardship of the earth, reveals the essence of land governance. The heart of Hou Yi is now enlightened. The 12 ancestors of the Wu clan, with their dominion over the fundamental laws of the great Tao, Whether through the direct elements of earth, water, wood, and metal, or seemingly unrelated forces like fire, wind, thunder, lightning, time, space, and pestilence. All find their ultimate realm of influence anchored in this primordial earth. Their paths are indeed integral components of the terrestrial way, the very foundation that sustains the operations of the primordial realm. Furthermore, Hou's thoughts surged like a roaring river, instantly expanding into broader dimensions. The demons govern the heavens, far beyond merely the 33 layers of heaven. They also possess the 6 princes who expand the celestial canopy of the primordial world. What they govern is not merely different heavens, but the heavens of the Tao. Moreover, why are the demon emperor Dijuan, the eastern emperor Tai, and the demon empress Xiha and Xianxia significant? What are their identities? They are the very manifestations of the primordial stars. Dijuan and Tai embody the solar star, while Xiha and Xianxia represent the lunar star. They are exalted celestial bodies, a partial manifestation of the sovereign authority of the Tao. The meaning of the 6 princes is already quite clear. The structure of the primordial world indicates that the demon clan governs the Tao, utilizing the authority of the stars to organize the laws of the celestial dome. Meanwhile, we, the Wu clan, bear the earthly laws through our physical forms, governing the terrestrial way. The Father God Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. Pure essence ascended to become heaven, while turbid essence descended to form the earth. The demon clan governs the heavens, and the Wu clan governs the earth, a natural extension of the will of the Father God, embodying the inherent division of labor in the operations of heaven and earth. So it is. Hou trembled with excitement, as the source of her long-standing regrets was unveiled by Lu Jun, revealing but a glimpse of the iceberg. If I extend this thought, my previous desire to complete the cycle of reincarnation was to merge my being with the path of the earth, forcibly creating a realm of reincarnation. In that case, countless souls could traverse my path, enduring hardships to reach the realm of reincarnation and undergo rebirth. Yet, such an idea is far too narrow and burdensome. I was mistaken. This undertaking is not one I can accomplish alone. It requires the collective effort of the entire Wu clan. The vastness of the primordial world knows no bounds, continuously expanding even to this day. With merely my own strength, I might only manage to reincarnate a fraction of the souls from the main continent of the primordial realm. Moreover, the journey of the souls is perilous and lengthy, consuming immeasurable time. Perhaps before they even reach the realm of reincarnation, their souls may dissipate, transforming into resentful shadows that shroud the primordial land and corrode the earth veins. In distant regions, on the fringes of the starry seas, at the borders of chaos, and in endless abysses, souls there are often doomed to dissipate on their own, unable to reach the realm of reincarnation. Over time, the accumulation of negative energies in the primordial realm would be terrifying. The burden of grievances borne by the earth would be exceedingly heavy. This is not a remedy, but rather a toxic quenching of thirst. This is incorrect. However, if I utilize my elder brother Dijiang's spatial path to independently establish stable gates to the netherworld at various nodes throughout the primordial world, all connected to the core of the future realm of reincarnation. At that time, regardless of which corner of the primordial world a spirit resides, upon death, its soul would be drawn by the laws of reincarnation, swiftly absorbed by the nearest spatial gate, and in an instant, arrive at the core of reincarnation. Thus, the peril of soul dissipation would be significantly mitigated, and the calamity of malevolent energies would be fundamentally restrained. Dijiang's spatial path is the key to constructing a soul-receiving network that spans the entire primordial realm. Hou continued to deduce further, her thoughts racing like lightning. Upon reaching the core of reincarnation, souls would need to cleanse their memories and purify their grievances. The waters of Xianming, being the coldest and most can wash away impurities from the soul and freeze away fragments of past memories. The waters of Gonggong, surging and tumultuous, can wash away stubborn attachments. The thunder of Qiangliang and the pestilence of Shibi can both be utilized to purify the extreme negative energies within the soul. After purification, the souls must be judged for their deeds, determining their path of reincarnation. Rushu, the master of gold, presides over judgment and the recording of deeds and misdeeds. Jumong, embodying vitality, can guide pure souls into the passage symbolizing rebirth. Reincarnation necessitates stable passages and support. My earthly path, combined with the bloodline of the Father God, can forge a solid foundation for the 6 paths of reincarnation. Zhurong's flames can incinerate past karmas. Zhujiu's time can accelerate the flow of reincarnation, potentially creating temporal layers for special souls for punishment or cultivation. Tianwu's winds can safely deliver reincarnated souls to their new beginnings. Even the pestilence of Shibi can transform into penalties for wicked souls in hell. Each ancestor Wu's path can find an irreplaceable position in the process of completing the earthly way and establishing a perfected reincarnation. This is not merely a sacrifice from me, Hutu, but rather a collective effort of the entire Wu clan, utilizing our own paths to jointly construct the foundational earthly way of the Primordial Realm, fulfilling the unfinished business of the Father God Pangu. This is the true essence of Wu governing the earth. This is the key to remedying regrets and altering fate. Moreover, it is not solely the ancestors and great witches. Every witch of the Wu clan has a role to play. Souls vary in nature, and in the present primordial world, malevolent spirits linger, yet many of these spirits can also cultivate. With their ghostly forms, they can traverse the primordial realm, wreaking havoc and consuming the souls. Such beings can be hunted down by our Wu clan's witches, leading them to reincarnation. While others may fear the malevolent spirits, our Wu clan, imbued with a fierce aura, finds it effortless to deal with mere ghostly cultivators. All witches are warriors upholding the earthly way. They are combative, so let them fight. Fight for the earthly way. The light in Hutu's eyes grew ever brighter, a brilliant illumination that grasped the profound truths of heaven and earth, revealing a path forward for her clan. Her body radiated a golden hue, surging uncontrollably, resonating with the primal essence of the earth like never before. This is the response of the Tao. Hutu gratefully looked towards Lu Jun. Ha ha ha. Sixth Prince, I have attained enlightenment. Chapter 69. Hutu, I have gained enlightenment once more. Excellent. It appears that my fellow Taoist has indeed awakened to understanding. Lu Jun gazed at the resplendent radiance surrounding Hutu, resonating with the primal essence of the primordial earth. Sensing her newfound clarity and unwavering confidence, he felt a profound sense of calm and nodded in satisfaction, a smile of contentment gracing his face. At long last, my efforts have not been in vain, though I must confess I have not articulated much. The Earth Book embodies the essence of the earthly path and serves as the paramount and indeed the sole foundation for its completion. Moreover, given that she had previously conferred with Zhen Yuanzi, it would be utterly unreasonable to overlook the significance of Zhen Yuanzi in this matter. Furthermore, this is a method for perfecting the earthly path. Naturally, the essence of the earthly path must play a role therein, bestowed with the fortune of the earthly path. Hutu truly comprehended. Nevertheless, the Earth Book, as a manifestation of the authority of the earthly path, retains an irreplaceable importance. To acquire this companion spiritual treasure from Zhen Yuanzi is crucial for his survival and enlightenment, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Without an exchange of commensurate weight, it is utterly impossible. Thus, I must emphasize once more, I advise Hutu to offer the position of a saint of the earthly path in exchange. What Zhen Yuanzi seeks is nothing less than the pinnacle of the great Tao. If I could offer him a position as a saint of the earthly path, granting him some authority over it, or even using the Earth Book as a medium to become its spokesperson, the allure would indeed be substantial. Furthermore, should the earthly path be perfected as a result, the addition of one more saintly position would bolster our strength against the heavenly Tao, yielding immeasurable benefits for the primordial world. The more complete the heavens and earth become, the longer their existence will endure. Consequently, the primordial world would take longer to decline into an age of lawlessness. This is a boon for all beings, a boon for the primordial realm, and indeed, a boon for Pangu. My actions today ought to earn the protection of Pangu's fortune, yes? Observing the gratitude and hope reflected in Hutu's eyes, I pondered thoughtfully before speaking. Dear Hutu, as long as you grasp the crux of the matter, you shall prevail. However, persuading others to willingly contribute is no simple task. Compulsion is futile, sincerity is required, as is an understanding of their needs. Upon hearing this, Hutu was taken aback. Yes, though I comprehend that our Wu clan's mission is to embody the cycle of reincarnation and complete the earthly path. This is the directive of the great Tao, the key to altering our destiny. However, the other ancestral witches remain unaware. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiu-yin might grasp a fragment, but that muscle-bound oaf Zhu Rong, the volatile powder Keg Gong Gong, and the morose Shi Bai Shi, persuading them to willingly sacrifice their ancestral witch forms, relinquishing their carefree status and power within the primordial realm, to transform into mere components of the cyclical operation, forever bound to guard it, would be akin to asking them to confront the celestial array head-on. Zhu Rong's fiery temper would likely have him leaping up to berate me as mad. This, perhaps, is the greatest difficulty in the entire affair. Indeed, even in the pursuit of serving the Father God, there are numerous trials and tribulations. Yet, has the sixth prince already seen through this most arduous obstacle, the persuasion of all ancestral witches to willingly sacrifice themselves? Truly, he is a being traversing the correct path of the converging timeline. He possesses an insight into all things and omniscience. My reverence for Lu Jun deepened further, alongside a strong sense of seeking assistance. Sixth Prince, Hou Tu's voice softened, imbued with a sincere request for guidance. Though the path is clear, the journey ahead is fraught with thorns. I wonder, is there any wisdom you could impart to facilitate persuasion? Lu Jun's gaze grew profound, and he slowly uttered 6 words, akin to an axiom: only through sacrifice can one attain. If you wish to obtain Jin Yuanzi's Earth Book, you must first relinquish a position of sainthood to him before you can acquire his Earth Book. This is the essence of sacrifice and gain. Upon hearing these words, Hou Tu's body trembled slightly. These 6 words resonated within her heart like the ringing of a great bell, striking again at the depths of her Dao heart. She once more fell into profound contemplation and enlightenment. Sacrifice? What does the 6th Prince wish for me to relinquish? Is it to persuade my brothers to sacrifice something? Or does this sacrifice and gain pertain to my brothers themselves? What must they relinquish? What can they gain? An endless stream of spiritual insights clashed and illuminated within her mind. Yes, the 6th Prince had previously mentioned that by sacrificing oneself to complete the great Tao, one could attain sainthood. Indeed, only by relinquishing their own path, abandoning the proud ancestral forms of the Wu clan, forsaking their freedom and ease in the Primordial Realm, and fully merging into the earthly path, becoming foundational elements of the cyclical operation, can they attain that exalted position of saint. What I must do is not merely convey our clan's mission. I must also help them understand that this is not an end, but a sublime elevation. It is the sole pathway into the supreme realm of the great Tao. How enlightening. Moreover, isn't the 6th Prince himself the finest example? He comprehended the art of the Golden Crow's nirvana, having first sacrificed his original Golden Crow form, the Golden Crow Tao, and even his fate and fortune. Then, reborn in the void, he obtained an even more powerful nirvana form, comparable to the strength of an ancestral witch's physical body, embarking upon this path of transformation into the myriad with boundless potential. Is this not the most perfect illustration of only through sacrifice can one attain? Our Wu clan's relinquishment of the physical body, of all things, may seem like annihilation, yet in truth, it is a return to the embrace of our Father God Pangu. Achieving immortality in another form, we become the rules of the earthly path, wielding the authority of reincarnation, existing alongside the primordial land, coexisting with the earthly path. The Father God, having created heaven and earth, embodying all things, would surely not slight us, his offspring, who uphold his will and perfect his creations. In due time, the position of saint of the earthly path shall be within easy reach. Indeed, it may become the most fitting and powerful position beneath the earthly path. The Wu clan governs the earth. This is the true essence of the Wu clan. The Wu clan transforms into saints, governing the land, making our own contributions to the Father God. This thought struck like a lightning bolt, instantly illuminating all the fog within Hou Tu's heart. The key to persuading the ancestral witches lies not in the pain of sacrifice, but in the supreme glory that follows, in that saintly position within easy reach. The divine brilliance surrounding her grew ever more condensed, and a resolute, indomitable spirit surged forth. She understood that what lay ahead was a return to the Pangu Hall to persuade her 11 siblings, for the eternal future of the Wu clan, for the will of Father God Pangu, and for their own imminent attainment of the great Tao. They must immerse themselves in the path. Ha! Hou Tu laughed heartily once more, this time filled with boundless confidence and openness. It was as if she could already envision the ancestral witches collectively transforming into reincarnation and achieving the glory of sainthood. Thank you, 6th Prince. I have gained insight once again. This favor shall be engraved in my heart, and when success is achieved, there shall be ample recompense. Chapter 70. The Puzzlement of Hongjun. The manifestation of earthly virtue. The divine brilliance surrounding Hou Tu surged. Her aura of complete comprehension of her own path and insight into the tribe's future was palpable, stirring the very breath of the chaotic boundary. Within the depths of that earthy glow, a hint of mysterious yellow emerged, as if a subtle golden light of virtue was brewing. This is the initial acknowledgement and commendation from the heavenly and earthly great Tao for her grand aspiration and profound awakening. Di Jun and Tai Yi stood by, dumbfounded, their hearts tumultuous. They had listened intently to the enigmatic dialogue between Lu Jun and Hou Tu. Every word was comprehensible, yet when strung together, they became ensnared in a cloud of confusion. What is this completion, this sacrifice for gain? These keywords swirled in their minds, yet they could not weave them into a coherent and clear picture. They beheld as the Earth Mother, under the subtle guidance of Lu Jun, first experienced a moment of profound enlightenment, then succumbed to an exhilarating tremor, ultimately erupting with an astonishing aura and a radiant epiphany that even invoked the favor of the heavens. What did she comprehend? What does it mean to gain through sacrifice? Why did we not grasp a single word? This ancestral shaman, after exchanging mere phrases with Lu Jun's nephew, appeared utterly transformed, as if her very essence and spiritual realm were ascending in leaps and bounds. Tai Yi's face, typically marked by valor, was now a canvas of confusion and suspicion, while Di Jun's deep-set imperial gaze sparkled with an inscrutable light. As paramount beings of the Primordial Realm, they found themselves feeling like mere outsiders, utterly unable to keep pace with the cognitive rhythm of Lu Jun and the Earth Mother, unable to suppress his curiosity and an undercurrent of unease. Tai Yi discreetly transmitted his thoughts to Lu Jun, his tone infused with unprecedented gravity. Nephew Lu Jun, what earth-shattering revelation has the Earth Mother attained? This aura, this golden light of virtue, is far from ordinary. Lu Jun maintained a calm demeanor, still wearing a hint of a reassuring smile as he regarded the Earth Mother. Yet his thoughts swiftly responded to Tai Yi. Uncle, this matter bears immense significance, intertwining with the very fabric of the Primordial Realm and involving heavenly secrets. At this moment, it cannot be disclosed. While transmitting his thoughts, he subtly gestured upwards towards the depths of chaos, the direction signifying the supreme existence. The implication was clear. The Dao Ancestor Hongjun was observing. To speak recklessly of heavenly secrets could invite dire consequences upon oneself. Upon receiving this information, Tai Yi felt a chill run down his spine, instantly comprehending Lu Jun's trepidation. He suppressed his urge to press further, merely nodding gravely as his gaze towards the Earth Mother grew increasingly intricate. The revelation that could incite such caution in Lu Jun, one who dared not articulate it, undoubtedly bore a weight far beyond his imagination. At that moment, Di Jun's steady and authoritative voice resonated within Lu Jun's primordial spirit. My son Lu Jun. Lu Jun's heart tightened. Please speak, father. The transmission from Di Jun was gravely earnest, imbued with the spirit of an emperor surveying his realm. Regarding your dealings with the Earth Mother, I shall not interfere, nor do I doubt your judgment. I possess but a single query, one that pertains to the eternal foundation of our demon clan. I implore you to answer candidly. Does the Earth Mother's current realization and actions pose a threat to our demon clan? Di Jun's question struck at the heart of the matter. The aura exhibited by the Earth Mother was overwhelmingly formidable, and her future actions would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the Primordial Realm. As the Demon Emperor, he must ascertain whether this upheaval would bolster or undermine their dominion and the dynamics of the shaman-demon conflict, as it bore grave implications for the fate of the entire demon race. Upon hearing this question, Lu Jun had already prepared a response in his mind, transmitting his confident and composed thoughts. Father, rest assured, this matter shall pose no peril. In fact, it may even be advantageous for our demon clan. He swiftly organized the conclusions he had meticulously deduced countless times. The Earth Mother's actions are aimed at completing the Primordial Realm, her contributions eternal. Even should she succeed and attain a sacred position, her methods would necessitate the relinquishment of her ancestral shaman form, severing ties with the shamanic bloodline. The great array of heavenly divine killers is fundamentally dependent on the shaman clan's unity against the celestial constellations. The absence of any of the 12 ancestral shamans would significantly diminish the array's potency, making it increasingly difficult to coalesce the true body of Pangu. Our demon clan's celestial array would then face no formidable adversary. Even if the Earth Mother were to achieve sainthood, our demon clan has the presence of Nuwa, a celestial sage. How could the heavenly way be easily challenged? Moreover, to realize this, we must also rely on the power of Zhen Yuanzi's Earth Book. Should Zhen Yuanzi attain a sacred rank due to this matter, the opportunity for him to ascend is rooted in my enlightenment today. This is a profound cause and effect. Furthermore, he already owes me a favor. Given his disposition, he will undoubtedly repay it. In due course, although he would be aligned with the Earth Mother as part of the Earth's lineage, his stance would be delicate, potentially becoming a strong ally for our demon clan against the Earth Mother. Let it not be said that the Earth Mother is a saint of the Earth. Zhen Yuanzi is also a saint of the Earth. They are of the same faction. The three pure ones emerged from the West, and Nuwa even divides into 3 factions. In fact, in the future, the three pure ones may even engage in internal strife. While they are indeed saints of the Earth, Zhen Yuanzi's contributions through the Earth Book render him, to some extent, the legitimate heir. With Zhen Yuanzi's formidable support to impede the Earth Mother, and with the presence of the Saint Nuwa, the shamanic clan's great array of heavenly divine killers would be unable to summon the true body of Pangu. In this ebb and flow, the shamanic clan becomes inconsequential. The dominion of our demon clan will remain as stable as the celestial bodies. This encapsulates the fundamental reason Lu Jun dared to guide the Earth Mother. In his calculations, The shaman clan may attain sainthood, but our demon clan will be even stronger. Most critically, the more stable the Earth's lineage, the greater the capacity to sustain all living beings, thereby prolonging the shaman-demon war and even diminishing its outcome. This would benefit all sentient beings and the primordial realm alike. Dijun's thoughts fell into silence for a moment. He could sense the powerful confidence and well-formed deductions within Lu Jun's words. Good, good, good. Dijun's voice resonated once more, this time suffused with relief and satisfaction, even tinged with admiration. In that case, I shall not inquire further. Pursue your endeavors. The demon clan shall always be your most steadfast support. The immense weight in Dijun's heart finally lifted. He chose to place his complete trust in this son who had continuously achieved miracles. Primarily, it seemed that the other party had truly embarked upon the legendary path, glimpsing vistas they had yet to behold. Simultaneously, within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun had already surveyed all that transpired within the Primordial Realm. How intriguing! The remnants of Luo Ho igniting the Shumi, wreaking havoc in the West, such is the consequence of bygone eras. This tribulation is the fate of the West. The fractured origins of your, myself, Yang Mei, Qian Kuan, and Yin Yang are all implicated. When Qian Kuan and Yin Yang perish, their cause and effect dissolve. Yang Mei escapes into chaos, and the cause and effect remain concealed. Only my essence aligns with the heavenly way, entangling this cause and effect within the operations of the heavenly order. A flicker of thought stirred within him, and two deeply hidden strands of cause and effect became vividly apparent, yet this time, they were connected to the West. It was indeed the primordial purple energy granted to the two saints of the West. By relinquishing these two strands of primordial purple energy, the burden of reconstructing the West and reshaping the cosmos is transferred onto them. Once the West is restored, this cause and effect will gradually dissipate, ultimately extinguishing when the fortunes of the West flourish. However, variables arise. Hongjun's gaze swept over the shamanic clan's cataclysmic presence. The shamanic clan's current assault is not for Luo Ho, but has undeniably ravaged this shattered land once more. Though the shamanic clan harbors aspirations to reconstruct the West, their initial acts of carnage and conflict ultimately lead to destruction. They have inadvertently stained the cause and effect of this reconstruction. Thus, not only must Jane and Junti bear this responsibility, but the shamanic clan must also repay the cause and effect for today's devastation. The karmic burden of future reconstruction of the West will also be inescapable for them. A subtle, barely perceptible smile curved Hongjun's lips, reflecting a playful interest in the unfolding dynamics of the heavenly order. The matters of the West have indeed become more intriguing. Entangled tribulations and layered causes and effects. How the future will evolve remains to be seen in the celestial decree. Hongjun's gaze instantaneously traversed the infinite void, precisely landing on that place where the atmosphere churned violently, a golden light brewing amidst the earthy divine brilliance, heralding unprecedented golden radiance. The Earth Mother radiated with a surging aura of Tao, embodying a profound understanding of her own path, and an insightful awareness of her kin and the very trajectory of the cosmos. Her essence stirred the boundaries of chaos, and her spiritual cultivation was rapidly ascending. The merit of the Earth? Chapter 71. The future of Lu Yi is somewhat restless. In the depths of Hongjun's eyes, which contained the essence of the heavenly Tao, a flicker of clear astonishment finally emerged. It was not a gift from the heavenly Tao, but rather a preliminary acknowledgement and commendation from the primal will of the earthly Tao. He beheld the three figures of the golden crows beside Hudu. Dijun and Tai Yi wore expressions filled with confusion and disbelief, as if they were gazing at flowers through a fog. Meanwhile, the young sixth prince, Lu Jun, bore a faint smile of satisfaction, calmly observing Hutu's transformation. His aura was remarkably steady, as if he had anticipated everything that was unfolding. Ultimately, Hongjun's gaze firmly locked onto Lu Jun. The earthly Tao had its deficiencies, which were the predetermined fate of creation. The acknowledgement from the primal source of the earthly Tao, could it be that he had comprehended the method to mend the earthly Tao? If Hutu could indeed seize this opportunity to restore the earthly Tao, the primordial essence of the world would flourish, the cosmic membrane would become more resilient, and the beings it could sustain, along with their vitality and even the principles of the great Tao, would multiply manifold. In his heart, Hongjun deduced that the trajectory of the heavenly Tao seemed to waver slightly due to this sudden variable, pointing towards broader possibilities. My plan for the continuity of the primordial realm may thus become more solid, potentially advancing towards that more distant epoch. His gaze pierced through Lu Jun's calm facade, as if glimpsing the elusive brilliance dwelling deep within his primordial spirit. The great Tao encompasses 50, while the celestial changes yield 49, one must elude. This child, once again, I have underestimated. In Hongjun's heart, His perception of Lu Jun was once more refreshed. In the endless river of time, few beings could elicit such repeated surprise from him. The ancestor of the Dao who embodies the heavenly Dao. Initially, he believed Lu Jun to be a slender thread of hope for the Golden Crow clan, a means to seek a path of rebirth for the 10 Golden Crows, thereby escaping calamity. Subsequently, witnessing him shepherding the celestial stars and organizing the cosmic star power to expand the realms of the heavenly Dao and benefit its operation, he assumed Lu Jun was merely another aspect of the heavenly Dao, filling in its gaps and augmenting its strength. Yet today, Hongjun's gaze fell upon the strands of golden light of merit entwined around Hutu, emanating from the primal source of the earth. He could indeed awaken Hutu, touch upon the deficiencies of the earthly Dao's source, draw down the will of the earthly Dao, and bestow merit. This was a manifestation of the earthly Dao's evasion. A faint, yet genuine smile, as delicate as the whisper of a warm spring beneath an icebound lake, unexpectedly graced the ageless visage of Hongjun, the ancient ancestor of the Dao. How intriguing, truly fascinating. With one move, the duality of heaven and earth is stirred. This child, Lu Jun, embodies the dual opportunities of the heavenly and earthly Dao, entwining the fates of both. At this moment, Hutu's mere enlightenment elicited a resonance from the primal source of the earthly Dao, bestowing merit and golden light. Hongjun could naturally deduce that if she could truly enact the path she understood, the merit she would acquire would likely shake the primordial realm, fundamentally altering the cosmic order. With this change in the cosmic order, my plan for the continuity of the primordial realm must also adapt accordingly. In his heart, Hongjun resolved that the boundless Dao rhythm enveloping the Zixiao Palace seemed to undergo a subtle yet profoundly impactful adjustment. His gaze was profound, as if penetrating the chaos before him, peering into the future of the primordial realm that was quietly transformed by Lu Jun and Hutu, now brimming with possibilities. If the earthly Dao were to truly thrive, and the heavens could sustain more beings, then perhaps the path of humanity could also flourish. This is indeed a move where pulling one thread affects the entire fabric. At the juncture where the primordial and the chaotic realms converge, Hutu's surging divine radiance gradually receded, and the strands of the mysterious yellow merit light faded into her being. However, her demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, now exuding a steadiness and weightiness, imbued with a profound compassion and determination that perceived the essence of the earth. She solemnly bowed deeply to Lu Jun, her voice imbued with unprecedented clarity and strength. "Friend, your golden words have enlightened me, dispelling my ancient confusions. This kindness I shall engrave in my heart. My path is now clear, though the road ahead may be arduous. My resolve is firm, and I dare not delay any longer. I take my leave. When I have traversed this path, I shall return to express my gratitude for your guidance." Lu Jun smiled in return, his demeanor composed. "You flatter me, dear friend. This is merely a reflection of your own profound fortune, resonating with the great Dao. I merely happen to be present at the right moment to offer a slight nudge. Go forth, and may your path succeed, bringing blessings to the primordial realm." He understood well that Hutu was now eager to return to the Pango Hall, to confer with the other ancestral witches and begin preparations on how to persuade Jin Yuanzi to obtain the earthly book. It was even possible that the witch clan might resort to force against Jin Yuanzi. He hoped sincerely that Hutu truly grasped the relationship between sacrifice and gain, sacrificing a position as an earthly Dao saint in exchange for the earthly book. Hutu cast a glance at Di Jun and Tai Yi, giving a slight nod before not lingering any longer. The true form of the ancestral witch moved, transforming into a streak of earthen yellow light that tore through the chaos, carrying the newly comprehended Dao rhythm, racing towards the primordial land, towards the Pango Hall, and swiftly vanishing at the edge of the chaos. Di Jun observed the direction in which Hutu departed, his deep imperial gaze shimmering with light. He turned to Lu Jun and spoke in a serious tone. "Juner, matters here are concluded. Your father must return to the heavenly court to preside. The movements of the witch clan are unusual, and we must also pay attention to affairs in the west." Before Di Jun could finish, Tai Yi's bold voice rang out, imbued with an undeniable tone. "I shall take my leave first. I will remain here to guard my nephew. No petty miscreant would dare approach him. This also provides me with a tranquil space to contemplate." A glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. The shocking scene of Hutu's enlightenment, which invoked the merit of the earthly Dao, was still vivid before him, and the source of it all was his nephew, Lu Jun. Instinctively, he felt that remaining by Lu Jun's side might allow him to glimpse a thread of extraordinary mystery. He should not have left last time. Otherwise, he would not have given Hutu the chance to meet with his nephew in private. Di Jun, upon hearing this, cast a deep glance at Tai Yi, instantly comprehending his brother's intentions. He inclined his head slightly. "Very well. Juner, Be cautious in all matters. With that, the imperial figure transformed into a brilliant golden rainbow, infused with the essence of the sun's true fire, tearing through the chaos and returning to the heavenly court of the Primordial Realm. In the blink of an eye, at the edge of the chaos, only Lu Jun and Tai Yi remained, along with one of the three corpses. Lu Jun was not surprised by his uncle's decision to stay behind for protection, nor did he say much. He cast his gaze into the vast chaos, as if he could pierce through the void to see deep within the sun star, suddenly inquiring, "Uncle Tai Yi, how are my brothers and younger siblings faring in their process of rebirth? When will they emerge once more?" Tai Yi casually sat in the void, his aura subtly merging with the surrounding chaos. Upon hearing this, he grinned widely, his large hand waving dismissively. "Oh, those little rascals? They're soaking in the core of the sun star. The eggshell is quite sturdy, and the Tao rhythm flows steadily. However, it will still be a while before they break free. I'd estimate not before several Yuanhua cycles." "Several Yuanhua cycles?" Lu Jun raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat taken aback. Tai Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You little rascal, do you think it's as easy as drinking water to be reborn? That is a monumental task of defying fate and reshaping foundations. The ancient phoenix is formidable, right? Even it needs to slumber for 10 to 18,000 years for a single rebirth. If they had been as swift as you during the Dragonhan calamity, would they have been so severely beaten? Several Yuanhua cycles are akin to a mere nap for us. But you," Tai Yi clicked his tongue in astonishment, sizing up Lu Jun. "You're simply a freak. To emerge so quickly and with such solid foundations, truly unprecedented since the dawn of creation." Lu Jun could only smile wryly. "Don't compare me to you. I am an anomaly." His face bore a grin, not pursuing the topic further. At that moment, Tai Yi seemed to recall something, his brow furrowing slightly as he scratched his unruly golden hair. "Indeed, Lu Jun, speaking of your brothers, the little rascal Lao Shi Yumin has been acting somewhat strangely lately." Lu Jun's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of doubt stirred within him. "Lao Shi Yumin? The future Luya? What has happened to Yumin?" Lu Jun turned his gaze towards Tai Yi. Chapter 72. Let Luya achieve Buddhahood. Great son Tathagata. Tai Yi sighed. It's just that his cultivation has become a bit impatient and restless. Perhaps witnessing you 9 brothers undergoing nirvana one after another, while he remains as he was, has left him feeling somewhat out of place. This unstable mentality can easily lead to deviations in his Tao heart. He paused, leaning closer to Lu Jun, half jokingly and half seriously said, "Good nephew, tell me, do you have any means to help Yumin undergo nirvana as well? It would save him from daydreaming all the time." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun nearly leapt up, looking at his uncle with a bewildered expression. "Uncle, my dear uncle, is nirvana a trivial matter? It requires the right timing, location, and harmony, along with a determination to fight to the death. Who in their right mind would recklessly seek death through nirvana? What if, just what if, he were to fail? Wouldn't that be akin to digging his own grave? Yumin is currently lively and well-rooted. Please refrain from suggesting such reckless ideas that might endanger my brother." Tai Yi was momentarily taken aback by Lu Jun's retort. Then his eyes widened. "Hey, you little rascal, how dare you speak like that? What do you mean by what if he fails? All 9 of you brothers have successfully achieved nirvana without a hitch. Not a single one lagged behind. This living example is right here. How could Yumin not be influenced by it? He might even think that nirvana is a rite of passage for our Jinwu clan, feeling embarrassed to face the world if he doesn't undergo it." Lu Jun was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness, rubbing his forehead with a sigh. "Oh, so our successful nirvana has actually caused Lao Shi's mentality to crumble? What kind of situation is this?" This was certainly an unforeseen side effect he had never anticipated. As for the young Yumin, why hadn't he considered that even Tai Yi, the Emperor Jun, was still pondering the method of nirvana? How could success be guaranteed? Besides, he is destined to become Luya, an existence that will shine brilliantly during the great calamity of the gods and later become the great sun Tathagata. Wait a moment. At this thought, a spark of inspiration flashed through Lu Jun's mind. Yes, the great sun Tathagata. In the future, during the calamity of the gods, Luya would intervene multiple times, leaving behind numerous legends. Subsequently, he would enter the Buddhist realm as the Great Sun, even taking on the guise of the Wuchao Zen master during the subsequent journey to the West Calamity. Since the future would unfold this way, why not alter everything in advance? The 3 Buddhas of Buddhism are divided into the horizontal and vertical Buddhas. The horizontal Buddhas govern space. The central Saha world is presided over by Shakyamuni Buddha. The western Pure Land is governed by Amitabha Buddha, and the eastern Pure Lapis Lazuli world is overseen by the Medicine Buddha. Meanwhile, the vertical Buddhas govern time. The past Buddha is the ancient Buddha of the lamp. The present Buddha is Shakyamuni Buddha, and the future Buddha is Maitreya Buddha. The great sun Tathagata, also known as Vairocana Buddha, holds an exceptionally esteemed position in esoteric Buddhism. Regarded as the Dharma body Buddha, symbolizing the absolute and all-encompassing truth of the Dharma realm. His title of the Great Sun aligns perfectly with the solar essence represented by the Jinwu clan. More importantly, in the esoteric Buddhist system, the Great Sun Tathagata is the paramount Buddha. Positioned at the very core, he stands at the pinnacle. All other Buddhas, bodhisattvas, fierce deities, and heavenly beings are viewed as manifestations or incarnations of the Great Sun Tathagata's various virtues, wisdom, compassion, or might. Essentially, they are his different aspects. As the Dharma body Buddha, the Great Sun Tathagata transcends the limitations of time and space, embodying eternal truth itself. The horizontal and vertical Buddhas can be understood as the Great Sun Tathagata's response bodies or transformation bodies under specific temporal and spatial conditions. For instance, Shakyamuni Buddha is but an incarnation of the Great Sun Tathagata. With this realization, Lu Jun's heart raced. What if, instead of allowing Yu Min to tread the path of nirvana, he guided him directly into the Buddhist realm, allowing him to become the Great Sun Tathagata? Such a status would be on par with that of a saint. Furthermore, this path aligns more closely with Yu Min's future karmic trajectory, potentially devoid of peril. Most importantly, the Witch clan is currently attacking the West, aiming to seize the Western fortune, and our Demon clan initially had no chance to partake. However, now there lies another opportunity to claim the ancestral ground of the two saints of the West. The only issue is that the Western Church still holds dominion, and the Buddhist principles have yet to be established. More critically, there may be a backlash from the two Western saints. Can our Demon clan withstand that? Lu Jun hesitated. The stakes were simply too high. So high that even Lu Jun was uncertain if he could proceed. He dared to guide Hutu because he understood her transformation into reincarnation was an essential complement to the primordial earth path. This was beneficial for the primordial realm and a meritorious deed. However, matters concerning Buddhism are a contest of Tao. Such contests likely yield more merit than demerit, but they can lead to great suffering for living beings. Moreover, the Demon clan would ultimately face the two Western saints, merely adding to their adversaries. It hardly seems worthwhile. Tai Yi, perceptive to the change in his nephew's gaze, noted a glimmer of brilliance, akin to discovering a new world, only to be overshadowed by a deep hesitation and weighing of consequences, his brow furrowing as if assessing a perilous gamble. Juno, what has sparked such contemplation in you? Tai Yi pressed, his coarse voice tinged with curiosity and urgency. Lu Jun inhaled deeply, the chaotic energy swirling in his chest momentarily calming his restless thoughts. He regarded Tai Yi, his tone turning unusually solemn. Uncle Tai Yi, I have indeed conceived a notion that may resolve Yu Min's inner turmoil and even pave the way for greater fortune for him. However, he paused, his expression grave. This matter involves far-reaching implications, and the consequences are difficult to predict. I am presently unable to make a decisive judgment. Far-reaching implications? Tai Yi's brows arched, and he pounded his chest with a robust sense of bravado. Come now, what could be so vast that it could dawn our Demon clan? With the presence of Saint Nuwa in the heavens, who may return at any moment, and with your father and I stationed in the heavenly court, the Zhou Tian star array exerts pressure on the primordial realm, while countless demon warriors lie in wait. Is there anything in this world that our Demon clan cannot handle? Listening to Tai Yi's self-assured grandeur, Lu Jun felt a bitter smile creep upon him. Uncle, some matters cannot simply be resolved with brute strength. He pondered briefly before deciding to reveal a critical piece of information to gauge Tai Yi's reaction and resolve. What if this plan directly involves the two saints? Tai Yi. His expression froze instantly. The mention of two saints caused the chaotic energy around him to momentarily disrupt. An oppressive weight seemed to descend from nowhere, making the boundary of chaos feel stifled. In the current primordial realm, aside from Dao Ancestor Hongjun, there are only a few visible saints, the three pure ones, Nuwa, and the Western figures of Jian and Zhuanti. Naturally, Saint Nuwa, being a saint of the Demon clan, is excluded. The three purities are united as one, yet within their ranks, there exists no absolute consensus, and currently, there are no direct and acute confrontations with the Demon clan. Thus, the ability of Lu Jun to invoke the term entanglement with such gravity regarding two saints leads to an almost self-evident conclusion. The two saints of the West, Jian and Zhuanti. Tai Yi's heart felt as though it were grasped tightly by an invisible hand. Instinctively, he was reluctant to accept that his nephew's fleeting notion could be linked to the two saints residing far to the west. The leap in logic was monumental. However, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the direction from whence the ancestral shaman Hutu had departed, a place now void of any presence, save for the swirling chaos of energy. He recalled the cataclysmic transformations that had occurred prior to Hutu's departure, the shocking spectacle that had stirred the very foundations of the Earth's virtues. He further remembered Hutu's unwavering trust in Lu Jun, questioning whether she genuinely believed that the sixth prince could traverse the path of eternal validation. Why did she hold such faith? Because she had experienced it firsthand. The seemingly cryptic words of Lu Jun had touched upon the essence of her own path, even eliciting a preliminary acknowledgement from the source of the Earth's principles. This was no mere coincidence. Therefore, now with the involvement of Yuan and the two saints of the West, could this seemingly absurd notion harbor unimaginable potential? Was it also worth wagering the trust of the demon clan? Chapter 73. Ha! Our ancestral shaman has acquired merit again. Tai's expression shifted dramatically, intertwining shock, doubt, struggle, and a flicker of ignited curiosity regarding the unknown. In this moment, he was no longer merely the Eastern Emperor wielding power. He resembled a decision-maker burdened with the future of his kin, having already engaged in conflict with the shaman clan, even though a truce was in place. Who could predict how long this peace would endure? Should he further offend the two saints of the West, the pressure on the demon clan would become unbearable. After a prolonged silence, Tai exhaled a long, heated breath, the air lingering in the chaos like the complexity of his emotions. He turned to Lu Jun, his gaze now stern and imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Nephew Lu Jun, concerning the matter of the old 10th and Yuan and your earlier words. This is of great significance and cannot be decided unilaterally by me. He paused, his tone tinged with urgency and resignation. You must wait here. I must consult your father immediately. Before his words had fully left his lips, Tai's figure transformed into a brilliant golden light that tore through the chaos. More radiant than when Dijuan had departed, vanishing in an instant toward the direction of the heavenly court of the primordial chaos. Damn, I knew surprises awaited here. But this surprise is a bit overwhelming. Damn, I shouldn't have let my elder brother leave. I should have had him remain here with a portion of his essence. Running back and forth is a tremendous waste of time. Pengahal. Hutu transformed into a stream of earthy yellow light, tearing through the sky with an unprecedented aura of the Tao, crashing down before the majestic and ancient Pengahal at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The faint yet discernible glow of the profound yellow merit exuding from her body instinctively instilled reverence and familiarity in the shamanic guards at the hall's entrance. All ancestral shamans, returned swiftly to Pengahal. Hutu's voice resonated with undeniable authority, echoing in all directions. Before long, formidable figures, reeking of blood and the scent of battle, rushed back from the west, alighting before the hall. It was none other than Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Chang Liang, Shi Bai Shi, and Tian Wu, among the ancestral shamans. Hutu, what urgency compels you to summon us back? Zhu Rong's voice arrived before his form, still enveloped in flickering flames, laced with evident dissatisfaction. I was just about to smash that turtle shell of Mount Xiumi with those two saints of the west. Gong Gong, with steam rising from his form, interjected with a dampened battle spirit. Indeed, those fellows in the west are slicker than eels. We finally caught a break to give them a good thrashing. Hutu, you've halted us unexpectedly. It's quite vexing for the brothers. Shi Bai Shi, with a face shifting between various weathers, speculated. Could it be that the demon clan is up to something? Does Dijuan dare to launch a sneak attack while we are away? Enough. Let us keep our comments to a minimum. The steady voice of Di Jiang emerged as he and Zhu Jiuyin appeared almost simultaneously. Di Jiang's form, surrounded by the power of space, immediately scrutinized Hutu. The glow of profound yellow still emanating from her body made his pupils constrict in disbelief. Hutu, is this merit? Di Jiang's voice trembled with incredulity. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Jiuyin opened his eyes, which seemed to contain the flow of time itself, fixating on the sacred and solemn aura surrounding Hutu. His deep voice resonated with an ancient gravitas. Indeed, it is merit. Moreover, it bears an extraordinarily profound essence. Hutu, what exactly have you accomplished on your journey? Where have you been? After completing the truce agreement in the 5 layers of heaven, Zhu Jiuyin had returned to oversee matters. Yet Hutu's sudden disappearance had left them in the dark. Little did they anticipate her return would be accompanied by a radiant glow of merit. How long had it been since their clan had received such a blessing? Far too long. The unusual reactions of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin silenced the previously noisy ancestral shamans. Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Shi Bai Shi, Tian Wu, and Chang Liang turned their attention to Hutu with newfound awareness. Merit? Zhu Rong's eyes widened, his flames momentarily forgotten. It truly is the golden light of merit. Although faint, it cannot be mistaken. Father God above, is this a blessing from our Father God? Has he finally taken notice of our shaman clan again? The clouds of uncertainty dissipated from Shi Bai Shi's face, revealing unrestrained joy. It must be. Surely. It is because we have ceased our internal conflicts with the demon clan that Father God has seen our sincerity. Tian Wu stirred up a tempest, exclaiming excitedly, "No, no. I believe it is because we attacked the West, teaching those who occupy the shattered lands a lesson that Father God bestowed this merit upon us." Chang Liang summoned thunder with a resounding boom. That makes sense. Restoring the West and revitalizing the primal lands is indeed a monumental merit. Father God recognizes our efforts. A chorus of ancestral shamans erupted into excited chatter, their previous grievances cast aside, replaced by overwhelming joy at being acknowledged by their Father God. Hutu intended to interrupt their wild conjectures, but felt a flicker of delight upon hearing their fervent words, particularly those about restoring the West and rejuvenating the primal lands. Perhaps this line of thought was acceptable. She swiftly altered her stance. Since her brothers understood so well and tightly linked the source of merit with the cessation of conflict and the restoration of the West, why not seize this momentum? This would only strengthen their resolve to repair the West, transforming this arduous task into a source of pride. A smile of satisfaction graced her features, her voice cutting clearly through the din of discussion. You are all correct. It is precisely because we have promptly halted our senseless wars and resolved to restore the fractured lands of the West that the radiant glory of our Father God has returned. Our determination and actions have moved the will of Father God, thus bestowing upon us this golden light of merit. This is his affirmation and guidance of our choices. Hutu's words served as a stabilizing anchor, instantly solidifying the ancestral shaman speculations. Indeed. I knew it. Father God is on our side. We must diligently restore the West. Let the Father God witness our determination and capabilities. Indeed, not only shall we conquer the West, but we shall also restore it to a state far superior to its former glory. The ancestral shamans were fervently animated, each itching to turn back and engage in a grand endeavor in the West. It was as if mending the shattered landscapes of the West was the most honorable and joyous pursuit in the world. Hutu observed her brothers. Their enthusiasm ignited to a fervent blaze and felt a sense of relief within her heart. As their excitement began to wane, she finally spoke again. "Brothers, there is a matter of even greater importance that I must convey." Her tone rendered all the ancestral shamans instantly silent, their gazes intensely focused upon her. Di Jiang inquired solemnly, "What is it?" Hutu took a deep breath and articulated each word clearly. "It pertains to the true arrangement the Father God has for our witch clan. It concerns the future path and survival of our lineage." A profound silence enveloped the area before Pango Hall. All the ancestral shamans, including Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, held their breath. The true arrangement of the Father God? The path and survival of the witch clan? These phrases struck each ancestral shaman's heart like a resounding hammer. Hutu scanned her brothers and slowly uttered the phrase that would resonate deeply within their souls. "The demons govern the heavens, while we witches govern the earth. I have finally comprehended how the Father God wishes for us to govern the earth." Chapter 74. Managing the entire primordial land from Mount Buzhou. "What? Sister has understood why the Father God desires us to govern the earth?" Zhurong exclaimed, his voice the loudest, flames crackling around him in disbelief. "Did we not acquire our dominion over the earth through conflict with the demon clan? How can this be tied to the Father God?" Gong Gong furrowed his brow, water vapor swirling around him. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking like popping beans, seemingly emphasizing the notion of strength. Chang Liang echoed with thunderous support. "Exactly. This territory was wrested from the demon clan through our own might. The Father God merely acknowledged our power, did he not?" Shibi Shur and several other ancestral shamans wore expressions of uncertainty, clearly filled with doubt regarding Hutu's assertions. Observing their bewildered and somewhat defiant expressions, Hutu's demeanor transformed into one of unwavering certainty and understanding. She had anticipated their reactions. Her voice rang clear and resolute, silencing the murmurs. "Indeed, brothers, I once shared your belief that our governance over the earth was merely a consequence of conflict, a recognition of the Father God towards our strength. But now I understand. The Father God bestowing upon us the earth is far from that simplistic notion. The concept of governance over the earth embodies the Father God's genuine expectations and arrangements for our witch clan." Zhu Jiuyin's eyes, imbued with the essence of the river of time, shimmered with profound insight. He fixed his gaze upon Hutu and spoke with a grave tone. "Sister, cease this cryptic discourse. Reveal to us, what exactly have you comprehended? How does the Father God wish for us to govern this earth?" Hutu took a deep breath, recognizing the pivotal moment had arrived. She could not directly introduce the concept of reincarnation for her brothers, who believed solely in power and bloodline. It would be akin to uttering nonsense. She needed to articulate it in a manner they could grasp, accept, and even take pride in. "Very well. Let me begin from the beginning, so that my brothers may see more clearly. First, let us discuss the demons governing the heavens. We are aware that the 6 princes of the demon clan are hurting the stars of the heavens, correct? Indeed. Zhurong immediately interjected. Hutu continued. Where are the 6 princes of the demon clan hurting the stars? In the heavens, amidst the starry skies. Within one of the core regions of the operation of the heavenly principles. As soon as she spoke these words, aside from Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, who appeared contemplative, the other ancestral shamans frowned tightly, their faces reflecting confusion. The flow of time seemed to momentarily halt in Zhu Jiuyin's eyes. He suddenly looked up, his voice resonating with a slight tremor. So, you mean to say that when the demons govern the heavens, they are, in fact, overseeing the heavenly principles? Their herding of the stars is a part of the organization and maintenance of the authority of the heavenly laws. Precisely. Hutu affirmed immediately, inwardly praising Zhu Jiuyin's keen insight. She surveyed the astonished faces of her brothers. Consider this. If the demon clan were to herd even more stars and organize the order of the starry skies, how would the operation of the heavenly principles be affected? It would become stronger and more orderly. Their contributions to maintaining the order of the heavens would yield them greater rewards. Without delving too deeply, as the stars of the Zhou Tian increase, the demon clan's Zhou Tian star formation would only grow in strength. From this perspective alone, one could argue that the demon clan has indeed garnered the favor of the Father God. Upon hearing this, the ancestral shamans were momentarily taken aback. They were clearly astonished by this deduction. Yet, to speak the truth, it was indeed the case. The demon clan governs the heavens, continuously herding the stars to empower the heavenly principles, simultaneously enhancing the might of their Zhou Tian star formation. In due course, could the demon clan not suppress our 12 capital heavenly gods formation with this array? It seemed that way. Di Jiang gradually nodded, his expression growing exceedingly grave. He finally understood why Hutu had previously deemed this matter of utmost significance. What the demon clan was undertaking was not merely expansion. They were fundamentally elevating their own strength. Yet, some ancestral shamans remained perplexed. Sister Hutu, what does this have to do with our witch clan? They govern their heavens while we govern our earth. Our waters do not cross theirs. Furthermore, we have now ceased hostilities. Do they intend to extend their grasp to the earth and engage in battle with us once more? If a conflict were to arise, we, the witch clan, having claimed and perfected the West, would surely not fear them. Zhurong impatiently pressed, his flames flickering more fiercely. Several ancestral shamans instinctively nodded in agreement with Zhurong's sentiments. Huta looked at them, a smile gracing her face as if to say, you have finally asked the right question. Brothers, herein lies the crux. Our witch clan naturally has no reason to fear them, nor should we, for the Father God has long provided us with a hint. What hint? Zhurong impatiently interjected once more. Zhu Jiuyin, with the essence of time flowing through his eyes, spoke before Huta could. I understand now. The Father God's hint lies in the distinction between the demons governing the heavens and our witches governing the earth, does it not? Huta's lips curled into a smile. Exactly. The demons govern the heavens, overseeing the heavenly principles. Therefore, what is it that we witches govern when it comes to the earth? As soon as these words were uttered, it resonated like a thunderclap. Even the dullest of the ancestral shamans instantly grasped the profound meaning. Thus, when we say we govern the earth, we are indeed governing the essence of the earth. Gong Gong's eyes widened, water vapor swirling turbulently. His voice trembled with disbelief. Indeed, we witches govern the essence of the earth. The Father God has placed us in Mount Buzhou, the very center of the primordial world. Do you understand why? Hutu inquired once more. Why? Zhurong, unable to contain his impatience, urged her to reveal more. Hutu remained unhurried. He has positioned us at the heart of the primordial world to radiate throughout it. From Mount Buzhou as our center, all directions are lands governed by our witch clan, all are territories under our dominion. Previously, we regarded the West as desolate, reluctant to venture there, instead contending with the demon clan for the more prosperous lands of the primordial realm. In doing so, we have wrought boundless slaughter and accumulated immeasurable karma. Consequently, the Father God has not bestowed any merits upon our witch clan for a long time. However, this time, we have finally shifted our focus from the demon clan to the West, and in an instant, we have received the Father God's merits. Is it not abundantly clear what is expected of us? We, the shamanic clan, are tasked with overseeing the entirety of the earth, the very essence of the underworld. This encapsulates the true significance of our dominion over the land. It embodies the trust and burden bestowed upon us by our paternal deity. Huta declared with unwavering conviction. Once again, silence enveloped the front of the Pango Hall, yet this time, the stillness simmered with a tempest of emotions, 100-fold more intense than before. Shock, ecstasy, bewilderment, regret. Countless emotions danced across the face of the ancestral shaman, ultimately coalescing into a profound sense of relief. Fortuitously, Sister Hutu has grasped the true intent of our paternal deity. Otherwise, we would have continued to err in our ways. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Huta's eyes. At last, I have persuaded this band of brothers, who rely solely on brute strength, to recognize that our clan's charge is indeed the stewardship of the earth. Next, I must convince them that the responsibility of our lineage is to restore and uphold the integrity of the underworld. Therefore, have you contemplated how, through your grand paths, you can atone for the earth?